This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. This film has deleted a lot of information about item acquisition, trading, and attributes. Chapter 1. Coming to the Underground World. Wang Hao woke up slowly from his coma. The soft light reflected in his eyes, making him feel particularly comfortable. Am I in the hospital? Wang Hao shook his head to get rid of the remaining dizziness, and adjusted his glasses. Before he looked around, a mechanical voice suddenly sounded in his ears, drilling deep into his mind. Welcome to the cave world. Due to the appearance of the solar eclipse, the entire blue planet has been destroyed, and the creatures on the planet will live underground. What does it mean? Blue planet destroyed? What a joke. Wang Hao clearly remembered that he was practicing side parking on the driving school grounds. For some reason, the whole sky suddenly darkened. And then, he felt dizzy and passed out. The old problem of hypoglycemia, at most, was sent to a nearby hospital by the coach. How could he come to a cave world? Wang Hao glanced around hurriedly. At this moment, he was lying on the soft ground, surrounded by bare mud walls. It must be a prank. As if guessing what he was thinking, the strange mechanical voice sounded again. This is not a prank. Of course, you can treat this as a game. A survival game. If you want to survive, you must remember each of the following rules. Read them only once, and will not be repeated. 1. You are hiding in the mud, destined to live with caves for life. You can dig holes to move forward, up to 10 times a day, and entering the next cave counts as a complete excavation. 2. There are countless caves connected to the cave world. It is really a world here. 3. After digging a new cave, please decide carefully whether to enter. You can only stay in one cave. There is no turning back. 4. In the cave, there may be resources needed for survival. There may be mutated beasts. There may be treasure chests with random items. And there may be other surviving humans. 5. In order to survive, you can take everything in the cave and do whatever you want. 6. You are very lucky. Most of the caves have light. 7. Focus your consciousness. You can open the system panel, just like the real online game. 8. Don't ignore the ring you wear. In the cave world, it is your only trustworthy partner. The ring is bound to you. Just silently open it in your heart, and the castle will open. 9. The most important point. Don't trust other survivors easily. Food and resources are everything. I wish you a smooth survival. The mechanical voice finally disappeared. After hearing all this, Wang Hao felt that it was a prank. Cave survival, resources, rings, castles. These elements mixed together. Isn't it a stress-relieving mobile game? The 3 dead parties living in the same dormitory are loyal to such adventure games. Wang Hao's lips, with his right hand holding the ground, sitting up from the dry yellow land. Now, he is wearing a very loose sick clothes. His feet are bare, and a shabby worker shovel is also placed around him. Wang Hao's illness clothes on his body pulled out the neckline without a look, and his clothes were frank. There is no panties. Boss, the third child, you are really enough this time. It is thorough to play than before. Wang Hao scolded with a smile. This kind of thing is not the first time. Last dormitory dinner, he drank a bit of broken film. When I woke up the next day, I found that I was tied on the long table of the dormitory. A 2-inch certificate was lined by the head, and the 3 dead parties kneeling on the side, burning paper and crying at the same time. The tearful look on his face made anyone feel that he was filial. Boss, you are wearing a hospital gown. You must have a set of infusion tools. Right? While making a joke, Wang Hao raised his arms and looked, and his eyes were immediately attracted by an ancient ring. The ring was worn on the index finger of his right hand, and a long dragon was engraved on its surface, with a dragon ball in the dragon's mouth. Awesome. Wang Hao gently touched the dragon ball on the ring, and a string of numbers was engraved on the dragon ball. 9,527. Where did this prop ring come from? You are so serious about playing a prank? If you say open it, it will not really pop out. As soon as the thought came to mind, the index finger suddenly felt a slight chill. Then, an orange-yellow light burst out, and the surrounding space was turbulent. Before he could blink, a pocket castle really appeared 1 meter in front of him. It was about 2.5 meters high, and about 3 or 4 meters long and wide. The castle was very dilapidated, The old door was powerless to open, and the wooden door creaked. It was called a castle, but in fact, it was more like a simple stone house. Is it true? A broken stone house appeared in front of him like this? At this time, Wang Hao had begun to suspect that this might not be a prank. He took 2 steps forward, stretched out his left hand, and tentatively touched the surface. It was cold and rough to the touch. It was indeed a real stone. Wang Hao bravely bent down and entered the small castle. There were only bare walls on all 4 sides. The ground was flat. The roof was also flat. He walked around the wall and tapped it from time to time. And finally he verified one thing. This is a real stone house. No. It's a pocket castle. If the castle is real, it proves that the mechanical sound just now is not some kind of audio equipment. No matter how powerful the 3 best friends are, they can't create something out of nothing. Doesn't that mean? Now, we are really in the cave world. Is the blue planet really destroyed by the solar eclipse? Wang Hao panicked for no reason and quickly got out of the castle. No! I have to go out and take a look. My parents are still outside. When Wang Hao ran out, he tripped and stumbled, and his glasses fell off. Ding! Following the crisp sound, he saw what tripped him. It was a tool similar to a shovel. It can definitely be used to dig the soil. Wang Hao squatted down, picked up his glasses with his left hand, and grabbed the shovel half sunken in the loess with his right hand. Old engineer shovel, a product of unknown technology. Foldable, made of high-carbon steel. It is a must-have excavation tool for everyone in the cave world. A line of bright white text message suddenly appeared in the front right. There was a rectangular dialog box around the text. What happened? Wang Hao quickly put on his glasses and looked at the engineer shovel in the loess. Only then did he realize that the scene in front of him became fragmented. The glasses were broken. It was really life-threatening. My eyes were 250 degrees and had astigmatism. Without the help of glasses, who would I look at without lust? At the least, I would be scolded, and at the worst, I would be beaten. This moment of delay reduced the impatience that had just surged. It was a bit impulsive. Since everything in front of me was real, I rushed up regardless of the consequences. Not to mention whether I could reach the ground smoothly. Even if I succeeded, how would I find the way home in the ruins of destruction? The ability of the person behind the scenes, who could give me to the cave world, was incredible. The mechanical voice just now also mentioned other survivors. Maybe my parents were here too. I calmed down. The most urgent thing was to figure out the doubts in front of me and solve the problem of glasses. Chapter 2. The chat channel is so lively. The floating text faded quickly. It stayed for about 30 seconds. The message is gone? How did it appear just now? Wang Hao muttered in confusion, picked up the engineer's shovel, and turned to look at the miniature castle. After waiting for a full minute, no text appeared. Is it not possible? Or is it that the opening method is incorrect? Wang Hao frowned and carefully recalled the details just now. Wait! When he almost stumbled, he stretched out his right hand, and it seemed that there was a moment of consciousness. Try it. When the mechanical voice read out the rules, similar words were also mentioned. In order to restore the details, Wang Hao took off his glasses and looked at the castle in front of him intently. Got it. Broken castle, a product of unknown technology. Reparable, a functional building with a ring space, which can store excavated resources, and is a small base that everyone in the cave world must have. A line of text messages floated in front of him. It was exactly the same as the situation just now. 30 seconds later, the message disappeared again. Wang Hao was still not satisfied and moved his eyes to his right hand again. There was another unknown item on his index finger. Qinglong ring, a product of unknown technology. Bound, can summon a castle building, and is a must-have item for everyone in the cave world. Azure Dragon Ring. What a cool name! This is not some unknown technological product. When used with a castle, it looks like a storage ring made by a master cultivator. Wang Hao showed a happy expression and kept rubbing the dragon body on the ring with his thumb. As for the numbers on the surface of the dragon ball, they are most likely the corresponding numbers. The ring can release the castle, so it should be able to take it back. In order to verify this guess, Wang Hao brought the Azure Dragon Ring closer to the castle and said silently in his heart, "Take it back?" A burst of orange light burst out, covering the surroundings of the castle, and instantly turned into a long rainbow and drilled into the dragon's mouth of the ring. Awesome. Try again with glasses on. Wang Hao was about to put on the broken glasses when he found something strange. The vision in front of him was extremely clear, and he could even distinguish the dust particles on the ground. So, his eyesight has recovered? No wonder he always felt dizzy when wearing glasses before. He thought it was the sequelae of coma. That's great. Then this pair of broken glasses. Forget it. Keep it for now, and try to put it in the ring. Wang Hao put the glasses close to the ring and silently said the word collect again. And the broken glasses immediately disappeared in front of him. What a Qinglong ring. The problem of glasses is also perfectly solved. Next, after looking at the necessary things for everyone, let's take a look at the system panel. Since we cannot change the fact that the blue star is destroyed and we are going deeper into the cave world, we must quickly adapt to the current environment. Blaming others will not help the current situation. Wang Hao's personality is like this. Decisive. Strong adaptability. With the experience of the previous 3 times, Wang Hao focused his mind and silently said system panel in his heart. As expected, in front of him, a system panel appeared suspended. The whole panel was light gray, and a strange date was marked at the top. Cave calendar, 1 year, 1 month. Further down, 3 black buttons were unusually eye-catching. Skills, trade, chat. 3 sections are compactly arranged at the top. And the current display is the skills column. This page has only 2 sub-items. Digging remaining times, 10. Forging plus. The first sub-item is easy to understand. The rules have been explained at the beginning, so let's ignore it for now. Behind the second sub-item is a prominent plus sign. Wang Hao has played online games before, so he is not unfamiliar with this. He directly extended his right index finger and tapped the plus sign. 6 lines of green text immediately appeared on the panel. Wooden bowl, with 0 to 1. Wooden barrel, with 0/3. Stone axe, with 0/1. Stone 0 of 1. Stone hammer, with 0/2. Stone 0/3. Bonfire, with 0/3. Kerosene 0 to 1. Rope, hemp ball 0 to 1. These are also easy to understand. The front is the forged item, and the back is the resources needed to forge the item. Game fans know it, and those who don't play games can guess it. After reading skills, Wang Hao clicked on the trade option. There are still 2 sub-items. Sell and purchase. Each sub-item has an item frame and a quantity button, which is easy to understand. Now, I have started from scratch, so this function is not available for the time being. Then there is only 1 left. Wang Hao clicked on the chat button. Wow! In the chat box, various shouts kept flipping up. And if you are not careful, you will miss the news you are paying attention to. It's a mess. Zhao Yulin, have I been kidnapped? I can be cheated when I go out to meet an online friend. Why do I always meet scumbags? Brothers and sisters, please save me. Chin Gigi, I was also kidnapped and locked in a big cellar. But I am a man. I am still wearing a hospital gown. Did I run into a kidney harvesting gang? Zhang Dake, the 2 upstairs. Stop nagging. Everyone is in the cellar. Ugh. It should be in the cave. Didn't you hear the robot's introduction? Let's quickly figure out how to escape. Wang Zhihao, I agree with the above. Didn't you see that there are only 2 small speakers? Stop nagging about useless things. Qin Yuzhong, ha ha ha. Did the people above see that? We are both in the Nyo area. What a fate! The Nyo after the name represents the area, and the number represents the personal number. This is an online game. Let's go in a group. Ren Xiaobao, don't say. It's true. I like online game PK the most. In the early years, I was the leader of the guild, and people gave me the nickname PK Hair is not messy. Brothers, let's go. Let's go to the sand. Li Yao Yao, I don't want to play games. I want to go home. I miss my parents. Wang Xiaoman, I want to go home too. I haven't finished my holiday homework yet. Woo woo woo. Wang Hao patiently watched for a while. The chat channel looked very lively, but most people didn't understand the current situation. Some were talking nonsense. Some were going crazy. And some were asking for help. It was a mess. Really valuable news was rare. It was no wonder, when faced with such an incredible thing, how many people could remain calm except for keyboard warriors and keyboard saints. But the one called Wang Zhihao and Qin Yujiang said something interesting. There were 3 buttons in the chat channel. The current one was World. In addition, there were System and Region. Next to the input box below the World channel, There was a golden trumpet pattern, and there was a small icon with the number 2 in the lower right corner of the trumpet. The big channel has speech restrictions, and this rule is reasonable. The second system button is naturally a system message. After clicking it, there is only a red word "Welcome to the cave world." The third region button is wrapped in a dragon head pattern. So, I am in the dragon region? Wang Hao subconsciously lowered his head and glanced at his Qinglong ring. If I guessed correctly, the style and number of the ring represent the identity. Ox, snake, sheep, rabbit, dragon. It seems to be the 12 zodiac signs. Forget it. Check the regional channel. Chapter 3. Is this a perspective eye? Wang Hao stopped staring at the scrolling news on the world channel and reached out to click the region button. Sure enough, in the region channel, all the people had the suffix dragon, and the frequency of speech was relatively low. The content was similar to the world channel, and most of them were crying for help. But there was one difference. In the upper right corner of the information bar, there was a string of conspicuous numbers and units. 10,000 people. 10,000 people? Are there 10,000 survivors in one region? It seems that there are a lot of people. However, such a large blue planet must have more than 120,000 residents. Just when Wang Hao was puzzled, the number suddenly jumped. 9,999 people. One person is missing. So, people really die in the cave world. Wang Hao's heart skipped a beat, and he looked around for some reason. There was nothing but loess. The cave was bare and looked very empty. It really looked like the cellar described by the survivor in the channel. The light here was very soft, but no light source could be seen. According to general game common sense, the area where the novice first appeared should be an absolute safe zone. If you don't have claustrophobia or a very lack of security, it would be a good choice to stay here for a while and get more information through the chat channel. Of course, the premise is that there is enough food and water. It is Wang Hao's habit to carry 2 pieces of fruit candy with him. But now, Wang Hao looked down at the large, pocketless hospital gown and gave up this unrealistic idea. He must get some food as soon as possible. Otherwise, he, who has hypoglycemia, will soon become a disappearing number. Wang Hao made up his mind, closed the system panel with his mind, and walked towards the nearest wall with the engineer shovel. In the cave, it is impossible to distinguish between east, south, west, north and south. It can only be generally described as front, back, left, right, up and down, and then dig according to your feelings. Walk to the earth wall. This earth wall is made of rammed loess. If you touch it with your hands, you can scrape off a layer of powdery loess. It's so soft. Will the cave collapse? Wang Hao was a little worried, so he simply added force with his fingers to test the strength of the earth wall. Fortunately, his worries were unnecessary. When his fingers went in about 1 centimeter, there seemed to be some strange adhesion in the loess, preventing him from going deeper. He changed the earth wall and tried again. He changed 3 walls in a row, and the result was the same. The cave ceiling is a bit high, so there is no need to try it for the time being. However, the result should be similar. Wang Hao breathed a sigh of relief and no longer worried about being buried in the earth if he was not careful. It seems that he still has to rely on the tools in his hands. Wang Hao switched the engineer shovel to his right hand, grabbed the handle with his left hand, exerted force with both arms, and easily stabbed the earth wall in front of him with one shovel. When he pulled out the engineer shovel with his arm, a lump of loess retreated, and then a hazy yellow light flashed, and the loess on the steel shovel suddenly disappeared. At the same time, a rectangular dialog box popped up. Ding, loess +1. First use reminder, in the cave world, loess is everywhere. Temporarily store it in the castle. The castle defaults to reminding you to clean it up once every 100 units. And you can also set the value yourself. Castle storage? So smart. Wang Hao immediately focused his consciousness and aimed at the ring. In front of him, a faint castle projection appeared. Inside the castle, a small pile of loess piled up in the corner, with a number 1 floating above it. In the adjacent position, there is also a pair of broken glasses. Not bad. Now that the effect of the engineer shovel has been verified, the next step is to figure out which direction to dig. The choice is very important. Yes, you can try to concentrate your consciousness. Wang Hao stepped back 7 or 8 steps, walked to the relatively central position of the cave, and then focused his attention on the left side of the cave. This time, no dialog box appeared. However, the thick earth wall on the left suddenly had circles of green ripples. Then, the center of the ripples became transparent. Is this a perspective eye? The boss behind the scenes is so awesome. Not only did he cure his myopia, but he also gave me a great perspective ability. I just don't know if this ability is possessed by every survivor or just for me. Forget it. Forget it. In the center of the ripples, there is a vague shadow of a cave. There are some wooden boards and rocks in the cave, but they are not very clear. Ding, found a resource item. Can be picked up. This text message appeared above the ripples at the right time. Is it a resource point? Look at the next one. Wang Hao muttered and turned his head to look forward. Concentrate your consciousness. Another green ripple appeared, and the center became transparent. The shadow of this cave is very small, and nothing can be seen. Moreover, no text message appears. Is it empty? Let's look at the next one. Wang Hao turned on his heel and faced the right side. This time, there were still green ripples. The scene in the ripples was very blurry, as if there was a huge rock, and the surface of the rock had a little metallic luster. Ding! A large number of resource items were found, which are far apart, so you need to get close to pick them up. A lot of resources. Very good. Nice. Wang Hao's eyes lit up, and he marked this direction as the focus of attention. Look behind again. Wang Hao turned around expectantly and looked at the bare earth wall. What appeared this time was actually a crimson ripple. In the middle, there was an image of a huge cave. In the cave, a group of mutated black wolves were running and chasing each other. Not far from the wolf pack, there was a golden treasure chest, which was fascinating. Ding! Fire-eyed wolf pack and guardian treasure found. Can be hunted and obtained. Fire-eyed wolf? Wang Hao had never heard of this creature. However, even if it was a group of ordinary gray wolves, his small body could not withstand it. I am afraid that only fools who value money over life would go there. As for the crimson ripples, it must represent extreme danger. Wang Hao crossed out this direction without hesitation. There is also the top. In a small cave, there are 3 round-leaved grasses, and there is a bright red snake lying next to it. Ding! Red snake and snake saliva grass are found, which can be hunted. This time, the color of the ripples is orange-red, and the danger is not small. Finally, it is underground. When green ripples appear at his feet, Wang Hao's expression becomes relaxed. Green means safety. Inside the ripples, on the edge of a small cave, there is a square packaging bag thrown. Apart from this, there is nothing else. Ding! Small food is found, which can be picked up. 6 directions have been checked. Next, it is time to make a choice. Wang Hao thought for a while and decided to dig underground. 2 dangers and 1 blank. First eliminate them. Of the other 3, the cave under his feet ranks last in terms of value. However, any decision cannot be made based on value, but on whether it is useful. Although it is not clear how long he has been unconscious, getting some food to replenish energy is undoubtedly the safest way. Hypoglycemia is not a serious problem, but once it occurs, it will definitely be fatal if it is not replenished in time. Do it as soon as you say it. Wang Hao picked up the engineer shovel, randomly selected a place, and began to dig down. Chapter 4: The First Harvest. After a shovel, a large piece of the ground was obviously missing. Ding! +1. It was not easy, but it was much easier than digging. At the same time, the ring on the index finger flickered slightly. The lust in the castle increased by 1 unit. Wang Hao continued to swing the engineer shovel and began to dig the soil rhythmically. Ding! +1+1+1. Soon, a round pit appeared on the ground. Wang Hao took a deep breath and jumped into the round pit to continue digging. As the lust in the pit disappeared, his head also disappeared below the ground. Every time a shovel was dug, soft light automatically followed in, so there was no need to worry about insufficient light. A circular passageway, spreading diagonally downward. Going straight up and down would definitely not work. During the excavation, Wang Hao wanted to dig shallow pits on both sides to leave a place for his feet to step on. Unfortunately, all failed. After the passageway was formed, the lust around it was as solid as solidified concrete, and the sharp engineer shovel could only scrape off a layer of dust on the surface. It can be seen from this that excavation can only proceed along one passageway, and no side branches are allowed. In this way, The method of digging a well cannot be used. The passageway is getting deeper and deeper. Ding, survivors. Please pay attention. There is a boundary barrier of the cave ahead. If you dig again, you will directly enter the next cave, and the existing passageway will be closed immediately. After digging for the 68th time, Wang Hao finally stopped digging and heard a system message. The so-called boundary barrier is a layer of fleshy gray film. It feels very soft, but it is also very tough. At least, you can't penetrate it with your fingers. Wang Hao looked back. He dug more than 30 meters in one go, just like being in a mine. He turned around and looked at the gray film boundary barrier again. No matter how he concentrated his consciousness, the picture in the middle of the ripple did not improve, and it remained in a phantom state. Let's go in and take a look. There shouldn't be any danger. Wang Hao comforted himself and swung the engineer's shovel and stabbed down. Swish! The tough gray membrane broke a cross-shaped gap. Wang Hao missed a step and fell directly downward. To prevent accidental injury, he quickly flattened the engineer's shovel, with a sharp steel mouth facing outward. Plop! His feet stepped directly on the yellow earth, and Wang Hao quickly bent his knees to cushion the speed of falling. Even so, he still sat down on the ground. Fortunately, this cave is not high. Wang Hao stood up despite the pain, quickly put the engineer's shovel horizontally in front of him, and looked around vigilantly. Before verifying the reliability of the perspective ability, it is better to be cautious. This cave is really not big. Compared with the initial cave, more than half of it is missing. However, it was still bare, and the light did not change. On the right edge, the bag of small food lay quietly under the earth wall. After confirming that there was no danger, Wang Hao looked up at the top of the cave. The previous falling passage had long disappeared, without even a trace left. There was no gray film. Even if he concentrated his consciousness, he could not see ripples. It's really magical. Wang Hao exclaimed sincerely and retracted his gaze. Walk to the right and squat in front of the food. This is... Wang Hao stretched out his right hand and picked up the square lump in front of him. Compressed biscuits, food, 118g small package. Rich in various nutrients. Crispy and not hard. A favorite supply for survivors. This needs no introduction. The 4 words on the silver packaging bag are very obvious, but the manufacturer's name and production date are not found, and even the actual image is not seen. In the past, this would be a 3-no product. It should be strictly banned. Moreover, compressed biscuits are not healthy. Long-term consumption can easily induce constipation. Forget it. It's the end of the world. What else do you want? A bicycle? Wang Hao comforted himself and tore a hole in the outer packaging bag. The biscuits inside were yellow-brown, with a layer of crumbs on the outside, with sharp edges and very hard texture. No matter how you look at it, you have no appetite. It's good to be able to fill your stomach. Wang Hao licked his chapped lips and bit off a corner. He used his saliva to soften the biscuit, stretched his neck, and swallowed it with difficulty. It tasted okay. A little sweet. It was just right to replenish sugar. After taking another bite, Wang Hao wrapped the remaining compressed biscuits and put them into the Qinglong ring. Ding! Bidden compressed biscuits +1. The reason is simple. No one knows what will happen in the future. It's always a good idea to keep some inventory. The problem of eating is temporarily solved. This cave should be considered cleared. Wang Hao stood up and was about to observe the wall and start the second search, but his eyes suddenly froze. The second cave looked empty, but if you pay a little attention, you will find something unusual. The side where the biscuits were placed was obviously a little higher. Therefore, in the rippling shadow, the compressed biscuit would be eye-catching. Could it be that there was material? Wang Hao casually waved the engineer's shovel and gently scratched the ground. Snap! Accompanied by a harsh friction sound. A string of sparks popped out at the edge of the steel mouth. It's a stone! Ding! Hidden resource stone material found. Can be picked up. Wow! There is something hidden. Wang Hao squatted down again and stretched out his hand to dig away the yellow soil on the surface. It really is a stone. Its appearance is gray and has an irregular peach pit shape. How to collect this resource? It must not be broken up with an engineer shovel. It is not worth destroying it. Wang Hao tried to press his right hand on the stone. Ding! The current stone can be decomposed into 10 units of stone. Do you want to decompose it? Of course. Otherwise keep it for the next generation. Wang Hao immediately agreed, decompose. As the order was issued, The stone in front of him disappeared instantly, leaving a large pit half a person deep. Ding, stone plus 10. Very good. The resources have been collected. But here comes the problem. Why is there no stone in the ripple image? Is there a defect in my perspective eye? It is possible that I cannot see through living things. When I saw the fire-eyed wolf, there was indeed no X-ray effect. Wang Hao glanced at his left hand. I didn't see any bones, but the sweat pores were clearly visible. I looked at the hospital gown again, and my vision didn't penetrate it. It seems that my ability to see through things is only for the Lust Cave itself. Why the hidden resources haven't been discovered yet? This needs to be verified. There won't be any omissions here. Right? Wang Hao concentrated his attention and scanned the cave floor again. Underground? It was all fine lust, and the tiny gaps between the particles were clearly visible. It was like wearing a high-power microscope. It should be a perspective mirror. Maybe it was the barrier of the border that reduced the effect of perspective. No guess. Keep going. It's better to have some clean water for the next cave. The compressed biscuits, if eaten without water, really scratch your throat. Wang Hao stretched his arms a few times, did the simplest stretching exercise, and focused his consciousness to look forward. Chapter 5. Good luck. The top of the cave is the passage we came from. It has been sealed and can no longer be excavated. This time, Wang Hao has only 5 options. In front, in the green ripples, a dead tree stands alone in the middle. And under the tree, there is a rock half buried in the soil. Ding, resource items found. Can be picked up. Not bad. Green door. No danger. Still a resource point. The stone is naturally stone. And the dead tree can probably be decomposed into wood. In the system panel skills, there is wood. On the left, in the light yellow ripples, there is a conspicuous hornet's nest hanging on the opposite earth wall. Ding, found black wasps and beehives. Can get some honey. Well, being stung by black wasps twice won't be a big problem. But it doesn't seem worth it to suffer for a little honey. Right side, in the red ripples, a black bear is lying in the middle and sleeping soundly. And in the distance it doesn't matter what other treasures there are. Just cross them out. Underground, in the green ripples, there are 7 or 8 young grasses in a small cave, full of vitality. Ding, found a piece of hemostatic grass. Can be collected? Hemostatic grass? It should be the raw material for making medicines. Of course, it is not ruled out that the effect of chewing it directly and applying it to the wound can stop bleeding can be ruled out. Put it aside for now. There is still the back. Check it out before making a decision. Wang Hao turned around and looked over with expectation. Well, it was still green ripples. Proves there is no danger. But when he saw the content of the image clearly, his eyes widened and his breathing became rapid. In the middle of this cave, there is a small patch of golden plants. This is not the key. In the middle of these plants, a black box is vaguely revealed. Could it be a treasure chest? The subsequent system message confirmed his guess. Ding, mature flax and treasure chest found. Can be picked up. Let's not talk about the mature flax. The treasure chest is a real advantage. At this point, there is no need to consider which one to choose. There is no danger. And there is a treasure chest to open. So this is it. Wang Hao clenched the engineer shovel, strode towards the earth wall, and started digging. Ding, lust +1+1. Shovel after shovel of lust was collected into the ring castle, and a straight passage advanced forward. At this moment, he seemed to have endless strength. Sweat beads gradually appeared on his forehead, shining brightly under the light. When he dug 32 times, the ring on his index finger trembled slightly, awakening him from excitement. Ding, the lust has reached the storage limit, and it can be collected again after dumping. Oh, is it full? Wang Hao focused his attention on the ring. Inside the castle, a pile of lust was piled in the corner, and the number suspended on it was 100. Let's clean it up. Wang Hao ran out of the passage quickly and stopped in front of the opposite earth wall. Clear the lust. As soon as the command was issued, a large pile of lust poured out, instantly occupying nearly 1/10 of the cave space. If Wang Hao hadn't dodged quickly enough, the flowing lust would have buried him. It was a close call. I must leave enough space next time. Wang Hao wiped the sweat from his forehead thankfully, turned around and ran back to the dug passage. This time, after digging 13 times, a boundary barrier appeared in front again. At the same time, A reminder from the system came to his ears. Ding, survivors. Please pay attention. There is a boundary barrier of the cave ahead. If you dig again, you will directly enter the next cave, and the existing passage will be closed immediately. In response, Wang Hao chose to ignore it. The green ripples explained everything. The engineer's shovel swung down. The moment the cross crack appeared, an irresistible force pulled him into the new cave. Hey, when I dug down just now, there was no such pulling force. But it's true. Going down is already in an uncontrollable state. So why bother? After figuring this out, Wang Hao looked back at the earth wall, and the passage disappeared, as if it had never existed. He casually gave it a shovel. A cloud of dust flew up, and only a shallow mark appeared on the surface of the earth wall. This once again verified the rules of the cave world. There is no turning back. Wang Hao curled his lips and turned around with the shovel. This space is about the same size as the previous cave. In the middle is a golden flax field waiting to be harvested. The area is not very large, about 3 meters long and wide. Flax, a herbaceous crop. The stems can be used to extract fibers to make flax balls, and the seeds can be used to refine flax oil, kerosene, etc. Seeing the text message displayed in front of him, Wang Hao couldn't help but laugh. Since it can be made into flax balls, it means that clothes can be made in the cave world. If I have the chance in the future, I will definitely make a set of underwear to wear. I always feel awkward now. Walking to the flax field, Wang Hao touched the nearest flax plant with his right hand. Ding! The current flax field can be decomposed into 10 flax balls and 5 kerosene. Do you want to decompose it? Decompose? As a breeze swept by, the mature flax was instantly collected into the ring. Only a lonely treasure chest was left. Treasure chest, a container for storing items and resources. In the cave world, treasure chests are divided into 5 levels: gold, silver, copper, iron, and wood. The higher the level, the greater the chance of obtaining high-quality items, and the greater the number of items. Friendly reminder: some treasure chests are dangerous, so be careful when opening them. Unlocked iron treasure box, a container for storing items and resources, which can be opened directly. Treasure boxes are risky, so be careful when opening them. 2 paragraphs of explanation text appear one after the other. The former is the first explanation of the item. The latter is the detailed information of the current item. Wang Hao read the text message and rubbed his hands impatiently. The engineer's shovel had been thrown aside. Next, it was time to open the box. His luck has always been very good. When he played online games before, he was the main body of the guild to touch corpses. The probability of opening orange and purple equipment was surprisingly high. God bless you. Wang Hao habitually put his hands together and prayed, squatted down, and pressed his hands on both sides of the lid of the iron treasure box at the same time. Close your eyes, then raise your arms with force. Open! After the lid of the box was completely opened, Wang Hao suddenly opened his eyes. He quickly looked inside the box. Wow! So many things. Ding! 118g compressed biscuits plus 3. 550 milliliters pure water plus 3. Iron ingot plus 2. Wood plus 5. Javelin forging diagram plus 1. Iron treasure box plus 1. As a series of messages came up, all these items were put into the Qinglong ring, including the iron treasure box that held the items. What a great luck. After this hammer deal, I won't have to endure thirst and hunger for at least 1 day. The key is, there is also a javelin forging diagram. The stone symbol and stone hammer that appeared on the system panel are obviously very low-level items. Even if they are made into weapons, they are not as convenient as the engineer shovel. The javelin is different. It can be thrown far away and stabbed close. It is definitely a handy weapon for opening up wasteland. Wang Hao checked the cave with satisfaction, confirmed that there were no other hidden items missing, and simply raised his right arm. Open the castle. Chapter 6: Repairing the Castle. The second cave. The dilapidated castle appeared, directly occupying a small part of the existing space. This cave is still a little small. Wang Hao crouched and walked into the castle. Luz, stone, compressed biscuits, pure water, wood, iron ingots, glutinous rice balls, javelin forging map and iron treasure chest. All kinds of supplies are placed near the right wall. Broken glasses and bitten compressed biscuits. These 2 things are placed on the left wall. Generally speaking, it is still regular. Of course, The loss and resource items are reduced to a certain proportion. Otherwise, this small stone house would have been blown up long ago. Walking in the middle is like reviewing your own soldiers, with a unique sense of accomplishment, regardless of the others. Let's take a look at how to make a javelin. Wang Hao walked to the right, bent down, and picked up the javelin forging diagram. This forging diagram is in the style of a green thin book, with the word javelin written on the cover. Ding! Javelin forging diagram is detected for study. Do you agree to use it? Agree. The book in his hand disappeared immediately, and a ball of green light rushed into his mind. Wang Hao called out the system panel and directly clicked on the forging column. In addition to the 6 most basic forging items, there is another line of flashing text. Javelin, wood 0 to 2. Iron ingot 0 to 1. Click lightly. The flashing effect of the text disappears. Javelin, wood 5 to 2. Iron ingot 2 to 1. At the same time, at the end of the javelin row, there are 3 more words forgeable, and a box for placing items. Ding! Satisfy the forging requirements of the javelin. Add lucky charms or attribute essences, and you can increase additional attributes or skills. Lucky charms? Attribute essences? It should be a material similar to enchantment. There are often such settings in the game. Pay more attention to it in the future. Now, make a javelin to make do. Wang Hao did not hesitate. Confirm forging. Ding! Wood -2. Iron ingot -1. Ding! Javelin forged successfully. Ordinary grade. After glancing at the system message, Wang Hao looked down at his feet. A grade javelin lay on the ground. The length of the spear is about 2.2 meters, and a shiny and sharp iron spear head is fixed at one end. Javelin ordinary, a throwing weapon, weighing about 600 grams, can be thrown to the target by running up, or stabbed at close range. It seems pretty good. Go and try it. Wang Hao was about to bend down to pick up the javelin when he found that the wall in front of him was different from before, with an additional floating gray button. What's going on? I haven't seen it before. When he walked up to it, he found that the word repair was engraved on the button, and the font was glowing green. Ding! 10 units of stone and 2 units of wood were detected, which can be used to repair the current castle. Do you want to repair it? Repair the castle? It seems that when checking the castle introduction, there is also a description of reparable. Then repair it. With the javelin replacement, basic items such as stone axes and stone hammers do not need to be built for the time being. As soon as the repair command was issued, a pile of stones on the right side disappeared immediately, and a layer of wood was also lost. Ding! Stone -10. Wood -2. Then, the whole castle trembled slightly. During the tremor, translucent ripples appeared in the interior space, flowing along the roof, walls and ground. The ripples gathered more and more. Gradually, the ripples had a tendency to entangle. About 7 or 8 seconds later, a dazzling white light flashed, and Wang Hao subconsciously closed his eyes. Open my eyes again. The interior of the castle has changed a lot. The tremors have completely stopped, and the ripples have disappeared. The 4 walls are twice as far away from me, and the ground extends outward, including the 2 rows of items placed against the wall. The flat roof has also become a slightly curved dome, and the height has also doubled. Is this space expansion? The original castle, in terms of height, is 4 meters long and wide. After the expansion, it has now become 8 meters. 8864. The net area is 64 square meters. This castle is also a small 2-bedroom commercial house, which is enough for me to live in for the time being. In the future, I will try to get some more bedding, or cork beds or something. Sleeping on the cold ground would definitely not be good for the body, so it would be better to lie on the yellow soil outside. Sleeping on the wooden board directly would not work either, as it would probably aburrs. Wang Hao turned around. The 2 old wooden doors were also repaired, but they were not painted and were still in their original wood color. Now, it finally looks like a castle. I wonder if there are any changes outside. Wang Hao picked up the javelin on the ground and walked out of the castle gate directly. This time, he could easily enter and exit without bending over. Huh? The appearance and size of the castle have not changed, and it still maintains its original appearance. The system message appears at the right time. Ding! The appearance size of the castle can be changed according to the 1-to-1 ratio. The system automatically adapts to the ratio by default. Do you want to change it? So that's what happened. The doubts just now were answered. As for whether to change the proportions, Wang Hao immediately gave a negative instruction. The appearance is not important at the moment, as long as it is comfortable to use. In addition, if it is really scaled in the same proportion, it may cause unnecessary trouble when encountering a smaller cave in the future. After the repair is successful, the description of the castle has also changed. Old castle, a product of unknown technology. Upgradable, a functional building with a ring space, which can store excavated resources, and is a small base that everyone in the cave world must have. Broken becomes old. Reparable also becomes upgradable. If it keeps upgrading, will it eventually become a magnificent castle? Wang Hao is looking forward to it. The castle is repaired, and the next step is to try the javelin. The castle is back. The cave space immediately became empty. The length and width are about 10 meters. Enough to practice javelin throwing. Javelin is not difficult. In the past, Wang Hao also practiced with the sports committee member in the physical education class at school. But at that time, he used a metal javelin, which felt more comfortable than this one. There is one more thing. Javelin in sports is about distance, and there is almost no requirement for accuracy, as long as it is not thrown out of bounds. But in actual combat, distance is secondary, and accuracy becomes the decisive factor. In the future, if the javelin fails to hit the target when encountering danger, it means the risk of losing life. This is not okay. Wang Hao drew a circle with a radius of 10 centimeters on a wall, then ran to the opposite side and started throwing practice. Throw. Retrieve. Throw. Retrieve again. Once. Twice. 3 times. With repeated practice, Wang Hao gradually adapted to the javelin in his hand. He did not expect to get it right in one step, which required unremitting training. After throwing almost 20 times, Wang Hao returned the javelin to the ring and began to prepare for the third excavation. 10 excavation opportunities a day, with the help of perspective ability, must not be wasted. Pick up the engineer shovel on the ground. After slightly identifying the marks on the wall, he chose to turn his back to the wall that led into the cave. From left to right. From top to bottom. Start. Wang Hao took 2 deep breaths and focused his consciousness. Chapter 7. They feel so miserable. Left side. The ripples are yellow. 2 weird-looking wild dogs are rolling and biting each other. Not far from them, there is a bone with meat scraps hanging on the ground. Ding, desert jackal found. Can be hunted. In front, nothing can be seen in the green ripples. Right side, 3 rocks are scattered in the green ripples. Ding, a small amount of resources found. Can be picked up. Above, still green ripples. A small red package is half buried in the loess, and it is impossible to tell what it is. Ding, a small amount of food found. Can be picked up. Underground, the ripples are light red, and there is only a dark hole in the picture, and a pair of red eyes can be vaguely seen. Ding, found a strange beast's nest. After looking at 5 directions, Wang Hao did not make a decision immediately. From a safety perspective, there are 3 directions to choose from: front, right, and top, and there is no danger. Among them, there are more resources in the cave on the right, and it is relatively easy to dig. But Wang Hao wants to wait and see. Perhaps there is a better choice. Food and clean water are not lacking for the time being. The next choice is to maximize the benefits. Challenging the strange beast's nest is unrealistic. He is not arrogant enough to think that he can challenge the strange beast with just a javelin. But those 2 desert jackals, if they don't fight, it will definitely be risky to face them directly. When 2 tigers fight, one of them will be injured. What about the 2 jackals? In a closed space, it is impossible to escape. As long as blood is seen, it is very likely that they will fight to the death. Wait! Wang Hao decided to take a gamble. But he couldn't just wait. Be prepared in advance and don't suffer any loss. Wang Hao came to the left with an engineer shovel and started digging slowly. This time, after 28 diggings, a barrier gray film appeared in front. Another perspective to confirm. The 2 desert jackals were still biting each other. Both of them were covered with wounds, and blood flew out from time to time. We have to wait. If we rush in at this time, they are likely to stop fighting and unite to face the outside. A 130 gene prey is definitely more chewy and attractive than that stick bone. Let's see what everyone is talking about first. Wang Hao called out the system panel and directly opened the chat channel. The default homepage is the world channel. Shi Wenyan, hey guys. Does anyone know how to break the gray membrane? I'm a newbie in the game. Waiting online. Urgent. Wu Yanwen, the guy above is stupid. You're holding a fire stick. Just shovel it down and it'll all be done. I just searched a cave and found 7 units of wood. Isn't that awesome? Once a person is lucky, he's good at everything. And he can dig treasures in any direction he chooses. Xiao Diguang, show off. Keep showing off. In the next cave, you'll definitely run into a mutant beast. Can luck be used as a meal? Wang Zhongxi, speaking of food. Big brothers and big sisters. Uncles and aunts. Whoever finds food, please give me a bite. Qian Wanli, friends. Whoever has clean water, I will exchange it with stone materials. Please send me a message for the price. Li Jiaojiao, there are a group of snakes outside my castle. Who can save me? This broken door can't stop them at all. I am willing to marry you. My measurements are absolutely qualified. Qin Bing, hey guys. I was just bitten on my toe by a poisonous snake. Who has a way to detoxify? I have a bottle of purified water. I can exchange it. I will wait for 1 minute. If no one responds, I will chop off my foot. Wang Yinxiang, brother Chen upstairs. Can you give me the purified water? I will exchange it with 5 units of wood. You can use it as a crutch later. Looking at the messy chat in the chat box, Wang Hao understood one thing. Perspective ability is not a standard feature for novices. And he is lucky enough to have it. Speaking of which, I feel that the few behind are so miserable. Clean water and food. Are they really so scarce? Thinking of this, Wang Hao was a little thirsty. Get a bottle of 550 milliliters purified water. As the thought turned, a bottle of purified water appeared in his right hand. He unscrewed the bottle cap with his left hand. He drank it with a gulp. And more than half of the bottle of water went down. Wang Hao glanced at the much lighter plastic bottle, slowly screwed on the bottle cap, and frowned slightly. I have to save it. Otherwise, it won't be enough tomorrow. The thought came to him. This half bottle of water was taken back to the castle and placed on one side with the bitten compressed biscuits. The fight with the desert jackal should be almost over. Right? Wang Hao took back the system panel and looked at the gray barrier film around him. Concentrate your consciousness. The ripples that disappeared before reappeared. The color turned green? Wang Hao was delighted and looked at the picture in the ripples. A desert jackal fell in a pool of blood, and blood was gushing out of its bitten neck. At a distance, another desert jackal was lying on its belly, relying on its 2 front legs, dragging its body forward. In front of it was the stick bone. Both sides were injured. It is true that people die for money. Jackals die for bones. This is exactly what he wanted. Wang Hao immediately swung the engineer shovel, stabbed the gray membrane in front of him, and walked directly into the third cave. The engineer shovel was handed to his left hand. The long spear was taken out, and his right hand tightly grasped the middle end, ready to throw. The desert jackal, which was still crawling, heard the rustling sound, turned its head with difficulty, and let out a weak roar. Before the roar ended, its neck was pierced by the sharp spear and nailed to the ground. After kicking its legs a few times, it was out of breath. Desert jackal, a wild beast that grows in the desert, with an extremely ferocious temperament, often attacks prey in groups, and kills each other when food is insufficient. Ding, kill the desert jackal, and you can decompose the body to get the spoils. Wang Hao pulled out his javelin and gave the order. Decompose. Ding, leather +1. Beast meat +5. Beast blood +1000 milliliters. Need to be stored in a container. Temporarily stored in the castle for 12 hours. Bone meal +5. Earth attribute spirit normal +1. In the blink of an eye, the desert jackal on the ground was decomposed and the body disappeared. Earth attribute spirit? Good stuff. There is another one. Wang Hao smiled and walked quickly to another desert jackal. This desert jackal was even worse. Its fur was covered with sticky, dirty blood. Its eyes were lifeless. It was obvious that it had been dead for some time. To be safe, Wang Hao stabbed its neck with a javelin. Ding, desert jackal corpse found. Can be decomposed. It is quite different from the previous prompt message. Wang Hao was slightly disappointed, but still issued a decomposition command. Ding, leather +1. Beast meat +5. Beast blood +300 milliliters. Need to be stored in a container. Temporarily stored in the castle for 12 hours. Bone meal +5. Then, it was gone. Perhaps, it was because of the probability. Perhaps you need to kill it yourself. The specific reason will be verified later. In the cave, the bodies of the desert jackals have disappeared. There is also a stick bone. In line with the virtue of diligence and thrift, Wang Hao walked towards the stick bone in the distance. Ding, beast skeleton found. Can be decomposed. Chapter 8 The Secret of Digging Upwards. This can also be decomposed? Nice. It seems that in the cave world, everything is useful. Even the less. Decompose. Ding, bone meal +1. There are not many things. But he doesn't mind. Wang Hao stood up and habitually looked through the ground. And 2 meat bones. They are buried in the loess under the earth wall on the right. Thinking of the characteristics of canines, Wang Hao felt it was normal. Walking to the wall where the bones were buried, a faint smell of urine rushed into his nostrils. Is this the territory designated by the desert jackal? Forget it. Never mind. Pinching his nose, Wang Hao scratched the loess with the tip of the gun and picked out the 2 meat bones. Ding, found 2 beast skeletons. Do you want to decompose? Decompose. Ding, bone meal +2. After making sure that nothing was left out, Wang Hao planned to take a look at the uses of these things. Concentrating his mind, he looked at the 4 extra piles of things in the castle projection. The 2 jackal skins were tanned very cleanly, without blood stains or damage, and were neatly stacked together. Leather peeled from animals can be used to sew clothes, and corresponding equipment is required. Corresponding equipment? Perhaps needles and thread, or sewing machines. Just pay attention to it in the future. With these 2 pieces of leather, you don't have to worry about catching a cold when you lie down to sleep. Next to the leather is a pile of neatly stacked animal meat, which has been processed very cleanly and does not feel any blood. Beast meat resources obtained by decomposing animals, can be eaten raw or cooked. Eating meat raw directly may lead to some adverse consequences. Yes, food is becoming more and more abundant. As for the adverse consequences of eating raw beast meat, the reason is not difficult to guess. And the children of Blue Star know it. Wang Hao said he was not worried. Isn't there a bonfire in Skills? You can have a outdoor barbecue in the future, which is safe and secure. Look to the right again. There is a large ball of red liquid suspended, only 2 or 3 feet above the ground, and the smell of blood is very light. Beast blood obtained by decomposing animals, can be used as clean water. Drinking beast blood directly may lead to some adverse consequences. Note, animal blood needs to be stored in a container. It's not bad, but I feel like I'm a primitive man. Eating raw meat and drinking blood. Wearing animal skin pants. Using a stone axe and stone hammer. The scene is about to come out. See the next one. A pile of gray-brown powder is piled on the ground. A bit like spoiled flour. Bone meal, powder obtained by decomposing animal bones, can be used for planting fertilizer and animal feed. Just make do. It's useless for the time being. Finally, there is the earth attribute spirit. The spirit is spherical, fist-sized, gray-brown in surface, exuding a psychedelic charm. Earth attribute spirit normal, an item that strengthens certain props or weapons, slightly enhancing the power of earth attribute. Note, essence can be obtained by killing mutated beasts, and the attributes of the essence are related to the type of beast. The higher the level of the essence, the more obvious the strengthening effect. Is this the thing that strengthens the item? I will forge it to verify it when I have the chance. Next, continue digging. The blood of the beast needs a container. Currently, only wooden bowls and wooden barrels are known. The manufacture of both items requires wood. 1 unit of wooden boards is not enough. Wang Hao took back the javelin and the castle projection, and focused his consciousness to look to the left. It's still green when the door opens. In the green ripples, there is a tilted glass house, and there is a long... Oh, I understand. This is an abandoned public telephone booth. Ding, found a small amount of resources. Can be picked up. In front, green ripples, but nothing can be seen. Right. Still green. Empty. Underground. In the deep red ripples, a monster as tall as a hill was lying on the ground sleeping soundly, and 2 air columns exhaled from its nostrils blew 2 shallow grooves on the ground. Ding, found a mountain-shaking rhinoceros. Can be hunted. Hunting a hammer. Unless you are color-blind. Wang Hao muttered, leaving his expectations to the end. If there is nothing else, it can only be regarded as a recycling of rags. Above, in the light green ripples, there stands a shabby wooden house. In front of the wooden house is a crooked low table, on which a thin green book is placed. Ding! Found the ruins of a wooden house and a forging diagram, which can be picked up. Forging diagram? Good stuff. Wang Hao's eyes lit up, and he tilted his neck higher to look at the picture again. What a quiet ruin. But why is it light green? Light green means there is a little risk. The degree of danger is not as high as the hornet's nest seen in the second round of excavation. Do you want to try? To be honest, Wang Hao is very tempted. The forging diagram is one thing, and the wood for building the wooden house is also a necessity. After hesitating for 4 or 5 seconds, when the ripples disappeared, Wang Hao finally made up his mind. Just do it. In the cave world, how can you not take any risks? Maybe, in the future, there will be dangers in all 5 directions. If you don't have any coping skills, you will definitely fall to the ground and die. Just treat it as a drill. After making up his mind, Wang Hao began to prepare for the climb. Without ropes, wooden ladders, or elevators, he could only take the most primitive and clumsy method. This was not difficult for him. During the first 3 excavations, Wang Hao simulated this situation in his mind many times, even improved it. Now, it's a good time to try it out. The method is very simple. Maybe once it is said, everyone will think it is simple. However, people often ignore the simplest truth. A tall building rises from the ground. As long as the soil is piled up layer by layer, it is no problem to build a skyscraper. Not to mention the 3, 4, 5, and 6 meters of the cave. In order to minimize the workload, Wang Hao walked to the corner where the 2 earth walls intersected. About 1 meter away from the wall, he stretched out his right hand. Release 1 unit of lus. As the order was issued, about half a cubic meter of lus appeared in the corner. Wang Hao waved the engineer shovel and slapped the soil pile several times to make the lus slightly more compact. Step back. Release another unit of lus. The second gushing lus fell on the previous lus pile. Continue to slap and compact. Step back. Release more soil. Tamp it down again. Repeat the cycle. When the lus stored in the castle was released, a small mound appeared in the cave. Standing on it, it was barely enough to reach the top of the cave. Wang Hao showed a happy look on his face, and hurriedly dug several times on the walls on both sides, piling all the lus under his feet. Then, he raised his head and waved the engineer's shovel. A large piece of the corner of the cave top was immediately missing. Pad the soil under your feet and tamp it down. Dig. Pad. Dig. Pad. Soon, Wang Hao was immersed in the ascending passage. Next, as long as he ensured that he dug upward at a 45-degree angle, he could reduce the force on his body. The passage continued to extend upward. When he dug 30 or 40 times, a barrier gray film appeared above his head. He rested for 5 or 6 minutes. Wang Hao confirmed again that the ripple image had not changed before piercing the gray film. Chapter 9. Look. A big guy has appeared. The 4th cave. Wang Hao held a shovel in his left hand and a javelin in his right hand, and approached the ruins of the wooden house step by step. This cave was obviously much larger than the previous one. The dilapidated wooden house was built against the earth wall, just facing the direction Wang Hao entered. Some wooden boards were scattered around it. Strangely, these wooden boards were not rotten and remained in a brand new state. Near a rotten wooden house, there were intact wooden boards, which looked funny no matter how you looked at them. Quiet. Very quiet. Only the rustling sound of Wang Hao's own footsteps. Closer. Closer. Wang Hao's palms were already sweating, and he stared at the wooden house in front of him vigilantly. As soon as he entered the cave, he identified the source of danger. In the wooden house, there was a rat the size of a house cat. Oh! The system called it a black-backed rat. He was not afraid of black-backed rats. The engineer's shovel and the javelin were his 2 weapons. There were still 2 meters to the wooden house. Enough. Wang Hao gritted his teeth and swung the engineer's shovel to hit the nearest wooden board. Bang! 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 The rapid impact sounded in the cave. Whoosh! A black shadow, the size of a wash basin, jumped out of the wooden house and pounced on the intruder, who broke into the territory. Cowardly as a mouse. This word does not apply to black-backed rats at all. Squeak! Squeak! The fierce scream was extremely harsh. Wang Hao was quick-eyed and quick-handed, grabbing the javelin and poking the black shadow. The black-backed rat reacted quickly, dodging to the right and continuing to charge forward. Wang Hao had been prepared for this move, and swung his engineer shovel horizontally, hitting the black-backed rat directly. Bang! The black shadow was thrown to the ground. Release all the lus. With a bang, the lus of the 4 units all poured out, burying the black-backed rat thoroughly. Wang Hao didn't give up, and picked up the javelin and stabbed it fiercely, especially the places where the lus was squirming, which was the focus of his attention. I don't know how many times he poked, until the pile of soil oozed blood, until a prompt message appeared in front of him. Ding, kill the black-backed rat, and you can decompose the corpse to get the spoils. Wang Hao threw away the engineer's shovel he was holding tightly, and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Not only his forehead, but also his palms and back were sweating. Killing a mutant rat head-on. It would be strange if he was not nervous. Decompose. As the decomposition was completed, the lust pile collapsed into a pit, and the blood stains that had turned brown also disappeared. Looking at the rolling system message, Wang Hao was very satisfied. Another spirit was harvested. Compared to the last opportunistic effort, this time it was really based on ability. That feeling is different. Of course, this is not the end. Wang Hao did not rest, and went straight to the crooked low table in front of the wooden house, and grabbed the forging diagram. Ding, casserole forging diagram +1. Ding, detected casserole forging diagram for study. Do you agree to use it? Casserole? It should be a kind of cooking utensil. They seem to have eaten casserole fish once at a small restaurant near the school, and it tasted pretty good. Then let's study. As a foodie, he naturally wouldn't refuse the temptation of delicious food. Agree. The forging diagram just put into the castle turned into a ball of green light and rushed into the body. Don't rush to check it. Continue to harvest the spoils. Wang Hao put his right hand on the low table again. Ding! The current wooden house ruins can be decomposed into it 55. Do you want to decompose it? Decompose? A breeze swept by. The ruins of the wooden house disappeared. Looking at the clean yellow land, Wang Hao couldn't help but sigh. This is the great power of science and technology. I thought I had to pick them up one by one, but now it saves a lot of trouble. Now that the cave has been cleaned up, go deal with the stored animal blood. Wang Hao summoned the castle and walked in quickly. Inside the castle, Wang Hao opened the system panel and turned to the forging page. He selected the wooden bowl displayed in the first line. Ding! Meet the forging requirements of the wooden bowl. Please enter the production quantity. First 3. And then talk about it if it's not enough. Harvesting so much wood is enough for him to be extravagant. Enter the number 3. Confirm forging. Then select barrel in the second row. Let's make 2. Just in case. Enter the number 2. Confirm forging. Wang Hao glanced at the 2 5L barrels in front of him, and directly lifted them to the right wall to store the suspended animal blood. It's less than 1/3 of a barrel, so I have to keep working hard. Ignore the wooden bowl and leave it where it is. Next, see what materials are needed for the casserole. Click casserole in the last row. Casserole, stone 0/3. It requires a lot of stone, but take your time. Wang Hao grabbed a piece of animal skin, threw it on the wall, and sat down against the wall. I'm a little tired, so I'll take a break first. It would be nice to have a watch, so I can control the progress of time. At this rate, the 10 times of digging a day may be wasted. I have to speed up a little. Oh, let's see what everyone is talking about. Wang Hao stretched out his arm to hook the purified water, and while sipping it slowly, he opened the chat channel. It's better to watch the world channel to understand more comprehensively. Maybe because of the limit on the number of loudspeakers. The scrolling speed of the message has obviously slowed down. Chen DeYoung, brothers. Who has extra clean water? I am willing to exchange what I have on hand. Just 100 milliliters? Xiao Wensheng, yes. It's not easy to go out. Everyone help. Let's ask for clean water. Wang Yanli, I just want to eat. I'm so unlucky that I came to this damn place on the 3rd day of my diet. Zhao Sheng, I just found a bag of spicy strips. It's too spicy. I can't swallow it. Seeking water? Nowadays, few people are talking nonsense or joking. The topics of discussion are all about eating and drinking. Think about it. Although I don't know how long I have been unconscious. I have been busy for 4 or 5 hours or even longer. It's normal to be thirsty and hungry. Thinking of this, Wang Hao's eyes suddenly lit up. Maybe this is an opportunity. After thinking for a while, Wang Hao opened the dialog box, typed a short message, and sent it out. Wang Hao, selling a 50 milliliters beast blood, which can quench thirst and fill the stomach. The exchanged items must be production drawings, some of which are private. As soon as this sentence was sent out, the world channel was briefly stagnant. Then, there was a bombardment of noise. Lin Feng, damn. Everyone. Look. A big guy appeared. Wang Bing, it seems that you can only get beast blood by killing wild beasts. I slapped dozens of black ants to death. And there was no hair. Why don't you keep this thing for yourself? But also sell it? Lu Yifei, get out of here. Big guy. Even if you pull out a leg hair, it's thicker than your waist. Big guy. I'm sending you a private message. Let's exchange. Chindakeo, I also opened a forging diagram, which seems to be for weaving stockings. Can we exchange it? Chapter 10. Is this thing so valuable? Seeing the chat channel so lively, Wang Hao thought he had sent the wrong message. He glanced at the wooden barrel in front of him on the right and muttered, is this thing so fragrant? He would not think of selling purified water without the right cooking tools. So he chose to trade animal blood. There are a total of 1,500 milliliters in stock, and selling 50 milliliters should not be a big deal. Or is everyone going crazy with thirst? Wang Hao was confused. On the system panel, the small private chat icon flashed frequently, and the number 41 was displayed in a blink of an eye. Moreover, it is still rising. Take a look. Wang Hao clicked the icon casually, and a long list of chat windows popped up immediately, stacked up one after another, just like a naked 386 old computer infected with a worm virus. Chin Pepe, big brother, can you give me some beast blood? When we meet in the future, you can do whatever you want. Moi. Wu Dei, boss. I just dug 100 units of lus, plus 1 unit of wood. How about it? Wang Dalong, your name is Wang Hao, right? I, Dalong, will protect you in the future. However, you have to pay some protection fee. So use the beast blood to make up the number. I clicked on 7 private chat boxes in a row, all of which were useless nonsense. And no one proposed to exchange forging diagrams. Even worse, there were personal threats from Beast Society. Wang Hao felt speechless. Whether it was a blank check or a threat, I was not afraid of a hammer. This is the cave world. Come and bite me if you dare. Wang Hao directly opened the chat settings, found the private chat settings column, clicked on the keywords option, and entered the 3 characters picture. In this way, key information will not be missed. Then, click OK. Nearly 50 chat boxes disappeared immediately, leaving only a handful of 4. This is the normal number. Take a look at them one by one. Lu Yifei, boss. I found a wooden chair manufacturing diagram in the cave. Can we exchange it? Chindakeo, boss. I'm not kidding. Look. Silk stocking weaving diagram, specially designed for cave geeks. The effect is awesome. Wandishing, little brother. I have a forging diagram, but I want to exchange it for more beast blood. At least 200 milliliters. Steel knife forging diagram. A weapon with a blade. Reliable in hunting wild beasts. Absolutely worth the money. Yusioya, big brother. Can I have a manufacturing diagram? I found a cling film manufacturing diagram. It seems to be of general use. For manufacturing diagrams, Wang Hao checked the links one by one and found that they were genuine blueprints. To be honest, this was beyond his imagination. It took less than a day to dig out 4 blueprints. The probability was not low. Of course, it is not ruled out that some survivors have sufficient food and clean water, so they keep the blueprints for themselves. Wooden chair, stockings, steel knife, plastic wrap. It's really varied. Wang Hao closed the second chat box with emotion and excluded the stockings first. Now the first priority is to survive, so it's better to save these low-level interests. Besides, I am a grown man, and I don't need them for the time being. Wooden chair. Not needed for the time being. Steel knife. Forget it. The javelin is quite handy. Moreover, judging from the tone of this Wandishing, he is probably a shrewd businessman. People who do business have a keen insight into the value of items, and there is little room for bargaining. With a reserve of animal blood in the barrel, it is not a problem to get the steel knife forging diagram. But it is definitely not cost-effective to keep something that is not used temporarily in the bottom of the box. Then, there is only one choice left. Cling film manufacturing diagram. When Wang Hao saw this item, an idea came to his mind. Whether it works or not, we will know after trying it. Wang Hao directly closed the 2 chat boxes and left the last one. Okay. Trade it. Type 5 words and send them. Then, click the trade button on the right side of the private chat window, and the transaction box pops up. With a change of mind, take 50 milliliters of beast blood and put it in the corresponding item box. Okay. Thank you, brother. The other party quickly sent a paragraph. Then, a green book appeared in the other party's item box. Wang Hao thought about it and typed another sentence. Beast blood needs to be preserved in a container. Otherwise it can only exist for 12 hours. A simple reminder. Okay. I have it. I have it. It is obvious that Yu Xiaoye is very excited. Both parties clicked the confirm button in turn, and the transaction box disappeared. The transaction is complete. Ding. The cling film manufacturing diagram is detected for study. Do you agree to use it? Agree. The diagram just obtained turned into a ball of green light and rushed into the body. Seeing that the transaction was completed, Wang Hao was about to close the private chat window when another message came from the other side. Thank you, brother. That was a heartfelt thank you. Wang Hao could feel it. Perhaps the other party really needed food and clean water. Close the private chat window and click on the skills column. Under the forging category, there was a line of flashing green words. Cling film, wood 0/5. Hemp ball 0/2. Kerosene 0 to 1. Need wood? Glutinous rice balls and kerosene? What is the principle? Please explain. Wang Hao was a little confused. In his impression, plastic wrap is a chemical product and has nothing to do with these 3 resources. Well, maybe it is the power of unknown technology. Don't get stuck in a rut. Click. Plastic wrap, wood 47/5. Glutinous rice balls 10 halves. Kerosene 5 to 1. Ding, meet the production requirements of plastic wrap. Please enter the production quantity. First, let's take a look at the size. Enter the quantity 1. Confirm. Ding, plastic wrap +1. Plastic wrap, a must-have item for every household in the old world. It can be used to keep fruits and vegetables fresh, and can be used to wrap and store cooked food. With a specification of 60 cm x 300 m. Specifications, 60 cm. This should be the largest size. What appeared in front of him was a roll of almost pure white plastic wrap. There was no trademark, nor outer packaging. The reason why it was displayed in white was because a lot of plastic wrap was squeezed together. Wang Hao carefully peeled off a layer and twisted it with his fingers. It was smooth to the touch, with moderate thickness and good quality. Let's put it aside for now. When today's cave quota is used up, we will do a small experiment. If the experiment is successful, we will be much more comfortable in the future. It's almost time to rest, and then work. Wang Hao stood up and walked out of the castle. The javelin was retracted into the castle, and the engineer's shovel was picked up, ready to start. In the next 3 excavations, Wang Hao directly skipped the dangerous cave and slightly accelerated the progress. There were no surprises. Basically a small amount of resources. A total of 2 wood, 2 stone, and 1 compressed biscuit were obtained. There is still 1 unit of stone short of the materials for making casserole. The future is promising. Chapter 11 Ultimate Excavation. The first 3 excavations were not difficult. Wang Hao decided to do it in one go. The 8th excavation. Left. In the light red ripples, a crocodile lay on the shallows, letting a small bird land on its mouth and gently pecking at the scraps of meat between its teeth. Ding! Nile crocodiles and toothpick birds were found, and they can be hunted. Needless to say, it is quite dangerous. In front, in the green ripples, a wooden treasure chest was half buried in the loess, which was very eye-catching. Ding! A wooden treasure chest was found, which can be picked up. Right. In the orange ripples, a black python occupied the entire screen. Ding! A black rock python was found, which can be hunted. Above, in the light red ripples, a group of bats were hanging upside down, all with their eyelids closed. Occasionally, a few could be seen flapping their fleshy wings, as if they were not completely asleep. Ding! Pig-faced bats were found, and they can be hunted. Underground, in the ripple image, nothing can be seen except loess. Choose the only one. Wang Hao walked straight ahead and swung the shovel to dig. After only 13 digs, he entered the next cave, came to the wooden treasure chest, Wang Hao habitually scanned the surroundings and found nothing unusual. So he half-crouched and opened the treasure chest. Ding! 380 milliliters pure water plus 1. Ding! Iron ingot plus 1. Ding! I really have a golden finger novel incomplete copy plus 1. Ding! Wooden treasure box plus 1. All these items were put into the ring. Wang Hao thought about it and took out the half-torn book. He only flipped through 2 pages and threw it back to the castle. Just by looking at the introduction, I knew it was a routine online novel. When I get bored one day, I will flip through it casually to kill time. The 9th excavation. Let's go! Left side. The deep red ripples are filled with thick white fog. No system message appeared. Perhaps the danger is the white fog itself. Wang Hao did not go into it and immediately changed direction. Ahead. The green ripples are empty. No system message appeared. Right. The crimson ripples were filled with thick white fog. Above. The crimson ripples were filled with thick white fog. No way. This rarely happens. Wang Hao looked down quickly. It was still crimson ripples. And the white fog remained. It was a bit weird. 5 choices. 4 of which were dangerous in depth. And surprisingly consistent. Since the 5th excavation, there seemed to be more and more dangerous caves. And the options available were pitifully few. In the 8th excavation, including the empty cave, there were still 2 safe options. In the 9th excavation, there was only 1 left. Isn't there some kind of pattern? He was still able to predict the danger of the cave. If it were other survivors, wouldn't they have to gamble with their lives? I hope I am just imagining things. Wang Hao muttered, holding the engineer's shovel, and walked forward. He would rather get nothing than risk entering the caves in the other 4 directions. He only has 1 life. So he has to survive. Especially when facing unknown dangers. Before digging the next passage, Wang Hao released all the lust stored in the castle. After digging 43 times, he entered the 9th cave. It was empty. With nothing. He scanned the ground unwillingly. And there were indeed no hidden items buried. Today, there is only 1 digging time left. Wang Hao took a deep breath, clenched the engineer's shovel in his hand, and concentrated his consciousness. At the same time, he closed his eyes and made a pious wish in his heart. For the last time today, I wish myself a grand slam and a full return. Wish completed. Wang Hao looked expectantly in the 5 directions of left, front, right, up and down. It's okay if you don't look. This time, the hair stood on end. In the 5 directions, there were light orange ripples. Left side. In the cave, there lived a pair of wild wolves with snow-white fur, running and chasing each other. Of course, this time, they were not fighting for food. The wild wolf behind was larger in size, and should be a male wolf. Soon, it caught up with the female wolf running in front, happily pressed the other under its body, and opened its mouth to bite randomly. The bite was light, soft, and sweet, and it was obvious that a couple in love were playing and playing. Ding! Snow wolf found. Can be hunted. Be careful. They are extremely dangerous after mutation. Wang Hao swallowed a mouthful of saliva, not wanting to trouble the couple. Ahead. The cave here is no longer covered with yellow soil, but mostly occupied by a swamp. In the swamp, there is no duckweed, no reeds, only densely packed meatworms wriggling. If a survivor with intensive phobia sees it, it will definitely be extremely uncomfortable. Ding! Black swamp leeches found. Can be caught. Delicious flesh and blood are their favorite food. You can try to feed them. Catching leeches. Next. Next. Right side. In the middle of the sunken loess, a giant pangolin curled up, its eyes glowing with bloodshot. It was not sleeping soundly, but rolling slowly. Ding! Blood-eyed pangolin found. Can be hunted. Don't underestimate it. Its long tail with thick skin and flesh is enough to break your bones. Think about it. It makes sense. This thing has tile-like scales. It would be strange if it is not hard. If you are scratched by them, you will either die or be disabled. Above, in the cave, there is a vast expanse of yellow sand. Yes, it is yellow sand. Ding! This is a world of quicksand. It is difficult to escape if you fall into it. So don't enter easily. Quicksand. Wang Hao didn't want to watch any more. Below, this cave is the largest of the 5 choices, and it contains a huge maze full of complex passages. Ding! A small maze has been discovered, and you can enter to explore. There are unknown dangers in the maze, which may be a mechanism or some kind of mutant beast. Maze? On the surface, this one has the lowest risk factor. At least, it is not as desperate as other caves. Next, which one should I choose? Wang Hao wanted to give up directly. At this time, a mysterious voice appeared in his ears. It was the original mechanical sound. The cave world is based on a cycle of 10. The 10th excavation sets a dangerous barrier challenge, and the 10th day sets a survival challenge. If you want to avoid the barrier challenge, please stop after the 8th digging every day. Survival challenges cannot be avoided or evaded. Congratulations on becoming the first survivor to reach the 9th cave. Good luck to you. The mechanical sound disappeared, and the lingering sound lingered. Good luck to you. What a big head. Wang Hao wanted to complain. The big boss behind the scenes. Why didn't you say it earlier? I could have stopped at the last cave. I'm really not greedy. Also, congratulations are useless. Come up with something practical. Complaining is complaining. Difficulties still have to be faced. If it can't be avoided, it means, even if I spend until tomorrow, the situation will not improve. What should he do next? Wang Hao looked at his relatively rich wealth and the ripples that were about to dissipate in front of him, and placed his last hope on the chat button on the system panel. Perhaps everyone can give a little inspiration? Chapter 12 Brother Xi and Hao. There is food and drink. Wang Hao summoned the castle, walked in, sitting on the soft animal skin, took a sip of pure water, and opened the world channel. Quietly flipping through 2 pages of chat records, he began to type the second message of the day in the chat box. Also the last message. Wang Hao, selling 1,000 milliliters of animal blood, 50 milliliters per portion, selling animal meat 10 units, selling leather 2 units, selling compressed biscuits 3 units, in exchange for kerosene or items that enhance the burning effect. You can decide the proportion yourself. In this wave of operations, he almost put all the food reserves, including the leather he was sitting on. As soon as the message was sent, the world channel suddenly became quiet. After that, it fell into madness again. Lin Feng, damn it. The mysterious Retian boss appeared again. Oh, it's over. I used both of my speakers. Qin Xiao, what Retian boss? It makes people feel vulgar as soon as they hear it. Brother Hao. Xiao admires you, and is willing to make a leg pendant. Can you give me some cookies? Half is fine. Tong Jun, wow. So many things. Did you just clean up a mutant beast nest? Boss, please accept my pious knees. I almost forgot. I have 2 units of kerosene here. Is it enough? Lin Xiaofeng, I am still being chased and stung by a nest of wasps. And the boss is already killing mutant beasts. What a difference. I can't live. Peng Xiaofeng, you should be content with what you see upstairs. I haven't seen any small animals so far. There are only rotten stones, broken wood and iron lumps. I, Peng Xiaofeng, want to be a man like Brother Hao. A strong and independent man. Wang Guofeng, brother. Besides kerosene, what other resources do you need? Wood, stone, iron ingots. Tell me a ratio, and I can raise the price. The news in the channel scrolls up quickly. It's dazzling. Not only the world channel is boiling, but even the regional channel is boiling. Qin Bing, Brother Hao is really awesome. He got so many good things by himself. Unlike me, I lost a foot for a 550 milliliters bottle of purified water. What can I do in the future? Wang Dan, Brother Hao is simply the pride of the Dragon District. No, he is the leader. Read with me. Believe in Brother Hao. There is food and drink. Li Jun, believe in Brother Hao. There is food and drink. Lu Lu, believe in Brother Hao. There is food and drink. After that, it was a standard formation, and the message was constantly refreshed. Wang Hao's heart was not disturbed at all. His eyes moved away from the chat channel and looked at the icon that kept flashing on the right. 99 plus. This number is extremely eye-catching. In order to avoid missing useful messages, Wang Hao did not set keywords, but patiently clicked them one by one. There is plenty of time. We must keep calm. Wang Dalong, Wang Hao. You dare not listen to Brother Dalong's instructions. Why did you pretend to be dumb last time? Why don't you send a pack of compressed biscuits to apologize quickly? Well, I have some impression of this person. It seems that he was the same person last time. Wang Hao was stunned. And then he replied with a word get lost and clicked the cross directly. Next, Wang Hao ignored all those who talked nonsense and did not get to the point directly, and closed the chat window directly. Some survivors vaguely guessed that he would be very useful in purchasing kerosene, and raised the price in the message box. Some survivors, who were in urgent need of food, directly offered a high exchange ratio. Other survivors asked directly. Wang Hao had a bottom line. 1 to 3. That is, 50 milliliters of animal blood for 3 units of kerosene. 1 unit of animal meat for 3 units of kerosene. 1 piece of leather can be exchanged for 3 units of kerosene. 1 piece of compressed biscuit can be exchanged for 3 units of kerosene. Without a trading market to refer to, there must be a loss-making transaction. But Wang Hao could not care about many things. The most important thing now was to stock up a large amount of kerosene. If the ratio was higher than 1 to 3, he would gladly accept it. If the ratio was lower than 1 to 3, he would directly click the cross. There was no problem selling animal blood, animal meat and biscuits. One transaction after another was completed, and kerosene continued to accumulate in the castle. About half an hour later, the reserves of kerosene had reached an astonishing 122 units. That should be enough. Wang Hao was just about to close all the chat windows when the next message made him jump up. Chuanru, Mr. Wang Hao. Can I exchange this blueprint? Iron fire gun forging diagram. I only got this. Iron fire gun? Is it the iron fire gun I know? Wang Hao calmed down a little and clicked the item link in the chat window. This is a forging diagram of an ancient hot weapon. Hot weapon. It seems that it is just as I thought. Try to get it. Wang Hao swallowed his saliva and replied in the chat window immediately. Okay, but I only have beast blood here. It doesn't matter. Beast blood is also fine. I won't take advantage of you. I can give you 100 milliliters. Choose to trade. Although he said this, he knew that he had taken a huge advantage. In the difficult early days of survival, cold weapons were a very luxurious thing. Now a fire gun suddenly appeared, which was definitely a small top-grade artifact. For this, it was worth using an extra 100 milliliters of beast blood. It was worth it. Wang Hao put 100 milliliters of beast blood in the item frame and generously gave a wooden bowl for holding it. The other party Chuanru then put a thin dark green book. Both parties clicked OK. The transaction was completed. Ding! Iron fire gun forging diagram was detected for study. Do you agree to use it? Agree. The forging diagram in his hand disappeared immediately. Glancing at the chat box, Chuanru also sent a thank you expression with both hands clasped. It seems that I have done another good thing. Wang Hao muttered to himself, replied with an expression of you're welcome, and closed the chat box. Look at the forging column. Iron fire gun, iron ingot 0/2. With 0/2. Kerosene 0 out of 2. Click it. Iron fire gun, iron ingot 1/2. With 42 halves. Kerosene 122 of 2. The materials are only 1 unit of iron ingot short. Do you want to purchase it in the regional channel? If you succeed in forging the iron fire gun, you will have an extra layer of protection when facing danger. Wang Hao's eyes inadvertently swept in the distance and happened to fall on the iron treasure chest by the wall. Can this thing be decomposed? It seems that I didn't get a prompt when I collected it. Get up and walk over. Standing in front of the iron treasure chest, leaning over the lid of the treasure chest. Ding! Finding the vacant iron box can be decomposed into 4 units of iron ingots. Is it decomposed? 4 units are quite praised. In this way, the treasure chest category is a special item. When it is collected, the information will not be prompted directly. Breakdown. Ding! Iron ingots plus 4. The 4-unit iron ingot fell in the place where the iron ingot was placed before. Ding! To meet the forging requirements of iron fire, add lucky symbols or attribute essence, which can increase additional attributes or skills. Very good. Complete materials. By the way, I still have the ethics of the soil. Increase additional attributes or skills. You can consider trying this time. Chapter 13, A Desperate Battle. Wang Hao moved an earth attribute spirit and placed it in the item box on the forging page. Ding! Earth attribute spirit ordinary is a special item. Do you want to add it this time? A very warm reminder. I guess he was afraid of making a mistake. Confirm to add. Confirm forging. A gray-brown light appeared in front of him. What appeared in front of him was a long, bright white cylinder, with similar thickness at the beginning and end, and a circle of ridges every few sections to prevent slipping. Near the middle, There is a spherical protrusion and a ring trigger. It looks like a stick but not a stick. And like a gun but not a gun. Excellent iron fire gun. A simple gunpowder weapon. Also known as a handgun. 30 centimeters long. Weighing 4,580 grams. With an effective range of up to 50 meters. After being improved by unknown technology, it does not need to be loaded with gunpowder and iron bullets on sight. And can be fired 20 times continuously. Special effect. Additional armor breaking effect. Able to penetrate the obstruction of earth, stone and leather armor. Armor breaking? Is this an effect similar to enchantment? Not bad. Wang Hao immediately grabbed the iron fire gun and felt that it was heavy in his hand, just like holding a short iron stick. Not to mention, it was quite easy to use. It was scrapped after 20 consecutive firings, which was an obvious flaw. However, this was enough. It should be able to cope with the current danger. If it is really useful, it can be remade. In order to verify the power, Wang Hao took out a wooden board and stood it against the wall of the outer castle to ensure that it was tightly attached. Then, holding the iron fire gun, he walked to the farthest corner. About 12 or 13 meters. The distance is enough. If it is farther, the accuracy will be much worse. After all, I have not received professional shooting training. To put it another way, this thing and a pistol are completely different things. It is a bit like a shotgun. Wang Hao raised the iron fire gun. Try to keep it flat. Aim with the crosshairs. Pull the trigger. Bang! A ball of fire flashed at the mouth of the fire gun. And a series of popping sounds came from the wooden board in the distance. And wood chips flew everywhere. Walk forward. Take a closer look. The wooden board has many small holes, each of which is transparent and can see the light. It is very powerful. If it were a flesh and blood body, it would be directly blasted into a pile of rotten meat. Very good. This is more reliable. Oh! One more thing. Wang Hao took back the iron fire gun and the castle, and opened the forging column. Click directly on the middle line. Rope, hemp ball August 1st. Ding, meet the rope manufacturing requirements. Please enter the number of production. 1 is enough. Enter 1. A hemp rope as thick as a thumb appeared in his hand. Rope, hemp product. A very tough tool. Can be used to tie objects or spoils of war. Specification 5 meters. My purpose is to bind. Wang Hao chopped twice with the engineer's shovel. Took off about a meter of it. And tied a slipknot around his waist. Now it's good. The wide hospital gown is tied tightly. And there is no need to worry about running. The remaining rope is put back into the ring. What should be done is done. Let's start. Wang Hao chose the front. Although the black swamp leeches are scary, their main activity place is still in the water. As long as you are careful to avoid places with water, you don't have to worry about safety. Catching leeches? Wait for the next life. What he wants is something more precious than them. Wang Hao closed the system panel, took a deep breath, and walked forward with the engineer's shovel. Digging. This time he did not clear the loess, but actively stored it. Even if it exceeded the upper limit, the loess will be useful later. Ding. Loess plus 1 plus 1 plus 1. This time, the number of diggings was much more than normal. The time was naturally much longer. Through the first 9 diggings, Wang Hao discovered a pattern. The longer the digging time, the larger the target cave area. This is easy to understand. It is to free up more underground space. After digging 289 times, a gray boundary barrier finally appeared in front of him. Ding, survivors. Please pay attention. The boundary barrier of the cave is ahead. Digging again will directly enter the next cave, and the existing passage will be closed immediately. Wang Hao did not rush in, but sat down to rest, taking a look with perspective. Ripples, still light orange. Leeches were still happily wriggling, and a few were climbing on the mud on the shore. Next, make preparations before going in. Eat the remaining half piece of compressed biscuits to replenish enough physical strength. Drink the half bottle of purified water in one gulp. The packaging bag and empty plastic bottle were taken back to the castle. Protecting the environment is everyone's responsibility. Click on the forging column. Click directly on the bonfire line. Bonfire, wood 47 thirds. Kerosene 120/1. Ding, meet the production requirements of the bonfire. Please enter the production quantity. Of course it is 1. The corresponding materials disappear. A small bonfire appears in the passage behind. Bonfire, in a dark and cold environment. A small bonfire is the hope for the survivors to survive. Bonfire duration, 1 hour. Can be used for lighting, heating and cooking. Wang Hao took out the previously smashed wooden board, swung the engineer shovel, and split it into sticks. Picked up a piece of burning firewood and quickly fixed it between the broken wood strips. A simple torch was made. This was not done for lighting. Wang Hao held the torch tightly in his left hand, took a deep breath, and swung the shovel to destroy the gray film of the barrier. Step in. He's going all out in this battle. The 10th cave. It's also the last cave today. As soon as he entered, he felt his feet go soft. Wang Hao immediately pointed his right hand down and pointed the azure dragon ring at his feet. Released 10 units of lust. Boom! About 5 cubic meters of lust poured out. Wang Hao quickly swung the engineer shovel and stabbed the earth wall behind him. He bent his right arm to gain leverage, then jumped up and stepped on the edge of the mound. He looked down at the place where he had just stood. 2 deep footprints remained on the ground, and black dirty water still came out of the footprints. It was obvious that this narrow shore was also eroded by the swamp. There was a layer of lust on the surface, but the bottom was soft and could not support itself. That was a close call. Wang Hao didn't dare to stay for long, and quickly climbed up the mound and trotted to the right along the wall. Every 7 or 8 steps, he released 5 units of lust to serve as a stepping stone. His goal was the nearest right wall. Once there, Wang Hao could build a fortification based on a small corner of the wide waterfront, which could be used for attack or defense. The rustling footsteps were extremely clear in the empty cave. The leeches crawling in the swamp seemed to have heard the movement and suddenly became agitated. Or, they were attracted by the fresh smell of flesh and blood. They were no longer crawling, but swimming rapidly like loaches. A group of leeches near the shore curled up their bodies, then quickly stretched out, and actually jumped to a height of 1 foot above the ground, ricocheting onto the mound of lust. The speed was very fast. Damn! It's really BT. Seeing this scene, Wang Hao ran and jumped faster. There were still more than 50 meters to the right wall. If nothing unexpected happened, he should not be able to catch up. Run! Run! In this slightly cold cave, Wang Hao and the group of black swamp leeches staged a desperate chase. The distance between the two was shortening little by little. Chapter 14 Human Leech War. The nearest 7 or 8 leeches were only 1 meter away from Wang Hao. Behind them was a black ocean, densely packed, like locusts passing through. Puff! Finally, Wang Hao reached his destination. It was the corner where 2 earth walls intersected, and it was also a dry water bank. Released 10 units of lust. A pile of lust appeared in the corner of the wall, towering like a small hill. Good. The opportunity is right in front of us. Wang Hao bent slightly and climbed to the highest point, while waving the torch in his hand to drive away the 7 or 8 leeches behind him. As soon as he reached the top, he immediately threw down the engineer shovel, pointed his right hand at the inclined earth slope, and issued an order. Released 10 units of kerosene. The kerosene immediately gushed out and sprayed about 2 meters away. It slowly flowed down the hillside. Some of it also seeped into the lust. That's not all. Under Wang Hao's deliberate control, the kerosene drew a 90-degree arc and surrounded himself in it. At this time, the 7 or 8 leeches landed on the ground to gain leverage, and then jumped high again, rushing straight to his ankles and calves. Wang Hao quickly retreated and threw the torch in his hand. After throwing the torch, he picked up the engineer shovel and placed it horizontally in front of his chest for defense. Boom! An arc-shaped wall of fire rose, and the flames jumped up more than 1 meter high. The leeches that pounced on him were like moths to a flame, crashing directly into the wall of fire. Hiss! 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 The stench of burning spread all around. The sound of crackling and clacking on the ground accompanied it. Ding! 7 black swamp leeches have been killed, and the bodies can be decomposed to obtain loot. Wang Hao was stunned. This fist-sized thing can also be decomposed to obtain loot? Could it be animal meat? Try to decompose it. Wang Hao was about to reach out his engineer shovel to touch the black ball leech body that fell from the fire, and another paragraph appeared in front of him. Ding! The leech body has been burned, and the loot can no longer be obtained. Wang Hao. He suddenly felt distressed, as if he had just missed 100 million. However, good news soon came. The leeches that arrived later pounced on him fearlessly, even though there was a blazing wall of fire blocking their way. The crackling sound appeared again. Moreover, the sound was very dense. It was like setting off firecrackers. Ding, Black Swamp Leech X129 has been killed. And the corpse can be decomposed to obtain trophies. One by one, black balls fell on the dark soil. Perhaps there were too many leeches flying this time, and a thin layer of black balls fell in an instant. Seeing this scene, Wang Hao didn't care about the leech's selfless sacrifice, and directly took out the long javelin from the ring. The flames grew stronger and stronger. Even from 2 meters away, one could feel the scorching heat. Very uncomfortable. To decompose the spoils, one had to touch them with one's body, or with an external object. The 2.2 meter long javelin was undoubtedly the best choice. Wang Hao observed the size of the fire, while carefully approaching the thick wall of fire. He quickly poked the javelin in, and stirred the pile of black balls that fell to the ground. He was still muttering, agreed to decompose. Ding, some of the leech bodies have been burned, and the spoils can no longer be obtained. Beast meat plus 3. Only 3. So few. It is probably related to the fact that most of the leech bodies were burned. Fortunately, there is a follow-up. Another group of leeches rushed up to fill the gap left just now. The black ball fell again. Ding, Black Swamp Leech X257 has been killed, and the body can be decomposed to obtain loot. Wang Hao was overjoyed and hurried to continue stirring with the javelin. Ding, some leech bodies have been burned, and the loot can no longer be obtained. Beast meat plus 7. Not bad. It was more timely than last time, and 4 more units of beast meat were collected. Continue. Next. In the air ahead, system messages kept rolling. The content was always the same. Ding, Black Swamp Leech X289 has been killed, and the body can be decomposed to obtain loot. Ding, some leech bodies have been burned, and the loot can no longer be obtained. At this moment, Wang Hao was heartbroken and happy. He was heartbroken because a large number of leech bodies were cremated. Happiness was because of the continuous harvest. After burning for about 20 minutes, the fire weakened. Wang Hao immediately released 10 units of kerosene to keep the flames burning. In order to ensure full combustion, he also used a javelin to draw a shallow trench to prevent the kerosene from staying too far. Continue to feel pain and happiness. There is joy only when there is pain. Ding, Black Swamp Leech X315 has been killed, and the body can be decomposed to obtain loot. Ding, some leech bodies have been burned, and the loot can no longer be obtained. Time passed by little. Wang Hao was busy on the dirt hill, repeating the same words all the time. It was also thanks to the pure water and biscuits he had replenished before coming in. Otherwise, he would definitely have delayed harvesting the spoils. 1 hour. 2 hours. When it came to the 3rd hour, the leeches, which had lost more than half of their number, finally became afraid and began to retreat to the swamp behind. Only a few hundred scattered leeches rushed towards the fire wall. Wang Hao really didn't have enough fun. A light bulb suddenly flashed in his mind, and he took out 50 milliliters of animal blood from the castle and smeared it on the hospital gown. The strong smell of blood immediately stopped the movement of the leeches. After a series of sharp crackling sounds, they turned around and rushed towards the earthen hill again. More crazy than before. Sure enough, fresh blood and flesh are their favorite. Come on. Keep going. Wang Hao adjusted his posture and continued to wait for the beast meat to be delivered to his door. Another hour passed. The flames of the fire wall weakened again. In the cave, only a few leeches remained, but they still rushed towards the flames like a fool. Wang Hao moved his shoulders slightly tiredly, and subconsciously wanted to take out kerosene from the castle again. Only 9 units of kerosene left? You used it up so quickly. But it should be enough. He looked up at the leech swarm. Probably hundreds of them. Even though he comforted himself like this, he still untied the rope knot on his waist. Wang Hao made a new shorter trench by moving 1 meter away from the inner side of the fire wall. He took out the last 9 units of kerosene and filled the trench. After 2 or 3 minutes, the outer wall of fire completely weakened, and a group of leeches had already crossed the gradually extinguished flames. Wang Hao made a prompt decision, grabbed the pitch-black javelin, and poked it at the bottom of the outer circle of flames. Boom! A new wall of fire rose up, blocking the remaining leech swarm outside. Ding! Black Swamp Leech X198 has been killed, and the corpse can be decomposed to obtain trophies. Ding! Some leech bodies have been burned, and the spoils can no longer be obtained. 20 minutes passed. The leeches became fewer and fewer, and they could be counted with the naked eye. There are still 21. The firewall was extremely low at this time, and it could not stop these bloodthirsty leeches at all. Glimpsing that they had passed the firewall, Wang Hao was not nervous at all, but relieved. The javelin was inserted into the soil with force. He quickly untied the rope knot with both hands, took off the hospital gown on his body, and threw it forward. Chapter 15 found the copper treasure box. On the mound. More than an hour had passed, and the bloody smell on the hospital gown had faded a lot. Wang Hao did not take any risks. After taking off his clothes, he concentrated his mind, and the iron musket appeared in front of him, holding it with both hands, his back against the corner of the wall, waiting for the leeches to arrive. To deal with these 21 big leeches, there is no need to take out the castle to resist. Hiding in the castle was the original backup plan. Now, the musket is enough. Keep your mind calm and your hands steady. Seeing these leeches fall to the ground and gather towards the place where the hospital gown was discarded, Wang Hao raised the iron musket steadily. Bang! Bang! After 2 gunshots, the leeches that had gathered together turned into a pile of mincemeat. Even the hospital gowns were not spared. Ding! Black swamp leeches X21 have been killed, and the bodies can be decomposed to obtain spoils. Seeing that the number displayed by the system was correct, Wang Hao pulled out the javelin beside him and walked over to stab. Decompose. Beast meat +2. The disgusting mincemeat disappeared from the ground. Wang Hao stretched out 2 fingers and picked up his hospital gown. Its surface was stained with blood, and there were holes everywhere from being shot by the iron fire gun. It seems that it's time to get some clothes to wear. It's not appropriate to be naked like this. Wang Hao shook his head self-deprecatingly, but he still shook off the dust on his clothes and put them on again. Next, it was time for the real harvest. Stepping on the ashes all over the ground, Wang Hao walked down the high mound. He stretched out his javelin and tested the ground on the water bank. It was hard enough. No need to worry about sinking. To be on the safe side, he evenly dumped the stored loess, then put out the castle. Observe for a moment. The small castle was stable, and there was no sign of tilting. Wang Hao smacked his lips with satisfaction and looked at the swamp in the distance. The swamp was very turbid. Most of it was mud, and there were 2 or 3 small bubbles in the middle, which were also out of reach. Can this swamp get clean water as expected? That's right. His original purpose was for water resources. Let's try the conventional method first. Wang Hao walked to the shore carefully, extended his javelin far away, and stabbed it into the nearest mud. Ding! Hidden resource clean water is found, which can be extracted. Ding! The current muddy water can be converted into 150L clean water. Do you want to extract it? It works. Extract. As soon as the command was issued, the swamp in front of him quickly sank, dried up, and cracked, until it turned into a pitted yellow land. On the dry land, there were sparsely dotted some dead grass and fallen leaves. What a change. Ding! Clean water plus 150L. Need a container to hold it. Temporarily stored in the castle for 12 hours. Need a container to store it? That's right. After all, it's a liquid. It seems a bit problematic. On the one hand, I don't have enough wooden barrels. Even if I use up all the wood resources, I can only barely put down half of it. On the other hand, it's a bit too much to transform such a large swamp into 150L of clean water. This is completely disproportionate. At least, you have to make 300 to 500 cubic meters. Forget it. Forget it. Who told me that I'm not the rule maker? Wang Hao admitted that his mentality was very good. This cave is also a boss level. There should be some other rewards. Concentrate your mind. Begin to scan every inch of the cave floor. Don't say. There really is one. In the middle of the place, there is a dark red treasure chest half hidden in the earth pit. The earth pit was originally a large water bubble. Ding! Found a copper treasure chest. You can pick it up. Copper treasure chest? Wang Hao immediately got excited. The iron treasure chest he picked up last time brought him enough surprises. Now, what appeared in front of him was a copper treasure chest of a higher level, which must have a lot of good things. The water in this swamp was taken away, so it should not be worried about the body sinking. Take a step forward carefully. Step on it with your foot. It's solid enough. Even so, Wang Hao still paused and slowly moved towards the target. The length and width of the 10th cave are 100 meters, and it is about 70 meters to the center. 5 minutes later, finally got close. Unlocked copper treasure chest, a container for storing items and resources. which can be opened directly. Treasure chests are risky, so be careful when opening. Seeing this prompt, Wang Hao focused his attention and looked down. 1/3 of the copper treasure chest was sunken in the soil, and there was a little dried mud on the lid. Through the thick outer wall, it was filled to the brim, and food, resources, and patterns could be seen. Rippling green means no danger. This kind of treasure chest is guarded by a group of black swamp leeches in the middle, so it is unreasonable to set up some dangers. However, it is always better to be careful. Wang Hao squatted down happily, put the javelin on the ground on the right, and pointed the muzzle of the iron fire gun at the copper treasure chest. God bless you. After praying, Wang Hao opened his eyes wide and opened the lid of the box with his right arm. Ding! Compressed biscuits +6. Smooth apple +6. Iron ingot +10. Lucky charm +3. Water attribute spirit excellent +1. Sleeping bag production diagram +1. Silver scale soft armor forging diagram +1. Copper treasure chest +1. These items flashed in front of my eyes, and were all collected in the ring. So many resource items. There are 2 more patterns. So worth it. Wang Hao was delighted, and immediately took back the javelin on the ground, and was about to return to the castle along the original route. Oh! I almost forgot. There is still a small experiment to do. The earth pit in front of me is just right for this. Wang Hao used the ring on his right hand to take out a wooden bowl, an engineer shovel, and the roll of plastic wrap. The first step is to put the wooden bowl into the shallow pit where the copper treasure chest was originally. The second step is to tear open one side of the plastic wrap. Dig 2 shovels of soil and compact it. Pull the roll and continue to release a meter-long plastic wrap. Dig soil and compact it. Cut it off. Continue to swing the engineer shovel, and cover the edges of the cut plastic wrap with loess. The third step is to put a shovel of soil in the middle of the unfolded plastic wrap, so that the concave part is facing the wooden bowl in the pit. A simple sunlight distiller was completed just like that. There is no sunlight, and not much vegetation, but the humidity of this cave itself is not low. We will know how effective it is tomorrow. Wang Hao patted the loess on his hands, took back the engineer shovel and other things, and walked towards the castle in the distance. He opened the heavy wooden door and walked in. He closed the wooden door with his backhand, and turned the door bar horizontally to prevent anything from breaking in from the outside. It's not to be wary of anything else, but to be afraid that leeches will leak fire. Look to the right. There are 2 piles with the most resources. The first one, of course, is clean water. 150 L of clean water, equivalent to 429 bottles of purified water. These drinking water resources gather into a transparent water ball suspended in the air, emitting a cool temperature. The second is animal meat. After nearly 4 hours of hard work, a total of 162 units of animal meat were obtained. The animal meat obtained from leeches is no different from the original jackal meat and black-backed rat meat. It should be due to some setting. As for the taste, Wang Hao does not plan to experience it for the time being. With sufficient clean water and animal meat, even if he stays here, he can survive for 10 days and a half months, without thinking too far. Consider how to store clean water first. It's stored in a wooden barrel. You have to buy some wood. Chapter 16 Biting an apple while reading a chat. Wang Hao thought for a moment, and clicked on the system panel. He turned to the trading column. He clicked on acquisition. He posted 2 sets of acquisition information. He acquired wood to make enough buckets. He acquired kerosene because Wang Hao had tasted the benefits of fire attack, so he naturally had to prepare more. The more useful patterns, the better. After posting the acquisition information, Wang Hao walked to the innermost side of the castle, ready to take a look at the 2 patterns. The 2 patterns were placed side by side in the corner. One was a green cover. The other was a blue cover. In the cave world, many items other than resources were graded, and patterns were no exception. Green is basically the most basic level. Blue should be the second level. In the future, there may be other color-coded things, which needs to be verified. Ding! Sleeping bag production diagram is detected for study. Do you agree to use it? Agree. Ding! Silver scale soft armor forging diagram is detected for study. Do you agree to use it? Agree. The 2 patterns disappeared one after another. Wang Hao opened the system interface. Click the forging column. The 2 new recipes flash green very happily. Sleeping bag, 0/2 hemp balls. 0 to 1 leather. Silver scale soft armor, 0/1 copper ingot. 0/4 silver ingot. 0 to 1 leather. 0 to 1 kerosene. Leather? Both items require leather. It seems that I have to accumulate some leather in the future. Especially the silver scale soft armor. Which is at least a piece of clothing equipment. Which is exactly what I need. Wang Hao looked down at the ragged hospital gown, and was full of expectations for this blue quality soft armor. Copper ingots. Not difficult. Silver ingots. I have to think of a way. The materials for making a sleeping bag are all ready. So I will make it first. Which will be just right for use. Click the sleeping bag line. Sleeping bag, hemp ball 7:2. Leather 1/1. Ding! The manufacturing requirements of the sleeping bag are met. Do you want to make it? Make. The corresponding hemp ball and leather disappeared. And a set of light blue sleeping bags appeared in front of him. It's fluffy and soft. And you'll want to lie down and rest at first sight. Outdoor sleeping bag, daily necessities. Beer barrel style. Essential equipment for traveling, camping and adventure. Allowing the owner to enjoy a warm and comfortable sleep. Wang Hao unfolded the sleeping bag and gently patted its surface. With a look of satisfaction on his face. I'll use it for a short rest. What else is in the treasure chest? Oh! 3 lucky charms. Lucky charms. Special items that can be added when making certain specific items. With a greater chance of improving the grade of the item. Wang Hao picked up the 3 talisman paper props next to him. They were apricot yellow in color. With simple patterns on the edges. And a traditional Chinese character written in the middle. Gently shake it. And it makes a clicking sound. This is the lucky charm. I will try forging it next time. This kind of thing is more valuable only when used on equipment or weapons. If it is used on a sleeping bag. Unless I become a real rich man. Oh! There are a few apples. Wang Hao looked at the adjacent position again. There. 6 big apples were neatly arranged. Each red and mouth-watering. Smooth apples. Crisp and sweet apples. Without any signs of worms. Weighing 500 grams. Low in calories. Long-term consumption is beneficial to soft and smooth skin. Note, apple seeds are very precious. You can try to plant them. Planting apples? That's a good idea. If you own an apple orchard, you can solve the problem of food and drink once and for all. But where to plant them? Even if you find a suitable planting site, apple cultivation is a technical job, involving pruning, pest control, grafting, and pollination. Well, it seems that it will take time to bear fruit. It's been a few years. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6. I don't understand it at all. Wang Hao picked up an apple, rubbed it on his relatively clean sleeve, and brought it directly to his mouth. On. With a crisp sound in his ears. The juice of the apple immediately flowed into his mouth. Like sweet honey. The nose was filled with fragrance. So sweet. So delicious. If I count carefully, the last time I ate an apple was 3 days ago. How come it feels like a long time has passed? Chewing the apple flesh. Wang Hao walked to the copper treasure chest. He leaned over to touch the lid of the box. He mumbled something vaguely. Decompose? The dark red treasure chest was immediately decomposed into 4 units of copper ingots and stacked against the wall. It will definitely be useful for forging in the future. As for the iron ingots, there is no need to look at them. After checking the spoils, Wang Hao walked to the spread sleeping bag and sat down, and clicked on the world channel. After tossing for so long, he was a little tired. He took a look at everyone's reactions, and regarded it as a change before going to bed. The clear water that you put up for sale must be in high demand. World channel. Wang Chanan, let me share a little trick with you. You can dig in both the up and down directions. So you don't have to worry about fixing and returning. Tong Jun, everyone. Go and see. Someone is selling clear water in the trading interface. Why does this number look familiar? Damn. Isn't this the boss of Retian? Wang Wei, Tong Ziji. Why don't you shut up? I'm urgently purchasing wood. By the way, Brother Hao's ratio this time is a bit fierce. He wants 10 units of wood. Yang Yin, Wang Wei. Don't talk nonsense. Clear water is hard currency. Don't change it if you think it's a loss. I just have 10 units of wood. He. Chao Yong, there is 1 L in total. With so much clean water. Where did you go to open up new land? My admiration for you is like the endless flow of the river. And like the flood of the Yellow River. Song Zhong, the above is wrong. It is 2 L of clean water. And the purchase of kerosene below was also announced by Brother Hao. Also, Your last name is so cool. Wu Dihua. I remember that Brother Hao was also looking for kerosene last time. Is he going to be an oil tycoon? Wow. I dug up a small piece of flax field. And I can decompose it into kerosene soon. If I can get 5 units, I can exchange it with Brother Hao. There is also a mutant sparrow guarding it. What a miserable life. Watching the scene of everyone rushing to buy, Wang Hao felt quite accomplished. This can be considered as indirectly helping everyone. As for the high exchange rate, it was not within his consideration. Why should he sell the things he exchanged his life for at a low price? Well, the apple was just finished. There was only a bare apple core left. Decompose. The apple core disappeared from his eyes, and 8 reddish-brown seeds appeared in the palm of his right hand. Put it aside and try to plant it again when conditions permit. Wang Hao placed the apple seeds at the nearest wall, and took out 2 wooden boards from the nearest wood pile, stuffed them under his head, and slipped into the warm sleeping bag. Then, he fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 17. The survivor does not exist. The next day. Time is unknown. Wang Hao woke up from his sleep and summoned the system panel to take a look. The number of excavations has been refreshed and has become 10 times again. He stretched and yawned. Then, he climbed out of the sleeping bag. It was still comfortable to have a sleeping bag, which made him feel like traveling and camping before. Free and easy. Letting go of oneself. Wang Hao glanced at the floating water ball. Under the soft light, the water ball was crystal clear. Let's see how the wood is collected first, and then make some wooden barrels. Call out the system panel. Open the trading column. The 2 purchase boxes have disappeared, and there are 2 unread emails in the message bar below. Click them one by one to collect the attachments. 200 units of wood and 100 units of kerosene immediately appear in the castle. As of now, there are 243 units of wood and 100 units of kerosene in stock. Ignore the kerosene for now. The wood should be enough. Wang Hao immediately switched to the forging page. Click barrel. Barrel 243/3. Ding. Meet the manufacturing requirements of the barrel. Please enter the production quantity. Let's start with 40. It will be useful later. Enter 40. Okay. The high pile of wood was suddenly reduced by half. 40 wooden barrels, under Wang Hao's command, were neatly stacked against the wall of the clean water resources. 5 barrels in a row, arranged in 4 rows, stacked into 2 layers. These barrels are like the round wooden barrels used to store fine wine, each with its own lid and faucet. At first glance, it's quite spectacular. Wang Hao nodded with satisfaction, and pointed at the floating water ball. Put the clean water in the barrel. Immediately, 148 L of clean water was stored in 30 barrels. What to do next? Oh! Check if there are any messages. Click chat. The message icon in the lower right corner keeps flashing. It's 99 plus again. Click 1. Hey! It's Brother Dalong again? Wang Dalong, boy. Your business is getting bigger and bigger. Do you really not need Brother Dalong to protect you? Brother Dalong's protection fee is very low. 50 milliliters of clean water will protect you for a month. 25 milliliters is also fine. This? Really persistent. Blame myself for forgetting to set keywords. Wang Hao clicked on the keyword option, entered picture, and cleared most of the invalid chats. Then, he found the blacklist again. And just when he was about to block Brother Dalong permanently, he felt something in his heart. After thinking about it, he gave up. Keep him. With such a person to spice up life. The cave world is not too boring. There are still 5 in the remaining chat boxes that are in a gray state. Click on 1. Chin Chime, I have a book called Baseball Bat Manufacturing Diagram here. Is Mr. Wang interested? Just exchange 25 milliliters of clean water. Baseball bat? Not very useful. However, 25 milliliters of clean water is indeed a small amount. How about keeping it to make up the number? Many game enthusiasts have a desire to collect. And Wang Hao also has that tendency. Besides, when I am bored in the future, I can play baseball to relax. In addition, what is this gray state? With a little curiosity, Wang Hao typed the word OK at the bottom of the chat box and clicked send. Ding, the survivor does not exist. Please verify before sending. Does not exist? Did he die? Another grayed out chat box opened. I don't read the content. Just type randomly. Are you there? Ding, the survivor does not exist. Please verify before sending. The system message is exactly the same. Wang Hao saw that the first person was also from the Dragon Zone. So he simply opened the region channel. I didn't read the survivors' chat, but I looked at the upper right corner of the information bar. 9,458 people. In just one day. More than 500 people were missing? Qin Chimei must be one of them. This cave world is really dangerous. If I don't have the ability to see through, how long can I survive? Is the person behind the scenes doing this to save the survivors? Or for a game? Wang Hao was slightly distracted. Soon, he came back to his senses. Don't think too far ahead. The current priority is to find ways to survive and strengthen your own strength. Close the 5 gray chat boxes. Go and look at the remaining 24 messages. Garlic pot forging map. Exchange for 150 milliliters of clean water. No exchange if the price is lower. Curtain weaving map. Need 500 milliliters of clean water. Sincere direct transaction. Hoe forging map. Big brother. Exchange for 200 milliliters of clean water. Cheap enough. Right? At this point, Wang Hao realized that there were so many types of patterns, which could be called all kinds of things. Garlic pot. Cloth curtain. Hoe. Scissors. 8 immortal table. Stool. It was dazzling. The key is seeing Wang Hao being so arrogant and offering 2L of clean water resources at once. These survivors all wanted to raise the price. The amount of clean water they asked for was more outrageous than the other. If the pattern was good, he would not mind replying to the previous message and bargaining. But some patterns, it was really a chicken rib among chicken ribs. It was tasteless. Most of the chat boxes were closed, leaving only the 2 more attractive ones. One of them was from Duanjiu Long 1245, from the same region. Brother Wang, I don't have the forging diagram, but I have an ordinary gold essence. Are you interested in exchanging? I followed the channel chats, and the value of the essence is equivalent to 100 milliliters of water. This is not a high price. This Duanjiu must have understood the rules of private chats, and specially added the 3 words forging diagram to avoid being screened or blocked by the other party. Moreover, the value of the exchanged items is not high or low, which is fair. Gold essence? Yes. Wang Hao replied immediately. Of course I'm interested. I slept very hard yesterday and didn't reply in time. The other party was very polite, so there was no need for him to be so arrogant. The other one was from Miao Xinting. Hello. I have a copy of Sports Pants Textile Atlas here. I am willing to exchange it with you for 50 milliliters of clean water. I am very grateful. The price was very fair. It was what he wanted. Sure. You can trade at any time. After replying to the 2 messages, Wang Hao pushed open the door bar and walked out of the castle with a military shovel. Outside the castle, the burning smell in the air had long dissipated. There were still 2 circles of black ash on the mound at the corner of the wall, one wide and one narrow. There were no hidden leeches, only bumpy yellow soil. He walked to the place where the plastic wrap was buried and squatted down. On the inside of the plastic wrap, there are crystal clear water droplets hanging sparsely, and the closer to the center, the denser. It really works. Wang Hao gently taps the edge of the plastic wrap to accelerate the gathering of water droplets, and finally falls into the wooden bowl in the pit. Carefully lift the plastic wrap. Take out the wooden bowl. During the rest period, more than half a bowl of water was collected. It must be water, and there is no problem drinking it. Wang Hao thought about it and collected the wooden bowl. Plastic wrap and water. Ding, water plus 100 milliliters. Simple distiller. The experiment was successful. From now on, there will be no worries about drinking water. Next, eat and drink something, and get ready to start work. Chapter 18, I want to redeem the pattern. Is that okay? A bag of compressed biscuits. 100 milliliters of water. This counts as breakfast. In the cave world, there is no concept of day and night. The first meal of the new day, Wang Hao is still used to calling it breakfast, no matter whether it is early or late. He rinsed his mouth with 50 milliliters of water, including the 150 milliliters of water just traded. He used another 300 milliliters of water, compared to 148L. It is just a drizzle. He took a look at the traded pattern. Sweatpants, 5 out of 10 sesame balls. There are not enough sesame balls. So Wang Hao turned off the system panel. With his current financial resources, it is easy to collect some sesame balls. But people should not be too high profile. Continuously trading clear water can certainly bring in a lot of things. But it also invisibly reduces the value of clear water. It's only been a day, and a lot of treasures have not been discovered. Taking a step back, today's excavation has not yet begun, and maybe the glutinous rice balls are waiting for you in a cave. Before excavation, count the inventory. Wood, 123 units. Stone, 0 units, so little. Iron ingot, 15 units. Copper ingot, 4 units. Clear water, 147.7 L. This is the coolest. Kerosene, 100 units. Glutinous rice balls, 5 units. Compressed biscuits, 6 bags. Animal meat, 164 units. Animal blood, 200 milliliters. Bone meal, 15 units. Smooth apples, 5. Lucky charms, 3. And 1 gold. 1 water. And 1 earth attribute spirit. He is definitely wealthy. After the inventory, Wang Hao put away the castle base. Holding the engineer's shovel, he concentrated his attention. Which direction should he choose this time? Left? Nothing. In front, in the green ripples, a stone cave stands, and the top of the mountain almost pokes at the top of the cave. Obviously, this is a resource point. You can harvest stone. Maybe you can pick up some good things in the cave. Right. It is also the side where Wang Hao placed the castle. In the light green ripples, a big, ferocious-looking spider is entrenched in the spider web in the corner of the wall. On the snow-white spider web, there are 2 white balls wrapped like dumplings, which should be the prey it captured. Ding, a low-level mutant creature, the ghost-faced spider, is found and can be hunted. Light green? It seems that you can try it. Above, nothing. Underground, in the image, there is a thin hole on the ground, and there is no danger. The color of the ripples is yellowish. Maybe this is the nest of some dangerous creature, such as a venomous snake. There is no system message, which proves that the dangerous creature is hiding in the depths. Choose the front. Wang Hao made the decision easily. Now, the stone reserves are quite insufficient. The castle will definitely need stone resources to upgrade again. He walked along the wall, bypassing the potholes, and walked to the earth wall in front. Digging, he put a shovel of lust into the ring, and the system message kept scrolling upwards. Ding, lust +1. Dig to the 48th time. The boundary barrier gray film appeared in front of him. Enter. Concentrate your mind and observe the situation. There is no hidden danger in the dark. On the contrary, there are unexpected gains. Wang Hao relaxed slightly, holding the engineer's shovel, and came to the stone cave. He entered with a crouch. The light in the cave was slightly dim. It may be related to natural generation. If it was artificially excavated, the light from the outside world would definitely seep in. The cave is not empty. Dead branches and scattered feathers mix together to form a soft nest. Perhaps some kind of bird built a nest here. As for why it disappeared, it is unknown. Wang Hao tried decompose. The nest in front of him did not change at all, and even a unit of wood could not be decomposed. This was not what he was looking for. Wang Hao shook his head and squatted to the corner of the cave. In the cracks of the rocks, there were 2 brown grasses close together, with slender leaves, 30 centimeters high, and very delicate. Weak brown licorice plant, also known as sweet root. Its rhizome can be used as Chinese herbal medicine to treat many common diseases. Perhaps it can also be of great use in the cave world. Brown licorice? I have heard of licorice before. It is a common formula in cold medicine. Brown licorice, one word is different. Maybe it is a close relative? Well, the possibility of mutation cannot be ruled out, since the system has determined that it is a herb. Let's keep it. Wang Hao stretched out his left hand and grabbed the rhizome of brown licorice close to the ground. As soon as he touched the thin stem, they disappeared in front of him. Ding, brown licorice +2. After collecting the herbs, there is no more value in the cave. Wang Hao strode out of the cave and pressed his left hand on the rock outside the cave. Ding, the current natural rock can be decomposed into 8 units of stone. Do you want to decompose it? Decompose? The stone cave disappeared quietly. A sunken shallow earth pit was left behind. Ding, stone +8. Wang Hao clapped his hands happily and moved away from the outer edge of the earth pit to avoid rolling down. Next, start the second excavation. Focus your mind. Look to the left. This time, a good start. In the ripple image, a black beast similar to a hellhound was running in the cave, and in front of it was a rolling white ball. When the ball was caught, the beast jumped 3 or 5 times, and the scarlet tongue swung back and forth at the corner of its mouth. Then, it kicked with its right front leg. The ball rolled out again, and the hellhound immediately rushed out and continued to chase. Is this just for fun? Ding, Hecate's hellhound is found. Hunt it. You have to be very careful. The hellhound is not called for nothing. Hecate? Isn't she the goddess of the underworld in Western mythology? It seems that the hellhound is Hecate's pet, which is also worthy of the name. TSK TSK TSK. I didn't expect that there is such a legendary monster in the cave world. Hunting hellhound? Don't be kidding. Unless you are wearing a divine outfit, plus a powerful MT to fight monsters in front. Wang Hao retracted his sight and looked forward. Before the ripple image appeared, a slight cough came from his brain. Just like a message came from QQ. Someone is looking for him. It must not be a boring harassment message. He has said a blocking word. Who is it? Click to see. Chuanru, Mr. Wang Hao. Excuse me. Is my iron fire gun forging diagram still available? I want to redeem the pattern. Is it okay? I can pay double the beast's blood. Triple is also okay. Is it the one who sold his own pattern? Wang Hao was a little confused. There are 2 reasons. First, this redemption requirement is a little unreasonable. Second, triple redemption of the pattern is a big deal. Did she dig up a treasure? Although he was confused, Wang Hao decided to reply. Sorry. I've already learned the pattern and can't redeem it. If it's convenient. Can you tell me the reason? Click send. After a while, the message prompt sounded again. Ahem. Excuse me. The reason? Well, is that I was lucky enough to kill a guinea pig and save some blood. Because of this, I realized the importance of a good weapon. Stop bothering me. There was obvious disappointment in his words. Even if he was disappointed, he was polite. Wang Hao was silent for a while. Finally, he replied again. If you want an iron fire gun, I can make one for you. You need to save the materials yourself, and you have to pay a handling fee. This time, the other party replied quickly. Really? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. She said thank you 3 times in a row, which showed her excitement. Chapter 19. I have pants to wear. Wang Hao opened the forging column. Double-click the iron fire gun line and send the required materials. Then, he closed the chat box. He did not do this with any sympathy for women. First, he did get a big advantage yesterday. Second, the 2 are not in the same region, and they will not have conflicts of interest in the future. One more thing. Every 10 days, there will be a Survivor Survival Challenge. Although the specific rules are not clear, it is always right to win over some allies. In case of competition between regions, having a reliable ally to support is always better than fighting alone. Being able to kill cave creatures alone. This Chuanru is no weak woman. She is well-educated and well-mannered, so her nature should not be bad. The chat message sounded again. Open it. Chuanru still said thank you. Wang Hao smiled and stopped replying. The more replies he made, the less grateful he would be. Focused his attention and looked forward. Nothing. Right. In the dark green ripples, some stones and broken wood were scattered around, and a wooden treasure chest was gently placed on the yellow soil. Ding! A small amount of resources and a wooden treasure chest were found, which can be picked up. Above. Nothing. Underground. In the green ripples, a bag of snacks lay on the yellow soil. Ding! Found a small amount of food. Can be picked up. Wang Hao waited a little and chose the right side. Dark green means there is a little risk. Be careful. There is also an iron fire gun, so it is not a big problem. Now, he has a special liking for all kinds of treasure chests. Even the lowest level wooden treasure chests. Take a little risk. It's worth it. Wang Hao walked to the middle of the earth wall on the right. Dig. Ding, +1. This time, only 30 digs were made before the barrier gray film was seen. Return to the first cave. Empty the lust stored in the castle, leaving only 10 units for backup. Take out the iron fire gun with the right hand. Cut in with a shovel with the left hand. This cave is not very big. As soon as he appeared here, Wang Hao immediately leaned against the earth wall behind him and raised his iron fire gun. First see through. Can't see any hidden creatures. No traps. Only, the wooden treasure chest can't be seen through, and the inside is blurry. So strange. Logically, Even a copper treasure chest can't block the perspective. So a lowest level wooden treasure chest shouldn't be like this. Perhaps the danger is the treasure chest itself. Wang Hao approached carefully, without collecting stones and broken wood along the way. Stop! At a distance of 2 meters from the treasure chest. Wang Hao stopped immediately. Concentrate and take a closer look again. Still can't see through. There is definitely something strange. What to do? Cold. Wang Hao did not hesitate. Aimed directly at the wooden treasure chest and pulled the trigger. Boom! The wooden treasure chest, which should have been a dead object, suddenly let out a sharp whistle and dodged to the right with a whoosh. Not only that, the lid of the treasure chest was mostly opened, revealing 2 rows of jagged teeth. The whistle came from the lid. With a sense of exasperation. Is this a treasure chest monster? As if to confirm his guess, a system message appeared in front of him. Treasure chest monster, a mutant monster in the cave world. Its own strength is not strong, but its ability to disguise is first class. As long as you have played a few adventure games, you will have more or less impression of monsters like treasure chest monsters. It is not strong, but it is extremely insulting. Imagine that when you are eager to open a treasure chest, you are always in a good mood and look forward to harvesting a lot of treasures and materials. As a result, the treasure chest suddenly turned into a monster and bit you very insidiously. That kind of frustration is very unpleasant. It turns out that the danger of the second cave is it. No wonder I can't see through it. Go to hell. Treasure chest monster. Wang Hao immediately turned the musket around and fired a shot at the grinning wooden treasure chest. In order to prevent it from dodging again, he quickly moved the muzzle and fired another shot at the adjacent empty space on the right. Boom! Boom! The treasure chest monster probably didn't expect the other party to be so ruthless, and fired 3 shots in one breath. There was no way to dodge. Bang! The treasure chest monster, with 2 rows of teeth in front of him, was hit by the second shot. Wood chips flew everywhere, and a big hole was broken in the middle. The powerful impact made it roll 4 or 5 times in a row before it was half embedded in the less. Ding! The treasure chest monster has been killed, and the loot can be picked up. Seeing this system message, Wang Hao breathed a sigh of relief. He caught up with the front 2 steps, raised the engineer shovel in one hand, and poked the broken treasure chest monster twice. Ding! Ma Tuan +7. Ding! Toothbrush manufacturing map +1. Ding! The broken wooden treasure chest can be decomposed into 2 units of wood. Do you want to decompose it? Decompose? After being killed, the treasure chest monster returned to its original appearance and turned into a wooden treasure chest for storing items. There is not much loot, but it is quite satisfactory. Toothbrush. Daily necessities such as toothbrushes cannot increase one's own strength, but they can improve the quality of life in the cave world. As a senior tooth lover, it is a bit strange not to brush teeth for 2 consecutive days. I will get some toothpaste and tooth powder in the future. Ding! Detected that the toothbrush manufacturing diagram can be studied. Do you agree to use it? Agree. The pattern received in the castle disappeared. This toothbrush is just one of the gains. The materials for the sweatpants are also complete. After cleaning the battlefield, go and have a look. Wang Hao walked quickly in the cave, collecting the stones and broken wood on the ground. A total of 5 units of stone and 4 units of wood were harvested. After making sure that nothing was left behind, he summoned the castle. Walk in. Close the door casually. Open the forging column. First look at the flashing toothbrush word. Toothbrush, with 0/1. Hemp ball 0 to 1 or leather 0/1. It doesn't seem to be proportional. How much material can a toothbrush use? Forget it. As long as it is happy. As for the use of leather in making toothbrushes, it is probably related to bristles. I remember reading a popular science article before. The toothbrush was invented by a foreign prisoner, using pig bristles and meat bones. What's the name? William Ellis. That seems to be the name. Don't think about it. I don't know how to use leather anyway. Click on toothbrush. Ding! The manufacturing requirements of the toothbrush are met. Do you want to make it? After using 1 unit of hemp balls, there is still enough material for sweatpants. Make. Ding! Wood 1. Hemp ball 1. Ding! Toothbrush +1. A slightly rough wooden handle toothbrush appears, and the bristles are refined transparent fiber filaments. Wang Hao played with it briefly, and put it on the nearest log barrel. Then click on the sweatpants line. Ding! The manufacturing requirements of sweatpants are met. Do you want to make it? Make it. The corresponding materials disappeared. Ding, sweatpants plus one. A brand new pair of black sweatpants appeared right in front of him. Touch it. The texture is soft. The pores are even. And it is good for perspiration. Compare it. The length, weight and size are moderate. And there is no need to cut or sew it yourself. Wang Hao was overjoyed and quickly took off his hospital pants and put the sweatpants on his legs. Lift it up. Pull the elastic band. Haha. I have pants to wear. As for the leaky hospital pants, of course, they were disassembled and recycled. Ding, Ma Tuan plus one. Perfect. Chapter 20 Hidden Item Point. Next. Keep digging. Dig out a better tomorrow. Wang Hao feels that the future is bright. This is the third digging today. Left side. Nothing. In front. Inside the green ripples. There is the remains of an old mill. The round stone mill is still there. But the mill frame on it has decayed. The roof of the mill is tattered. And the dustpan and broom are thrown on the mill platform at random. The dilapidated scene makes people feel decadent. Ding, this is an abandoned mill. After 100 years of bitterness and honor, it is no longer as noisy as before. Clean them carefully, and you can recycle some resources. It's quite artistic. In a trance, it evokes some memories of Wang Hao. Right. Still green ripples. In the image, the lush is like sand. And the breeze is gentle. If it were next to the sea, this would be a quiet beach. 3 or 4 glass bottles were abandoned on the yellow sand. And it could be vaguely seen that there was some clear water left in the bottles. Or it could be residual wine. Ding, a small amount of resources was found. You can go forward to pick them up. 2 consecutive resource points. Good luck. Above, in the yellow ripples, on a small grassland, 2 ostriches were playing with each other. The larger male ostrich combed the black feathers of the female ostrich flatteringly, and sang from time to time. If their eyes were not red, Wang Hao would have thought that this was a truly docile ostrich. Ding, found a desert blood ostrich. Can be hunted. The desert blood ostrich is indeed worthy of its name. Hunting is impossible. An iron fire gun is not enough to deal with these big guys. If there is a mistake, it is quite uneconomical. Underground, in the green ripples, in a small field, there are about dozens of green wheat swaying in the wind. No one cares where the breeze comes from. Ding, found immature wheat. Harvesting can obtain a small amount of flour and green fodder. Giving flour and green fodder directly can save the survivor's effort. This time, Wang Hao chose the mill ruins. There was no shortage of food and clean water. And now, he was consciously accumulating some resources. For example, stone. For example, iron ingots, copper ingots, and silver ingots. The castle did not provide the conditions required for upgrading, so he could only slowly explore. Wang Hao held the engineer's shovel, walked forward, digging. After digging the third cave, he stopped for a while to ensure a combination of work and rest. After digging the 26th time, a gray film appeared. Without hesitation, Wang Hao stabbed in with a shovel, walked in. The passage behind him disappeared. Looking at the mill ruins in the distance, Wang Hao retracted the engineer's shovel and took out the javelin. Since there was no danger, the long javelin was the best weapon for harvesting. No need to bend down. Even if there is something hidden underground, a light poke can reach the target. Yesterday in the 10th cave, I kept using it to poke the corpses of leeches and burning kerosene. The tip has been smoked black and the original bright color can no longer be seen. Approaching the abandoned mill, the dilapidated house only has 1 beam, 4 pillars and 4 thin rafters. The wedge of one of the rafters is loose, and it is shaky. Wang Hao raised the javelin and touched the old beam with the tip of the spear. Ding! The abandoned mill house can be decomposed into wood 9. Do you want to decompose it? Decompose. Ding! Wood plus 9. The wood disappeared before my eyes. Next. It's the turn of the stone mill and the milling platform. They are all made of stone. And the stone should be recyclable. The millstone is covered with thick dust. And there are granular protrusions in some places. Press gently, and the protrusions will immediately become shattered, like some weathered grains. Stone mill, an ancient agricultural tool. Before mechanization was realized, humans used it to crush grains or peel them. It can be driven counterclockwise by human, animal or water power. Wang Hao is not unfamiliar with stone mills. Such plots are often seen in film and television dramas. An old farmer drives a blindfolded black donkey, pushing the mill round and round. And there is crushed millet on the millstone. Whenever the millet is about to squeeze out of the millstone, he will pick up a broom and sweep it twice. In addition to film and television dramas, some ancient town attractions also have them. Oh! When he was very young, he climbed up the millstone to play in the mountain village where his grandmother lived. Because of this blasphemous act, his grandmother also gave him 2 broomsticks. I'm getting off topic. Ding! The stone mill in front of you can be decomposed into stone 6. Do you want to decompose it? The millstone and other parts have decayed and cannot be used to obtain wood. Decompose. Ding! Stone plus 6. The stone mill and the millstone are gone. The dustpan and broom fell to the ground and were broken into pieces. They are broken like this, so they can't be recycled. Even if they can't get anything good. Wang Hao subconsciously swung the javelin to sweep away the broken dustpan and broom on the ground. There was indeed no system prompt message, which meant that they could not be decomposed. Check to see if there is anything missing. Concentrate your consciousness and look into the distance, from far to near. Scan the ground of the cave until your eyes stop at your feet. There is nothing else. Under the mill. It really is. The millstone and the millstone disappeared just now. And the ground of the mill has not changed except for an additional dust-free area. It is still hard. Ding! Hidden resource stone is found, which can be picked up. Is this also rock? Wang Hao originally thought that this was solid loess. Those who pull the millstone, whether it is human or animal power, have to frequently circle around the millstone. So it is normal for the ground to be stepped on more firmly. Now it seems that it is not. Take the tip of the javelin and hit the dust-free area, and the crisp sound of ding 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 reaches the ears. Ding! The mill floor can be decomposed into stone 8. Do you want to decompose it? Not decompose it for the time being. For the first time, Wang Hao issued a disagree order. The ground and the millstone are in close contact, and they were not decomposed together just now, which is a bit wrong. Hitting farther away. The ding-ding sound is slightly dull. Returning to the original position and hitting. The sound becomes crisp and pleasant again. Is it hollow? Is there something hidden underneath? Wang Hao bent down curiously, took out the engineer shovel and bit it twice. And a sharp prying spike extended from the back of the engineer shovel. Continue tapping, while reaching out your left hand to slowly explore. Finally, you find a thin crack at the edge of the dust-free area. Not just this one. Following the trajectory of the crack, move the prying spike a little bit, and the other 3 cracks are found. Is it a square stone brick? Moreover, the perspective ability doesn't work here. You can't see through the stone brick at all. It seems to be ineffective. Wang Hao is even more curious. So he simply inserts the prying spike into the crack and gently loosens the stone brick. The range of movement is getting bigger and bigger. The gap is getting more and more obvious. Feeling that it's almost done, Wang Hao raises the prying spike with force, and the stone brick is lifted up at once. Ding! Found a hidden item point. You can pick it up. Ding! In the cave world, there are very rare hidden item points, which contain rare resources and items. The location of the hidden item point is refreshed every day, and only one will appear in each area within 10 days. Ding! The hidden item point needs to be dug manually, and the attachments are directly decomposed, and the hidden item disappears. These messages appeared in front of him. However, what Wang Hao cares more about is the thing under the stone slab. This thing is completely beyond his expectations. Chapter 21 Triggering Conditions for Castle Upgrades. Mill Ruins. The space under the stone bricks is very narrow, with a length, width and height of 20 centimeters each. Together with the stone bricks that Wang Hao opened, it looks like a strange stone box. In the stone box, there is a green eye mask. Fearless Eye Mask, a magical item that can improve the wearer's reaction speed and resistance to impact. It is said that Nightwing also has a similar item. Usable times, 5 times. Looking at the item introduction that appeared in front of him, Wang Hao couldn't believe his eyes. Who is Nightwing? He is a legendary figure in American comics, and the guardian of the city of Bluehidewen. The eye mask in front of me is actually related to Nightwing. It's unbelievable. Even if this is a gimmick, it can improve reaction speed and resistance to impact. Isn't this the treasure I need? Wang Hao immediately took the eye mask in his hand and looked at it over and over again. On the surface, it looks ordinary, and the color is a bit unpleasant. But in the empty eye hole, there is a magical power that constantly absorbs the surrounding energy. Faintly, there is a voice echoing in my ears. Put it on. Put it on. Put it on. As if calling its owner. Is there really such magic? I really want to try it. Wang Hao slowly raised his left hand and brought the eye mask close to his nose. The darkness in his pupils gradually spread. At the moment when it was about to touch his cheek, a coolness suddenly surged in his eyes, which made him return to normal. What a great temptation. Put it away first. There are only 5 chances to use it, so don't waste it on experience. Take back the eye mask. Ding! Fearless eye mask +1. The eye mask disappeared in his palm. Wang Hao checked the secret stone box again, and it was empty. In this case, let's decompose it. Decompose. Ding! Stone +8. The stone bricks under his feet trembled slightly, and disappeared all at once. Yellow soil. Still yellow soil. Wang Hao stood up, and decided to take a break as planned. He had already completed 3 excavations, and not much time had passed. So he was not in a hurry. He summoned the castle base. He dusted himself off. He pushed the door open and went in. He looked straight ahead. And there was nothing unusual. He had harvested a lot of stone. So there couldn't be any changes? Or did the second upgrade of the castle require specific conditions? Wang Hao picked up an empty plastic bottle, walked to the clean water area, and turned on the tap of a wooden barrel. He released 100 milliliters of clean water and drank it all in one breath. With a bag of biscuits, he didn't feel hungry for the time being. I walked to the sleeping bag and sat down, leaning against the wall. Let's see what everyone is busy with. Always pay attention to real-time updates. You may get unexpected gains. Click chat. Go directly to the World channel. There is a limit on the number of speeches per day, so the possibility of slacking off here is relatively small. In the regional channel, there must be a lot of people following the trend and queuing to refresh the screen, such as yesterday's brother Xinhao. There are food and drinks, which refreshed 4 or 5 pages and could not be turned over. Of course, if you really have nothing to do, you can also chat in the regional area, which is definitely much more lively than the World channel. World channel. Li Yao Yao, I miss my parents. The big rats here are so scary. Lu Chunfang, big brother, big sister, who has extra water and biscuits. Can you give me some? I didn't eat all day yesterday. And now there are little stars in front of my eyes. And I almost have no strength to speak. Feng Baofeng, the one upstairs. Don't ask for it. I saw you browsing the region channel all day yesterday. Take advantage of the strength now and move quickly. It's better to eat according to your ability. At least take out something to exchange. Food and drink are all in short supply. Who would give them to others? Wu Jianqi, yes. As long as you are diligent, you can always dig something. Even if you don't have food, check the trading channel more often. Didn't the big guys frequently trade water and food yesterday? I have a lot of strength. I have dug the 7th cave now. I won't be hungry for the time being. Lu Chunfang, if you want me to take care of it, I will be happy to do so. Feng Baofeng. Right. You are from the same region. I will go to the region channel to blast you and ask you to mind your own business. Shwedeli, everyone. Please stop arguing. I will insert a piece of scientific knowledge and hope it can help everyone. The castle in the ring can be upgraded continuously. I was lucky yesterday and dug a stone mountain with about 120 units of stone. So the conditions for the second castle upgrade were triggered. But I don't have enough wood and iron ingots. Everyone try. LV Feng, brother Shui above. I will add you to chat privately. Are you interested in joining the Nyochi Chongtian Alliance? People in the same region can take care of each other. Alliance leader Qin Yujiang has stored a lot of clean water and biscuits. And he will definitely not treat everyone badly. Qin Yujiang, haha. It's all thanks to the brothers. The clean water resources are not much. Just a little more than 5L. Enough for the brothers to survive for a day or two. Looking at the rolling news, Wang Hao was a little emotional. In just one day, most people have accepted the fact of survival in the cave. Even, they have absorbed it with gusto. Through everyone's speeches, some useful information has been obtained. Especially some warm-hearted survivors. They always tell their discoveries. For example, Shwedeli. If there is no word limit for world speeches, he will say more information. Are there any trigger conditions for castle upgrade? The last time my castle was upgraded, it seemed that 10 units of stone and 2 units of wood were used. After that, There was no movement. The fact that Shui Deli had a new upgrade prompt had a lot to do with his one-time harvest of a large amount of stone. Wang Hao glanced at the stone reserves. 22 units. The gap is indeed a bit big. In addition to this information, there is another point worth noting. In the cave world, there are already signs of alliances. Perhaps for resource sharing, information exchange, or to reap benefits. Wang Hao has no such intention. Among the cave survival rules, the last one is still fresh in his memory. 9. The most important thing is, don't trust other survivors easily. Food and resources are everything. So far, he has not met a survivor. Even if he does, he will not meet with the other party rashly, let alone join forces. You can know a person's face, but not his heart. In this environment, who can guarantee that the survivor you meet is a good person? For limited food and resources, without the constraints of rules, even if human nature is good, it is possible to commit evil deeds of killing each other. Here, the castle in the ring is the only trustworthy partner. Wang Hao has a little impression of Qin Yujiang in the chat channel. It is indeed a skill to be able to win over some survivors to form an alliance within one day. 5L of clean water is not too little. But compared to myself, Wang Hao raised his head and glanced at the 2 layers of round barrels on the wall, feeling extremely happy. If I really want to form an alliance, the inventory of clean water will completely crush this Nyochi Chongtian alliance. Forget it. Let's check the trading column. Maybe there is a treasure worth his effort. Chapter 22, Qin Alliance Leader's Accusation. Click sell again. The sales list has 3 pages in total. Each page has 5 horizontal and 4 vertical lines, totaling 20 messages. There are 3 pages now, with about 40 or 50 sales messages. Not bad. Take a look at them one by one. 3 consecutive messages, all of which are from Qin Yujiang in the Nyo district. Moreover, the items exchanged are all clear water. Gives people an impression of being rich and powerful. Wang Hao looked at the exchange ratio and laughed a little. No matter how you look at it, the other party is suspected of driving up the price. Yesterday, I released 10 units of wood in exchange for 50 milliliters of clear water. Qin Yujiang came up with 12 units. The exchange ratio of kerosene is also more ruthless than his own. This is also based on the current situation of scarce clean water resources. Without food, a normal person can survive for 7 days. But if there is no clean water, it can only survive for 3 days at most. Qin Yujiang only has 5L of clean water, but he dares to take out 1.5L to purchase wood and stone. It can be said that he is very courageous. No, it is not just courage. It may also be that Qin Yujiang has found a continuous water resource. Hundreds of thousands of people survive in underground caves, and there must be many lucky ones. Not just himself. Is the other party's purchase of wood, stone and kerosene a big move? Very likely. For quite a long time, water and food will definitely be in short supply, and the prices will continue to rise. Without thinking too much, continue to turn to the next page. Initiator, Wang Guofeng. Selling items, 5 iron ingots. Exchange items, 100 milliliters of clean water. Transaction volume, 1. Note, you can add other resources or patterns. Just ask for 100 milliliters of clean water. Wang Hao's wandering eyes paused. Iron ingots? Do you want to buy some? Since you want to buy, even stone and silver ingots. If you are lucky, maybe you can even collect the materials for the silver scale breastplate. Thinking of this, Wang Hao opened the acquisition interface and entered the following information. Acquisition item, 6 stones. Exchange item, 50 milliliters of clean water. Trading volume, 20. Acquisition item, 3 iron ingots. Exchange item, 50 milliliters of clean water. Trading volume, 20. Put the 2 acquisition messages on the shelf, and then click on the chat column. In the world channel, use the first speaking opportunity of the day to exchange clean water for stone and iron ingots. Go to sell to buy them first. There are not many opportunities. To purchase silver ingots, you can use animal meat and clean water to exchange them, and the ratio is provided in private chat. The acquisition ratios of the first 2 items are lower than those of other survivors, in order to quickly reach the account. As for what others think, he doesn't care. Before the message was sent, the world channel was bustling. Some survivors were still praising the unity of the Cao district and Qin Yujiang's wealth. Wang Lizi, wow! Qin De Lao in the Cao district is so manly. sharing so much clean water with everyone. When will we have such a hero in the sheep district? Chinshi, yes. The water bucket specification of the water dispenser is 5L. A bucket of water is enough for people in our office to drink for a whole day. People want it so much. Zhang Chong, Qin De Lao is so awesome. I guess he is the best among the survivors. Ma Lijuan, don't forget Brother Hao upstairs. He is also a legend. The difficulty of obtaining animal blood and meat is much greater than that of obtaining clean water. At this time, the message sent by Wang Hao flashed by. Niebin, did you see it? Am I dazzled? Brother Hao is bubbling again. And is still distributing benefits. He gave out 2L of clean water at once. And the exchange rate is very cost-effective. Go Yangwang, to exchange 50 milliliters of clean water. Only 6 units of stone are needed. Brother Hao is taking care of everyone. Hurry up and grab it. Li Disheng, I happen to have 3 units of iron ingots. I want to grab them. Brother Hao is really righteous. Thank you. Wu Dei, brothers. Leave some for me. I just collected 8 units of stone to exchange. And now I save 2 units. Ha ha ha. Inside the castle. Seeing everyone so shocked and grateful, Wang Hao felt an indescribable joy. Well, let me make it clear in advance that I don't like others' flattery. But being thanked in person is still quite refreshing. Someone sent a private message. After hearing the cough prompt sound, Wang Hao happily clicked on the flashing icon. It was sent by Qin Yujiang. Friend, you are not being authentic. The amount of each exchange is less than everyone else. Isn't this obviously disrupting the market? It was said righteously. And there was also a sense of accusation in it. Wang Hao was stunned. Then, he smiled disdainfully. What a big hat! Just for the ability of making random accusations. The other party's vision is not big. Alliance Leader Qin. I just want to receive the required resources as soon as possible. If you are worried about the market being disrupted, please pack and buy it quickly, so that you can continue to make a profit. Click to send. Then, close the chat box. About 4 or 5 minutes passed. Alliance Leader Qin did not reply again. Probably because he was speechless. The private chat that Wang Hao expected did not appear either. It is estimated that silver ingots are still a relatively scarce thing, and no one can take them out. No more waiting. Dig another cave. By then, the stone and iron ingots will definitely be collected. Get up. He looked down at the green eye mask thrown on the sleeping bag. Then strode out of the castle. Put away the castle. The 4th excavation began. Left. In the red ripples. A tall white horse ran in the empty cave. Its 4 hooves tumbling. Its long mane flying. And from time to time it looked up to the sky and howled. If it was a little plumper and not so skinny, Wang Hao would definitely give a thumbs up and praise it as a steed. This white horse is not only skinny, but also has a blood-red horn on its forehead, which adds a bit of ferocity. Ding, a hell wildebeest is found. And it can be hunted. Before there is an overwhelming advantage. Hunting a hell wildebeest is a joke. Isn't that nonsense? Wang Hao shook his head speechlessly, and turned to look straight ahead. In front, in the green ripples, there was a broken wooden boat leaning to one side. No water. Only yellow sand. Ding, a stranded ancient wooden boat was found. And a small amount of resources can be recovered. The small amount of resources here refers to wood. Obviously. Right. The ripples that appeared this time were a bit strange. The color flickered. Sometimes orange, and sometimes light green. When the image stabilized, Wang Hao was surprised to find that in the cave on the right, there was actually a survivor. Chapter 23 Brother. I have no ill intentions. Wang Hao was a little surprised. Although he had only excavated 13 times, he had seen more than 60 caves because of his perspective ability. He was also experienced. This was the first time he had seen a survivor. At first, he had guessed maybe the survivors were far apart, so it would take a long time to meet. Unexpectedly, he would run into them on the second day. In the ripple image, a thin young man was waving an engineer shovel. His movements were like flowing water. Opposite him was a mutant black panther. It leaped and pounced, bit and roared. The scarlet eyes were full of rebelliousness and cruelty. A man and a beast, fighting equally here. No, it should be the young man who has the advantage. And he is very methodical in his advance and retreat. Obviously, he is a martial artist. Ding, ghost leopard and male survivors found. Can be killed. Kill? Looking at the 3 ruthless words in the system message, Wang Hao had the urge to curse. Although there is competition among the survivors. And they can't even trust each other. They want to kill each other as soon as they meet. Which is simply treating human life as worthless. Even in the cave world, Wang Hao's principle of life will not change. I will not offend others if they don't offend me. If you don't trust the other party, just choose not to see him. Why fight to the death with another survivor? The advantage of the young man is becoming more and more obvious. The sharp steel mouth keeps leaving wounds on the ghost leopard. The ghost leopard is trapped and still fights, roaring unwillingly. Escape? There is no time to escape. Turning around and running away will only kill you faster. You can't hear the sound in the image, but you can feel the atmosphere of bloody fighting. Wang Hao shook his head and gave up this direction. Even if you want to take advantage, it's too late to dig now. Change the direction. Slightly raise your head and prepare to look at the top of the cave. Above, before the ripples are formed, Wang Hao's eyes flash. In the image on the right, something unexpected happened. The young man who was firmly in the upper hand and about to complete the final blows suddenly had his knees weakened without any warning and fell to one side. The seriously injured ghost leopard saw this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and his bloodshot eyes were full of ferocity. He jumped high and pounced. What's going on? Wang Hao turned his head in confusion. In the cave on the left, the young man was in danger of death. The ghost leopard's sharp fangs pierced the young man's arm, and it shook its head wildly, as if venting its anger from the previous injury. Then, a pair of front claws flashing with black light stretched out, trying to tear open the opponent's chest. At this moment, the young man who was leaning over suddenly opened his eyes, grabbed the engineer shovel beside him with his free left hand, and stabbed the ghost leopard fiercely. The sharp steel tip, like cutting tofu, directly cut off the ghost leopard's neck. The head rolled on the ground. Blood column rushed to the sky. The huge body fell. This guy is too cruel. Exchanging his own injury for the other's life. Before Wang Hao finished sighing, the young man covered in blood fell over again and lay on the ground motionless. Died together? Not likely. Maybe he overexerted. Maybe he had a problem with his body before. Maybe. In this way, Wang Hao became interested. Go and have a look. I'm not taking advantage of the situation. I don't care about the meat and leather of the ghost leopard. I have a musket in my hand. As long as I don't get too close, there will be no danger. Let's do it. Wang Hao took a quick look above and below the ground. There were only a few resources, so it was not a big loss. Holding the engineer shovel, he walked towards the earth wall on the right. Digging. Ding, +1. A straight passage continued to extend in front. The distance was not far. About 58 times. The boundary barrier appeared. Ding, survivors. Please pay attention. The boundary barrier of the cave is in front. If you dig again, you will directly enter the next cave, and the existing passage will be closed immediately. Wang Hao stopped, concentrating his mind. He looked at the target cave again. In the green ripples, the headless body of the ghost leopard was lying on the ground, and there was no way to save it. The young man still lay horizontally, with blood clots on his upper body, and the vertical stripes of the hospital gown were almost invisible. His chest rose and fell slightly, and his eyes were closed. After confirming that there was no danger, he swung the shovel to cut through the gray film. As soon as he entered, Wang Hao immediately took back the engineer shovel and took out the iron fire gun. He held it horizontally in front of his chest, not daring to be careless. This cave is larger than the image shows. The man and the leopard were about 15 or 16 meters away from him. The blood on the ground had dried up for the most part, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. A bit depressed, Wang Hao deliberately stamped his feet and shouted from a distance. Brother, are you still alive? If you are alive, please let me know. No movement. Brother, I just happened to pass by. Do you need help? Still no movement. Then I'll go over. Don't get me wrong. After shouting this, Wang Hao bravely moved forward step by step. At the same time, he was still staring at the young man's movements, especially the other party's left hand holding the engineer's shovel. Wang Hao still remembers the last blow. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, until the 10th step. Suddenly, the young man's fingers moved, and his eyelids trembled slightly, as if he would wake up at any moment. Wang Hao stopped and immediately pointed the muzzle of the iron fire gun at the young man, shouting again, Brother, Are you awake? I have no ill intentions. Do you need help? Whether he has ill intentions or not depends entirely on the other party. If he doesn't know what's good for him, he doesn't mind pulling the trigger. Water, water, so thirsty. The young man spoke weakly. He still didn't open his eyes when he spoke. Drink water? It's only been more than a day now. Although it's very uncomfortable to lack water, it's not to the point of being like this. His lips are a little pale, without any signs of chapped. But dense beads of sweat oozed out of the young man's forehead, flowing down the dried and cracked blood scabs, and quickly dripping to the ground behind his head. His face was also a little red. Is he sick? He looked like he had a severe cold. He was sweating. His limbs were weak, and he even had a low fever. The symptoms were very similar. Who would have thought that a strong young man who dared to fight a ghost leopard would catch a cold? Wang Hao pondered for a while, and decided to move closer. He walked 5 steps forward. He stretched out his toes. He kicked the engineer's shovel on the ground. After doing this, Wang Hao turned to the side of the young man's head and bent down carefully. His right index finger was always on the trigger, not daring to relax for a moment. He stretched out his left hand and touched the other's forehead. It was extremely hot when he touched it. Water, water, cough, cough. The weak voice came out again, and his eyes opened a little. Wang Hao thought for a while, took out a wooden bowl, and poured 100 milliliters of water into the wooden bowl. He slowly moved to the young man's mouth and fed him a few sips. It took about 10 minutes. Seeing that the other party showed signs of improvement, Wang Hao put the wooden bowl aside again. Brother, I don't have any cold medicine here. It should be able to get through it after a few more days of rest. Oh, by the way, I have a brown licorice here. I don't know if it can help. As he said, he took out the brown licorice. Chapter 24 Castle Upgrade. General cold medicines contain licorice. Licorice has the effect of clearing away heat and detoxifying. And perhaps brown licorice is similar. The young man opened his eyes a little wider, moved his head with difficulty, and glanced at Wang Hao, who was squatting on the side of his head. Of course, he also saw the iron fire gun. Thank you. I just felt a little weak, and I will be fine after resting for a day or two. The words gradually became smoother, and he seemed less weak. What he said was also true. If you have a cold, you must rest more, and you will recover much faster. If you force yourself to do strenuous exercise, you may die on the spot. Oh, my name is Su Shengyi. My number is 3388. I came here before. I was a free fighting coach, and sometimes I was a guest outdoor survival anchor. The young man introduced himself while extending his left hand to the body of the ghost leopard. Decompose, with a faint yellow light flashing. The body in front of him disappeared. Su Shengyi did not get up, still lying flat, but still smiled apologetically at Wang Hao. Ahem. I plan to rest here for 2 days. I want to keep the blood and meat of the beast, but this thing can be exchanged for your herbs. After saying that, a thin blue book suddenly appeared on his left hand. Slowly pushed it over. This is detoxification pill refining diagram. Moreover, it is a blue quality diagram. In terms of value, it is definitely much more than a brown licorice. What a good thing. Wang Hao was about to take it, but his left hand suddenly stopped in midair, and then moved to the top of his head awkwardly, scratching his head. How can I be so embarrassed? This is too expensive. It doesn't matter. In my opinion, things that can be used immediately are the most valuable. My illness came at the wrong time. The mutant licorice you took out is just useful to me, and can make me get better quickly. Su Shengyi is very open-minded. Brother, aren't you afraid that I will be greedy and steal your other things? Of course I'm afraid. But since you didn't pull the trigger just now, I was going to take a gamble. Su Shengyi's eyes swept over Wang Hao's iron fire gun. This made Wang Hao even more embarrassed. Even so, he didn't loosen his fingers. Haha. Look at what you said. Then I won't be polite. He quickly stretched out his left hand, grabbed the pattern on the ground, and sent it into the castle. Ding. Detoxification pill refining diagram +1. Then, took out another round wooden barrel. In the wooden barrel, there was a little 600 milliliters of clean water left. Here is a little clean water. Don't think it's too little. Beast blood is too fishy to drink directly. We will have a chance to meet again in the future. Wang Hao slowly stood up and stepped back more than 2 meters before he breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, My number is 9527. If you need anything, feel free to contact me. After saying that, he focused his attention a little, glanced at the earth walls on both sides, and chose the left side. Walked to the wall, took out the engineer shovel, and started digging quickly. This time, Wang Hao dug out the width of 3 passages. After digging 15 times, he dumped the loess again, blocking the passage behind him. Choose the middle one. Continue digging. Continue blocking. Until he arrived in front of the gray film of the barrier. Wang Hao felt relieved. It's always right to be cautious. Just as they were chatting just now, Su Zhongyi's condition gradually improved, and even his bloody right arm was raised. A free fighting coach and an outdoor survival anchor. He must be first class in close combat. I have no bad intentions. But it is hard to guarantee that the other party has no bad intentions. At close range, the fire gun may not work well. Rather than being nervous, it is better to leave early. Waited for a minute. Not hearing any digging noise, Wang Hao decided to enter the 5th cave. What he didn't know was, in the 4th cave, when he disappeared behind the earth wall, Su Zhongyi let out a long breath and curled up the tense index finger of his right hand. Sorry, I can't help but be on guard. This is also good. After sighing, Su Zhongyi picked up the brown licorice, put it in his mouth and chewed it a few times. He swallowed the juice into his throat. The residue was spit out again and smeared on the wound on his right arm. After that, he lay on the ground and didn't move. The 5th cave. This is a resource point. Wang Hao picked up a shovel and entered it, picking up all the resources neatly, including 4 units of wood, 2 units of stone, and 1 small bag of spicy chicken wings. The things were scattered, but they were all discarded on the ground. After picking them up, Wang Hao concentrated his consciousness, looked through the 4 directions of left, front, right, and bottom, and chose to dig in front. Same digging, same backfilling behind. Conceal your traces as much as possible. About 10 minutes later, Wang Hao appeared in the 6th cave. After entering this cave, quickly move to the adjacent right corner. Release the castle. Enter. Lock the door with the door bar. Walk to the sleeping bag and sit down. Now, it's finally safe. Even if Su Zhongyi has bad intentions, he can't chase him across 2 caves. You must be on guard against others. To use the words often used in the game to describe that I have finally reached the extreme of hiding. Take a smooth apple. Take a big bite. And swallow the sweet apple juice into your stomach. Chewing slowly, the tension gradually subsided. 2 minutes later, Wang Hao took out the detoxification pill refining diagram. Ding! Detoxification pill refining diagram is detected for study. Do you want to use it? Use. The blue book disappeared. Ding! The recipes of consumables such as pills and food are listed as separate sub-items and can be viewed in the system panel. Separate sub-items? Wang Hao immediately called out the system panel. In the skills column, in addition to mining and forging, there is another row of small items with green light. Consumption. It is easy to understand. This is the pharmacy and cooking commonly seen in online games including mobile games, but they are combined under one sub-item. Click it. Then click Detoxification Pill. Detoxification Pill. Snake Saliva Grass 0/1. Lichen 0/1. Brown Licorice 1/2. Honeysuckle 0/1. Betel Needle 0/1. The materials needed are very complicated. I have nothing on hand except a brown licorice. It's okay. You will have it slowly. Detoxification Pill. As the name suggests, can detoxify. As for whether it can cure all poisons, we will know after refining it. In any case, this trip is really worth it. My goodwill act has exchanged for a blue quality pattern, which is worth the money. Of course, I also paid the following items. 700 milliliters of clean water, a brown licorice, and a wooden bowl. It's not like anyone is at a disadvantage. It's even an equivalent exchange. Take this opportunity to take a look at the acquisition. Wang Hao open transaction. In the message bar below, 2 words acquisition completed are very obvious. Click them one by one to collect resources. Ding, 1 L of clean water, plus 120 stone. Ding, 1 L of clean water, plus 60 iron ingots. Not bad. Look up and look inside the castle. Sure enough, in front of the wall facing the gate, there is a floating gray button. It says upgrade. The text is green. It's festive. Ding, 100 units of stone, 20 units of wood, and 10 units of iron ingots are detected, which can be used to upgrade the current castle. Do you want to upgrade? Of course. Upgrade. Chapter 25. I planted 8 seeds. As soon as Wang Hao issued the order, there was a slight tremor under his feet. The flowing transparent ripples appeared again, covering everything in the castle. Buzz. There were bursts of light sounds. In the blink of an eye, the view in front became wider. The resources and sundries on both sides also moved away from him as the view changed. The original castle was 8 meters long and wide. After this upgrade, it doubled again. The length was 16 meters. The width was 16 meters. And the area was directly expanded to 256 square meters. Not only the length and width, but also the height has changed significantly. The height has doubled. Moreover, there is an extra thick floor at the original height. 2 stone stairs leading up, one on the left and one on the right, are built against the wall. Especially the gate. It turned into 2 heavy iron doors with a black metallic luster. This is what a castle looks like, even if it is the smallest model. Wang Hao was very satisfied and walked up to the second floor along the steps of the right staircase. The second floor is relatively empty, except for the protruding handrail at the end of the stairs. No attachments can be seen. Above the head, the features of the dome are more prominent, and the soft lines converge to the center. Hundreds of bright fluorescent stones are scattered on the arched surface. Looking up from below, it was like facing a vast starry sky. Each of the 4 walls on the second floor of the castle was inlaid with a fence-like iron window, and the scenery outside the window was clearly visible. Actually, there was nothing to see. In the future, you can use the second floor as your bedroom. In this way, there is more or less privacy. It would be better if the iron window was changed. Now it feels a bit like being in prison. Wang Hao walked down the stairs. He opened the iron door and walked out directly. The appearance of the castle has also changed a lot. The 4 walls are still square, but there are more protrusions on the 4 corners of the roof, like arrow towers for observation and defense. At the base of the wall on one side of the gate, there is a narrow row of flower fields. There is no vegetation. There is only slightly black soil. Primary castle, an unknown technological product. Upgradable. A functional building with a ring space, capable of storing excavated resources. A small base that everyone in the cave world must have. Ding! The primary castle can add defense facilities such as crossbows, chevaux de frise, and caltrops, which require corresponding production drawings. There are a few more different things. Crossbows, chevaux de frise, caltrops. These 3 things should be carefully collected. Crossbows should be set on the arrow tower. And chevaux de frise and caltrops, are they placed around the castle? Very likely. And the current castle is in the primary stage, which means there are still intermediate and advanced levels. I really look forward to the moment when the castle is upgraded again. The next upgrade will definitely require a lot of resources. Broken becomes old, requiring 10 units of stone and 2 units of wood. Old becomes primary. The stone and wood become 10 times, and there are 10 more iron ingots. If the estimate is correct, the next upgrade is likely to expand tenfold. That is, 1,000 units of stone, 200 units of wood, 100 units of iron ingots. Perhaps, copper or silver ingots are also needed. Do you want to verify? Wang Hao took a bite of the apple and gave up this plan. Stone, wood and iron ingots. These 3 can be collected. But what's the use if the other supporting facilities can't keep up? If copper and silver ingots are really needed, the collected stones and other resources can only be left in the castle to gather dust. Copper and silver ingots are still rare goods. Next, we should follow the routine. There are 3 more excavations. Wang Hao has enough food and drink, so there is no need to risk his life. If you want to hone yourself, you can choose some caves with low difficulty. The 6th excavation. Let's go! Wang Hao took a few more bites of the apple, and just as he was about to throw the still thick apple core back to the castle, he felt something in his heart decompose. The apple core disappeared, and there were 8 more seeds. This time, he did not choose to put it back in the castle. Walk to the city wall, crouch down, carefully dig out the small earth pit. 8 apple seeds were buried one by one in the flower field. Whether they can sprout successfully and grow into towering trees depends on your own luck. Wang Hao gently patted the soil and muttered to himself, "Oh, give them some warmth." Wang Hao took a unit of bone meal from the air and sprinkled it carefully on the edge of the flower field. Don't get too close to the seeds, so as not to overfill. No need to water for the time being. The soil is very moist. After doing this, Wang Hao stretched out his right hand and pointed the Qinglong ring at the castle in front of him. Take back the castle. The primary castle, along with the attached flower field, disappeared. The sixth excavation. Let's go! This time, there will be no more unexpected interruptions. Walk 5 steps to the center. The earthen wall behind you does not count. Left side. In the light yellow ripples, a small patch of rapeseed flowers is growing vigorously. On the yellow rapeseed flowers, a dozen bee-like creatures are flying in a cluster, sometimes forming an S, sometimes forming an I, and sometimes forming an 8. Ding! Rapeseed flowers and black poisonous bees are found, which can be collected and killed. Don't underestimate these small mutant bees. Their bee stings will make you suffer enough. Bee sting? Just got the detoxification pill pattern, and saw a recipe material here. What a coincidence. However, it is a bit dangerous. Ahead, in the green ripples, 7 or 8 fresh grasses grow on the edge of the cave. Apart from this, there is nothing else. Ding! Snake saliva grass found. Can be collected. Snake saliva grass? Another recipe material. Moreover, there is no venomous snake guarding. What day is today? One good thing after another. Wang Hao was about to turn his head, and the color of the ripples suddenly changed, turning into light yellow in a blink of an eye. About 10 seconds later, the yellow soil in front of the snake saliva grass squirmed, and a sharp-edged, gray snake head suddenly emerged. The upper half of the snake body jumped out, spitting out a red snake tongue. The overall appearance looks like it is made of rock. Ding! A different species of limestone snake has been found. It can be hunted. This mutant creature covered in rock armor has a 7-inch body, but its weakness is not its 7-inch body. The danger level represented by the ripples only refers to the moment of observation. Since the survivors can dig and shuttle between caves, it is not ruled out that these cave creatures can do so. Danger and safety are only a thin line apart. Where is the weakness of the limestone snake? When the time is up, the ripple image disappears. With this doubt, Wang Hao changed direction. To the right. There is nothing in the orange-yellow ripples. Oh! Only the ground in the middle is covered with some fresh black-brown soil. This is not soil. Soil will not be so mottled, and it cannot be so fresh. The system message that appeared gave an explanation. Ding! Lichens found. Can be collected? Lichens. Wang Hao was powerless to complain. The third ingredient of the detoxification pill appeared. This kind of game that is common after rain. I haven't seen it for many years. When I was a child, my mother made it into a cold dish, which was extremely delicious. By the way, the color of the ripples. Where is the danger? Above. Nothing. Underground. In the green ripples, some things are scattered on the ground. There is pure water. There are compressed biscuits. There is a half-dry tree stump. There is a flat rock. Ding! A small amount of food and resources found. Can be collected? It can be regarded as a resource point. Which one should I choose? Chapter 26 Weakness of the Gray Rock Snake. No need to compare. The underground resource point is the best choice. Wang Hao did not make a hasty decision. Detoxification pill. Detoxification pill. After thinking for a while, he decided to take a risk. Just after learning the detoxification pill refining diagram, a cave with 3 recipe materials appeared. This is definitely not a simple coincidence. Maybe these materials are more difficult to get. Maybe there are other reasons. Wang Hao opened the chat channel. Did not choose world. This time, he clicked on region. The region channel is very lively. In the cave world, loneliness is inevitable. Many survivors keep chatting in the channel just to dispel this loneliness and prove that they are still alive. The number in the upper right corner has changed to 9,256. Relying solely on luck, coupled with the fact that you are alone and weak in the early stage, it is easy to encounter danger and die. Some of these dangers come from mutated cave creatures, some from the harsh environment, and some from other survivors you meet. Wang Hao took a quick look at the topics everyone was talking about. They were basically exchanging their survival experiences. There was nothing new. Intertext. Purchase snake saliva grass. Honeysuckle. Lichens. Brown licorice and bee tail stings. and exchange them for clean water and animal meat. Click to send. Wang Hao mainly wanted to see the situation. If there was really any, he wouldn't mind storing some in the castle, which would also facilitate adjusting the next choice. Tao Huazi, hey, this person buys medicinal herbs. Have you seen them? Wen Huiya, yes. They can be exchanged for clean water and animal meat. Do you have any? I have never seen these things. I have a good girlfriend who is a Chinese medicine doctor. She always likes to mutter some professional words. I have heard her mention honeysuckle and licorice several times. Wen Huiya, honeysuckle can dispel wind and heat, clear away heat and detoxify, and can also eliminate sore throat. Licorice has similar effects, but it also has the effects of pain relief and qi invigoration. Some cold medicines we used to take often contain these two herbal ingredients. As soon as you see this person's talk, you will know that she is the kind of chatterbox who loves to show off. No matter where she goes, she will chatter endlessly. Qin Shujia, maybe the boss found the manufacturing diagram from somewhere and is gathering the recipe materials. Isn't this Brother Hao? Shou Ju Feng, oh, it's true. Brother Hao, I'm about to dig the 8th cave. Maybe I'll find some good stuff. Maybe these things? Wait a moment. Sure enough, a lot of people popped up in the channel to talk. But no one sent a private message, which shows that these things are not easy to get. As for the buddy who is going to dig the 8th cave, Wang Hao hesitated for a moment, still decided to give a friendly reminder, just for the familiar name of Brother Hao. He turned a page and clicked on the other party's number. A private chat dialog box popped up. Input: don't try to enter the 9th cave without the certainty of victory. It's very dangerous. Send. Then, close the dialog box. It's time for me to make a choice. Wang Hao weighed the engineer's shovel in his hand and looked forward. There were 3 caves with formula materials, and he chose the one where the limestone snake appeared. Digging. Swing the engineer's shovel and stab the earth wall in front of him. Ding, +1. A passage was formed, extending forward. After digging 78 times, the boundary barrier appeared. Ding, survivors, please pay attention. There is a boundary barrier of the cave ahead. Digging again will directly enter the next cave, and the existing passage will be closed immediately. Wang Hao focused his attention again and made a final confirmation. The ripples were still light yellow. The gray rock snake was still there. At this moment, the gray rock snake was coiled in front of the snake saliva grass, closing its eyes and pretending to be asleep. The slightly open snake mouth was hanging above the snake saliva grass, and there was a faint shiny thin line swaying. No wonder it was called snake saliva grass. Wang Hao pursed his lips and decided to act immediately. With a light shovel, he pierced the gray membrane in front of him. Then, the whole person appeared in the 6th cave. The sound was very light, so light that it was difficult to detect. The situation in the cave was consistent with what the ripple showed. Wang Hao glanced at the gray rock snake a little further away and quietly moved forward. Very good. It is silent. Greystone snake, a mutant giant snake that lives underground. Its body is made of hard rock. Ordinary objects cannot break its defense. Most of them live alone in caves. They like to eat fresh blood and meat. Some rock minerals are also their favorite. Mutated giant snake. No wonder it is like this. Continue. The body of the greystone snake is huge. The thickest part of the snake body is as thick as a wooden barrel. Now I am in the scene, and can still hear the low hissing sound. It is probably its snoring. Wang Hao raised his right foot and slowly took a step forward. Gently put it down. Then raised his left foot. Gently put it down again. While taking these 2 steps, Wang Hao's eyes were fixed on the head of the greystone snake. As long as this big guy is a little abnormal, he will plan ahead. Although it is a bit hasty, it is better than being stubborn. No movement yet. Wang Hao exhaled lightly. At this moment, the 2 nostrils of the gray rock snake flared twice. The closed transparent eyelids trembled slightly, and then stretched upwards. Not good. The big guy is about to wake up. Plan ahead of time. Wang Hao raised his right arm without hesitation and summoned the castle. Released the castle. As soon as the primary castle appeared, the gray rock snake raised its drooping head. In the gray snake eyes, a chilling light burst out. The castle and the invader's target are so obvious that it is impossible for it not to see. Hiss. Roaring to the sky, the snake swung its tail again, dodging the snake saliva grass in front of it, and rushed straight over here. Wang Hao was even faster. He flashed directly into the castle and slammed the iron door hard, lowering the thick door bar. Then, he grabbed the iron fire gun beside the door and ran up to the second floor. His goal was a fenced iron window. The iron window on the same side as the iron door. Boom, boom, boom. The gray rock snake was already hitting the iron door of the castle, and the floor under his feet could feel the vibration. Wang Hao quickly ran to the iron window, took a piece of unit of animal meat from a distance, sprinkled some animal blood on it, and stretched out the fence to throw it down. Outside the window, the body of the gray rock snake was clearly visible, still twisting constantly. Perhaps it smelled the blood. The rock snake stopped hitting the iron gate, and suddenly raised its head and opened its mouth. Ah! The falling meat landed right in the snake's mouth. Then, it was swallowed whole. The tacit cooperation was just like a breeder feeding. Wang Hao took the meat again, sprinkled it with blood, and threw it to the rock snake again. The rock snake subconsciously caught it, swallowed again, throw again, catch again, swallowed again. After 3 consecutive times, the rock snake simply moved away from the iron gate of the castle, coiled under the iron window, opened its mouth wide, and waited for the 4th feeding. The time was ripe. Wang Hao immediately raised the iron fire gun and pointed the muzzle at the huge mouth of the rock snake. More than 3 meters away, there was another eye-catching, motionless target, so there was no need to aim deliberately. Bang! The fire gun spurted out a ball of fire. Not just one shot. Wang Hao knew that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If he missed it, there would be no chance again. He pulled the trigger continuously, calm and composed, like an experienced hunter. Bang! 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 3 more shots. The iron bullets fell into the snake's mouth and continued to explode in the small space. That was the armor-breaking effect of the iron fire gun. With this special effect, it can penetrate the obstruction of rocks and leather armor. Even if it directly bombards the snake's body, it can cause damage to the gray rock snake. However, what Wang Hao wants is to resolve the battle as quickly, fiercely, and efficiently as possible. Chapter 27: Good Things for Strengthening the Body. If the gray rock snake with rock armor has a weakness, it must be its soft spot, either the eyes or the snake's mouth. So, Wang Hao was waiting for this opportunity. The first 3 feedings were to paralyze the gray rock snake and make it willingly reveal its weakness. 4 consecutive shots were fired into the snake's mouth. The exploding iron bullets immediately penetrated the dancing snake's tongue, destroying the deepest and softest throat. Puff, puff, puff. Every suppressed muffled sound was accompanied by a splash of gray and red blood. The snake's eyes, which flashed with cold light, dimmed in an instant. The huge snake body fell to the ground with a bang. The floor of the castle shook again. Ding! The gray rock snake has been killed. The body can be decomposed to obtain spoils. Seeing this news, Wang Hao hurried down to the 2nd floor, put up the door bar, opened the iron door. The body of the gray rock snake was lying on the ground in front of him, about 10 meters long. No need to bend down. Just stretch out your right hand. You can touch the rough snake body. Decompose. Ding. Stone plus 36. Ding. Gray rock snake blood essence plus 1. Ding. Earth attribute essence excellent plus 1. Ding. Snake eye gem plus 2. The huge snake body disappeared in the blink of an eye. There is no blood or meat. But it doesn't matter. Blood essence and snake eye gems. Just hearing the name, it's much more impressive. Of course, there are more spoils. Wang Hao ran forward 9 steps and bent down. The snake saliva grass in front of him has 2 round green leaves opposite each other, and there are a few yellow-green buds in the center, which are fresh and tender, exuding an intoxicating fragrance. Snake saliva grass, a rare herb, said to be produced by the saliva of a different species of snakes. It has a certain ability to avoid poison and can be used to make medicine. Ding! Snake saliva grass plus 8. Not bad. The harvest is not over yet. Wang Hao took the engineer's shovel and carefully dug on the ground. Be careful. Very careful. Afraid that if you move too much, you will destroy the treasure buried below. The place where they are digging is the round hole drilled by the limestone snake. Under the ground below is the nest of the limestone snake. Perhaps it is related to the living habits of this strange snake. There is no formed earth hole under the ground. Every time the limestone snake goes out, it has to dig a new passage, as if it is burrowing underground. After digging 7 or 8 meters deep, Wang Hao suddenly felt that there was nothing under the shovel. A round hole with a diameter of about 3 meters appeared diagonally below, and the yellow soil fell down. Found it. Wang Hao slightly adjusted his posture and slid down along the curved cave wall. The cave was empty. There are no bones, no fur, and no bloody smell. It doesn't look like a cave-dwelling animal's nest at all. In the middle, an ugly oval stone is half embedded in the soil. That's not a stone. Greystone snake egg. This is a snake egg bred by a greystone snake. It will take 32 days for it to hatch naturally. It can be directly recognized by its owner and hatched. Ding! This is the first pet egg you have harvested. In the cave world, pets will be a reliable partner and helper. Survivors can shed their own blood before the pet egg hatches, and ensure that the pet will see its owner as soon as it hatches. Pet egg? Is this ugly stone an egg? Wang Hao looked strange, stretched out his right index finger, and gently poked the surface of the limestone snake egg. Cold. Rough. It really looks like an ordinary stone. Never mind. Take it back to the castle, and study it carefully. Ding! Limestone snake egg +1. After taking back the snake egg, there is nothing else here. Wang Hao climbed back to the 6th cave along the original path, and walked into his castle. Next, it is to look at the harvest. There is no rush to look at the stone. Earth attribute spirit and snake saliva grass. Take a look at the snake eye gem and blood essence. The snake eye gem, as the name suggests, comes from the eyes of the limestone snake. The 2 gems are placed on the lid of a round wooden barrel. The overall shape is teardrop shaped, with a grayish color and plainness. Snake eye gem, gem consumables. When adding it to forging certain special tools, it can enhance the field of vision and eyesight. When the power is exhausted at one time, it can temporarily petrify the target for 3 seconds. Petrify the target? It is a bit similar to the ability of Medusa, but the time is shorter. Wang Hao was overjoyed. The more auxiliary products with this special effect, the better. Among the many survivors, his physical fitness is not strong. He felt nervous when he met the 6 Su Zhengyi. In order to survive well, not only do you need enough clean water, food and resources, but you also need enough strength to protect yourself. External objects are also part of strength. Just like the iron fire gun. Just like a solid castle. Just like the snake eye gem in front of you. Look at the blood essence again. Take a step forward. At this time, the blood essence of the gray rock snake is floating in front of you. It is in the shape of a sphere, dark red in color, and about the size of a fist. Looking closely, there is a dark gold line circling inside the sphere, forming a mysterious mark. Gray rock snake blood essence, a one-time consumable. After taking it, the survivor can enhance the ability to resist attacks, enhance the affinity of the corresponding pet, and permanently increase the body's physical fitness by 1. Physique +1? It seems that I don't see the character attributes. Wang Hao opened the system panel and clicked on the columns one by one. There was no personal attribute interface at all. Let's not talk about this. It can enhance the ability to resist blows. That is, strengthen the body, which is just right for me. Then, the question is, how to take this fist-sized ball? Fry it, stir-fry it, or just chew it directly? I stretched out my right hand and pinched it. It was very chewy, like a large soft candy. Ding! The essence of the blood of the gray rock snake can be taken. Do you want to swallow it? Swallow it. Or try it. Yes. As soon as this command was issued, the soft ball of essence in front of me turned into a rainbow light, and with a whoosh, it drilled into my slightly open lips. No need to chew. No need to swallow. A warm breath rushed from my mouth into my throat and flowed to my limbs. It felt like taking a sauna in a pool, and I felt extremely comfortable. Ding! The character attribute function is turned on, and survivors can open the panel to view it. Wang Hao. It turns out that it can only be turned on after triggering conditions. The floating system panel in front of me originally only had 3 columns: skills, trade, and chat. But now there is an additional attribute. Click it. The content above is very simple. Among them, there is an additional green +1 in the physical strength item. No need to ask. This is the credit of the blood essence. The other values should be the initial attributes of the individual, except for agility, which is slightly inferior. The rest are all 8, which basically conforms to my actual situation. Oh! There is another line at the bottom. It is also easy to understand. It is counting the total number of successful excavations, although the specific purpose is unclear. After reading this, Wang Hao closed the system panel and looked at the last loot by the wall. Should this pet egg be hatched? The gray rock snake looks a bit ugly, which doesn't match his temperament. Chapter 28 Recognize the Master. After thinking it over, Wang Hao decided to hatch. Pet eggs are a rare treasure. Who can guarantee that he will encounter such a good thing next time? In the cave world, the first priority is to survive. Face problem. Is it important? After making up his mind, Wang Hao immediately walked to the stone egg. If there is no message displayed, who can associate it with the pet egg? It's so ugly. However, before dripping blood to hatch, some preparations must be made. Who knows? For such a big pet egg, is it enough to put a drop of blood? Or half a basin of blood? First of all, you need a steel needle or a sharp object. The purpose is to pierce the fingertips and drip blood. Wang Hao didn't consider any of the methods of biting fingertips with teeth, slicing wrists with sharp weapons, or punching noses. He wasn't a professional player. If he didn't know how to use his strength, it wouldn't be a blood oath, but a self-injury. He might even get tetanus or something. You only have one life, so cherish it. Secondly, you need to prepare some blood-replenishing food. Wang Hao summoned the system panel and opened the chat column. There was an icon flashing in the lower right corner. Click it. Both messages were from Zhou Ju phone in the same district. The first one was half an hour ago. Thank you for reminding me, Brother Wang. Since you said that, you must have encountered similar situations. I'll listen to you. The second one was 5 minutes ago. I have confirmed that 3 survivors with similar progress as me have entered the 9th cave. At present, their chat boxes have turned gray. Thank you, Brother Wang. The later the game progresses, the greater the danger. There is no doubt about this. More importantly, once you reach the 9th cave, there will be no way out, unless your own strength and luck are super strong. It seems that Zhou Junfeng listened to the advice. Wang Hao did not reply and closed the chat box directly. Now, there is still work to do. Turn to the skills column. Find bonfire under forging. Bonfire, wood 117/3. Kerosene 100:1. Ding, the manufacturing requirements of the bonfire are met. Please enter the manufacturing quantity. Make 1. A bonfire appears in the castle. Then find the javelin. Javelin, wood 114:2. Iron ingot 65:1. Ding, the manufacturing requirements of the javelin are met. Please enter the manufacturing quantity. Make 1. A brand new javelin appears on the ground. Wang Hao moves the javelin so that the tip of the spear is close to the edge of the bonfire. Finally find the casserole. Casserole, stone 80/3. Ding, the manufacturing requirements of the casserole are met. Please enter the manufacturing quantity. Make 1. A light gray casserole appears. Casserole, a cooking utensil with a capacity of 2.5 L. Generally, it is made of heat-conducting stones that are not easy to burn at high temperatures. It can heat food evenly and persistently, and avoids dry burning. At present, stones are relatively abundant, so Wang Hao made it. If there is no stove, make a simple one. Move 2 stones and place them on both sides of the campfire, gradually reducing the distance between the stones until the casserole can be placed. Put a piece of animal meat unit in the casserole. Take 1 L of clean water and pour it in. Cover the casserole lid. If there is no corresponding seasoning, just make do with it for the time being. Take a nap while the meat is cooking. About an hour later, Wang Hao was woken up by the rich smell of meat, stretched his body, and yawned. He stood up from the sleeping bag. It was just a nap. He didn't get into the sleeping bag. The campfire had gone out, leaving a small pool of ashes. The tip of the javelin was roasted black, which was considered to be thoroughly disinfected. Wang Hao took out a hemp ball and wiped it. When it flashed metallic luster again, he aimed at the index finger of his left hand and stabbed it with gritted teeth. The wound was very small. A bean-sized blood drop oozed out. It was okay. Not too painful. Wang Hao raised his index finger and carefully dropped the blood drop on the rough snake egg. A ball of blood appeared. The drop of blood seemed to fall on the surface of the sponge and immediately seeped in. Plop! An extremely slight movement came from the snake egg. There is movement. It's just too small. I don't know if it's an illusion. But he actually felt a vague call and desire. Is it not enough? Wang Hao gritted his teeth, rubbed his fingers again, and squeezed out another drop of blood. The blood drop fell, and seeped in again. Plop! It's not an illusion. The sound is louder this time. The desire contained in it is stronger. And even the snake eggs tremble slightly. Is it not enough? Greedy enough. Wang Hao frowned and muttered, squeezing out blood again. Because it has been a long time. The wound on the finger has shown signs of healing. Under his hard squeezing, a larger drop of blood finally emerged from the purple fingertip. Drip! It seeped through without leaving any trace. Thump! Thump! For consecutive powerful drum sounds sounded. And the snake egg shook violently. Not only shook. A thin crack appeared on its surface. There's a way! Wang Hao rubbed his fingers, took a step back, and stared at the snake egg expectantly. Time passed second by second. The crack on the snake egg gradually spread. Moreover, 3 conspicuous branches were separated, extending to the point where it touched the ground. Suddenly, snap, the snake egg split into 2 halves. Inside, there was a small pocket snake. The little snake was white and tender with a slightly pink color. Its eyes were confused, and its bright red snake tongue was shrinking and contracting, without any characteristics of a limestone snake. I'm sure it's not a mistake. Could it be that its father is another species? Under Wang Hao's suspicious gaze, the little snake opened its eyes wide and looked up at him. It blinked twice. Then, it made a joyful hissing sound and crawled over here. Is this considered to be recognizing its master? Look at this look. It clearly thinks of itself as its mother. Just halfway through the crawl, the little snake suddenly stopped, turned its body, and returned to the vicinity of the eggshell. Regret it? No! The little snake opened its little mouth and bit directly into the broken stone eggshell. This little snake did not have sharp fangs, and its mouth could barely fit a finger. But it still bit off the eggshell piece by piece and swallowed it into its stomach. With each swallow, its body grew larger, and a layer of gray soil appeared on the surface. As its body grew larger, the little snake swallowed faster and faster. 2 minutes. No, maybe 1 minute. The broken eggshell was swallowed cleanly. At this time, the little snake's body was as thick as an arm, with sharp edges and corners, as if covered with rough rock armor. It was simply a replica of the previous gray rock snake. It was just much smaller, about 1/10 of the size. Awesome. It was so magical. Wang Hao looked at the gray rock snake in front of him, and his mouth opened wide in surprise, unable to close for a long time. Seeing the little snake crawling towards him, he subconsciously dodged, held the nearest javelin in his hand, and quickly issued a command. Stop! Don't come over! The little limestone snake stopped immediately, its smart eyes showing a puzzled look. Then, it turned into a pitiful look again. It wanted to get closer, but didn't dare. Did it recognize its master successfully? Wang Hao was unsure and decided to try again. Go around the pile of ashes. For fear that it didn't understand, Wang Hao deliberately waved his left hand and gestured to the outside of the casserole. The little snake nodded its head and crawled around according to the instructions. It was very fast and seemed to be cheering. Chapter 29, This pet is worth it. Obviously, the little snake was happy to be ordered around by its master. After circling, it looked at Wang Hao again, waiting for the next instruction. Suddenly, the little snake's nostrils twitched, and its soft neck bent at an angle, curiously looking at the casserole on the ashes. Hiss! The snake's tongue spat wildly, and a trace of saliva overflowed from the corner of its mouth. Wang Hao laughed dumbly. It's really better than a dog's nose. And it smelled the meat so quickly. But to be honest, I'm a little hungry. Calculating the time, it should be halfway through today, and it's time to have some lunch. If only I had a watch. No more thinking. Let's eat. Wang Hao squatted down and opened the lid of the casserole. The rich aroma of meat filled the air and went straight into his nostrils. The little snake couldn't resist the temptation and poked its head over, staring at the cooked meat in the pot. 1 unit of animal meat is about 1 kilogram. Enough for Wang Hao to eat a meal. But if you add the little snake, that will definitely not be enough. It's a bit of a miscalculation. Not only is there not enough meat, but there is also a shortage of people to eat. There is no kitchen knife or table knife to cut the meat, and there are no chopsticks to pick up the meat. Wang Hao looked around and couldn't find a substitute for a while. Just use your hands. Walk to the round bucket area. Release about 100 milliliters of clean water to wash your hands. Of course. And also a wooden bowl. The water used to wash hands can be used to water the flower fields. Then, he walked back to the casserole. He squatted down. He picked up the piece of meat and tore it with both hands. The casserole was good. The fire was even. And the rotten meat was torn into 2 halves. They were about the same size. Wang Hao kept half for himself and put the other half on the stone slab next to the ashes, pointing at the little snake. Hey, it's all yours. The little limestone snake nodded vigorously, opened its mouth, and bit down happily. Boom! It swallowed both the meat and the stone slab. Ding, stone one. The sound was made by the tilted casserole. Half of the pot of meat soup spilled out and flowed freely on the ground. Wang Hao was a little confused. Damn! I actually forgot that the rock snake would eat rocks. Then he looked at the little snake. At this time, it was happily shaking its tail, like a hot wheel, thanking its owner for his generosity. Not only did it wag its tail, it also stretched its head to please, gently rubbing the owner's trouser legs, and stared at the remaining half of the meat with a pair of eager eyes. Don't even think about it. Wang Hao quickly turned his head away and chewed the cooked meat, because there was no seasoning. The taste was only average, even a little greasy. So what? Compared to dry compressed biscuits, this is simply a delicacy on earth. Moreover, it is especially anti-starving. In no time, he ate the half of the cooked meat in his hand, and then went to the wooden bowl filled with clean water to wash his hands. Okay, all done. Get ready to work. Wang Hao glanced at the little snake and saw it still looking at him eagerly, which made him laugh. Okay, don't act so pitiful. Let me see your skills. If you do well, you will get plenty of meat. He pointed to the place where the meat was stored, with a generous look on his face. The little snake nodded its head. Well, you have to have a name. Otherwise it's inconvenient to call you. How about this? You can call yourself Sure too, which is simple and easy to understand. Wang Hao is really weak in naming talent. This name, whoever hears it, will feel old-fashioned and perfunctory. The little snake nodded its head even more happily. For it, the name is not important. Wang Hao was very satisfied to see that his pet recognized the new name. As a reward, he generously took a unit of animal meat and brought over the wooden barrel containing the remaining 120 milliliters of animal blood, and violently knocked off the wooden cover on one side. Throw the animal meat into the barrel. Pour the remaining broth in the casserole into it. Push it forward again. This wooden barrel will be your rice bowl in the future. Everything inside is yours. After eating, work hard. After saying that, Wang Hao picked up the engineer shovel at the door and walked out of the castle. Go and observe the situation first. The 7th excavation is about to be put on the agenda. As for the pet stone, it will naturally follow after it finishes eating. Outside the castle, Wang Hao concentrated his mind and looked to the left. In the green ripples, an old-fashioned wheelbarrow fell to the ground, and a few goods were scattered. Ding, found medium-sized resources. Can be picked up. Haha. Big business will come when the door is opened. Medium-sized resources. Can't be missed. Basically this is it. Quickly look in other directions. In front. Nothing. Right. In the crimson ripples, a group of white tigers are strolling around. And in the middle is a majestic tiger king, with the word king on his head as red as blood. Ding, found a group of mutant white tigers. Can be hunted. No. The color of the ripples is not crimson. It's purple-red. Just pass. Above and below, the two directions are not much better. The ripples are one light red, and one is red. In the image, there is a thick white mist, and it is impossible to see where the danger is. 5 choices. 3 dangers. Obviously, this is the characteristic of the later cave. No hesitation. Choose the left side. Wang Hao made a decision. At this time, the pet stone climbed out of the castle and rubbed his calf affectionately with its head. This should be considered harmonious coexistence between man and nature. Wang Hao took back the castle and stepped forward with full energy. Let's go. There are good things there. As soon as the voice fell, the stone at his feet suddenly jumped out and rushed out happily. It went straight to the earth wall on the left side of the owner's finger. What was it going to do? The answer was soon revealed. When the stone approached the earth wall, its head arched forward, and a large piece of loess was transferred to the back. And a deep pit appeared. Digging? Yes, digging. When Wang Hao walked up to it, a 2-meter deep passage had appeared. Ding, the pet's own talent can be linked with the owner. Will the loess be linked to take back the castle? Own talent? It seems that there is no relevant content in the introduction of the gray rock snake. Let's take a look. Stone pet. A gray rock snake that has been hatched after recognizing its owner can evolve. And the evolution conditions are unknown. It inherits all the advantages of the gray rock snake, and has a high degree of obedience, and has the talent of moving mountains. Mountain moving, excellent at digging soil and penetrating rocks. Can manipulate rocks to attack. Talent level LV1. Not bad. The talent can be upgraded. Mountain moving. Mountain moving. The name is a bit retro. And it's also very cool. Let's try linkage first. Linkage. Ding, less +1. System messages kept appearing in front of me. It's like digging soil by myself. So practical. Even the dirty and tiring work of digging soil is saved. But it's not needed for the time being. Stone. Stop. From now on, we will take turns digging. Your main task now is to help me keep a distance and prevent danger from appearing silently. Wang Hao gave the order. With the help of the engineer shovel and the Azure Dragon ring, digging is not a tiring job. It can also be used to exercise the body. After the chance encounter with Su Zhongyi, it can be inferred that the clean cave is not absolutely safe. Digging a passage. The situation is similar. The pet stone obeyed the order, exchanged positions with the owner, and stood guard behind him. This pet is quite worth it. Continue digging. After digging 36 times, a gray barrier film appeared. Ding, survivors. Please pay attention. The front is the boundary barrier of the cave. Digging again will directly enter the next cave, and the existing passage will be closed immediately. Confirm it with perspective. The color did not change. Enter! 1 person and 1 pet were pushed into the 7th cave at the same time. Chapter 30. The Generous Owner. The 7th cave. The wheelbarrow is neither new nor old, except for a few iron nails. The whole thing is made of wood. There is not much dust on the surface of the body, which shows that it has not been dumped here for a long time. Wheelbarrow, an important means of transportation in ancient times, also known as a chicken bus, now replaced by various transportation machinery. Indeed, this ancient tool is rare. Wang Hao has also seen it in history museums, movies and novels. It can be regarded as an antique. It is not the first or second time that an antique object suddenly appears in a cave, and it is not surprising. Next to the wheelbarrow, there are 3 large bags of goods scattered, wrapped very tightly, and the items inside cannot be seen. After a rough check, there is no hidden danger. Go over, bend down, and touch them one by one. Ding, the old wheelbarrow can be decomposed into tin wood. Do you want to decompose it? Decompose. Ding, the consigned goods can be decomposed into 5 hemp balls, 5 iron ingots, and 5 leather. Do you want to decompose it? Decompose. The wheelbarrow and the 3 scattered bags of goods all disappeared before my eyes. There are many resources harvested. The pet stone has been following behind its owner. This time, it was a little frustrated that it could not help. Don't worry. You will have a chance to show your ability. Wang Hao patted its head and smiled to comfort it. Next one. The 8th excavation. The choice is very important. Left side. In the dark green ripples, 3 thin civet cats huddled together for warmth. In the cave, it was not icy and snowy, but there was a thin layer of dirty snow, which was blown up by the biting cold wind from time to time. Ding, a mutant civet cat was found, which can be hunted. Civet cat? Once a mutant creature is involved, its danger should not be so low. Perhaps they are really weak. Skip it for now. In front, in the light red ripples, a ferocious white lion crouched in the grass, lazily staring at the antelope skeleton in front, and occasionally licking the corner of his mouth with his tongue. The antelope's head was still intact, but only a little meat residue and internal organs were left in other parts. Ding, a mutant white lion has been found. You can hunt it. A well-fed white lion is still a white lion. It will not easily let go of the survivors who have trespassed into its territory just because it has no appetite. Right. Nothing. Above, in the green ripples, a deflated and worn backpack is thrown in the corner. Ding, a traveler's bag has been found. you can get a small amount of supplies. Underground, the ripples are dark green. In the image, there are two gray eagles flying in the air, and their sharp scarlet eagle eyes are scanning the bare ground. Ding! A mutant gray eagle has been found. You can hunt it. Dark green again. Is this the difficulty that the later caves should have? No! Wang Hao realized something, and looked down at the pet at his feet. It might be related to it. Stone. Stay away from me. The pet snake was stunned. Although it didn't understand the owner's intention, it still crawled away, and moved towards the farthest earth wall. Rustle. The sound of friction on the ground was getting farther, and farther away from the ear. Correspondingly, the color of the suspended ripples was also changing little by little. Dark green, light yellow, pure yellow, orange yellow, until it turned red. Sure enough, it was the same as expected. The color of the ripples represents the degree of danger of the cave, and is closely related to the strength of the survivors. A powerful pet is also a kind of strength. This stone snake is really good. The more I look at it, the more satisfied I am. In this case, let's start with the civet cat. Stone. This way. Wang Hao pointed to the left and walked over first. Start digging. He swung the engineer shovel with confidence. Ding, lus +1. When he dug halfway, Wang Hao ran out to clear the lus in the castle, and replaced it with a little snake. About 20 minutes later, a gray film appeared. This time, there was no need for a short repair, and he started working directly. The steel mouth pierced the gray film. One person and one pet appeared in the 8th cave. It was really cold. This was Wang Hao's first feeling. No wonder the 3 civet cats need to huddle together for warmth. The person behind the creation of the cave world has incredible abilities. Not only did he move so many survivors, he also transformed caves of all sizes into a world of all kinds of strange things. The temperature in the caves I had entered before, whether it was farmland, desert or ruins, was relatively comfortable, and even if I slept outside for a night, I didn't have to worry about getting cold. But here, it's just a desolate ice field. Wang Hao shivered. Hiss hiss hiss. The little snake also echoed. This slight movement immediately caused trouble. In the distance, the civet cats who were huddled together and shivered, all pricked up their ears, opened their eyes, and looked over. 3 pairs of black eyes were stunned at first, and then filled with ecstasy. Just like the arrival of the invaders can improve their starving situation. The ecstatic eyes turned red. Woo! Woo! Ah! The civet cats jumped up and rushed towards this side. Go! Rock snake! Ugh! Stone! You two and I won. Wang Hao was a little nervous, and gave orders quickly. At the same time, he threw down the engineer shovel, and took out the iron fire gun. The muzzle of the gun was aimed forward. The index finger pressed on the trigger, and the palm was slightly sweaty. The little snake was eager to show itself, and immediately jumped forward 1.5 meters, swung its tail in a circle, and whipped the 2 nearest civet cats. The master's orders must be obeyed 100%. That speed was even faster than the civet cat. A gray shadow flashed before his eyes, followed by 2 loud bangs of hitting something. There was also a shrill scream. Ah! Ah! The little snake excitedly rushed out and chased the 2 that were hit. Only the last one was left. This is an order. Seeing his pet so fierce, Wang Hao wanted to thank it. At first, he thought that the newly hatched stone had low combat power, so he gave it 2. Now it seems that 1v3 is not a problem at all. He is really stupid, not knowing to take the initiative to take responsibility. Fortunately, he has a treasure, so he is not afraid. Wang Hao stared at the approaching civet cat, and the yellow and black color gradually enlarged in front of him. Stand still like a mountain. He raised the iron fire gun steadily. When he saw the fur of the civet cat clearly, he quickly pulled the trigger. Bang! A ball of fire burst out. The sound of the gun echoed in the cave. The broken iron bullet hit the abdomen of the civet cat, and the huge impact force pushed it out. Blood splattered. Wang Hao kicked the earth wall behind him with his right foot and rushed out with the injured civet cat. He raised the gun again. Bang! Another shot. This shot hit the top of the civet cat's head directly, completely splitting it. Red and white debris splashed everywhere. Ding! The civet cat has been killed, and the body can be decomposed to obtain trophies. Huh? Wang Hao took a long breath and quickly turned his gun to look for the remaining 2 civet cats. At this time, another system message appeared in front of him. Ding, your pet killed 2 civet cats. And you can decompose the bodies to get spoils. How efficient. The pet snake crawled towards him with its winding body. And its curled tail was still wrapped around the bodies of the 2 civet cats. Bang bang. The snake dropped the spoils at Wang Hao's feet, raised its head and hissed. It seemed to be waiting for the master's praise. Must be praised. Sure too. You did a good job. The beast's meat and blood will be yours in a while. Wang Hao, the master, is not stingy. Chapter 31 Good deeds are rewarded. 3 civet cat corpses were placed side by side in front of him. Wang Hao squatted down and dissected the spoils one by one. After a busy period, the harvest was as follows. Beast blood plus 2,400 milliliters. Beast meat plus 12. Leather plus 3. Bone meal plus 9. Water attribute spirit ordinary plus 3. In order to keep his promise, Wang Hao placed the beast meat and blood separately. The left corner of the castle near the door will be the exclusive territory of the little snake in the future. In the 8th cave, in addition to the 3 civet cats, there is also a thin layer of dirty snow. Unfortunately, it cannot be collected directly. Collecting these snow and floating soil, heating and filtering. This stupid method is feasible. However, the results were minimal. For a little water, I suffered in the cold outdoors. Returned to the castle to rest. It's too damn cold. This little bit of water is not a big deal. Wang Hao gave up the idea of sweeping the snow, let go of the castle base, and walked into the gate with his snake pet. Close the door. Make a fire. Ding, with 3. Kerosene 1. A blazing bonfire appeared next to the sleeping bag. Bring 2 stones. Set up a casserole. Pour 500 milliliters of clean water. Start boiling. A bonfire can last for an hour. Rest for an hour. The gray rock snake was not afraid of the cold. Ran to its own territory, and began to enjoy the feast. Wang Hao opened the chat channel, ready to adjust his tired body and mind. Still the old rules. The World Channel has a lot of information. World Channel. Wu Dihua, at this time. There are still people complaining. Please save your time. By the way, how many caves did everyone dig yesterday? I dug 4, and didn't dare to continue. The mutant sparrow pecked really painfully. Yang Yen, that's right. I remember that there was a buddy who was bitten on the toe by a poisonous snake yesterday. The cave world is too dangerous. I only dug 5. And I stopped when I had enough food and water. It's not easy to live. Chen Bing, haha. I'm still here. It's just a foot. Brother doesn't care. Min, you have to be a little harder on yourself. I didn't get the antidote yesterday, but my purified water was saved. Plus a bag of compressed biscuits I dug. It's not a problem to recuperate in the castle for 2 days. Wang Yinxiang, the guy above is a real man. So, you really don't want to exchange for some wood? How about I exchange it for the crutch manufacturing diagram I picked up yesterday? Su Qianqian, looking for clean water or animal blood. I have stone and a small pack of trial masks here. Selling the hanging clean water is too expensive. Fu Shuren, ha ha ha. I'm really lucky today. I met a wounded little kangaroo and directly harvested 4 units of animal meat and 200 milliliters of animal blood. I don't have to worry about food and drink tomorrow. Isn't it cool? But no one cares. Lin Xiaonan, everyone. Please tell me. Have you seen a treasure chest monster? Can that thing be killed? It chased me for 5 laps, and now I'm hiding in the castle and can't get out. I really want to ask for your advice. Sure enough, it was as lively as ever. There were a few acquaintances chatting, and I had some impression of them. There was also useful information. That is, survival resources are more scarce. Open cell. Just as Su Qianqian said, the ratio of clean water to wood has soared to 50 milliliters for 15 units. The exchange rate for stone has risen to 50 milliliters for 10 units. Other construction resources have also risen by about 20% to 30%. Clean water and food are survival resources, which are hard currency. As time goes by, this trend will become more obvious. In any case, he no longer has this worry. Others are still worried about not having enough clean water. But he can already brush his teeth and rinse his mouth. Take a look at the region channel again. Before he could make any move, an icon suddenly flashed in the lower right corner of the panel. Someone sent a private message. Click to see. Chu Wanru, Brother Wang. I have prepared all the forging materials. Can you help me forge an iron fire gun? Hey, it's her. Seeing this message, Wang Hao was stunned. Then, he confirmed one more thing. This woman is not simple. In less than a day, she got the corresponding materials. Her strength and luck are definitely not bad. Even if it is a barter. The fact that she planned to take out 2 or 3 times the beast's blood to redeem the pattern yesterday can explain the problem. The change of name is just a small detail. Send the materials. I will return the iron musket when it is ready. Click to send. After waiting for less than a minute, the chat frame trembled slightly. Not only was there a reply, but there was also a row of item attachments in the transaction box on the right. Iron ingots, wood and kerosene, 2 units each, and finally a green book. Brother Wang. The materials have been sent. The last pattern is the labor fee. Very straightforward. No hesitation. The materials were mailed according to the recipe. No more and no less. The attached pattern made Wang Hao's eyes light up. Dagger forging diagram. The dagger is a cold weapon. It is not very useful when fighting against the enemy, but it has a wide range of uses. For example, cutting meat. For example, peeling apples. Or pricking your finger next time your pet recognizes its owner. Wang Hao subconsciously glanced into the distance. In the corner of the castle, the little snake stone noticed his master's glance and immediately raised his head from the barrel, hissing and spitting out his snake tongue. In the snake's eyes, there was flattery. Wang Hao retracted his gaze and typed 2 words in the chat box. Wait. Collect the attachment first. Ding. Iron ingot +2. Wood +2. Kerosene +2. Ding. Dagger forging diagram +1. Click on the forging column. Find the iron fire gun. Iron fire gun. Iron ingot 71 halves. Wood 121/2. Kerosene 100/2. Ding. The forging requirements of the iron fire gun are met. Please enter the production quantity. Now, with his inventory, there must be more than 1 batch, so it is normal to have a prompt. Enter 1. No spirit is added either. Make. An iron fire gun appears in front of you. Ordinary iron fire gun, a simple gunpowder weapon, also known as a handgun, 30 centimeters long, weighing 4,580 grams, with an effective range of up to 50 meters. After being improved by unknown technology, it does not need to be loaded with gunpowder and iron bullets on sight, and can be fired continuously 20 times. White item. No additional effects. It can be used for self-defense. Click the chat box and put the iron fire gun in the attachment box on the right. The weapon is ready. Take it. Sent. The other side immediately took the iron fire gun and quickly replied. Brother Wang. Thank you. Thank you. At the end of the message, there was also a fist-holding expression. Wang Hao was about to close the chat box, and a thought flashed through his mind, and he sent another message. Perhaps it was curiosity. You just sent the materials and drawings directly. Aren't you afraid that I will steal them directly? After all, there is no so-called GM in the cave world. About half a minute. The reply came. Don't worry. I believe in my own vision. There must be some trust between people. As for those rules, it is for us not to trust the survivors we meet by chance. Besides, this amount of materials is nothing. A woman replied swiftly. Indeed, there are not many materials for the recipe. The most valuable thing is just 2 units of iron ingots. Oh, and there is also the dagger forging diagram. But it is rare to achieve unconditional trust. Wang Hao closed the chat box with emotion, then clicked on the region channel and slowly flipped through it. There is no rush to learn the pattern. Chapter 32 Playing a Big Game. After browsing the region channel for a while, Wang Hao saw a screen full of gossip and chat. He couldn't get a word in, and didn't want to join in, because topics like how Gu is awesome and Retian boss were mentioned from time to time. When I show up, there will definitely be a queue of people swiping the screen again. Being too good is sometimes a worry. Finally, Wang Hao clicked on the skills column and studied the dagger forging diagram. Look at the materials. Dagger, iron ingot 0 to 1. Copper ingot 0/1. Kerosene 0 to 1. Don't look at the dagger as small. It uses a lot of materials. Iron ingot. This is the understanding. Copper ingots are also useful. Kerosene is also used. Is it because of forging and quenching? In ancient times, didn't blacksmith shops have a blazing fire? Wang Hao didn't investigate further. Make 1. Anyway, It can be used to cut meat. It can be used to cut meat. If other survivors knew that Wang Hao was such a spendthrift, they would definitely form a group to denounce him angrily. This is not over yet. How about, add another spirit? A dagger that is intended to cut meat. And a spirit is also needed? Is it really okay to be so arrogant? No problem. While muttering to himself, Wang Hao really took out a piece of gold spirit. Click on the line of dagger and put the spirit on it. Ding! The manufacturing requirements of the dagger are met. Do you want to forge it? Due to the existence of the spirit, the system defaults to 1 and no longer reminds the number of production. Very intelligent. Manufacturing. After confirmation, a golden light flashed. On the ground, a dagger with a sheath appeared. The golden sheath is engraved with patterns of flowers, birds, insects and animals, which look simple and heavy. The handle is in the shape of reverse scales to prevent slipping when holding. Sharp dagger, weapon type. Excellent quality. The sheath is made of brass. The total length of the dagger is 8 inches. And the double-edged blades that have been quenched several times are extremely sharp and can cut hair. Adds the extra attribute sharp. Sharp increases the sharpness of the weapon, making it easy to pierce the stone slab. And a dagger of the same material will break with one cut. This is the legendary. Blowing hair and cutting hair. Cutting iron like mud? Oh my god! Wang Hao leaned forward and took the dagger from the ground. He grabbed the copper sheath with his left hand and held the handle with his right hand. He pulled it out. A cold light flashed, piercing the face like ice water in a clear lake. Between the double blades and the handle, there is a circle of raised steel sheets to protect the palm of the hand. It danced in the air 7 or 8 times, very lightly. Then, he stabbed the stone slab holding the casserole, and pierced it directly through without any effort. Good stuff. From now on, you don't have to worry about tearing meat with your hands anymore. Moreover, this dagger can be used as a killer in close combat. Find an opportunity to wear long boots. Ugh! High combat boots. And hide the dagger in the boots. On the surface, it looks like you have nothing in your hands. But in fact, the gun is gone and the dagger is revealed, which will definitely have an unexpected effect. Isn't this how top assassins and agents play? You can stab it close up and stab it from a distance. Even farther away. You can throw it. The more Wang Hao thought about it, the more excited he became. He was even a little eager to try it. The water in the casserole had already boiled. 500 milliliters of clean water is indeed not much. And it won't take much time to boil. Listening to the cold wind outside the castle, Wang Hao decided to change his original intention. After several excavations, he already had a powerful pet. A green eye mask, an iron fire gun and a sharp dagger. And he could dig the 9th cave. Oh! And there was also a solid castle base. If he was so timid, how could he thrive in the cave world? That's it. Wang Hao thought about it, and put the copper sheath dagger in the castle first. There were no boots for the time being, so it was better to put them in the castle for easy access with the mind. Sure too. Get ready to go. The young master will take you to play a big game. The pet snake hissed in response, and quickly crawled over. The rumbling sound of rubbing against the ground seemed to be beating drums to cheer. The master's call was its greatest honor. Wang Hao moved the casserole away to prevent the water from drying up. When the water temperature is right, he will be able to return triumphantly. And it will not be too late to drink it then. He opened the iron gate of the castle, and the cold wind immediately poured in. Wang Hao shivered, and did not leave the castle, but stood at the door, looking intently in 5 directions. The feeling of stepping on the ice field should be minimized as much as possible. Left side. In the green ripples, there is a hazy darkness. This contrasting environment is relatively rare in the cave world. In front, in the orange-yellow ripples, there is a misty lake. In the middle of the lake, there is a faintly visible island reef. No mutant creatures can be seen, and no resources can be seen scattered. Huh? It's really rare that there is a lake in the cave. A lake means that there are abundant clean water resources. But the color of the ripples. Is it still so dangerous with the help of pets? The key is that the danger is unknown, which is disgusting and makes it impossible to think of countermeasures. On the right, in the dark green ripples, there is a large grassland full of vitality. Well, it should be a small grassland. On the grassland, there is a raised mound, and there is a cave under the mound. 2 big gray wolves are playing a game of chasing with a little white rabbit. 1 chasing and 2 fleeing. having a lot of fun. That's right. One chasing and two fleeing. The ones who escaped were actually two big gray wolves, and their two pairs of black eyes were full of panic. The one being chased was a seemingly weak white rabbit. It was white all over, jumping and hopping, and it was so cute no matter how you looked at it. Its red eyes were the only thing that frightened people. This upside-down scene was really weird and soul-stirring. Ding, grassland gray wolf and wolf-eating rabbit found. Can be hunted. Wolf-eating rabbit. It really lived up to its name. There was no system message on the left and in front, which made it even more dangerous and unpredictable. Above, in the deep red ripples, a humanoid giant ape squatted on a boulder, grabbing an angular stone and struggling to smash a thick leg bone. After breaking it, the giant ape immediately stood up the leg bone and put it in his mouth to suck. A look of intoxication. Is it sucking bone marrow? Ding, the fierce beast Tontion ape is found, and can be killed, without strong strength. Any creature that dares to provoke the fierce beast will be its food. Its food? This is definitely not an option. No matter how brave the gray rock snake is, it can't be the opponent of this big guy. Underground. There is nothing. Among the 5 directions, only the underground is absolutely safe. Secondly, the left and right sides. Of course, this is under the bonus effect of the pet. If there is no stone, the risk factor will be greatly increased. How to choose? Since it is for training, it must be chosen. Right side. Must be right side. Wang Hao wanted to see how ferocious and terrifying the wolf-eating rabbit was. Ahem. Actually, he had set his eyes on the iron treasure chest next to the rabbit's nest. The treasure chest was half hidden under the grass, but he couldn't hide it. Pick up the engineer's shovel, gritted his teeth, and walked out of the door. Turned back to reclaim the castle. Sure to behave well later. There will be a little white rabbit for you to play with. Don't show your fear. Hiss. Old rules. After playing, the meat and blood belong to you. Hiss. It's really boring to talk to you. Can't you change your tone? Hiss hiss. One man and one snake quickly ran to the right earth wall. Wang Hao swung the engineer's shovel and started digging. Entering the passage, the coldness of the soles of the feet finally eased, and it became warmer and warmer. Chapter 33 Harvesting the Iron Treasure Box. The gray film reappears. Ding, survivors. Please pay attention. There is a boundary barrier of the cave ahead. If you dig again, you will directly enter the next cave, and the existing passage will be closed immediately. Out of caution, Wang Hao observed again. The color of the ripples did not change. The 2 grassland gray wolves disappeared, leaving only 2 piles of white bones and several pieces of broken fur. Too fierce. It's only been a quarter of an hour, and the 2 ferocious grassland wolves were all in. As for the cute little white rabbit, it was lying leisurely beside the pile of bones, slowly licking the blood-stained white fur. There was still blood on the open lips, worthy of being called a wolf-eating rabbit. The color of the ripples did not change. Just be careful. It won't be a big problem. Go in. Pat the little snake's head and thrust the engineer's shovel forward. The 9th cave. As soon as Wang Hao appeared, the wolf-eating rabbit in the bushes stood up with its ears and looked over here vigilantly. No matter how ferocious it is still a rabbit. The rabbit's vigilance is an innate instinct. Wolf-eating rabbit, a mutant grassland rabbit species, extremely ferocious by nature. The former natural enemy, the gray wolf, has become their food to fill their stomachs, including their own cubs. Eating their own cubs? So cruel. Wang Hao complained in his heart. Seeing the invasion of foreign enemies, the wolf-eating rabbit split its lips. A pair of blood-red front teeth turned outward, revealing an anthropomorphic smile. It slowly turned over, as if no one was around. But then, its hind leg suddenly kicked the ground. Like a white lightning, it jumped over directly. At this moment, Wang Hao finally understood the vivid meaning of moving like a rabbit. 1 word. Fast. 4 words. Really fast. In just a blink of an eye, it ran 7 or 8 meters. Sure to. It's up to you. The wolf-eating rabbit is fast, and Wang Hao's movements are not slow either. Withdrew his feet to the right, his back against the earth wall, and then took out the iron fire gun. Facing the front, he fired a shot. Originally, the pet snake was one body behind, half hidden at the feet of its owner. Wang Hao immediately let it out by retreating. Hiss. The long snake tail swung forward. Attack. Left and right. The coordination was quite tacit. Wang Hao's attack was more like a precautionary measure to prevent the wolf-eating rabbit from staring at him. As long as it dared to come, he would be prepared to be shot. The spray of fire and the explosion of gunfire obviously frightened the wolf-eating rabbit. Out of instinct, it quickly moved away in the opposite direction. In this direction, there was another gray shadow waiting for it. The wolf-eating rabbit was not a good person. Seeing the snake tail coming from the front, it opened its mouth and bit fiercely. Fear of fire guns does not mean fear of gray rock snakes. This is animal nature. Caca! Squeak! The wolf-eating rabbit's two front teeth hit the rocky snake tail of the little snake, and a strange cry sounded immediately. There was obvious pain in the cry. This is also because its teeth are strong. If it were an ordinary hair, this would definitely break its front teeth. In the air, stone chips flew. The little snake, whose skin was scratched, showed the ferocity of a mutant pet at this moment. The long snake body rolled up and strangled the wolf-eating rabbit's neck. It rapped 3 times. Tighten. Tighten again. At the same time, the sharp fangs, perhaps not poisonous, took the opportunity to pierce the opponent's back. The wolf-eating rabbit struggled hard, and its strong pair of hind legs kicked out violently. Ordinary hares are not only good at running, but the kicking of their hind legs is also a deadly killing move. Therefore, there is a saying that rabbit kicks eagle. Not to mention, this is a mutant grassland rabbit. Once kicked, the consequences are unpredictable. Facing the opponent's kick, the little snake didn't care and just tightened its body. Everything was too fast. This fight was just a matter of seconds. Upon discovering this situation, Wang Hao, who had dodged, immediately rushed up, turned the muzzle of the gun, and almost hit the wolf-eating rabbits, but bang! A shot was fired. Fire sprayed, and the iron bullet exploded. The snow-white fur of the wolf-eating rabbit was immediately burned and charred, and blood and broken meat splattered everywhere. Squeak! A shrill scream sounded, piercing the eardrums. Suffering a severe blow, the wolf-eating rabbit had no strength to kick, and its tense body suddenly became loose. With the help of its master, the little snake immediately tightened its grip. Crack! This was the crisp sound of bones breaking. The wolf-eating rabbit's eyes bulged out, and the scarlet light slowly dimmed. Ding! The wolf-eating rabbit has been killed, and the body can be decomposed to obtain the spoils. Seeing the system message, Wang Hao immediately relaxed. He patted the little snake's head and signaled it to let go. Sure too. That's enough. If you keep wrapping it, its head will be separated. Hiss! The little snake let go of its body and pushed the wolf-eating rabbit's body forward obediently, hissing happily. This battle was neat and timid, and there were no accidents. Wang Hao half crouched and touched the spoils. Decompose. Ding. Beast meat +5. Beast blood +400 milliliters. Leather +1. Wood essence excellent +1. Bone powder +3. The mutated cave creatures. The spoils are basically similar. As usual, the meat and blood are given to the stone. The more work, the more. The rest belongs to you. In fact, Wang Hao is more concerned about the iron treasure chest next to the rabbit nest. Before that, he has to confirm whether it is safe or not. He doesn't want a nest of wolf-eating rabbits to rush out and treat him as a piece of ribs. Focus and observe. There is no hidden danger. It is estimated that it is the credit of the wolf-eating rabbits killing each other. Wang Hao walked to the 2 piles of bones and touched the middle one with the iron fire gun. Ding! Found fresh bones of a prairie wolf. Do you want to decompose it? Fresh bones. How could they not be fresh? They were just eaten. Decompose. Ding. Bone meal +6. Try to touch the grass again. No reaction. Then, it's time to open the iron treasure chest. Walk to the rabbit's nest. The grass here is extremely lush and green, and it's higher than the knees, almost covering the entire hole, which is very secretive. The reason is that rabbits don't eat grass near their nests. The iron treasure chest is hidden in the grass, which is also very secretive. I just checked it. There is no potential danger, let alone a sinister treasure chest monster. Crouch down. Open your hands. Ding. 350 milliliters pure water +3. Ding. Egg yolk pie individual small package +3. Ding. QQ melon seeds 250g bag +1. Ding. Bunny girl headdress textile diagram +1. Ding. Mountaineering shoe production diagram +1. Ding. Iron treasure box +1. Not bad. There are 2 patterns. However, the first pattern, Wang Hao will definitely not learn it. Either keep it in the bottom of the box or sell it on the world channel. Who knows? There are really survivors who like this outfit. Mountaineering boots are good. I will learn it now. Back to the castle. There is still boiling water in the casserole. Just right to warm the stomach. In ancient times, Eri killed Hua Xiong with warm wine. And now Hao Ge kills Baitu with warm water. Inside the castle. After drinking warm water, Wang Hao picked up the newly harvested pattern. Ding! Detected mountain shoes making diagram for learning. Do you want to use it? Use it. The pattern disappears in your hand. Open the system panel. Go to Skills Forging. Find the line of mountain shoes and click it. Mountain shoes, hemp ball 7:1. Leather 9/1. Not many materials. Just buy a pair. Ding, hemp ball -1. Leather -1. Ding, mountain shoe size 42+1. Ordinary quality. Chapter 34 Fully Armed. Mountaineering shoes, daily wear. This kind of shoes combines the advantages of military boots and tourist shoes. Waterproof and breathable. Not easy to slip when walking. Easy to clean. Very suitable for outdoor sports, such as mountain climbing and tourism. This is the introduction of mountaineering shoes. Wang Hao retracted his gaze. Put on the newly made gray mountaineering shoes. And pushed hard on the ground twice. The sole is soft and fits the foot very well. Jump twice. Feeling light. No need to worry about stepping on hard objects or stones. Not only that, it can also effectively isolate cold and heat. No need to be afraid of ice fields. Charcoal. Thorns in the future. The high upper can prevent sand from pouring in. And the design is very reasonable. Wang Hao gave a thumbs up with satisfaction. Although the loess in the cave is relatively soft, it is still a bit rubbing if you walk for a long time. It is even more uncomfortable to step on ice fields, hill ruins and other terrains. With shoes, it will be much more convenient in the future. No need to rest. Continue. Walk out of the castle. Next. It is the last excavation of the day. It is also the time to test your own strength. Concentrate your mind. Perspective. If nothing goes wrong, all 5 directions will be dangerous tests. Left side. In the vast cave, there are thorn forests everywhere, most of which are withered yellow and a few are emerald green. The withered yellow thorns are crawling with black ants, which keep gnawing at the branches. On the ground, there is also a dark piece, which is moving to the green side. Obviously, these ants are unusual. Ding, discover mutant ants. When they meet them, the survivors do not have any hope of surviving, unless your castle is strong enough. Food ants? Don't think. It is difficult to deal with. Expect a fire attack? Once the crowded thorns calmlier caught fire, he would also be buried in the sea of fire. A strong enough castle? Wang Hao dares to be sure that the primary castle is not listed. And those iron windows are flaws. Must be ruled out. Ahead. The space of this cave is not large. It can be covered by the flowing magma, which cannot be found at all. It is like a sea of fire. In the middle of the lava, a black treasure chest is floating. The black color of the chest is more like the result of burning and oxidation. Right side. The scene shown in the image is completely opposite to the previous one. There is a small towering iceberg, with a thick layer of ice spreading over the entire cave. At the foot of the mountain, there is also an ice sculpture of a polar bear, which stands upright with its front limbs spread out to the left and right, as if to prevent strangers from approaching. Ding, the body of a polar bear is found, which can be decomposed to obtain resources. This is not an ice sculpture. It is a real polar bear. Polar bears are the most cold-resistant and frost-resistant. Even they are frozen into ice cubes. So you can imagine how cold it is here. Above, the cave was pitch black, with countless red eyes swaying in disorder. No system messages were displayed. Underground, this cave should be the most normal. 7 spotted hyenas gathered together, biting half of a human corpse. The dead one was a survivor. The rags left on his body showed that he was wearing a hospital gown. The picture was a bit disgusting, so 100 words were omitted here. Ding, a group of spotted hyenas was found, and you can form a team to surround and kill them. Form a team to surround and kill? It seems very difficult, and one person is not enough to deal with it. In 5 directions, there are orange-yellow ripples, and the danger level is comparable. The basis for judgment is not important. The key is how to deal with it. The choice is not too difficult. Or rather, Wang Hao has no room for choice. The sea of fire and the iceberg cannot be chosen. Now, he has no confidence at all. Can spend a night safely in the dangerous natural environment. The castle is not omnipotent. In the dark, it is a bit difficult to deal with a group of unknown red-eyed monsters. The only thing left is the spotted hyena pack. Fire gun, dagger, javelin, pet, and the primary castle. With so many means, there is no reason to be afraid of this spotted hyena pack. Wang Hao is full of confidence. Start. Take back the castle again. Holding the engineer's shovel, dig directly on the ground. This time, he did not dig at an angle, but chose to go straight up and down. The wind whistles, and the Yishui River is cold. The warriors are gone. I said it wrong. Let's try again. Strength to pull up mountains and courage to conquer the world. But the time is not right. It seems that the artistic conception is not right either. Great wine in a luminous cup. What is the next sentence? No matter. Just dig. Because of the limited space for movement, the little snake was temporarily taken back to the castle by him. With a grip of shoes, the efficiency is greatly improved. The action of digging the soil with a shovel is very rhythmic. Dig lightly 9 times. Dig hard once. He also hummed a song to cheer himself up. A vertical channel was formed under his feet, getting deeper and deeper. Ding, lust +1. When the lust in the castle accumulated to 100 units, Wang Hao summoned the little snake, cancelled the lust linkage, and ordered it to continue digging. This operation not only preserved physical strength, but also avoided dumping lust. The space was a little crowded, but it was fine after a while. He dug 37 times. The barrier gray film appeared under his feet. The little snake stone lightly hit the gray film and was directly bounced back. He simply stopped arching and waited for the master's next instruction. Some creatures with digging talents, after becoming pets, their ability to shuttle between different caves degenerated and kept in sync with their masters. It's easy to understand. Avoid some kind of bug that affects the balance of the cave world. Wang Hao was not in a hurry to enter, so he still confirmed it with perspective. For some things, it is better to be tedious. In the orange-yellow ripples, the spotted hyenas were still enjoying the feast, even if there was not much flesh and blood on the skeleton. Bones were their favorite. Not much change. According to the image, the position of this group of spotted hyenas was close to the opposite earth wall, and there should be enough distance to react. For safety, Wang Hao took out the green eye mask and put it on for the first time. As soon as the eye mask touched the eye socket, it automatically adhered to the skin, and a coolness quickly spread around, flowing to the forehead. Eyes are fast, brain is quick, ears are sharp, and eyes are sharp, flowing to the shoulders. Muscles are slightly bulging, and arms are strong, flowing to the lower abdomen. The bones made a slight sound, and the whole body was hot, flowing to the legs. The body became light. Wang Hao subconsciously clenched his fists, and felt that his whole body was full of energy, ready to vent at any time. He took out the iron fire gun and checked it. There were still 11 shots, which should be enough. Even if it was used up, there was still a castle to hide in. It was not too late to make another one. Dagger and javelin were spare, with a powerful pet stone. At this moment, he was fully armed. Oh, there is one more thing to say. Stone, don't make a hissing sound when you go in later. We will never fight hard if we can sneak attack. The little snake nodded as if he understood. Newborn pets are very innocent, but they don't have any bad intentions. Enter! Pierce the gray membrane. The scene in front of him changed in an instant. This cave is about 50 meters long and wide, and the height is equivalent to a 3-story building. It is also a medium-sized space. There is no vegetation, only slightly undulating loess. The place where Wang Hao fell happened to be in a low-lying earth pit. As soon as he landed, he quickly lay down with the stone. Then, he slowly stuck out half of his head and glanced into the distance. The spotted hyena group did not make any unusual movements. Obviously, they did not notice him as an intruder. This is the best. About 50 meters. It is still within the range of the iron fire gun. It is just right for a sneak attack. It was this glance that made Wang Hao discover another treasure. Chapter 35. Fierce Battle with the Hyena Pack. A silver treasure chest is hidden on the back of a mound a little further away. As expected, the ultimate cave is full of sincerity. Wang Hao raised the iron fire gun, slowly put it flat, and try to aim the muzzle straight ahead. The fire gun is a simple hot weapon with average accuracy. So, he doesn't expect every shot to hit the target. If you injure and maim as many spotted hyenas as possible, you can gain the initiative. Wait patiently. The spotted hyena pack didn't know they were being targeted, and they were still happily gnawing on the bones, trying to grab the last bit of meat from them. Slowly, the 7 spotted hyenas approached the chest area of the skeleton, and there was a brief gathering and overlap. Good. Now! Wang Hao showed a happy expression and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Not just once, but twice in a row. Bang! Tongues of fire came out of the muzzle, bringing with them a wisp of rising green smoke. 2 iron bullets shot out one after the other. In just a moment, the hyenas were blown away. The 2 on the outermost side rolled directly to the ground, and the bones were smashed to pieces. The rest were frightened and dodged immediately. After a brief panic, the hyenas easily found the gun barrel here. One of them was tall, raised his head, and let out a long howl, and rushed over here first. Swish! That cry was very much like a human's low laugh. The other 4 spotted hyenas reacted and ran over together. They were not stupid, and they did not gather together. Instead, they ran separately. Not only these 5, but also the 2 fallen spotted hyenas staggered to their feet. They shook their heads, stumbled, and followed their companions closely. They ignored the bleeding wounds. Because of the long distance, the 2 shots just now did not hit their vitals. One hit the back hip. One shot through the deflated belly. The injured spotted hyena ran very slowly, and in a blink of an eye, it was pulled away. So tenacious. Sure to. Go! Go after the fastest one. Wang Hao calmly gave the order. The fastest spotted hyena is either the leader of the group or the strongest. The message displayed by the system proved his guess. Ding! Spotted hyena king found. Can cooperate to hunt. Spotted hyena king, mutant beast. This spotted hyena was affected by the solar eclipse and has undergone a slight mutation. Its speed and size are much stronger than normal ones. As for the others, spotted hyena, also known as spotted hyena, a common beast living in grasslands or semi-deserts, with very strong jaw power, weighing about 40 to 86 kilograms, good at group hunting. Even if it is prey captured by male lions, they dare to rush forward to grab a bite. Anyway, except for the dog king, they are all ordinary beasts. A general spotted hyena group is composed of 70 to 80 hyenas. There are only 7 here, which is too weak. Just 2 or 3 seconds after talking, the spotted hyena king has already rushed to the front. Wang Hao fired a shot without hesitation, and immediately moved the muzzle away without caring whether it hit or not. Next, it was the stone against the stone. The pet snake did not disappoint him. When the spotted hyena king dodged the iron bullet, it jumped out close to the ground, swept its tail, opened its mouth wide, and directly blocked the opponent. The size of the 2 is completely disproportionate. However, it does not hinder the snake's attack at aggro. This side, Wang Hao quickly jumped up from the earth pit and ran to one side along the earth wall, trying to keep a distance from other hyenas, and suddenly fired another shot. Bang! The other spotted hyenas did not have the reaction speed of the dog king. The nearest one was only 7 or 8 meters away from him, and was hit in the head by the shot. The forward movement was stagnant, and it fell sideways in front of the earth pit. The closer the distance is, the greater the power of the fire gun. A hot weapon. The spotted hyena that was hit howled twice, and could no longer move. Ding! The wild spotted hyena has been killed, and the body can be decomposed to obtain trophies. This is the first one. The fearless eye mask is really a good thing. You won't know until you use it, and you'll be shocked when you use it. The normal running speed of humans is generally 5 to 9 meters per second, which is definitely not faster than that of spotted hyenas. Therefore, Wang Hao was ready to release the castle, but just when he stood up and sprinted, his speed was not slower than that of the hyenas, and was even a little faster. This is not a short-term burst of power, but a real increase. Seeing the first spotted hyena fall to the ground, Wang Hao deliberately bent down and changed direction, running towards the empty space in the middle. When the second spotted hyena approached and jumped up, he turned back and fired another shot. Under his deliberate control, the distance between them was even closer this time. Less than 3 meters. The shot hit the second hyena right between its hind legs, creating a large transparent hole. Howl! Uncontrollable howl. Even hyenas cannot stop the sorrow of broken eggs. There is no way to survive. Before death, they have to suffer humiliation. Wang Hao was more confident after dealing with the two spotted hyenas. The running direction remained unchanged. Continued to rush forward. For the third target, he chose the one that was injured first and ran faster. A man and a dog ran towards each other. And the time they met was shorter. In 2 seconds at most. The injured hyena ran close. Only a little more than a meter away. Seeing the human foolishly rushing towards them, the two injured spotted hyenas fiercely cracked their sharp teeth, jumped up, and pounced on him. The injury just now had already aroused their anger. They vowed to tear each other to pieces. Just in time. Wang Hao was worried about how to aim. And now the hyena jumped high. Just in time to serve as a live target. He raised the iron fire gun. He pulled the trigger towards the abdomen of the hyena in front. Bang! The fire burst out. And the iron bullet splashed. Sizzle! The hyena in front screamed. And a bloody wound appeared in its abdomen. 2 rows of ribs broke inward and pierced into the chest. That's not all. Wang Hao didn't have time to fire the second shot. So he simply rushed forward, holding the iron fire gun with both hands and swung it. Like swinging a short stick. It directly hit the head of the fourth hyena. Bang! With the same scream, the spotted hyena was smashed and flew out. So cool! This is the power of the fearless eye mask. Without the bonus of speed and strength, I would never be able to do this. Of course, the iron fire gun also contributed a lot. Now, it is not the time to slack off. I repel 2 injured dogs, and there are 2 chasing behind. The earlobe trembled slightly. Without looking back, I could hear the angry roar of the spotted hyena and the strong wind coming at me. Wang Hao fell to the ground and rolled twice on the yellow earth. After slightly adjusting his posture, he picked up the iron fire gun and fired a shot into the air. Bang! A male spotted hyena opened its mouth, as if it was deliberately approaching, and was about to bite the muzzle of the iron fire gun. The 5th shot directly bombarded into the throat. Very deep. Very deep. Suddenly, the red and white filth frying on Wang Hao's tattered disease. Solving another. Ding! The beasts have been killed. And the corpse can be decomposed to get a warrior. The crisis is still there. The last spotted dog had already fell beside Wang Hao. A front paw pressed his left shoulder. And his teeth grinned. The target is a fatal throat. Once you bite it, you can bite the trachea with the strength of the pine dog's mandibular power. At this moment, Wang Hao was extremely calm. No shot. Chapter 36, Fighting the Hyena King. In close combat, this short iron musket is still a bit long. Too inconvenient. Wang Hao let go of the musket and shrugged his right shoulder. In his palm, a dagger suddenly appeared. A dagger out of the sheath. Before that, in order to save time, he had already pulled the dagger out of the copper sheath. He rolled sideways half a circle to avoid the sharp teeth that bit him. Then, bent his right arm and stabbed the dagger horizontally. Puff! The sharp dagger pierced into the hyena's head, until the handle was gone. Ding! The wild hyena has been killed, and the body can be decomposed to obtain trophies. The beast's mouth, open ferociously, stopped 10 centimeters in front of his eyes, and could not move forward an inch. Seeing a stream of saliva about to drip, Wang Hao pushed out his left arm and pushed the hyena's body away. He pulled back the dagger. He stood up neatly. He looked around. In the fierce battle just now, all 6 hyenas fell, and 3 of them were killed directly. He put back the dagger and took out the javelin. Wang Hao had no time to harvest the spoils, so he took a few quick steps and walked to the hyena with the least injury. This hyena was hit on the head by him, and a large part of its skull was sunken. It was staggering and trying to stand up again. When it saw someone approaching, it immediately bared its teeth and growled in a low voice, and also made a move of kicking its hind legs and lunging forward. Wang Hao naturally wouldn't give it a chance. He thrust the javelin in his right hand forward and pierced the hyena's back directly. Ding! The wild hyena has been killed. You can decompose the body to get the spoils. This is the 4th one. The remaining 2 were both dying, lying on the ground gasping for breath. One had a broken egg. One had a chest injury. He didn't need to do anything. It could only last for 1 or 2 minutes at most. Wang Hao didn't waste time. He pulled out his javelin with his right arm, and continued to walk quickly along the original path. There is also a spotted hyena king. This is the highlight. Under the deliberate provocation of the little snake, the mutated spotted hyena king has been led to the opposite direction. At this moment, they are fighting hard. Although the pet snake is weak, it relies on its flexible body and strong defense to frequently harass the opponent with its tail and fangs, and never fights head-on. Whenever the spotted hyena king wants to withdraw to help his companions, the little snake will entangle and even bite it out of the blue. The fangs of the limestone snake are indeed poisonous. The toxicity is not strong, but the place where it is bitten still becomes pitch black. Some cats and canines living in the wild are generally not afraid of snake venom. As long as they are given a little time, they can probably find a secret medicine to detoxify. That is a kind of talent. But now, it has no such opportunity. Wang Hao speeded up, seeing its master come back to help it. The little snake excitedly swallowed its tongue and hissed with joy. Attacking, it also became active. The snake's tail whipped violently, and the snake's head rushed bravely. The spotted hyena king roared angrily, and its ferocious head swung back and forth, trying to bite this slippery opponent. Unfortunately, it was always a little short. Wang Hao poked the javelin into the ground, held the iron fire gun with both hands, and roughly aimed it forward. The little snake stone immediately understood, swam on the ground for a few times, and hid at the feet of its master. The spotted hyena king turned around and was about to follow. Bang! 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 Fire came out of the muzzle of the gun, and 3 consecutive shots were fired. Each time a shot was fired, the direction would be slightly deviated, in order to block all the retreat routes of the prey. 3 meters? It's only 3 meters away. This distance doesn't require high accuracy. Moreover, after the addition of the fearless eye mask, Wang Hao's hand feeling is very good and his eyesight is extremely sharp. Swish! The mutant hyena in front of him screamed miserably. All 3 shots hit. 1 shot in the neck, 1 shot in the left front leg, 1 shot in the right hind leg. The shot in the neck was slightly off by 3 or 4 centimeters, and it looked bloody, but it was not a vital point. None of the 3 shots were fatal. Even so, the spotted hyena king was still not back more than 1 meter, and its 2 front paws scratched deep scratches on the ground. Taking advantage of the opportunity to retreat, it straightened its body and faced its enemy. The bleeding wound aroused its ferocity, and the blood in its eyes became even more intense. It bared its teeth and roared. Its 4 legs tensed. It was ready to pounce at any time, even if its own tribe was completely wiped out. Even if the opponent had the upper hand, it would fight to the death. This desperate posture was exactly what Wang Hao wanted. Still not dead? Then I'll give you all the rewards. Sure to. Pull your legs. Wang Hao was not vague, and immediately took a big step forward, pulled the trigger again, and fired the remaining 3 shots. See if you're still alive? Bang! 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 If the previous 3 shots were still considered blocking, these 3 shots were really to your life. The fire gun was very stable, without deviation. Moreover, he took a step forward to shorten the shooting distance. To put it bluntly, he was bullying the spotted hyena king, who was seriously injured and unable to move, including ordering the little snake to assist in the attack. After the firing times were used up, the iron fire gun became a useless fire stick. Wang Hao tried to pull the trigger again, but there was no reaction from the muzzle. At the moment of the gunshot, the spotted hyena king also moved, with a sharp light flashing in his blood-red eyes, and suddenly jumped to the left, giving up and pounced directly. It is worthy of being a mutant beast, worthy of being the leader of the hyena group. Compared with ordinary hyenas, it actually knows how to adapt. Or in other words, it is more cunning. It was impossible to completely avoid the iron bullets. Being dragged down by the injured right hind leg, more than half of the 3 iron bullets hit its hindquarters, and its rapid movement paused slightly. It was only for a moment. The spotted hyena king relied on the right front leg to exert force, dragging the injured body to turn sharply in the air, and fiercely bit Wang Hao's left ankle. It was obvious that he was going to exchange injuries for injuries. It was a pity. It ignored the little snake. It also ignored Wang Hao's current reaction speed. The snake's tail swept across the ground and hit the front leg that supported the weight of the dog king's body, causing it to stagger and fall forward. Wang Hao quickly raised his left leg and avoided the beast's mouth, but his whole body tilted to the right. Throw away the useless musket. Bend your right arm. Use your elbow to hit the lumbar spine of the spotted hyena king. For animals, that is usually a weak point. Even if it is not, he has a backup plan. Crack. The weight of the whole body, plus the force of the downward rush, completely pressed on the unbalanced spotted hyena king. The crisp sound of vertebral fractures rang beside your ears. Success? The mutant hyena screamed and turned its head, chasing Wang Hao's neck and continuing to bite. This is an instinct. It is also a counterattack on the verge of death. The little snake that was assisting the attack on the side couldn't let it do what it wanted. The snake swung its body and wrapped around the neck of the spotted hyena king. Tighten it. Tighten it again. Crack. 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 The friction sound of the rock on the body surface was extremely harsh. Wang Hao was not slow either. His right arm quickly pressed against the dog king's jaw. He held the shiny dagger in his left hand and stabbed the dog's head in front of him. In less than a second, he stabbed 7 times in a row. Each stab went deep into the skull. Each stab was enough to kill. He didn't stop until he received a system message. Ding! The mutant spotted hyena king has been killed. The body can be decomposed to obtain trophies. Is it really dead? Crack! At this time, the little snake stone also strangled the spotted hyena king's neck, and its head drooped softly. That's right. It's dead. Wang Hao felt relieved all over, holding the dagger and pulling it back, and lying on the ground gasping for breath. It's not fatigue. Rather, it's the kind of fatigue that comes from having nerves that have been tense and suddenly relaxed. Chapter 37, Harvesting the Silver Treasure Chest. After a pause of 3 to 5 minutes. Hiss. The pet hissed softly nearby, pulling Wang Hao back from his relaxed state. He turned his head to look. He saw that the stone had tightly wrapped around the body of a spotted hyena, dragging it towards him. And it looked very happy. Yes, it's time to collect the spoils. Wang Hao reached out and touched the body of the spotted hyena king beside him. Decompose? With so many spoils, Wang Hao suddenly felt extremely happy. There is essence. There is spirit. There are gems. There is also a silver key. This key, perhaps, is related to the treasure chest seen earlier. Take your time. Don't rush. There are still 6. Although they are all ordinary beasts, we could always harvest some materials. Wang Hao stood up, holding a javelin. He walked to the 2 dying spotted hyenas. 1 shot each. Let them no longer suffer while alive. Walk around and decompose the corpses one by one. In the end, the spoils were obtained as follows. 24 units of beast meat, 3,600 milliliters of beast blood, 6 units sheets of leather, and 12 units of bone powder. This time, the beast meat and beast blood will be kept by him temporarily, and the stone's rice bucket still has some food left. The harvest in the cave is more than that. Wang Hao walked to the human skeleton and bent down to check. Skeleton of the survivor. This is a broken skeleton of a human. Nothing special. Perhaps the fate of all adventurers will be caves. The bones in front of him were shaved clean, and only the upper half. Looking at this incomplete nameless skeleton, Wang Hao felt an inexplicable sadness. As the system message said, perhaps the fate of all adventurers will be like this. Not all survivors who enter the cave world have the ability to see through. For them, every excavation is a test of life and death. Clean water and food directly determine survival. But in addition to these, there are all kinds of unknown dangers. It seems that their fate is in their own hands. But in fact, they have no choice. The system message did not mention the decomposition of bones. Even if there is, Wang Hao will not do it. The harvest mentioned just now is a ring mixed in the rags on the ground. He dug in the rags twice. He picked up the ring. It is also a Qinglong ring, the same as the one worn on his index finger. The only difference is the number. The number is 1209. This buddy is really miserable. Wang Hao muttered to himself. He did not graduate from a medical major, so he naturally could not tell the gender of the skeleton before his death. So he simply replaced it with Buddy. He concentrated his mind and tried to control the ring. There was no reaction at all. Qinglong ring, an unknown technological product that can summon a castle building. It is a must-have item for everyone in the cave world and has been bound to other survivors. It is bound, so it is useless to take someone else's ring. But the things inside can always be recovered. Right? The fantasy of owning 2 castles was shattered, and Wang Hao settled for the next best thing. This ring did not disappear with the death of its owner, which proved that it was useful. But how to take it out? Should I? Wang Hao suddenly remembered the cultivation novels he had read before. which had some novel settings. Let's give it a try. He held the ring in his left hand, and slowly moved it closer to his right index finger. When the two rings were about to touch, a line of system messages appeared in front of him. Ding! Found the identity ring of other survivors. Do you want to empty the resources and items in it? It's just as I thought. No need to think about it. Yes. The order was issued. Between the dragon balls of the two rings, a green lightning immediately connected and sizzled. The lightning lasted only 2 seconds before it disappeared without a trace. The ring was also gone. It seemed to have disappeared out of thin air. At the same time, a long string of system messages appeared in front of me. Scrolling up, there were quite a lot of things. A little dazzling. Even more surprising. There was a unit of silver ingot. It can be seen that this guy is a strong survivor, possessing a fine quality spirit. It proves that he has killed mutated cave creatures. Few people trade spirit essences, and Wang Hao has never seen them. As for the lack of animal blood, meat, and leather, maybe they were used up. Or maybe they were exchanged for other resources. There is no point in thinking about these things. Now, I have picked up a super bargain. I have to show my appreciation for the bargain. Otherwise, I will feel guilty. Wang Hao took out the engineer shovel, dug a half-man deep earth pit, and pushed half of the bones into it. The scattered bones around were also swept in. Filling the soil is very simple. Just release 5 units of lus, and a simple tomb appears. There is no tombstone. There is no need for a tombstone. In the cave world, being able to rest in peace is already a good destination. Dust to dust. Buddy, I'll take your stuff. Consider it as a reward for helping you get revenge and build a grave. Revenge? Of course. Means killing the spotted hyenas. Maybe he didn't die in this cave. Maybe he wasn't killed by the hyenas. But none of this matters anymore. After doing all this, Wang Hao picked up the scrapped iron musket. Diligence and thrift are virtues. Don't waste. Decompose. Ding, iron ingot +1. Not bad. Making a musket weapon is equivalent to consuming 1 unit of iron ingot, 2 units of wood, 2 units of kerosene, and 1 spirit. It can bring great help, and is definitely worth the money. Tomorrow, I have to forge another one. Wang Hao took back the javelin and walked to another small mound. The stone in charge of vigilance hurriedly followed. There is something here. A silver treasure chest was placed behind the mound, which was very inconspicuous. Lock silver treasure chest, a container for storing items and resources, which requires a corresponding key to open. Forcible destruction will leave you with nothing. Treasure chests are risky, so be careful when opening them. Lock silver treasure chest. What kind of treasure is inside? Wang Hao couldn't help it for a moment, and concentrated his attention to see through it, intending to feast his eyes. Only then did he realize there were a bunch of things stuffed in the box, and it was blurry and unclear. This kind of blur is different from the invisibility of the treasure chest monster. However, one thing is certain. There is no danger in the treasure chest. The ripples are pure green. Then open it. Wang Hao took out the silver key and weighed it in his palm. This key is like an old-fashioned copper lock key, which is rare now. A ring plus a round stick, and a sawtooth piece extends from the end of the round stick. Very nostalgic. Silver key, in the cave world. The key to open the silver treasure chest corresponds to the treasure chest 1 by 1, and is very precious. Precious is good, which means that the things in the box will not be bad. Wang Hao is more looking forward to it. He held the key in his right hand, aimed it at the keyhole of the silver treasure chest, and inserted it straight in. Twisted gently. Click! Accompanied by a mechanical crisp sound. The lid of the silver treasure chest popped open a gap. Chapter 38 Heavenly Creations. Wang Hao held the lid of the box with both hands, silently saying "Ancestors bless you" in his heart. He lifted it up. The heavy lid of the box opened directly. Quite nice. Seeing these system messages, Wang Hao felt that all the previous adventures were worth it. The item rewards are really great. Wood, stone, and copper ingots are real building resources. And the quantity opened is not small. Silver ingots. 2 units are not much. If you add the 1 unit that was just put into the warehouse, and then decompose the silver treasure chest, the material of the silver scale soft armor will not be a problem. Somewhat looking forward to it. Random herb seeds. This. Wang Hao took it out and put it in front of him to check. This small paper bag is wrapped in rough gray hemp paper, just like when I caught a cold as a child. The doctor in the village clinic prescribed a pack of loose medicine. Good quality and low price. 3 or 4 packs will be effective. Herb seed bag. This is a pack of herbal seeds, containing 8 seeds in total. You can plant them in the flower field. Apply a certain amount of fertilizer and water, and you can harvest a random number of herbs after 12 hours. Growing herbs. You can try it later. Anyway, today's excavation task is completed. Continue to watch. The most eye-catching ones are the last 3. Wang Hao took back the herbal seed bag and took out the 3 thin books. Among them, Trap Forging Diagram and Salt Alchemy both have blue covers. As soon as the name is seen, it is known that it is a more practical pattern. Trap can be used for hunting or setting traps. Salt is a common cooking condiment in daily life, which can supplement the salt necessary for the human body. If toothpaste is not available, salt can also replace it to protect teeth. Wang Hao picked up the 2 books and shook them gently. Ding! Trap Forging Diagram is detected for study. Do you agree to use it? Ding! Salt Alchemy is detected for study. Do you agree to use it? 2 inquiry messages appeared one after another. There is nothing to hesitate. Use both. The 2 blue books immediately turned into 2 streams of light and rushed into his body. Don't rush to look at the recipes. Take a look at the next one. Heavenly Creations. What kind of book is this? Why is it orange? Will it be higher level? I remember that there seemed to be a great man in ancient times who wrote a book with the same name, which was called the Encyclopedia of Agriculture and Handicrafts. It won't be related to this. It turns out that there is a little connection. Heavenly Creations, special items. Said to be written by Song Yingxing in the Ming Dynasty. Involving 3 aspects: planting crops, brick and tile production, and metal smelting. After using the book, the production process of the flower fields, workshops and other buildings attached to the castle will be accelerated, and the special effects attached to the manufactured items will be enhanced. Obviously, this book is not a pattern for making a certain item, but an auxiliary product. The value of auxiliary products is really hard to measure. Accelerate the construction production process? Strengthen special effects? The effect of the former needs to be verified, but the latter is quite awesome. Ding! Detected that Heavenly Creations is available for study. Do you want to use it? Of course. This kind of treasure will definitely increase your strength by a lot. The sooner you use it, the sooner you will benefit. Use. The book disappeared. An orange stream of light entered the body. Go and verify the effect. And by the way, it's time to release the castle to rest. Today's excavation task is over. Walk to the open area. Release the castle. Wang Hao did not enter directly, but came to the left side of the iron gate. The flower field on the right was planted with apple seeds. The flower field on the left was just right for trying to grow herbs. Each has its own focus, which is convenient for management. Take out the herbal seed bag. Open it. The 8 seeds in the paper bag are very different in shape and size. The largest one is a black spherical ball, barely the size of a fingertip. The smallest one looks like a black sesame seed. Some are white and plump, like a drop of water. Some are dark red. In short, none of them overlap. Wang Hao couldn't recognize them, so he just treated them all the same. Standing in front of the flower field, Wang Hao used the tip of the spear to cut a deep groove in the soil and scattered them one by one. The distance between them was about 80 centimeters, so as not to affect each other as much as possible. Bury the soil groove. Take another unit of bone meal and sprinkle it evenly around. Watering? I don't know how to do it. Then just ignore it for now. Anyway, the soil in the flower field is not dry. After planting the herbs, Wang Hao stuffed the gray hemp paper into his trouser pocket, turned and walked into the castle. The pet snake followed in, flicked its tail twice, closed the iron door, and crawled back to its territory in the corner. There was still animal meat in the wooden barrel, enough for it to eat for a while. Wang Hao ignored it and went directly to the sleeping bag. Sit down against the wall. The fearless eye mask is still on his face, so he is not in a hurry to take it off. It is a good time to see how long one time can last. By the way, he also needs to check Heavenly Creations. Call up the system panel and look for the answer from it first. First, rule out trade and chat. The most likely one is skill. Click it. Digging remaining times, 0. Forging plus. Consumption plus. Heavenly Creations plus. Sure enough, I guessed it right. At the end of the page, there is another line. Click the plus after Heavenly Creations. Two lines of light green description text appear in the drop-down interface. 1. Flower fields attached to the castle. Workshop building production process -50%. 2. Forged manufactured items. Special effect bonus plus 50%. The first one. It's not hard to understand. The herb seeds are planted in the castle's flower fields. Under normal circumstances, it takes 12 hours to harvest, and the effect can be seen tomorrow. It doesn't matter if you don't know the time. My biological clock has always been very accurate, and I sleep for 6 to 7 hours a day. If the herbs can be formed when I wake up, it proves that they are effective. There is no workshop now. It may be a function of the next level castle. The second one. At present, there are two special effects that I have come into contact with. Whether it is armor breaking or sharp, there is no exact value, and the bonus is difficult to verify. Forget it for now. Skip. There are two more blue patterns. Click Forge first. Trap flashes green. Trap, wood 0/4. Iron ingot 0/3. Copper ingot 0/1. Kerosene 0 out of 2. What's so special about this trap that it can be identified as a blue pattern? I really want to forge one and see. Click consumption again. There is also a new recipe. Salt 100g, wood 0/2. Stone 0/1. Kerosene 0 of 1. Clean water 500 milliliters. Unexpectedly, the recipe for making salt actually uses clean water, and it's 500 milliliters. If it were someone else, I'm afraid they would really be reluctant to do so. But for Wang Hao, it's not a problem at all. Let's start with 200g. If you don't sprinkle some salt on meat, how can you eat it? However, before making salt, he still has to make something. Chapter 39 Silver Scale Soft Armor. Blue quality. What is it? Of course, it is a container for salt. Find wooden bowl in forging. Click. Wooden bowl, wood 297/1. Ding! The manufacturing requirements of the wooden bowl are met. Please enter the manufacturing quantity. Let's make 9. Of the 3 wooden bowls made yesterday, only one is left, and it still contains dirty water from washing hands. Make a few more this time, and keep them for backup. Enter 9. Ding, wood -9. Ding, wooden bowl +9. A pile of wooden bowls appeared on the ground, neatly arranged. Wang Hao took one and placed it in front of him. Click salt. Salt 100g, wood 288/2. Stone 165/1. Kerosene 97/1. Water 143.4 L/500 ml. Ding, meets the requirements for salt refining. Please enter the refining quantity. Enter 2. Ding, wood -4. Stone -2. Kerosene -2. Water -1000 milliliters. Ding, salt plus 200g. A ball of fine white powder was suspended in the air. Under Wang Hao's guidance, it fell accurately into the wooden bowl and piled up into a small salt mountain. Those tiny crystals reflected a soft light. Ha! There is salt. Wang Hao stretched out his right hand, pinched a small handful with his thumb and index finger, and threw it directly into his mouth. Salty. Really salty. Fresh. Really fresh. It's only been 2 days since I last had salt, but it feels like a long time has passed. Wang Hao smacked his lips, feeling a little unsatisfied. Or, make another pot of broth? While thinking, he looked at the casserole in front of him. His moving eyes suddenly stopped in the middle and fell on a bag of snacks. Look at my brain. Isn't there a bag of spicy chicken wings? Just fill it up first. There are 2 things to do. Wang Hao stood up and walked to the location of the silver treasure chest. Ding, found an empty silver treasure chest, which can be decomposed into 4 units of silver ingots. Do you want to decompose it? Decompose. Ding, silver ingot +4. After decomposing the silver treasure chest, he took a bottle of pure water, a pack of compressed biscuits, and the bag of spicy chicken wings, and sat down in front of the sleeping bag. Unscrew the bottle cap. Tear open the outer packaging of the biscuits and chicken wings. Start chewing slowly. Don't forget to open the forging interface. Click on Silver Scale Soft Armor. Silver Scale Soft Armor. Copper ingot 24/1. Silver ingot 7/4. Leather 15/1. Kerosene 95/1. Ding, meet the forging requirements of Silver Scale Soft Armor. Add lucky charms or attribute essences, and you can increase additional attributes or skills. After finally gathering enough forging materials, I must do enchantment. It would be a fool not to put it in. Lucky charms. Attribute essences. Which one is better? He has 5 spirits of excellent quality, and 4 of ordinary quality. He has 3 lucky charms. There are too many choices, which is sometimes a worry. Wang Hao shook his head in worry. If other survivors saw this expression, they would definitely scold him for being a show-off and shameless. They might even shout, "What is worry? Please give me your worry." After thinking for about 3 minutes, Wang Hao finally made a decision. Just put the lucky charm. It will definitely bring me luck. The name has a good meaning, which is one of the reasons. In addition, he wanted to see the effect of the lucky charm. Take a lucky charm and put it in the forging item frame. Ding, lucky charm is a special item. Do you want to add it this time? Confirm to add. Confirm to forge. Ding, God Silver Scale Soft Armor +1. Excellent quality. Accompanied by a flash of blue light. A silver shining soft armor appeared in front of me. God Silver Scale Soft Armor, armor. Excellent quality. Soft armor covering the arms and torso. Can effectively prevent the stabbing of sharp objects and the biting of wild beasts. Additional attribute God's favor. God's favor is favored by the gods. And disasters and dangers are always one step behind you. Can resist 3 fatal injuries for you. And its own agility +2. Ding, with the bonus of heavenly craftsmanship. The agility value is increased by 1. God's favor. The name of this enchantment sounds impressive. The favor of God. It really deserves this title. Resisting 3 fatal injuries is equivalent to having 3 more lives. This is not the key. The 2 points of agility added are enough to make my strength jump up a lot. Not only that, I was just lamenting that the effect of heavenly craftsmanship was difficult to verify. And now it is reflected. With an additional point of agility. The increase is about 50%. Look at the appearance of this soft armor. It doesn't look like a metal armor at all, but rather like a thin satin long-sleeve t-shirt. The so-called silver scales are extremely small, and even if you reach out and touch it, you won't feel the slightest prick. Try it on. As soon as the thought came to mind, the silver scale soft armor automatically floated in the air and flew towards him. Wang Hao quickly took off his tattered hospital gown and stretched out his arms. Put it into the sleeves. Put it over the head. Straighten it and tighten it. It's done. A very fitting soft armor is attached to the upper body, and you can't even feel its existence. Very comfortable. The lining of the soft armor is made of soft leather tanning. Warm and breathable. It's like wearing a very high-end silk pajamas. Spread your arms. Move your shoulders. Bend down. There is no sense of restraint or restriction. It's so comfortable. Take a javelin and stab it into your arm. Of course, the force is not very strong. The moment the tip of the gun touched the surface of the soft armor, the fine pores immediately tightened, as if it had turned into a dense and solid steel plate, and it could no longer penetrate. And the dagger. Forget it. Don't do such self-contradictory stupid things. Unless you have medicine. Click on the attributes column. The agility attribute directly jumped to 10, becoming the highest of all attributes. Agility affects speed. So to speak. Wang Hao decided to experience it. With a cart jump. His feet stood beside the sleeping bag, only 4 or 5 centimeters away from the wooden bowl of salt placed in front of him. And his bent waist quickly straightened and jumped towards the iron gate. Whoosh! A blurry afterimage passed through the castle. The end point of the afterimage disappeared was in front of the rice bucket that the little snake was guarding. The little snake Stone, who was chewing a piece of meat, slowly saw a black and white shadow appear in front of him, and instinctively shrank his body to protect the guy he was eating, and then bared his teeth. Soon, it recognized the identity of the shadow, and its snake eyes widened. Wang Hao patted the little snake's head happily and retreated backwards. Another afterimage passed by. It fell back to the position of the sleeping bag. Ha ha. Awesome crass. Although there is a bonus effect of the Fearless Eye Mask. This speed is definitely twice that of the initial state. If I encounter a mutant beast like the Spotted Hyena King now, I am fully confident that I can kill it alone. Come again! This time, I will run to the second floor of the castle to experience the fun of climbing stairs. Also, run outside the castle. 10 minutes later, Wang Hao finally calmed down, slightly panting. Although the agility attribute has increased, the other attributes are still low and cannot last long. However, it is enough. The current cave adventure will definitely end the battle in 10 minutes. Don't be greedy. Take your time. Go back to the castle and sit down. Touching the silver scale soft armor on his body, Wang Hao couldn't help but sigh. Silver scale soft armor. Blue quality. You deserve it. Chapter 40 Bunny Girl Headdress. Sold. Look down at your feet. The hospital gown you took off was still thrown on the ground. Wang Hao thought about it, and moved it to the left side of the castle, putting it together with his broken glasses. There are not many resources after decomposition. Keep it for now. Maybe it will be useful in the future. Animal trap. I won't do it for now. There are not many copper ingots in stock. Just in case there are other uses. Drink a sip of purified water. Eat a bite of compressed biscuits. And then chew the spicy and refreshing chicken wing roots. Sweatpants. Hiking shoes. Soft armor tops. Dressed in style. No worries about food and clothing. Comfortable life. See what everyone is busy with. And buy some things by the way. Open the chat column. The world channel is still very lively. Bye Yashwan, big brother upstairs. Is everything you said true? If the cave is getting more and more dangerous, we might as well not take the risk. Chun Sahan, how can we not take the risk? Without water and food, we will die sooner or later. Unless someone buys what you dig. Or a big boss is willing to love support. Wu Taida, selling a small loudspeaker. You can make an extra call on the world channel. The freshly dug ones are still warm. And they are only exchanged for clean water resources. Wei Changui, damn! I despise profiteers. The price of clean water sold is getting more and more outrageous. Why don't they go and grab it? Is there any justice? Xiao Quansu, don't interrupt me. I remember someone said today that we shouldn't enter the ninth cave. It's extremely dangerous. You'll die. I'll also advertise. Who wants a mechanical alarm clock? If no one wants it, it will be disassembled. Mechanical clock? Seeing this, Wang Hao was a little tempted. In the cave world, the concept of time is extremely weak. Either digging or on the way to dig. Whether a day has passed depends on whether the number of diggings has reached 10. Before solving the problem of survival, time is really a dispensable concept. Others are useless. But it doesn't mean you are useless. No worries about food, clothing, and shelter. Next, we should consider improving the quality of life and making the boring digging life more romantic. Remember this person's name and number. Wang Hao did not take the initiative to send a private message. Instead, he prepared to use the second opportunity to shout today. After thinking about the words, he began to type. Confirm to send. Wang Hao, clear water resources in exchange for daily necessities of the old world. If you are willing to exchange, please send a private message with the ratio. I will reply to you when I wake up tomorrow. Purchase copper ingots, silver ingots, kerosene and hemp balls. Also sell beret textile picture and bunny girl headdress textile picture. No intermediaries please. This time, he did not hang purchase. First, there are so many types of daily necessities that it is impossible for him to think of all of them. Second, the things he purchased are not urgently needed. So there is no need to take up space in the castle. There is another small reason. Don't let the person selling the watch think that the rare goods are worth keeping. If you can get it, you will be happy. If you can't get it, it doesn't matter. Reply after waking up is a kind of rhetoric. Agents please don't bother is the same. After the message was sent, I waited for 20 to 30 seconds. The world channel suddenly became much more lively. Zhaoji, water for daily necessities. The gap between us and brother Hao is really getting bigger and bigger. I admire you. Lu Dan, reply after waking up. Did the boss use up all the digging times today? Too powerful. I'm only the third one. People are dying when compared to others. Zhou Hong, berets. Bunny girl headdresses. Strange textile pictures. It seems that Director Zheng is interested in hat collections. I will inform him. Lin Xiaoda, brother Zhou. Are you saying that the famous Director Zheng is also in the cave world? Can you introduce him to me? I used to be an extra. Oh, I'll go and exchange that bunny girl headdress textile pattern as a gift. Please. Wang Hao still feels very useful for these flattery and surprises. In boring days, you have to find some fun for yourself. An icon began to shake in the lower right corner of the chat box. Click it. It's really that extra Lin Xiaoda. Brother Hao. I have 10 units of kerosene here. Exchange it for the pattern of the bunny girl headdress. Urgent. 10 units of kerosene can be traded for 100 milliliters of clean water, according to yesterday's ratio. Using 100 milliliters of clean water to exchange for a garbage pattern is a good deal no matter how you look at it. Of course, garbage is relative. Some people treat it as grass, while others think it is treasure. Add a little more. I won't bargain anymore. Wang Hao clicked to reply. A minute passed. Brother Hao, I'll add another 5 units of wood. Okay. Deal. Wang Hao sent the transaction request and was very satisfied. This headdress pattern is really useless to me. Berets are at least decent hats that can be accepted by both men and women. But bunny girl headdresses. Except for some entertainment venues and annual meetings to create atmosphere. Few women are willing to wear them. Now, it is quite cost-effective to exchange for 10 units of kerosene and 5 units of wood. Ding, transaction successful. Wood plus 5. Kerosene plus 10. Bunny girl headdress textile picture -1. The first transaction is completed. Don't worry. There is a second one. Click on the flashing icon. It is that Xiao Quanzu. Fishing is successful. Brother, do you want a mechanical alarm clock? If you can decompose 1 unit of iron ingot and 1 unit of copper ingot, give me 50 milliliters of clean water or animal blood. He is very practical and does not ask for an exorbitant price. However, if he chooses to decompose, he will definitely not get the current price. Okay, I need to check if there is any fault first. Wang Hao didn't want to buy junk. Okay. Xiao Quanzi took the initiative to trade and put a mechanical alarm clock in the trading item frame. Mechanical alarm clock, daily necessities. An antique clock that was eliminated in the old world. With high accuracy. The winding interval is 24 to 36 hours. No damage is shown, proving that it can be used. After confirmation, Wang Hao put 50 milliliters of animal blood. Clear water has a wide range of uses, so it is best not to trade it. Ding, transaction completed. Animal blood -50 milliliters. Mechanical alarm clock +1. If you have other rare things, feel free to come to me. I like to collect them. Okay. Wang Hao weighed the mechanical alarm clock in his hand and closed the chat box. The goal has been achieved, and I will count the harvest tomorrow. Look at the alarm clock. The hands of the alarm clock are in a stopped state, both pointing to the 12th position. It is estimated that there is no wind-up. On the back of the alarm clock, there are 4 knobs. They are used to adjust the dial time, alarm time and wind-up respectively. The pattern is simple and easy to understand. How to calibrate the time. The stupid way is to stare at the system panel and wait for number of mining to return to 10. Wang Hao is not so bored. I bought the alarm clock myself for the convenience of statistics. To study herbs and arrange the progress of excavation, one must have a rough concept of time. Just wind up the spring. Turn the knob corresponding to the spring on the dial until your fingers become tired. Put the alarm clock on the bucket beside. Wang Hao stood up, took the plastic wrap, 2 wooden bowls, and the engineer shovel, and walked outside the castle, and made 2 simple solar distiller. He had no shortage of clean water, but he also needed sustainable development. Oh! The dirty water in the wooden bowl was also poured into the flower field on the right. By the way, dig a pit and solve a physiological problem. Everything is done. Return to the castle to sleep. Chapter 41, the 3rd day. Harvesting herbs. Cave calendar, January 3rd. Year 1. Wang Hao yawned and got out of his sleeping bag. This sleep was really comfortable. The muscles in his calves and arms were slightly sore, probably because he overexerted himself yesterday. The fearless eye mask on his face fell off long before he went to bed. Roughly estimated, each time lasted for 1 hour. Glancing at the alarm clock on the bucket. 8:43. Of course, this is not the real time. Calling up the system panel. Click on the skills column. The number of excavations has returned to 10. Yes, it's the 3rd day. After resting for almost 7 hours, the herbs in the flower field should be harvested. Wang Hao muttered to himself as he put on his sweatpants and hiking shoes. Silver scale soft armor can be worn as pajamas, but sweatpants can't. So, he chose to let himself go. Wang Hao put on his shoes, swept his arm, and pushed away the novel spread out next to the pillow. He found that this kind of online novel written by a second-rate author is very suitable for hypnosis. He fell asleep after reading only 2 pages. Fortunately, I didn't tear it up as toilet paper. What? What did you use for convenience yesterday? That's even a question. It's the gray hemp paper wrapped with seeds. Although it's a little smaller. Brush your teeth and rinse your mouth. Finish off the compressed biscuits, purified water, and chicken wings left over from yesterday. And it's a simple breakfast. The empty purified water bottles were kept. The outer packaging bags were thrown in the left corner. Unexpectedly, the system reminder was triggered. Ding! A small amount of plastic waste was found, which can be decomposed in a centralized manner. Protecting the environment is everyone's responsibility. Decompose? That's right. In the cave world, except for the yellow soil everywhere, everything can be recycled. It's just a matter of whether the quantity is sufficient. Decompose. Ding! Kerosene +1. Walk to the iron gate. Push the door bar and pull back with both hands. Buzz. The iron gate opened from the middle. Hiss. The stone lying in the corner immediately crawled over and followed behind its owner. Animals are most alert when they sleep, with a little snake stone guarding the castle. Wang Hao slept particularly soundly. Walk out of the door. Look to the right. Wow! 8 lush herbs filled the space of the flower field. Lush and green. The nearest one happened to be recognized by Wang Hao. Brown licorice. Compared with the previous harvest, this one is obviously much more mature, with dark green leaves opposite each other, and the height is close to his knees. Ding! Mature brown licorice is found and can be collected. Half bent down to touch. Sure enough, mature plants collect more herbs and can also obtain a second-generation seed. As for the disadvantages of the second-generation seeds, they are completely negligible. In the cave world, it is impossible to expect to get rid of it once and for all, and having the harvest is also a profit. The second and third herbs next to each other are still the friends and regular customers of the prostitute. Snake saliva grass. However, the leaves of these 2 snake saliva grasses are obviously withered and yellow, and they are a bit malnourished. Weak snake saliva grass, a malnourished herb, lacking the saliva of a different species of snake to irrigate. The yield of the collected herbs is low. Ding! Weak snake saliva grass is found. It can be collected. Collect? I don't need it. Sure too. I have a task for you. Wang Hao turned his head and was about to tell the little snake to do something, but he found that this guy was staring at the 2 snake saliva grasses, and a stream of shiny saliva was overflowing from the corners of his mouth. Is this greed? Greystone snakes also like to eat this? I don't understand. Forget it. Mutual benefit. Sure too. You take care of these 2 herbs, and I'll give you half of the benefits later. Hiss. After understanding the master's meaning, the little snake was very active and crawled over directly, letting its head stop at the top of the snake saliva grass. A drop of saliva fell. The weak snake saliva grass immediately stood up, as if a little excited. The withered yellow leaves are also turning green little by little. What a strange herb. Wang Hao's sight passed the snake saliva grass and looked directly at the 4th one. This is a green leaf plant covered with short soft hairs, with oval leaves and 2 withered stamens together, and the light yellow color can be vaguely seen. Honeysuckle, a Chinese medicine, also known as honeysuckle flower, has the effects of clearing heat and detoxifying, reducing inflammation and swelling, and is generally used for heat stroke, wind heat cold, and other infectious diseases. Ding! I found mature honeysuckle and can collect it. Then collect it. It is exactly the formula material needed for the detoxification pill. He chose to glance over the text introduction of honeysuckle without spending time to study it. There is a prompt message, so he won't make a mistake. Bend down and touch it. Ding! Honeysuckle +4. Ding! Honeysuckle second generation seeds +1. Next. It's the 5th and 6th plants. These 2 plants belong to the same variety, and are much shorter than the previous 4 plants. The color is tender green, like a newly born seedling. Hemostatic grass, a Chinese medicine name, which has the effect of stopping bleeding and removing blood stasis, and can be used to make healing powder or ointment. Ding! A mature hemostatic grass is found, which can be collected. It turned out to be hemostatic grass. No wonder it looks familiar. On the first day of arriving in the cave world, Wang Hao glanced at it in the ripple image. Unexpectedly, he encountered it again. Collect it first. Collect. The 7th plant. Wang Hao has also seen it, and it is impressive. Lichen. Collected directly. Ding! Lichen +4. Ding! Lichen second generation seed +1. The 8th plant. When Wang Hao saw it, he doubted his eyes a little. This is a common ornamental plant, which is planted in some gardens, courtyards, and roadside grass. The flowers are bright, and the seeds are like thorn balls. Many people have heard of its name, Datura. Although the name sounds nice, this thing is an absolute poisonous weed. Especially the fruit is the most toxic. Can it also be used as a herb? Wang Hao was very surprised. But the system message was true. Datura, an ornamental plant, famous for its beautiful flowers. Its leaves, flowers, and seeds can all be used as medicine, which is highly toxic. Seed oil can be used to make soap, pesticides, etc. Although I believe in science, I don't touch this thing if I can. Take out the engineer shovel and touch it with the steel mouth of the shovel. Collect. Well, anyway, I don't want to plant it again. After harvesting the herbs, I scattered 5 second-generation herb seeds into the flower field. Fertilize. Water. Fertilizer. 1 unit of bone meal. Irrigate with the dirty water from yesterday before bed and in the morning when brushing teeth. This busy time, I harvested a lot of herbs. The only ingredient left for the detoxification pill is beetail sting. Maybe I can get enough by poking a hornet's nest. Look at the apples on the other side. Wang Hao took back the engineer shovel and turned around to take a look. 8 short fruit tree seedlings were neatly arranged in the soil of the flower field, green and full of vitality. The apple tree showed no signs of fruiting. The system message was also very concise. Ding, this is an apple tree, which needs hard irrigation and fertilization to bear fruit. Estimated harvest time, 36h. Another 36 hours? It seems quite long. It seems that unknown technology is not omnipotent. Chapter 42 News from Wang Dalong. Outside the castle, there is still clean water waiting to be harvested. The earth pits of the 2 simple distiller are a little far apart. This is to collect the moisture in the air to the greatest extent. Collect them separately. Ding, clean water plus 150 milliliters. Clean water plus 150 milliliters. A total of 300 milliliters of clean water was collected. Go back to the castle. Sit down against the wall. Call up the system panel. Did you get anything from yesterday's world call? Open the chat column. Look at the lower right corner. There are 33 private chat messages. Not as many as the previous 2 days. Moreover, there are few messages of nonsense and begging. Maybe other survivors gradually become rational and no longer have unrealistic fantasies. Maybe the world shouted yesterday a little late. Click them one by one. First, eliminate some of the messages that are asking for money or useless. Some daily items are not practical for me. For example, Indian magic oil, rolling pins, folding fans, shoe racks and the like. The last 5 are left. Among them, 4 are useful. Brother Hao, I have 3 beetail needles here. I am willing to exchange with you. I need 100 milliliters of animal blood. Mr. Wang, I dug up a beach chair, but I am reluctant to disassemble it. Do you need it? 50 milliliters of clean water will do. Boss, do you want chili powder? I picked up a small can of 100g. Unopened. If you don't want to be black, you need 100 milliliters of clean water. Brother Hao, here is a brand new spoon with the outer packaging still on. I want to exchange it for 50 milliliters of clean water. There is no exchange resource. The message posted in cell. Although the transaction price is high, it can be collected and used immediately. If you want to trade in private, you have to wait for the other party to be free, which is a bit unbearable. The price is fair. Directly reply you can trade. Coincidentally, everyone is online and completed the transaction in time. A total of 3 beetail needles, a beach chair, a can of chili powder, and a large spoon were harvested. At the same time, 200 milliliters of clean water and 100 milliliters of beast blood were also used. Put the beetail needle aside first. When you need the detoxification pill, you can make it in time. Beach chair. Put it next to the sleeping bag. Chili powder. Put it together with salt. Spoon. Throw it in the casserole. As for the last message, it comes from an acquaintance. Wang Dalong, that brother. Can I borrow some food from you? I will definitely return it to you. It's been 2 days. I didn't dare to move on the first day. On the second day, I finally made up my mind. But I was so unlucky that all the caves I dug were empty. I didn't dare to dig the 7th one. Everyone said that the caves in the later stage are very dangerous. Wang Hao could feel the word depressed through the chat box. Anyway, this leper, let's call it that, is really bad luck. And 6 caves in a row are empty. Unless the other party is lying to get sympathy. Wang Hao thought about it and decided to reply. No harvest in 2 days. Food is easy to say. How do you solve the problem of drinking water? The other side immediately sent back a message. Ah! I thought you ignored me or slandered me. That. I was so thirsty that I couldn't stand it. So I peed on the shovel. Drink your own urine? Wang Hao didn't dare to imagine the scene. Well, it smells bad. And it's very yellow and astringent. I can't do it. Okay. After hearing his description, Wang Hao felt a little nauseous. The little food he had in the morning. I want to vomit. Stop. You don't have to tell me this. Today's digging times have just been refreshed. You should continue digging. Even if there are some resources, you can exchange them for food and water. I don't want to chat with such a ruthless person. Just when I was about to close the chat box, another message came from the other side. Don't worry, Brother Hao. I'm so hungry that I have no strength. It's hard to walk. Other people ignored me. It's also my fault that I was too aggressive when blackmailing before. Just give me a little. Just give me a little. I'm afraid that if I give it, he will rely on me even more next time. The other survivors ignored him. How many people did he attract these 2 days? Or should I block him too? Wang Hao stretched his neck and saw half a bag of compressed biscuits in the corner. That was what he found in the ring of the survivor yesterday. He had enough food, so there was no need to eat the leftovers of others. If he just threw it away, it would be a bit wasteful. So he kept throwing it in the corner. He thought about it. Typed a paragraph in the chat box. To be honest, I have no reason to believe you. But I found a biscuit that someone else had bitten. If you don't mind, I can give it to you. No. No. Okay. Let me make it clear that men have to earn their living with their own hands. If you ask me for something next time, I will block you. Of course, I am happy to exchange it for equal value. Take the compressed biscuit that is almost 3/4 full, put it into the trading item box, and click OK. Ding, the transaction is successful. Ding, the compressed biscuit that has been bitten -1. About half a minute after the transaction was successful, Wang Daolong sent another message back. It was very short. Only 2 words. Thank you. For a leper to say such a thing. Maybe he really listened to it. Close the chat box. Stand up. Wang Hao walked slowly along the right wall, his eyes passing over the numbers above the resources. Before each excavation, you should roughly count the inventory so that you can have a clear idea of what you have. Oh, there is also a blood essence of the spotted hyena king. Hi. How could I forget it? Take it. Blood essence of the spotted hyena king, condensed from the blood of the mutant beast spotted hyena king. It has magical power. After taking it, the survivor's own strength +1. Compared with the previous blood essence, it lacks the pet affinity item. Obviously, this echoes the spoils of war. There were no spotted hyena cubs in this cave yesterday. No matter so much. The thing that increases your own strength by 1 must be taken. Don't miss every opportunity to strengthen yourself, so that you can live more comfortably in the cave world. Ding, spotted hyena king blood essence found. Do you want to take it? Take it. The blood essence in my hand went straight into my mouth, turned into a warm current, and disappeared into my limbs. I clenched my fists. It really increased my strength. My knuckles cracked, and my biceps were jumping. I took a look at attributes. Strength, from 8 to 8+1. I have counted the inventory, and I have taken the blood essence. So I am ready to start work. Chapter 43 High Wall Labyrinth. Day 3. First excavation. Wang Hao put away the castle, picked up the engineer's shovel, and stood side by side with his pet snake. This time, there are 5 directions. No need to consider the top. According to the summary of the previous 2 days, there are 10 excavation opportunities a day. The first 4 caves are relatively easy. The 5th to 7th caves are moderately difficult. And the 8th and 9th caves are very difficult. The 10th cave is directly the ultimate level. So, Wang Hao has an inference. The danger level of the cave is not fixed. It will be refreshed and reorganized every day. Yes or no? It needs to be further verified. Ahead, in the green ripples, there is a desolate yellow sand. Not nothing. An old wooden treasure chest, tilted and thrown on the sand dunes. Looks like a piece of abandoned waste. Ding, found a wooden treasure chest. Can be picked up. Wooden treasure chest. Well, probably has some resources. If you are lucky, you can get a pattern. Left side. It is a dark green ripple. Inside the cave, there is a simple high-walled maze. In the depths of the maze, you can vaguely see an iron treasure chest and a ferocious mastiff. Ding, found a high-walled maze. Can be explored? Be careful. There are not only dangerous mechanisms in the maze, but also guarded by the beast mountain god mastiff. It turns out that the mastiff is called mountain god mastiff. Look at the next one. Right side. Nothing this time. Just an empty cave. Underground. In the green ripples, an old cubicle was placed in the corner, with a plastic folder, a signature pen, and an old monitor on the table. No computer case. No keyboard and mouse set. Ding, found the workbench of an older IT programmer. Disassemble it to get a small amount of resources. Older IT programmer. Why do I feel that the cave world is full of deep malice towards our future? And behind me. Turn around. Behind me. In the green ripples, there are some stones scattered on the ground. Ding, found a small amount of resources. Which can be picked up. Which one should I choose? Wang Hao already had the answer in his mind. Holding the engineer's shovel, he walked to the left. That's right. This time, he planned to break through the high wall maze. The benefits of the iron treasure chest must be better than other options. Not to mention the existence of the mountain god mastiff. These are all resources. Walk to the wall and empty the luss in the ring. Dig. Ding, luss +1. After digging 38 times, the gray film of the barrier appeared. Ding, survivors. Please pay attention. The boundary barrier of the cave is ahead. Digging again will directly enter the next cave, and the existing passage will be closed immediately. Slow down. Don't rush in. Wang Hao casually clicked forging and found iron fire gun in the drop-down interface. Click. Iron gun, iron ingot 81 halves. With 289/2. Kerosene 105/2. Ding. Satisfy the forging requirements of the iron gun. Add lucky charms or attribute spirits to increase additional attributes or skills. Of course you have to add. Take a water attribute spirit ordinary at random, and put it in the forging item frame. Iron guns with shooting times can be classified as consumables, and the spirits can be of ordinary quality. What additional skills can the water attribute spirit form? Somewhat looking forward to it. Confirm to add. Confirm to forge. An iron gun appears in front of you. Take a quick look. Excellent iron gun, a simple gunpowder weapon, also known as a handgun, 30 centimeters long, weighing 4,580 grams, with an effective range of up to 50 meters. After the improvement of unknown technology, it does not need to load gunpowder and iron bullets on sight, and can be fired continuously for 20 times. Additional attribute freeze. Freeze slightly slows down the target's speed, and there is a very small chance of freezing the target. The appearance of the iron fire gun is the same, and the feel is no different, except for the additional attributes. Compared with armor penetration, freeze can only be said to have a general effect. For a hot weapon, the pursuit is nothing more than destructive power and accuracy. The former is to enhance destructive power. Freeze, well, it's a little bit worse, but it doesn't matter. With the agility attribute bonus, I can fully take advantage of the speed and use the sharpness of the copper sheath dagger to kill prey. For long-range attack, the iron fire gun is the main force. For close combat, the copper sheath dagger is the best. Be prepared. Wang Hao made a follow gesture to the little snake and pierced the gray membrane with an engineer shovel. One man and one snake disappeared directly in the passage. In the first cave, this maze occupies almost all the space. The 5-meter-high stone wall is very close to the top of the cave, which basically cuts off the survivor's extravagant hope of climbing up and overlooking the overall situation. Wang Hao pressed his right hand on the stone wall and issued an order. Decompose. The decomposition skill that has worked every time has failed. System reminder. All stone resources can be collected only after the central mechanism is destroyed. The central mechanism is hidden somewhere in the maze. It's really well thought out. Try perspective again. Concentrate your mind and try to look forward. 1 layer. 2 layers. 3 layers. I can barely see through 2 stone walls. And if there are more, it becomes very blurry. No. In the ripple image, I can see through all the stone walls. Otherwise, I wouldn't see the mountain god mastiff and the iron treasure chest. Wang Hao was talking to himself. This is the first time he has come into contact with this new type of scene. Maybe it's still related to the central mechanism. It seems that you are in it. Either you follow the rules to pass the maze and get rewards. Either give up and dig in both the upward and downward directions, giving up the treasure of this cave. The second option is the simplest. Wang Hao will not do this. Since this direction has been chosen, it is necessary to maximize the resources. Walk to a gap. Use the thumb and middle finger to roughly measure and determine the thickness of the stone wall. The stone wall is about 30 centimeters. It is difficult to destroy them without special machinery. Then follow the local customs. Stone. You go in front and I go behind. Be sure to pay attention to the traps and hidden monsters. The little snake blinked. In case it doesn't understand what he means, Wang Hao explained again. Be especially careful of a big dog. If you meet it later, just kill it. It is easy to understand by calling the mountain god mastiff a big dog. After the explanation, Wang Hao took out his dagger and drew a triangle on the nearest stone wall. This way. He walked towards the passage on the right with the iron fire gun in hand. Every time he passed a fork in the road, he would draw a mark on the wall. Wang Hao and his 3 roommates played this kind of maze game a lot. There is a privately contracted tourist attraction near their school. In order to boost popularity, they often organize some novel and exciting projects. The maze is one of them. Since it is a maze, there must be a correct way out. It takes at least 40 minutes to pass a small obstacle maze. Only in this way will the participants not feel bored. There must be shortcuts. Make marks. As long as there are 3 kinds of marks, most of the forks in the road are eliminated. In the maze game of the scenic spot, it is strictly forbidden to draw marks. But there is no restriction here. According to the volume estimation, this is almost a small maze. With my perspective ability, I can definitely finish it within 20 minutes. Wang Hao is very confident. This is a dead end. Or retreat to the marked place. Yes, there are continuous forks in the road. Draw a different mark. And mark it. This branch is really short. And I can see the end directly through perspective. No need to go in. Just change the direction in the middle, while eliminating invalid paths. Pay attention to the movements under your feet and behind you. Be patient and careful. With the help of perspective, the maze itself is not difficult. About 20 minutes passed. Wang Hao suddenly stopped and stretched out his arm to block the little snake beside him. Sure to. Go this way this time. Be careful. Chapter 44. I want to see the iron meteorite. As soon as I was reminded here, the little snake immediately jumped forward and avoided a flap trap on the ground. The snake's tail pulled out and destroyed the trap. This trap is very simple. The flap is just a thin stone slab, and the middle part is artificially made into a stone axis. No matter which side you step on, you will fall into the pit. The broken stone slab fell down. The pit is only 1 meter deep, and there are no sharpened wooden sticks. If you fall in carelessly, you can only sprain your ankle at most. In the cave world, spraining your ankle is no different from being injured, and it will definitely affect your survival. Wang Hao jumped over the trap and continued to explore forward. Sure to. Go left this time. Unknowingly, they had been walking in the maze for 20 minutes. Getting closer and closer to the end. The appearance of a trap was proof. The trap was a piece of cake. The mountain god mastiff was the little boss of the level. Left, right, and back. After about 5 minutes, Wang Hao jumped over the second flip trap and came to the center of the maze. There was only one way here. Roar. A roar sounded. A mountain god mastiff half the height of a man suddenly jumped out of the passage behind him. It jumped high and pounced on Wang Hao's neck. Its head was like a lion, with black mane standing up and strong limbs stretched straight. The claws revealed a cold light, and the huge mouth seemed to contain blood. Wang Hao pressed close to the stone wall, leaving a space. The little snake immediately jumped up to meet it. Very tacit understanding. Mountain god mastiff, a kind of dog that lives deep in the snowy mountains. It is wild and difficult to tame, and loves to eat fresh small animals. Its fur is extremely cold resistant and is loved by dignitaries. It's just an ordinary beast. There's no need to mobilize a large army. With the strength of the stone, it can be easily solved. The snake's tail whipped, the fangs bit, and the head hit. Only 3 times. The seemingly ferocious mountain god mastiff was beaten and roared and retreated. No matter how ferocious it is still a flesh and blood body. How can it compare to the mutant pet covered with rock? Retreat, retreat again. The mountain god mastiff was forced to retreat to the corner of the wall. Seeing that the gray rock snake stone was about to chase him again, he quickly turned his body and tried to escape. Seeing this gap, Wang Hao made a quick and neat finishing blow. He rushed forward suddenly, using the iron fire gun as a short stick, and smashed it on the head of the mountain god mastiff. Bang! The force was heavy, and the momentum was fierce. The little snake saw the opportunity, and immediately rolled up its body, wrapping around the opponent's neck and forelimbs. Titan. The mountain god mastiff's movements immediately paused. Wang Hao quickly leaned over, took out the copper-sheath dagger, and stabbed it in the middle of its head. Swish! The bonus of sharpness is not covered. The hard skull became tofu at this moment, and the sharp blade of the dagger was completely immersed. No roar, no struggle. The body of the mountain god mastiff tilted, leaning against the stone wall on one side, and fell over. It was killed on the spot. Ding! The beast mountain god mastiff has been killed. Disassemble the body to obtain trophies. Very good. The battle is over. Wang Hao did not draw his dagger, but gave the order directly. Disassemble. There is no spirit, which is also expected. Although the mountain god mastiff is ferocious, it still belongs to the category of ordinary beasts, and spirit is a rare commodity. Wang Hao did not care, and walked directly to the small platform in front. On the platform, there is an iron treasure chest. Next to the treasure chest, there is an upright stone plate with a protruding handle on its edge. This is the central mechanism of the maze. Sure to. You go open the iron treasure chest. I'll turn the stone disc mechanism. Hiss. Division of work and cooperation can improve efficiency. Besides, with the thick skin and flesh of the gray rock snake, a little mechanism in the treasure chest will not hurt it. Wang Hao walked to the stone disc, grabbed the protruding handle, and used his arms to pull it down. Click, click, click. The stone disc immediately turned, making a crisp sound. When the stone disc turned a full circle, the surrounding maze stone walls began to tremble. The ground shook. The wall shook. The tremor lasted only 20 seconds. Then, it returned to calm. Is that the end? Wang Hao scratched his head in confusion, walked down the platform, and came to the nearest stone wall. Reach out and touch it. Decompose. This command was very unconfident. Fortunately, the initial cave was not that complicated. Boom. Ding. Stone plus 228. The huge maze suddenly disappeared in front of my eyes, including the 3-step platform under my feet. At this time, the pet stone also used its hard snake tail to pry open the iron treasure chest. The linkage effect was immediately apparent. The items in the treasure chest were put into the ring one by one. Finally, the iron treasure chest was also taken away. Bang! The little snake fell on the yellow earth, raising a light dust. A little confused. It seemed that it didn't quite understand why the maze and the platform in front of it disappeared. When it saw that its owner was satisfied, it immediately moved its body and returned to the other's feet. Hiss. Hiss. Very good. Well done. Let's continue. Seeing so many gains, Wang Hao had no reason not to be happy. A high-walled maze collected so many stones. The amount of resources in the iron treasure chest was also stronger than before. It can be seen that his choice was right. How can you make huge profits without putting some pressure on yourself and taking some risks? No need to rest much. Full of energy. The second cave. Let's go! This cave became empty. There were 4 small pits on the ground, which should be the traps set before. The stones were taken away, and they no longer existed. Wang Hao focused his attention. Look straight ahead. The sight is impenetrable. It seems that there is a curtain blocking it. Needless to say, this is the direction I came from. The maze made me dizzy, and I couldn't remember where I came from or where I was going. Change direction. Left. In the green ripples, there is a dead tree, and under the tree is a discarded bottle of Coke. There is only half a bottle of Coke left, and the color has turned white. Ding! A small amount of resources has been found, which can be picked up. This resource is too shabby. Wood? Or does it mean the Coke that has been drunk? Never mind. No need to choose. Right. Nothing. Above, in the green ripples, a wounded lone wolf lies in the corner, carefully licking his wounds, and occasionally turning his head to look at the opposite earth wall. It seems that there will be hunters or natural enemies coming to hunt it. In the middle of the cave, there is an overturned shopping cart. And there are still 2 bags of snacks left in the car. It seems to be spicy strips. Ding, found a small amount of food. Can be picked up. A wounded lone wolf escaped here, which increased the difficulty a little. Is that so? Look underground again. This is a resource point. To be more precise, it is a huge meteorite embedded in the soil. And there is a circle of soil formed by the impact around it. Ding, found an iron meteorite, which can be decomposed to obtain resources. Turning around. Looking behind. In the orange-yellow ripples. It is a small hill. The hill is covered with large gray locusts. Jumping densely. And there is a feeling of having nowhere to step. Ding, a swarm of mutant locusts has been found. They can be killed. If you are not sure, the survivors can escape along the foot of the mountain. Which one should I choose? No need to choose this. Wang Hao tried to walk to the edge of the cave and stopped at the back wall. Dig down. Yes. He wanted to see the iron meteorite. Who knows? There might be unexpected gains. When doing anything, there is a benefit ratio. The cave where the mutant locusts are located is not worth the trouble if there is no treasure chest hidden. Ding, +1. This time, only 28 diggings were done. The barrier appeared. No need to rest. Forcefully insert. Chapter 45 Star Core. Star Technology. The second cave. Bang. Pua. Wang Hao and the little snake fell to the ground one after another. Just at the edge of the cave. Get up quickly. Hold the iron fire gun in the right hand and hold the dagger in the left hand. Be vigilant and observe the movements around. With a little snake. The color of the ripples only represents the relative danger. So, don't be careless. If a poisonous snake or a nest of man-eating ants jumps out, it will be unjustly killed. Look around. There is indeed no danger in the meteorite cave. There are no hidden caves and creatures underground. The ground is flat all around. The only exception is the location where the meteorite is. This iron meteorite is 2 meters high, irregularly spherical, with a bumpy surface and round depressions everywhere. Soft light shines on it, making it appear even brighter and darker. Is this a meteorite? It is not the same as what is shown on TV or in newspapers. Take a look at the introduction. Iron meteorite, a piece of stardust fragment from outer space, formed 3 billion years ago, containing a large amount of iron and trace amounts of other elements. There may be surprises or shocks inside the meteorite, just like the blind box in the old world. You never know what is inside until you open it. Surprise or shock? Wang Hao looked strange. According to this statement, it really looks like the blind box I played before. Blind boxes are something that you can't stop playing with. Once, I spent a month's living expenses on them, and bought 16 blind boxes of all sizes. What I got was simply hilarious. The best was a signed book by the online platinum writer Yu Qianshou. The worst was a handmade glass bead. Of course, there were also Yun Waizawa of a certain beauty internet celebrity, a Saint Seiya figurine, a bitten green apple, a pot of prickly cactus, and so on. That was $1,600. Later, in order to silence his roommates and prevent them from telling his embarrassing story, he had to spend a lot of money to treat everyone to a meal. Thinking about it now, it was really stupid. I didn't expect that when I arrived in the cave world, I would have to open a blind box to test my luck. Let's stop talking. I don't need the perspective eye at this time. And I'm still waiting for abuse. Wang Hao walked forward 5 steps and stopped 3 meters away from the iron meteorite. The ground under his feet was the outer edge of the shallow pit formed by the meteorite hitting the ground. The soil was a little soft. Stone. Stop where you are and be alert. Hiss. The little snake nodded in agreement. After giving the order, Wang Hao concentrated his mind and looked forward. It was a green ripple, representing safety. Although it was a bit blurry, it was still recognizable. In the ripple image, a fist-sized piece of metal was hidden in the meteorite, flashing a golden light. What is this? System message. No response. Perhaps it doesn't recognize it either. Wang Hao approached hesitantly. He walked to the position where he could touch the meteorite, and the color of the ripples did not change at all. Light green. Still safe. Then, the ripple screen disappeared. 30 seconds are up. He turned around and waved to the pet, signaling it to follow. It seems that this meteorite blind box is safe. Wang Hao raised the iron fire gun to comfort himself, and touched the surface of the iron meteorite with the muzzle. Be very careful. Ding, Decompose the current iron meteorite to obtain 44 iron ingots and 1 gold ingot. Do you want to decompose it? So, the thing hidden inside is a piece of gold? Gold ingots. This is a top-level building resource. Can an early cave explode? This is unscientific. Wang Hao gave the order. Skeptical, but expectant. Decompose. The huge meteorite in front of him disappeared in the blink of an eye, and a pit appeared on the ground. Star core? What is this? He concentrated his mind and searched the ring for a while. Finally, he took out a black sphere. The sphere was only the size of a marble, and its appearance was pitch black, which looked very inconspicuous. He weighed it with his right hand, and it was heavier than an iron ball. Star core, a special product. A dense energy material. It can provide stable and long-lasting power, and needs to be used in conjunction with star technology. Starry sky technology. What is this? I am getting more and more confused. It sounds like it is related to science fiction. Put it away. I will figure out its purpose later. The star core disappeared in his palm and was sent back to the castle by him, together with the snake-eye gem and canine-tooth gem. This time, Wang Hao made the right bet again. In the second cave, he harvested a large number of iron ingots and 1 unit of gold ingot. It was so cool. He had a hunch. This first gold ingot will definitely come in handy in the future. The third digging. The continuous success made Wang Hao particularly excited. Dig again, and then stop to rest. No need to look at the top. Left side. In the dark green ripples, there is a valley. In the valley, dead bones are piled up one after another, and broken spears and sabers are thrown away at random. A broken general's flag is inserted diagonally in the pile of bones, rustling in the wind. On the old tree with withered vines at the entrance of the valley, 3 crows are making noises. I feel disgusted even before I hear their voices. Ding! The remains of an ancient battlefield are found. If you clean them carefully, you can always pick up some useful scrap copper and iron. Be careful of the old tree crows. They are not easy to mess with. In front. Nothing. Right side. In the green ripples, a group of mice are carrying the food they searched for. The target is the mouse hole in the distance. Ding! Found a group of rats. Dig their caves, and you can harvest some grain. If you don't mind, you can have them. No mention of killing rats. I guess they are not a threat. Underground. In the dark green ripples, a thick red snake curled up and coiled on a rock. Next to it, there is an old wooden treasure chest. Ding! Found a red snake and a wooden treasure chest. You can kill and pick them up. A red snake guarding an ordinary wooden treasure chest. Is it a bit of an exaggeration? Put it aside for now. Look behind you. This time, it is a light green ripple. The color is very light, as if it is about to disappear. In the image, a 550 milliliters bottle of pure water and a skateboard broken into 2 pieces are very conspicuous. Ding! A small amount of resources are found and can be picked up. After looking at 5 directions, it is time to make a choice. This time, choose underground again. Wang Hao is very interested in this abnormal wooden treasure chest. Continue to go down. Today, we have dug down twice. Before digging, release some less in advance and leave some for backup. Swing the engineer's shovel. The downward sloping passage gradually appears. Wang Hao dug 35 times and automatically retreated. Let the little snake continue to dig. This time the digging took a long time. After 14 or 15 minutes, the barrier gray film appeared under his feet. Ding! Survivors, please pay attention. There is a cave boundary barrier ahead. If you dig again, you will directly enter the next cave, and the existing passage will be closed immediately. Wang Hao squeezed sideways and stood in front. Leaned over. Patted the little snake's head. Sure too. There is a red snake below. I'll give you a chance to show off. Do it yourself. Hiss. The little snake nodded repeatedly. Well, get ready to enter. The engineer shovel stabbed down. Chapter 46 3 Patterns. Learn. Red snake. A medium-sized snake common on Blue Star. Lazy and slow-moving. It feeds on mice, loaches and other snakes. Because it is not very toxic and does not attack people, some humans keep them as pets. The red snake in front of me has red and black ring-shaped stripes all over its body, and its flat head rests on the lid of the box, as if it is using it as a pillow. The red snake is really lazy. A man and a snake fell from the top of the cave, and it only moved its head despite the loud noise. It seemed to take a look and return to its original state. At this time, the distance between the two was about 4 or 5 meters. Even without the iron fire gun, Wang Hao was confident that he could deal with this lazy snake. What's more, there was a helper. Wang Hao pointed to the ground, and then to the red snake not far away. Shi understood immediately. The snake opened its mouth halfway, arched its head downward, and got into the loess. It did not turn the soil out, but directly linked to the ring. A hidden passage appeared underground. The speed of digging was very fast. The movement was also very light. After waiting for half a minute, Wang Hao approached with a gun when he estimated that he had reached the predetermined position. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 1 meter, 2 meters, 2.5 meters. At a distance of 2 meters, seeing someone approaching, the red snake immediately hid its head under its body and shook its tail frequently. A warning was issued. Wang Hao didn't care about that and gave an order. Shi, go! As soon as the attack command was given, the loess beside the rock squirmed, and a gray shadow immediately emerged and rushed towards the red snake. The red snake had no time to react and was swallowed by the stone. Squeak! It chewed twice and was spit out again. It fell at Wang Hao's feet. The red snake was crumpled into a ball, dying, with only its tail moving slightly. In Shi's little eyes, it was clear that he was reluctant to let it go. Miscellaneous snakes are also his favorites. Ding! The red snake has been killed. You can get trophies by decomposing the body. With this size and being an ordinary beast, how much can be decomposed? Shi, here's a reward for you. The pet snake hissed happily and swallowed the half-dead red snake again. The snake belongs to Shi, and the treasure box belongs to him. The distribution is fair. Wang Hao took a big step forward. The wooden treasure box must not be a treasure box monster. Otherwise, the red snake would have been incompatible with it. He took out the javelin and opened the lid from a distance. There was only one thing in the treasure box. It was a blueprint. Venom extractor manufacturing diagram. Venom. No wonder the red snake guarded this treasure box. It turned out to be such a thing. But, speaking of it, this thing is not widely used. Unless you decide to change your career and become a professional hunter or a Breaking Bad star. Ignore these for now. Continue to harvest. The rock where the treasure chest is placed also has a small amount of resources. Touch it with a javelin. Decompose. Ding, stone +2. Okay. This cave is searched. Wang Hao glanced around with satisfaction. And after making sure that nothing was missed, he raised his right arm. Open the castle. The castle base appeared, and the iron gate was facing him. After completing 3 excavations, he took a break in the middle and studied the harvested patterns. Stone. Be responsible for the surrounding security. After saying this, Wang Hao walked into the castle. He came to the beach chair and lay down. Choose a comfortable position. Take an apple. It replenishes energy and quenches thirst. Concentrate your mind and move a few things to your side, so that you can reach them with your hands. First, disassemble the empty boxes. There are 2 empty iron treasure boxes and 1 wooden treasure box. Well, leave one as a storage box. Wang Hao picked an iron treasure box and moved it to the pillow of the sleeping bag. In this way, you will have a good dream every day when you sleep with the treasure box. Disassemble all the rest. Next, learn the patterns. There are 3 patterns in the new loot. All of them have blue covers and belong to the excellent grade. Wang Hao picked up the 3 patterns and flipped through them one by one. Ding, Kailun's papermaking, forging diagram of chestnuts, and manufacturing diagram of venom extractor are detected for study. Do you agree to use them? Learn all. 3 thin books disappeared in my hand. Go and have a look. Call out the system panel and open the skills column. Click forging first. 2 recipes flash green. And the barricade was divided into 2 rows. Barricade, wood with 0/5. Barricade, iron ingot 0/5. Venom extractor, iron ingot 0/1. Copper ingot 0/1. Silver ingot 0/1. Leather 0/1. Strange. 2 recipes came out of 1 pattern. Is this the legendary one-shot? 2 hits? The materials are not complicated, and the principle is easy to understand. Wang Hao has seen defensive equipment such as barricade more than once. In movies, TV series, and mod games, wooden stakes are often placed around the periphery of cities or camps to prevent raids by enemy cavalry. This is the origin of the word barricade. Even in peacetime, iron barricade stakes are placed around some important institutions or venues. The purpose is no longer barricades, but to warn stay away from strangers. A double shot. Perhaps this is the reason for the blue quality. Another recipe, is the venom extractor, which requires 4 types of materials, which is understandable, but requires silver ingots. This makes Wang Hao very entangled. There are many places where copper and silver ingots are used, and it seems that the traps are not made yet. It seems that we have to keep working hard. Where is the other recipe? Click dash to close forging. It should be in consumption. Click it. Sure enough, it is there. It is still a double hit. Kailuan papermaking, writing paper with 0/1. Hemp ball 0 to 1. Bone powder 0 to 1. Clean water 100 milliliters. Kailuan papermaking, toilet paper with 0/2. Hemp ball 0 to 1. Clean water 100 milliliters. The materials are relatively simple, but all of them use clean water. Writing paper is not available for the time being, but toilet paper can be made. Otherwise, I can only tear up books next time. Well, so I decided happily. Click. Kailuan's papermaking technique. Toilet paper with 315/2. Hemp ball 6/1. Clean water 100 milliliters. Ding. Toilet paper meets the manufacturing requirements. Please enter the production quantity. Enter 1. Confirm. A roll of toilet paper appears. Without outer packaging. Very white. Toilet paper roll. Paper products made through special technology. Soft and comfortable. Strong water absorption. Clean and hygienic. The best choice for toilet and cleaning. Tear off a section and rub it gently with thumb and index finger. Indeed, it is very soft. Not bad. Wang Hao casually put the paper roll on the sleeping bag and took another bite of the apple. Next, how about a chevaux de frise and put it on the outside of the iron gate? I think it will work. Wang Hao jumped up excitedly. First spread the torn section of paper on the wooden barrel and put the half-eaten apple on it. Then, walk out of the iron gate quickly. Chapter 47 Farce in the chat channel. Outside the iron gate, he roughly measured the width and clicked on the system interface. Chestnut pile, wooden with 313/5. Ding, meet the forging requirements of wooden chevaux piles. Please enter the production quantity. Enter 1. Confirm. Under Wang Hao's control, the chevaux pile fell steadily 2 meters outside the gate. The chevaux pile is 2.5 meters long, and the sharpened side of the log faces the outside of the castle, embedded in the middle of the 2 flower fields. On both sides, a half-meter wide aisle is left. Wang Hao stood outside the castle and took 7 or 8 steps back. Well, it looks a bit like a war castle. In this way, it can provide some protection against mutant beasts. Oh, let me add one more thing. The 3 meters outside the primary castle is its protection distance. The accessories placed in this range can be put away with the castle. As for the narrow passages on both sides, when it's time to rest, you can bury animal traps, which can also be regarded as adding another layer of protection. Don't worry now. The day's excavation has just begun. Walk back to the castle. Lie down again. Continue to eat apples, and rest while flipping through the chat history. This combination of work and rest makes life very comfortable. Ahem. Someone sent a message. Click the icon in the lower right corner. The message came from Zheng Wei in Yangtze. Zheng Wei, brother Wang Hao. Is the beret textile pattern you sold yesterday still available? Beret? Oh, I remember. Yesterday I shouted on the World Channel, and also sold the bunny girl headdress. It would be best if these 2 patterns can be sold. At that time, the main purpose was still the mechanical alarm clock. Unexpectedly, someone really cares about it. Hobbies are really a wonderful thing. Click to reply to the other party. The item is still available. Director Zhang, I talked about you yesterday. Since you are a big director, you should give a real price. Just as a friend. 1 minute. The message came back. Then I will give you 5 more units of wood at the price given by Lin Xiaoda. Lin Xiaoda? Oh, that's the one who bought the headdress pattern yesterday. 10 units of kerosene plus 10 units of wood. It doesn't seem to be very suitable. After all, this is a pattern, and the other party likes it. Wang Hao hesitated here, completely forgetting that he only spent 100 milliliters of beast blood to acquire the iron fire gun forging diagram. Ahem. Another message came. Brother Wang Hao. Are you unwilling? This price is very high. No matter how valuable the pattern is. No one will spend 30 units of kerosene and 20 units of wood to buy this. If it weren't for my little hobby. 30 units of kerosene plus 20 units of wood? This price is wrong. Oh, I see. It must be that Lin Xiaoda who quoted a higher price. Just to save face and make directors unlook at him with a higher opinion. In society, this kind of thing is very common. Especially when giving gifts. Only choose the expensive ones. Not the right ones. Wang Hao no longer pretentious. And sent a very happy reply. Director Zeng. I'm sorry. I was distracted while digging the soil just now. I'll do as you say. We are all friends when we go out. And I will rely on you for more support in the future. So there's no need to raise the price. At the same time, he also took the initiative to send a transaction request. As a big director, the most important thing is face. What you say will naturally be fulfilled. The promised 5 units of wood. Not less. Compared to the bunny girl headdress textile pattern, the beret was sold for more than 3 times the price. Really cool. However, there is one thing. I don't know if the other party is lucky or has other means. And has a lot of resources. Spending so many resources in exchange for a hat pattern. This is very telling. Now, the transaction was successfully completed. And I also gained the other party's favor. It can be regarded as the best of both worlds. Brother Wang Hao. It's great. I like to make friends. If you have a hat pattern in the future, just come to me. Sure. After replying, Wang Hao closed the chat box and continued to watch the chat channel. Han Haochen, friend. Do you want to live a worry-free life in the cave world? Do you want to get rich quickly? Please join our Haochen value-added financial management. Invest 10 units of wood or stone every day. And you can get 25 milliliters of clean water. And the resources can be fully refunded the next day. Joe Peichi, TSK. Then how do you increase your value? Scammer. Wait. Brother Han. Do you have a stable source of clean water? Then, rely on everyone's wood and stone to operate the auction market. Tuoba Hong, ha ha ha. It's Manager Han. I used to let you manage my fund. Especially the liquor group stocks. Which made me achieve financial freedom in 1 year. Here, I will follow you. Go and invest 20 units of wood first. Liao Yongli, oh, I remember now. He is the planetary ambassador commended by the ruling alliance of Blue Star. And is called Little Buffett. I want to follow up too. I have 10 units of stone here. Wu Hui Jun, I want to buy it too. Looking at the scenes of singing in unison in the channel, Wang Hao was a little confused. And always felt that he had walked into the wrong set. Is this still the cave world under the end of the world? Also, the conversations between these people are too seamless. As if they have been rehearsed many times. Routine. Absolute routine. I didn't expect that routines are everywhere. It's only been 3 days. And someone has already set up a trap here? Wang Hao flipped through the chat records. Looked at the names of these people one by one. And memorized them carefully. In the future, these people must be careful. As for whether to speak out and expose. Ha ha. Even if I point it out, those who are supposed to be fooled will still be fooled. This method of laying a long line to catch a big fish has been acting normal until the fish is completely hooked. So what if I point it out? I might even be accused of something. Then, I will be in trouble. After rubbing my chin and thinking for a while, Wang Hao decided to stay out of it. In this case, I will just turn a blind eye. Switch to the region channel. Lin Xiaoxiao, haha. Did you see that? There is a group of scammers on the world channel. Playing a double act. Don't be fooled. Chun Bin, don't talk nonsense. Maybe it's true. Haven't you seen several people proving Han Haochen's identity? Zhou Kun, yes. I also plan to invest a little to try. At most, I will lose 10 units of wood. Lin Xiaoxiao, it's up to you. Anyway, I am kind and lovely, and I have reminded everyone sincerely. Oh, I have another trick to share with you. If you really can't find water, find a balloon or a larger packaging bag and bury it in the soil. After 7 or 8 hours, you can still get some clean water. Shin Dongyang, is it true? How do you know? Lin Xiaoxiao, do you need to ask this? I am a genius in the junior class. I know the principle of the solar distiller by heart. Yesterday I picked up a small packaging balloon and tried it once. It was completely successful. Chapter 48 Genius Girl Lin Xiao Xiao. Sure enough, the topics in the regional channel have become much more normal. At least there are no scams of raising funds. Moreover, this chattering girl is a kind-hearted and proud girl. She is not cunning. And she still wants to remind others. The method of sunlight distiller she shared happened to be used by herself. It is indeed feasible. It's just, what kind of product is small package balloons? Generally speaking, aren't balloons sold in bags? I am not the only one who has this doubt. Chen Bin, Ms. Lin. What exactly is the small package balloon you mentioned just now? Lin Xiao Xiao, I don't know him. The packaging is all in English. My foreign language minor is Russian. It must be a balloon. I blew it up. Hearing what they said, Wang Hao, who had been peeking at the screen, became even more curious. He couldn't help but interrupt. Wang Hao, what does it look like? Describe it. Maybe we all know each other. As soon as the message was sent out, there was a response soon. Lin Xiao Xiao, oh, isn't this the man of the day 2 days ago? The big boss of Japan. You want to know? Humph. I won't tell you. The guy who made money from the stars. Star wealth. It's national wealth. You really know how to tamper with words. Chen Bin, Miss Lin. We also want to broaden our horizons. Chen Dongyang, yes. Brother Hao has sold water and animal blood several times. And the price is quite fair. The profiteers who are now hyping water and food are not the same as him. By the way, the balloon you mentioned, is it a long strip? Lin Xiao Xiao, yeah. You really guessed it right. It is a big and a small piece. Long strip. A big and a small piece. Plus the small package in front. Wang Hao, who was chewing an apple, couldn't help but stiffen his face. Then, his face twitched. Cough, cough, cough. He couldn't help it. And a mouthful of apple flesh spurted out. He almost choked himself. There should be quite a few people who guessed the answer. The messages that had been scrolling in the chat channel had come to a standstill. For nearly a minute, no one said a word. Finally, it was Lin Xiao Xiao who broke the silence. Huh? Why aren't you talking? Or is my network stuck? Forget it. I've just rested enough. So I'll continue digging. I'm the hardworking and lovely Lin Xiao Xiao. The network is stuck. Is there still a network here? Wang Hao patted his chest to relax for a while, and finally calmed down. Looking at Lin Xiao's questions and the last message, an image of a lively and talented girl appeared in his mind. She is not experienced enough in the world. Forget it. Just a friendly reminder, so as not to make a bigger joke in the future. Scroll up the chat history. Find Lin Xiao's number and click it. Open the private chat dialog box. And take the roll of plastic wrap. Tear off about a meter of it. Roll it into a ball. And throw it into the trading item box. Little girl, this thing is for you. Use it to distill water in the future. It's best to throw away the balloon. In addition, if you pick up similar things in the future, throw them into clean water first and wait for a while. If there are oil spots floating up, don't use them. Dirty! Click to send. Then, close the chat box. After resting enough, continue to the fourth cave. The remaining apple core was decomposed, and 8 apple seeds were placed by the wall. Now, 16 apple seeds have been saved. It's not that he doesn't want to plant, but the space in the flower field is limited. Leave it for now. There will always be a chance. Wang Hao walked out of the castle. He waved to the stone in charge of vigilance. The little snake crawled over quickly and rubbed his calf affectionately. Take back the castle. The castle disappeared in the cave. Okay, let's get started. From the 5th cave, even in the middle stage, the degree of danger will increase. The 4th one, can't be careless. Concentrate your mind and walk through it. Left side. In the dark green ripples, there is a semi-desert area. The ground is yellow, and there is little green. A black leopard is running to hunt. Its body is like a black lightning, and its body is agile. The fleeing prey is a little elk. The distance is gradually shortened. Ding, ghost leopard and elk found. Can be hunted. Wang Hao's eyes lit up, and he listed this direction as an alternative. In front, in the green ripples, a wooden treasure chest was placed in the middle, with no items around. Ding, wooden treasure chest found. Can be picked up. Yes, it is very ostentatious. According to experience, it is most likely a treasure chest monster. On the right, Nothing. Behind, in the orange-yellow ripples, it is a desolate desert. The undulating yellow sand is moving slowly, like surging waves, wave after wave, constantly hitting the earth wall in the distance. Ding, found the quicksand desert. If you want to get through here safely, you need to make some preparations. Quicksand desert. Go to hell. Unless you become Spider-Man and can climb rocks and walls. Underground. In the deep green ripples. What's going on? There is clearly a sturdy man in the image. Is it another survivor? Shouldn't the survivor wear a hospital gown? Is there someone who is more awesome than me? Who has achieved financial freedom early? Wearing mink and gold chains? Wang Hao bent down and tried to see more clearly. What is this survivor doing? It seems that he is waving to a monkey in the distance, signaling the other party to come over. Ding, a mutant beast. The winter spring bear has been found. It can be hunted. The winter spring bear has a strong physique and defense. Choosing close combat would be a huge mistake. It's not a survivor. It's a big bear. But this disguise is too real. Not only does it stand upright on the ground, but it is also waving in the distance. The posture is very well controlled. If there is no system message, I must have seen it wrong. The key is, after waving, this winter spring bear sat on a big rock like a human being, picked up a bag of potato chips from the side, opened it, grabbed a handful, and stuffed it into his mouth. While stuffing potato chips, he continued to waving. Looking at this scene, Wang Hao finally believed why so many zoo visitors always questioned the staff pretending to be bears. This is so similar. Just for this, I chose it. Wang Hao admitted that he was very casual. The ripples were dark green. As long as you were careful, it would not be difficult to deal with. It was down again. If you are a man, go down 100 floors. Pick up the engineer shovel, and dig down one shovel at a time. Ding, less +1. After digging for 27 times, a barrier appeared. Ding, survivors, please pay attention. There is a boundary barrier of the cave ahead. Digging again will directly enter the next cave, and the existing passage will be closed immediately. Confirm it again with perspective. Wang Hao focused his attention and looked closely at the gray film under his feet. But when he saw the picture in the ripples clearly, he couldn't help but exclaimed. Inside the cave, the monkey resisted the temptation of food and stayed by the mud wall in the distance, motionless. Even if it wanted to move, it had no chance, because dead monkeys can't move. There was a feathered short arrow stuck in the monkey's forehead, and blood was dripping down the arrow shaft. Even if the winter spring bear was good at imitating, it would not be able to bend the bow and shoot the arrow. Chapter 49. Female Survivor. There is someone. This was Wang Hao's first reaction. Yes, there is someone. And not just one. In the cave under his feet, the winter spring bear was staggering as it ran, roaring to the sky from time to time. A feather short arrow was inserted into its waist, hind hips and front legs, nearly halfway into the body. Blood dripped along the black fur. The ground was already stained with blood. The winter spring bear's target was a tall female survivor. She stood in front of a mud wall, holding a short bow in her right hand and a feather short arrow in her left hand, staring nervously at the winter spring bear that was about to pounce, still shouting something. At this time, a gray light streaked across the sky, as fast as a meteor. It went straight into the back door of the winter spring bear. It was extremely tricky. Another feathered short arrow. The one who shot the short arrow was a strong male survivor, who was now standing under the opposite earth wall. Similarly, he held a short bow in his right hand. Seeing that he had hit the target, he raised his right arm and waved it, shouting. Suffering a heavy blow again, the winter spring bear staggered and almost fell to the ground. He raised his head and roared. He roared unwillingly. Then, he turned his shaking body and rushed angrily to the male survivor on the other side. The female survivor drew her bow again. Wang Hao finally understood that the man and woman were using the classic kite flying strategy. No matter how tough and thick the winter spring bear was, it couldn't stand the repeated abuse. The two survivors were good archers, and they could kill the winter spring bear in a few minutes at most. It was just as he expected. About 2 minutes later, the winter spring bear's staggering body stopped, and its front paws couldn't support the weight of its body, and it fell to the ground with a bang. It struggled and twitched 4 or 5 times, and then stopped moving. The two survivors, a man and a woman, waved to each other, each holding a short bow and approaching step by step. The arrow was on the string, guarding against accidents. Wang Hao squatted on the gray membrane of the barrier, did not enter, nor did he return along the original route, quietly watching everything that happened in the cave. The two survivors walked to the position of the winter spring bear and stopped, took out the engineer shovel, and carefully touched the body. After confirming that it was safe, the two chatted for a few words, and the female survivor decomposed the prey. The body of the winter spring bear disappeared. Then, the female survivor shouted something with a happy face, and took out a golden ball to show. That was the gold essence. It was normal for mutant beasts to decompose essence. The male survivor smiled and nodded, turned and walked towards the monkey body a little further away. Crouched. The body disappeared. Obviously, it was decomposed. The female survivor was not idle either, and walked to the rock where the winter spring bear sat before, collecting the spoils. 10 minutes later, after searching the cave, the two gathered together to discuss for a while, walked to the corner of the wall, and began to release the luss. Raise it. Climb the mound. Then, dig the cave roof above. Seeing this, Wang Hao's eyes fixed, and he clenched his fists. They really thought of the same thing. Just now, he didn't make any choice. Just waiting for the whereabouts of the two survivors. Everyone would care if there was one more dangerous factor around them. So, we have to avoid it. The ripple image in front of him disappeared again, repeated more than 10 times in a row. And my brain hurt a little. Sure to. Pay attention to the movements around you. The little snake at his feet hissed in agreement. Wang Hao rubbed his temples, and took out the mechanical alarm clock. Wind it up. Calculate the time by the way. 10 minutes later, Wang Hao put away the alarm clock. They should have entered the cave above. Let's go! After saying that, he raised the engineer shovel and stabbed it. The barrier was broken. One man and one snake fell directly down. When they were 2 meters above the ground, Wang Hao took a breath and bent his knees. Bang! Puff! They landed steadily. After several experiences, he had mastered the trick of cushioning the landing, and the height of 5 or 6 meters was no problem. He immediately put away the engineer shovel, and the iron fire gun appeared in his hand. Looking up, there was a passage directly opposite the mound in the corner of the wall. Sure to. Let's go over and take a look. The voice was very low, and he pointed in the direction of the little snake. In the cave world, you must be extra careful. In addition, Wang Hao was very curious. After entering the next cave, will the previous passage traces be refreshed and hidden? If it cannot be hidden, it can be obtained later. Now, the passage is still there. There are 2 possibilities. 1. The man and woman did not enter the next cave and stayed in the passage. 2. The passage traces will be preserved. Hiss. The little snake took the initiative to crawl in front and clear the way for its owner. This is worthy of praise. One after another climbed up the mound. The passage was excavated at an angle. As long as you have a little common sense, you will come up with this workaround. Just as Wang Hao was about to look into the passage, a cry of grief and anger suddenly came out. Zhang Xingli. UWBD. Scumbag. There's someone there. It was a woman's voice. What's going on? Wang Hao quickly raised his musket and pointed it at the entrance of the passage above, and gestured to his pet. He put his index and middle fingers together and pointed them at the mound under his feet. The little snake immediately understood, arched its head, and went down. It went directly underground without turning the soil out. Who's outside? In the passage. It was still the woman who spoke. The anger was still there. And there was fear. At the same time, there was a sharp whistle that broke through the air. Whoosh! The light in the passage was not dark, and it was easy to see the flying arrows. Wang Hao had been on guard all the time, so how could he be tricked? He quickly dodged forward and rushed 2 steps along the earth slope. Puff! A short arrow shot into the earth wall, and the arrow feathers kept shaking. Fortunately, he was prepared. Wang Hao quickly turned around, leaned against the earth wall on one side, and aimed the muzzle of the gun at the entrance of the passage again. Is there anyone passing by who needs help? This is not a lie, but the truth. Hearing this, there was a rustling sound of footsteps in the passage, and the woman apologized. I'm sorry. Are you okay? I didn't mean it. 10 seconds later, at the entrance of the passage, the female survivor came out with a short bow. Because the passage was tilted, She tried to lean back, showing off her proud figure. Puff! The female survivor jumped down from the entrance barefoot and landed on the top of the mound. She turned around. She lowered her eyes and looked down at Wang Hao, who was 1 meter away, with a face full of apology and surprise. I'm glad you're okay. I was scared to death. Oh, by the way, I'm Chu Jirua, a sophomore at Qingdao Normal University. While introducing herself, she patted her chest with her empty left hand. Tremble. Tremble again. The reason for the surprise is not difficult to guess. The survivors in the cave world are all wearing hospital gowns, which can barely be considered as novice equipment. And the handsome young man in front of him actually changed his outfit. A tight white t-shirt, sweatpants, and a pair of hiking shoes. He doesn't look like a survivor at all. The most important thing is that in the other party's hands, there is a metal rod. Oh! No. It's an iron fire gun. In comparison, Chu Jirua is far inferior, wearing a loose hospital gown, barefoot and dirty face. She is simply not worthy of her reputation as the campus beauty of Qingdao Normal University. Wang Hao doesn't know what the other party is thinking, but he can guess a little. Chu Jirua is looking at him, and he is also observing the other party. Hospital gown, barefoot, and holding a short bow. Although disheveled, you can also see some beauty. As if feeling his gaze, Chu Jirua's beautiful eyes flashed, and she deliberately pulled the hem of the hospital gown with her left hand, and said coquettishly, Hey, what's your name? It's a bit rude. Chapter 50. You have a really vicious mind. Impolite? Wang Hao doesn't think so. Classmate, what happened just now? Do you mind telling me? Also, we'd better change places. I don't like women on top. Anytime. After saying that, he raised his musket and slightly tilted it to the side. Ladies first. Chu Jirua was obviously stunned by this almost cold tone, and a hint of surprise appeared in her beautiful eyes. Then, there was grievance. The misty water was swirling in her eye sockets. She bit her lips lightly, turned her wrist, and put away the short bow in her hand. Let's go. Handsome boy. You are a bit straight. She raised her bare feet, tilted her body, and walked down the slope. I don't know if it was intentional, but she deliberately raised her feet and swayed her waist left and right, showing her graceful figure. Soon, Chu Jirua walked down, stood beside the mound, and turned around. Wang Hao didn't have the heart to appreciate the beauty. He held the iron fire gun and followed to the flat ground. Keep a distance of 2 meters. Even if the other party put away the short bow, he remained vigilant enough. With the ring, it is easy to take out a weapon. Is it okay now? You are a big man, and you are still afraid of a weak little girl like me? Oh, tell me, what happened to that man just now? Wang Hao did not comment. However, he also pointed out one thing: don't talk nonsense. At least, he saw something. Ah, did you see me in Zhongxinli? Chu Jirua opened her mouth slightly, looking very surprised. This expression was very realistic. Wang Hao did not speak. Seeing that the other party did not reply, Chu Jirua curled her lips, sat on the mound as if no one was around, hugged her knees, and suddenly looked angry and sad. Zhongxinli and I met on the first day. We worked together for 3 days. Gradually, we had some good feelings for each other. And then, college. You know, we worked very happily together. And I gave my heart to him completely. Digging together, organizing resources together, killing monsters together, just like playing an online game. And even planning to stay with him forever in the cave world. Until just now. Chu Jirua took a breath and bit her lips with her pearly teeth, before entering the next cave. Zhongxinli, the bastard, asked me to transfer my spoils to his ring, saying that he would prioritize upgrading the castle. Then, he suddenly cancelled our mutual assistance and went through the border barrier alone. Not only that, Zhongxinli also threatened me that if I dared to follow him, he would shoot me with an arrow. At the end, her tone was crying. She buried her head between her knees, and her shoulders shrugged slightly. Any man who saw this kind of scene would probably feel comforted. What's more, it was a beautiful woman. Wang Hao frowned, slowly lowered his musket, and slowly bent his knees and squatted. The movement was very slow. Just at this moment, Chu Jirua suddenly raised her face and raised her right arm quickly. Whoosh! A black light shot out and went straight to Wang Hao, who was squatting 2 meters away. Sleeve arrow. It was a sleeve arrow. The distance was only 2 meters, and it was impossible to dodge. Wang Hao didn't need to dodge, and quickly blocked his chest with his left arm, while giving an order. Sure to. Go! Ding! The sleeve arrow hit the arm, and the seemingly soft t-shirt instantly tightened, shining with a metallic light. Pa! The sleeve arrow was bounced to the ground with a muffled sound. There was no injury on her left arm, only a slight numbness. This is impossible, Chu Jiru exclaimed in surprise. She hurriedly moved her middle finger, and another sleeve arrow flew out from her wide sleeve. This time, it had no effect. A gray whip shadow jumped up and directly pulled the sleeve arrow away. Moreover, the whip shadow turned in the air and quickly wrapped around her wrist. Pulling down, her waist tightened. Chu Jiru's right arm was tied to her thin waist and was tightened. Wang Hao, who stood up, saw the opportunity and kicked forward, hitting the opponent's right shoulder. Ouch! Chu Jiru fell backwards and lay diagonally on the mound. At the same time, the cold muzzle of the gun directly hit her forehead, pressing down forcefully. As long as the trigger is pulled, the head will be blown to pieces. In this situation, Chu Jiru dared not move again. Handsome man, spare my life. Don't shoot. I will agree to whatever you want to do. The words of pleading were very fast. She was afraid that if she was a little slower, she would be shot by the other party. She also saw the thing wrapped around her waist clearly. This is a limestone snake. That's what it was called in the system message. While the little snake was tightening, it also moved its head closer, and its sharp fangs were close to Chu Jiru's earlobe. As long as the master gives the order, it will bite through her skin. Wang Hao didn't want to argue with her, and even disdained to answer. His finger was on the trigger, ready to pull at any time. He bent his right arm, reached into the other sleeve with his left hand, fumbled for a while, and untied a small iron box. On the iron box, there was a thin metal wire, which was tied to the middle finger of Chu Jiru's right hand. Sleeve arrow box, a small and sophisticated hidden weapon. 3 sleeve arrows can be placed in the iron box, and they can be fired by bending the fingers. Number of uses, 0. Sleeve arrow box. This hidden weapon is really hard to defend against. If it weren't for the silver scale soft armor, I would have been attacked by the other party. What? Shoot at the beginning and solve the problem later? Please! He is not a doomsday butcher. If he shoots at the survivors, what is the difference between him and the devil? I will not offend others if they do not offend me. This is his principle. Wang Hao put away the sleeve quiver and looked at the pitiful Chu Jiru. Classmate, you are so vicious. I didn't do anything to you. Do you want to kill me? This is all a misunderstanding. Yes, it is a misunderstanding. Oh, misunderstanding? I will treat it as a misunderstanding. Now, I have 2 questions, and I hope you can answer them truthfully. Ahem. Tell me. Chu Jiru's pretty face was a little purple, and she seemed a little out of breath. Sure to. Don't be so tight. I still need to ask you some questions. Hiss. The little snake loosened its grip a little, and its 2 fangs came closer. Chu Jiru felt a little better. Wang Hao nodded. First, did you forge the quiver just now? No. No. We found it in the copper treasure chest. There was only one, and he gave it to me. Second, what is the mutual assistance connection you mentioned just now? This, I discovered it in a private chat with him. As long as you interact and chat 10 times in a day, you can trigger the add friends function. Friends can help each other to form a team, so that you can cross the border barrier at the same time. And you can also decompose 10% more loot. Chu Jiru didn't dare to hide anything and told her in detail. Wang Hao stared into her eyes, trying to determine if she was lying. It should be true. There was no flickering expression. There is also this function. I learned something new. The sleeve quiver was obtained from the copper treasure chest, which made him a little unhappy. If it was really a forging pattern, Wang Hao wouldn't mind letting her lend a helping hand. It really doesn't matter whether she learns or not. Okay. All the questions are asked. Next, let's talk about business. Business? Chu Jiru looked flustered, with fine beads of sweat on her forehead, and her legs were tightly together. Chapter 51. Come here. Dismantle your castle. Obviously, someone has the wrong idea. Wang Hao sneered. Yes, I want to see if you are telling the truth. Slowly raise your left hand and open the system panel. Halfway through, he inserted another command. Sure to. Keep an eye on her. Even if there is any unnecessary movement. Don't wait for my order. Just bite her. No order. Just bite. This is a special sword. The little snake hissed happily, and its bright red snake tongue scratched Chujiruo's face several times. This time, Chujiruo was pale and didn't even dare to blink. Seeing that the threat was effective, Wang Hao continued to state his demands. Not only did he ask the other party, he was also doing the same operation. Open the chat interface, then click the region channel. After doing this, Wang Hao paused for a moment, and a happy smile appeared on his face. Type a 1. Then send it. Of course, he didn't do the last step himself, but looked at his system panel. Fan Ji Wei, my friend in the same region. Do you have any extra clean water? Please support me a little. I haven't had any water for a day. I won't let you suffer any loss. I have 4 units of wood, 2 units of stone, and half a bag of spicy strips. Zhang Yichen, the person above. If you look up the chat history, there is a female hero Lin Xiaoxiao who talked about the method of the sunlight distiller. I can get some. Zhang Danian, bitch. Chu Tingmei. I trusted you so much. But you actually plotted against me and took away all the resources we gained together. I will never let you go even if I become a ghost. Don't trust her in the future. Chu Tingmei, 1. This chat message is seamless. The scrolling screen was silent. 10 seconds later, it exploded. Chun Bin, did you agree on this? The script is well shot, and it is suitable for self-media. Wu Ku, haha. Is this a provocation? A minute of silence for Zhang Danian. Pay attention to the formation downstairs. Zhou Kun, +1 for silence. Chen Dongyang, +1 for silence. Wang Hao was not interested in watching everyone's noise, but lowered his eyelids and looked at Chu Jiruo with a half-smile. Oh! No. It should be Chu Tingmei. You are very good at lying. It turns out that even your own name is fake. Chu Jiruo. Chu Tingmei. Zhang Xingli. Zhang Danian. Interesting. Are you afraid that someone will come after you? Let me guess. The story you just told should be heard in reverse. Right. The one who plotted against Zhang Danian was also a sleeve arrow, so that it can be matched. The sleeve arrow box can hold 3 sleeve arrows, and the other party only shot 2 just now. This inference is reasonable. Every time Wang Hao said a word, Chu Tingmei's face turned a little paler. Her body trembled, but she was still trying to suppress it. She was afraid that her pet gray rock snake would misunderstand her and give her a sweet kiss. It had come to this. Wang Hao was too lazy to talk to a woman who lied all the time and had a vicious mind. And he just spread his left hand. Are all the things with you? Hand over the azure dragon ring. Oh! Let the castle out first. Handsome guy. Don't try to challenge my bottom line. You wanted to kill me just now. Now I'm generous enough to leave you alive. Wang Hao closed the system panel and interrupted impatiently. Chu Tingmei had no choice. After hesitating for 4 or 5 seconds, she moved her almost numb right hand. Summon the castle. Orange light flashed, and the space ripples jumped. A primary castle appeared in the cave, gathering the resources collected by the two. It was not bad to upgrade the castle to the primary level. After summoning the castle, Chu Tingmei carefully moved her left hand, took off the ring on her right index finger, and threw it to her feet. Be careful throughout the process. Wang Hao bent down and quickly picked up the ring. The ring is the foundation for taking out items. Without the ring, the opponent basically has no chance of turning the table's sneak attack. Wang Hao released the iron fire gun in front of him, took a step back, half-turned his body, and avoided Chu Tingmei's sight. Bring the 2 Qinglong rings closer. Ding! Found the identity ring of other survivors. Do you want to empty the resources and items in it? Empty! He is no stranger to this operation. The only difference is that last time it was an ownerless ring. A green lightning chain appeared between the dragon balls, and a large amount of material resources flowed into his ring. All the materials were transferred, and not a single hair was left. The system message scrolled 2 pages. Wang Hao was very satisfied. There was no pattern, probably because Chu Tingmei and the others had learned it. There was not much beast meat, nor beast blood and bone powder. Perhaps it was with Zhang Danian. This time, the ring he was holding was still there, and it did not disappear like last time. Next, it was the castle. The castle in front of him was almost identical to his own. It was just that the flower fields outside the wall were empty, and looked a bit desolate. Student Chu. Your castle is quite spectacular. It would be more beautiful if you planted some flowers and plants. Wang Hao felt sorry. If the flower fields could be moved, he would have enough space to plant apple trees. His sigh was not responded to. Hey, look at my memory. Sure too. Untie it, and let this beauty move around. Hiss. The little snake responded with a sound, loosened its tight body, and climbed down from Chu Tingmei's body. It did not leave, but still stared at her. Wang Hao ignored this, and took 2 steps forward with the iron fire gun, getting closer to the outer wall of the castle. Can the survivor's castle be dismantled? It would be best if it could be completely dismantled. Reach out and touch the outer wall. Dismantle. Unfortunately, it didn't work. Ding, the current target cannot be dismantled. To dismantle the castle resources, you need to kill the original owner, or the original owner can do it personally. Can it be dismantled only after the original owner is killed? Wang Hao muttered in a low voice, while tilting his head to take a look. This sideways glance, coupled with a clear muttering, made Chu Tingmei's heart tremble immediately. And she froze when she was about to stand up. Handsome. Handsome boy. No. Classmate. Don't kill me. I'm very obedient. This time. She really cried? Without a short bow. Without a sleeve quiver. And being watched closely by a gray rock snake. She had no chance to resist. Without the engineer shovel, she had no chance to escape. Don't worry. I'm not so mean as to break my promise. Come here. Dismantle your castle. And then you can leave. Wang Hao turned around and waved. Ah? Dismantle the castle? Yes. It means to restore it to its original state. I don't need to teach you this. Chu Tingmei stood up again and approached her castle under the escort of the little snake. She didn't dare to approach the iron gate for fear that the other party would misunderstand her. After a little thought, she tried to stretch out her right hand, touch the outer wall of the castle, and said in a trembling voice, Dismantle. Chapter 52. Are you a devil? Boom! Chu Tingmei's command was indeed effective. The primary castle in front of them began to tremble violently. Then, a transparent ripple appeared, surrounding the castle and squeezing inward. Strips of boulders were dismantled from the outer wall and restored to stone. Iron doors and windows were restored to iron ingots. Stair handrails, etc., were restored to wood, stone, iron ingots, wood. The 3 building resources were neatly stacked in front of Chu Tingmei, as if someone was manipulating them. About half a minute passed. The trimmer stopped. In front of the 2 people. In addition to the neatly stacked resources, there was also a dilapidated pocket castle. The wooden door was powerless to open and creaked. The dilapidated castle, a product of unknown technology. Reparable. A functional building in the ring space, capable of storing excavated resources. A small base that everyone in the cave world must have. Seeing this scene, Wang Hao's face was full of joy. Chu Tingmei's heart was bleeding. The dismantling of a primary castle would give different people different feelings. Wang Hao took 2 steps forward, touched the pile of building resources with the iron fire gun. The number was correct. It seems that the original number of resources used to upgrade the castle was returned. It makes sense. The pile of resources disappeared in front of him. And Wang Hao took another step. He came to the dilapidated castle. Reach out and touch again. Decompose. Ding. The current target is in the initial state and cannot be completely decomposed. Kill the original owner. The castle base and the empty ring disappear. Initial state? A little disappointing. Wang Hao's expression remained unchanged. And he turned to the stunned Chu Tingmei and smiled brightly. Haha. Just a little joke. Hey. Put it away. Wang Hao threw the other party's ring back. Are you kidding? This is not funny at all. She saw it with her own eyes. This guy didn't even intend to let go of the dilapidated castle. It's just plucking feathers from a passing goose. Chu Tingmei didn't care about complaining in her heart, and quickly took her ring and put it on the index finger of her right hand. Then, she took back the castle. Even if the castle was shabby, it was still a treasure to her. Without the ring and the castle, she could not survive in the cave world. Beauty. This kind of resource is unreliable. Just like the one in front of her. Who doesn't buy it at all? Student Chu. Which direction did you come here from? Next to the mound. It's the mound wall facing it. Chu Tingmei answered honestly. Wang Hao nodded. And when he saw that she had finished packing, he raised his arm and pointed to the mound in front. Student Chu. Next. I should take you away from here. Go up. Let me go. Thank you. Chu Tingmei was about to thank him happily. But when she saw the direction he pointed, her face changed immediately. You want me to go from there? That won't work. Because of fear. Her tone suddenly rose. There was no way not to be afraid. Before entering the next cave, Chu Tingmei suddenly canceled the mutual assistance relationship, shot an arrow at Zhang Danian, who was holding the engineer shovel, and kicked him into the gray membrane of the barrier. The arrow shot through Zhang Danian's lower abdomen. But it didn't kill him. She roughly saw a little bit of the shouting in the chat channel. If she went over now? If Zhang Danian hadn't left yet, the consequences would be unimaginable. I want to change direction. Ah. The little snake that had been loyal to its duty saw her getting ready to move, and immediately hissed and whistled. And the snake's tail swept directly. Pa! The snake's tail swept into the abdomen. The powerful force knocked Chu Tingmei out, and she fell on her back on the slope again. Fortunately, the little snake was not big. Otherwise, it would have killed her. This time, she didn't dare to say anything. Wang Hao made a gesture of invitation, and was very satisfied with the cooperation of his pet. Classmate Chu. Are you okay? Do you need help? Ahem. No. Chu Tingmei endured the pain, climbed up quickly, and climbed to the top of the mound. The little snake followed. Wang Hao followed at the end. They walked to the top of the mound and climbed up the inclined passage. After walking nearly 30 meters, they came to the gray membrane of the barrier. Chu Tingmei stopped, turned sideways, and looked at Wang Hao pitifully, wanting to make a last effort. Classmate. Brother. Give me another chance. I am willing to do anything to make up for my mistakes. While begging, he grabbed the corner of his clothes with both hands. His eyes were filled with mist again, and his thin lips were pursed in grievance. Whoever saw it would be soft-hearted. Unfortunately, Wang Hao shook his head. Student Chu, I'm giving you a chance. With your ability, you might be able to make a good living again. Oh, welcome to meet me again. I'm very satisfied with your sponsorship of so many resources. Sponsorship resources. Are you a devil? Of course. Chu Tingmei didn't dare to say this. Seeing the other party's firm attitude, she had to face the gray film. What to do next? The engineer's shovel was taken away. Chu Tingmei tried to reach out and poke it, but unfortunately it couldn't be poked. Oh, I forgot about this. Wang Hao was a little annoyed. He concentrated his mind, took out a military shovel from the ring, and threw it over. He took a step back and raised the iron fire gun. Ding! Military shovel 1. Student Chu. I think I am generous enough. Don't play tricks. Get on the road quickly. By the way, if you can see Zhang Danian, you must sincerely apologize and give me a warm greeting. Hiss. Hiss. The little snake cooperated on the side. Chu Tingmei bent down to pick up the military shovel, and then looked back at Wang Hao, who was holding the gun cautiously, biting her lips, and squeezed out a sentence. You are really a devil. Hiss. Hearing this sound, Chu Tingmei turned around quickly like a frightened rabbit and stabbed with a shovel. Buzz. The person has disappeared. Wang Hao stood in the passage, looking at the gray film calmly. Am I really a devil? The devil will not show mercy, facing the weak who do not resist. I still can't do it. He forced Chu Tingmei to choose the upper side, because he really didn't want to leave a scourge and potential enemy. Don't talk about being hard-hearted. It's too difficult for a man who can even betray his lover to repent. Even if Zhang Danian was injured, he had a short bow and was a strong man. If he met the vicious woman again, he should not let himself down. Even if she was lucky, Zhang Danian left the empty cave, and there was a 1/5 chance of encountering if he dug again. Ghost leopards, treasure chest monsters, quicksand deserts. These are not vegetarians. Of course, it is not ruled out that she is lucky and has escaped everything. So what? From the beginning to the end, I have never revealed my name and number, and I can't find anyone to retaliate. It's a perfect plan. Wang Hao admires himself very much. Turn around and walk out of the passage. After jumping down the passage disappears immediately. Wang Hao guessed the reason. This passage was dug by Zhang Danian and Chu Tingmei. Now that the two of them enter the next cave, the passage will disappear. The setting is very rigorous. Return to the cave below. Check it again with perspective. Wang Hao found the hidden 2 units of stone at the place where the monkey died. He collected the 2 sleeve arrows that fell to the ground. Now, it was truly clean. Open the system panel. Open the region channel directly. The survivors chatting were still so happy. Looking up the chat history, Zhang Danian and Chu Tingmei didn't talk anymore. Did these 2 people meet? No matter. There is no need to worry about being followed. Wang Hao happily patted the little snake beside him and prepared for the 5th excavation. This time, there are 4 choices. Chapter 53: Encounter the Captain of the Undead. Kill. Concentrate your mind and check them one by one. Chu Tingmei didn't lie this time. The direction she and Zhang Danian came from. There was nothing in the cave. And it was searched thoroughly. Left side. In the dark green ripples, a giant turtle lazily crouched on the rock, with its head and limbs softly sticking out of its hard shell. Very relaxed. Under the rock, there was a pile of white bones of beasts. Ding! Wild alligator turtle found. Can be hunted. Alligator turtle. As soon as the name was heard, you knew the background of this giant turtle. It feeds on crocodiles, so its strength should not be underestimated. The most powerful thing is definitely defense. It's hard to say whether the iron fire gun can break the turtle shell. Right side. Nothing. Behind, in the light green ripples, a plain white wooden swing is fixed on 2 upright iron poles. On the swing, there is a pack of compressed biscuits thrown. The swing sways gently, as if someone is sitting on it and swaying gently. Ding! A small amount of resources is found, which can be picked up. Underground, in the light yellow ripples, there is a dry riverbed with pebbles all over the ground. In the middle of the riverbed, there is a stranded sailboat. On the mast of the bow, there is a tall skeleton in a tattered pirate costume. On the erected canvas, you can also see a big Hua character. So, where is the danger? The ripples are light yellow, which means the danger is not weak. Sure to stay away. Hearing the order, the little snake immediately crawled away. It had had similar experiences before. The color of the ripples changed from light yellow to pure yellow, and finally stayed in orange yellow with red. According to this idea, the source of danger should be very prominent. Look again. At this time, the duration of the ripples has expired. Wang Hao focused his attention again and looked at his feet, carefully observing the new picture. He really found something unusual. 2 green flames can be vaguely seen in the eye sockets of the skeleton. Ding! Found the stranded sailboat and the undead captain. If you want to obtain a lot of resources, you have to defeat the undead creatures. A lot of resources. There are indeed a lot of resources in the picture. The pebbles, sailboats, and canvas on the riverbed can be decomposed into stone, wood, and hemp balls respectively. There is no doubt about it. Wang Hao looked at the amount of stone he had and decided to give it a try. A try. A bicycle becomes a motorcycle. A try. A happy life. In the past, there were rarely a lot of resources in the cave. Since you have encountered it, you can't miss it. Dangerous? Light yellow. Acceptable. Do it right away. Wang Hao called his pets to reunite, and then dug down. Strangely enough, today, I dug down a lot. This time, it was still straight up and down. Saved time. After digging 36 times, under his feet, a barrier gray film appeared. Wang Hao did not rashly poke through this film. The height of the next cave was obviously more than 7 or 8 meters. The riverbed was paved with hard pebbles. If he jumped directly, he might break a bone. That would be more trouble than gain. How to go down? Wang Hao thought of a safe way. His mind turned. All the leather stored in the castle was taken out by him. Stacked them neatly layer by layer. Stepped on the soles of his feet. And scooped up the 4 corners. Take out the 2 halves of the rope left before. Tie them into a whole rope. And tie up the scooped leather. After doing all this, he also needs a double insurance. Sure to. You also help me tighten it. When we land later, don't let go. Hiss. The little snake immediately jumped up, and its long body tightly wrapped around the thick leather. Now, it's foolproof. Wang Hao held the musket in his right hand and the shovel in his left hand, aiming at the gray membrane and stabbing it. The light in front of his eyes dimmed, and then it returned to light. The body fell quickly after stepping on the air, and before the sound of wind could be heard in his ears, it was close to the ground. At the moment of touching the ground, the little snake loosened a section of its tail and quickly pulled it on the riverbed, removing most of the impact. Bang! A dull sound rang out. Due to inertia, Wang Hao's body tilted to the right. This was not a problem for him. Wang Hao quickly bent his knees. His shoulders sank. And he rolled twice on the riverbed. Perfect landing. With a change of mind, the leather, rope and engineer shovel were taken back to the ring, leaving only an iron musket. He stood up quickly and faced the sailboat not far away. The little snake also turned its body and waited for battle. On the sailboat, the movement here was transmitted, and the skeleton leaning against the mast suddenly moved. Kakaka. The snow-white skull turned half a circle stiffly. In the dark eye sockets, the green ghost fire was surging, like two balls of blazing flames. Squeaky. The skeleton supported the ground with both palms and stood up little by little. The two rows of teeth moved several times and squeezed out a few dry words. Human. Human. Blood. Flesh. Brain. Undead captain, undead creature. Was a pirate captain who once roamed the magical sea, wantonly plundering ships, killing people and committing numerous evil deeds. The Storm Kingdom sent a fleet to conquer him, and then disappeared. Well, what a story. For safety, Wang Hao immediately released the castle and hid behind the chevaux de frise. The iron fire gun was placed on the horizontal bar and aimed at the stranded sailing ship in front. Little snake. No need to rush out, because the undead captain was impatient. The creepy white bone arm hung down and pulled behind the mast of the sailing ship. He pulled out a rusty curved sword and raised it high above his head. Blue Eyes Crescent Sword, weapon. It is said to be a sharp sword used by a ghost swordsman. It was accidentally obtained by the undead captain, and he always used it as his personal sword. It is extremely sharp and has a freezing effect when attacking. Charge. The undead captain roared dryly and swung his right hand holding the sword forward. Step. Crack. The undead captain jumped off the stranded sailboat and rushed towards the castle 10 meters away. Charge? Are there other undead soldiers? Wang Hao was stunned. He looked around and even looked beyond the sailboat to the riverbed in the distance. There were no undead soldiers. Not even a ghost. In the field of vision, there was only a lonely undead captain, running towards the side. The crackling sound of bones rubbing against each other mixed with the stomping sound of feet on the ground, which was particularly harsh. Is this a funny captain? Funny or not, it does not affect Wang Hao's established tactics. Sure too. If you attack from behind, just sweep his thin legs. Also, pay attention to the crescent sword of the undead monster. Don't touch it. Hiss. Hiss. After the order was given, the undead captain had already rushed 5 meters away. The little snake immediately jumped out and went around to the back. Wang Hao was not ambiguous. He half bent his waist and pulled the trigger directly. He fired continuously without pausing. The target was the skull of the undead captain. Anyone who has played zombie and undead games knows that the weakness of this kind of undead creature is either the head or the heart. The captain in front of him was just an empty skeleton covered with rags. It was self-evident where the weakness was. Bang! 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 6 shots were fired continuously, and the muzzles were all slightly reddened by the flames. At this moment, the little snake also approached the target. It swung its hard rock snake tail and swept across. Chapter 54 Musk Herb with 7 thorns on 1 leaf. Based on the cool look of the undead captain and the antique crescent sword, Wang Hao was ready to fight. At worst, he could hide in the castle and attack from the castle. Who would have thought that the development of things would be unexpected? Facing the sweeping snake tail, the undead captain seemed to pay special attention. He stopped running and swung the crescent sword in his hand to block the fierce attack. Strangely, he didn't care about the bombardment of the iron fire gun at all. Moreover, he raised his empty left arm and waved it back and forth in front of him. That look was like driving away a noisy mosquito. Kakaka. Kacha. 6 iron bullets met the white bone palm and penetrated it like a broken bamboo. The white bone shattered inch by inch. In a blink of an eye, only half of the arm bone remained on a palm. Not only that, the skeleton head, which had no protection, bore the remaining iron bullets. Crack! The bone cracking sound became louder. The debris flew under the huge impact, and the slender cervical vertebrae could not withstand the bombardment and broke into 2 pieces. Roll. The broken skull rolled down and rolled farther and farther on the riverbed. The white bone body froze for only 3 or 5 seconds, and suddenly fell forward and hit the ground. Wang Hao. Little snake. Is this serious? Seriously? The little snake swung its tail and scraped, and the headless skeleton was swept away and completely disintegrated. Wang Hao walked out from behind the barricade, holding the iron musket, and approached the skull. The skull was half broken, and the 2 rows of bones and teeth were still opening and closing, and he was mumbling words like flesh and brain. In the eye sockets, the 2 balls of ghost fire were very dim, almost extinguished. Squat down and take out the copper sheath dagger. Draw the sheath and stab forward. The sharp dagger was inserted into the crack of the skull, and the light green ghost fire finally went out. Ding! The captain of the dead has been killed, and the spoils can be obtained by decomposing the body. Is he dead? It's not challenging. In fact, this is what Wang Hao took for granted. If there is no iron fire gun, fighting with the undead captain in close combat will definitely be a fierce battle, even with the help of pet stones. Then decompose it. It's so easy. What good things can be decomposed? All the bones in the field, including the broken bones, were swept away. Essence, bone powder, ghost fire seeds. It looks pretty good. Oh, there is also a blue ice crescent sword. Wang Hao stretched out his hand and hooked it, and the antique weapon was caught in his hand. He picked up the scabbard and put the sword back into the scabbard. It's not light, and the feel is average. I'll test it later to see if it's easy to use. Reclaim the castle. Ding, blue ice crescent sword +1. Continue to loot. Let's go see the sailboat first. Go forward. Observe closely. The sailboat looks old, but it is not rotten or collapsed, and the wood is relatively hard. This may be because the surface is painted with turmoil. There are still 2 wooden barrels and a coil of ropes in the cabin. Nothing special. Ding, found a stranded sailboat, which can be decomposed into 65 units of wood and 12 units of hemp balls. Do you want to decompose it? Decompose? There are still a lot of resources. Continue. Wang Hao squatted on the spot and touched the pebbles on the ground. Ding, found a large number of pebbles, which can be integrated into stone materials. Do you want to collect them? Collect. In the blink of an eye, the wide riverbed turned into a deep earthen trench. Looking around, in the cave, the resources were plundered. Dig one more cave and rest. Now, Wang Hao is full of energy. The 6th excavation. Preparation work starts. Focus on the mind. Perspective. In front. Nothing. Left. The ripples are light green. In the image, a black whip, 2 half-used candles, and a pair of pink handcuffs are casually thrown on the ground. Ding, found a small amount of daily necessities. Can be picked up. Well, these daily necessities are of no use. Vote. Right. In the deep green ripples, a broken stone wall stands abruptly at the edge of the cave. In the corner of the wall, a strange plant grows on the wall. It has only 1 green leaf, and 7 sharp thorns are scattered on the slender stem. 1 leaf, 7 thorns. How bizarre. Ding, found a mutant herb. Musk, which can be picked. Herb? But the color of the ripples. There must be hidden dangers. Maybe behind the wall. Use it as a backup option. Behind, in the orange-yellow ripples, a white-browed tiger with hanging eyes crouches between the branches, looking fierce and powerful. Ding, found a mutant beast. A white tiger, which can be hunted. Underground. Nothing. After thinking for a moment, Wang Hao directly chose the right side. Fighting monsters back and forth is the easiest way to get tired. Change to an easy one is a change. Besides, he really wants to see the strange musk. Digging. Wang Hao put away the iron fire gun, took out the engineer shovel, and walked straight to the earth wall on the right. The little snake followed closely behind. Walk to the bottom of the earth wall and release the lus in the ring first. Then swing the shovel. Ding, lus +1. This time, the number of excavations is relatively large. He also returned to the 5th cave to clean the lus in the ring. Dig 73 more times. A gray film appears. Ding, survivors. Please note that the boundary barrier of the cave is ahead. If you dig again, you will directly enter the next cave, and the existing passage will be closed immediately. Wang Hao went in without hesitation. This time, he was going to give his pet more opportunities to perform. Sure to. Go around the stone wall. If you encounter a dangerous beast, kill it directly. After giving the order, Wang Hao released the castle base in a flat position with a good view. Prepare to rest. Make a meal and replenish energy. Now, I have rice, meat, and salt, so it is no problem to make a meat bowl. The first step is to pour 1 L of clean water into the casserole. The second step is to take a unit of beast meat, cut it into diced meat with a dagger, and put it into the casserole. The third step is to pinch a pinch of salt and put it into the casserole. Finally, open the bag of Ponjin rice. Take out a handful of rice and sprinkle it into the pot. Cover the casserole lid. Light the bonfire. After all the operations, the total resources used are as follows: 1 L of clean water, 1 unit of beast meat, 5 g of salt, 200 g of rice, 3 units of wood, and 1 unit of kerosene. Next, wait for 20 minutes. While waiting, the pet stone hissed outside the castle and sounded very excited. Go and see. Wang Hao took out the iron fire gun and walked out of the iron gate. In the distance, the stone wall is still there. The little snake was dragging a gray four-legged beast out from behind the stone wall. Seeing its owner appear, it immediately spit out its snake tongue and hissed and pointed at its prey with the tip of its tail. Chameleon, a wild beast, a small animal that lives in deserts or oases. Its claws are extremely poisonous, and it is good at using the environment to disguise itself and then hunt prey. Not to mention, the color of the chameleon's body is very close to Lus at this moment. If it weren't for the stones entangled around it, it would be hard to see clearly. Wang Hao walked over quickly. Chapter 55 Gravy Rice. So delicious. The chameleon was already dying. Its tightened abdomen became a thin thread, and its mouth was still biting the little snake's neck in vain. Unfortunately, it couldn't bite through. Wang Hao decided to give it a quick death. He took out the dagger and pierced the skull at once. He was very skilled in this move. Ding! The chameleon has been killed, and the body can be decomposed to obtain trophies. Decompose? This time, Wang Hao only left the bone powder and spirit, and moved the other two to the corner of the castle as food for Stone. Stone, you did a good job, and I'll keep the blood and flesh for you. Patting the little snake's head. As the owner, Wang Hao never hesitated to praise. After the danger is eliminated, it is time to collect the resources here. Start with the stone wall. Ding, a stone wall is found, which can be decomposed into stone material 18. Do you want to decompose it? Yes. The broken stone wall disappears in front of you. Ding, stone material plus 18. Then deal with the musk. Wang Hao is very cautious about poisonous flowers and poisonous plants. Crouch down. Extend the dagger and touch the plant covered with thorns. Collect. Perfect. The lizard, stone wall and herbs are all collected, and the cave becomes very clean. Stone, move freely. The sixth cave is not big, and he is resting in the castle. Even if there is any disturbance, it is not difficult to rescue each other. Hiss. Hearing the order, the little snake crawled towards the flower field outside the castle. Snake saliva grass. It is worth its concern. Wang Hao walked back to the castle and took a look at the number of stone, wood and iron ingots before the time for the casserole meal. The upgrade of the castle is closely related to them. So far, these three resources have been in considerable reserve. Wood, 578. Stone, 812. Iron ingot, 164. Stone is very close to the 1,000 mark. Let's purchase it in the world. We have time now. Wang Hao called out the system panel and opened the trading column. A quick glance. The things for sale are much richer than before. Even lifelike dolls and hospital gowns were put up for sale. And there were even more strange and bizarre items. For example, moisturizing masks and vitamin tablets. Moreover, Qin Yujiang from the Niu district, and other survivors, successfully drove the price of clean water to a high level. Wang Hao believed that the price would continue to rise unless there was a large-scale water-making device. The sunlight distiller promoted by Lin Xiaoxiao could only solve the most urgent problem. An adult needs about 1.5-3.0 L of clean water per day, and the 200 to 300 milliliters produced by the distiller are not even a fraction of the normal value. At the beginning of the water shortage, it was barely bearable. The later it got, the more hungry and thirsty you felt, and you had to consume more clean water. As a substitute for clean water, animal blood is relatively rare. Hunting cave creatures is not something that everyone can do. There is another reason. Animal blood can also satisfy hunger. Unless it is necessary, it will be stored for backup, and it is not easy to waste or sell. Thinking of this, Wang Hao subconsciously raised his head and glanced at the pet food bucket in the corner. I am really a rich man. This time, I will sell animal blood. After making up his mind, Wang Hao clicked auction and put his needs on it. He put 3 acquisition messages in one breath. And he was too lazy to think about the ratio, which was consistent with the market. The only difference: my exchange item is animal blood, which is definitely more valuable than clean water. This is done for the purpose of quick acquisition. 3 lb's blood. I can still afford it. After the news was released, Wang Hao did not shout in the World Channel. No need. There must be quite a few people staring at the trading channel. After working for a while, the casserole could no longer be heard. The water should have boiled dry. Wang Hao walked to the stone and sat down, pulled down his sleeves, and placed the ears of the casserole to move it away. Simmer for another 10 minutes. Pick up a torn novel on the side to kill time. 10 minutes passed. Wang Hao dropped the book, picked up the casserole and placed it on the stone, and picked up the spoon on the side. If you don't have chopsticks, use this instead. Open the casserole lid. The rich aroma of rice and the steaming milky white steam immediately rose up and spread to the surrounding space. It smells so good. The unique fragrance of rice, mixed with the gravy cooked from the beast meat, is simply tempting to the extreme. Wang Hao couldn't help but twitch his nose, and his stomach also made a gurgling sound. I can't help it. He raised the spoon, quickly scooped a spoonful, and blew hard at the mouth. Foo foo foo. Feeling that it was almost cold, he immediately put his mouth closer and took a small bite of the gravy rice. It's delicious. It smells so good. Someone was intoxicated. And enjoy. After not having a proper meal for 3 days, a bowl of hot rice with gravy was better than delicacies from land and sea. Not to mention the delicious diced meat. The diced meat was smooth and not greasy, with a moderate amount of fat and lean. Better than authentic tender donkey meat. It was not too hot. Just the right temperature. One mouthful after another. After quickly finishing the rice in the spoon, Wang Hao went to scoop the second spoonful. It was so good. It blew it cool. And continued. When he scooped the third spoonful, the little snake that was taking care of the snake saliva grass outside the castle also smelled the fragrance of the hot rice and crawled in anxiously. It approached the bonfire. It looked at its master eagerly. The snake's tongue was vomiting wildly. In this case, Wang Hao didn't want to eat alone, so he generously scraped half of it onto the stone. Anyway, there was enough rice with gravy, and I couldn't finish it. Little greedy snake. You take half and I take half. After saying that, he continued to lower his head and put a spoonful of rice into his mouth. The little snake was in a hurry to eat, fearing that it would fall behind. This time, it was very careful. It didn't bite off the stone. It was a complete mess. About 8 taels of rice and 1 pound of animal meat were eaten by Wang Hao and Sure too in less than 10 minutes. Fragrant. Really fragrant. This thing should only exist in heaven. How many times can you smell it in the world? Chapter 56. Kill the Kobold Scout seeking recommendation and support. Burp. Wang Hao burped. I am a bit full. Hiss. The little snake echoed beside him. Perhaps he was also burping. After the meal, you must not do hard work. Rest for half an hour. It is best to take a lunch break for a while. And check the chat channel by the way. Call up the system panel and take a look at the transaction status first. Wow! Everyone is very enthusiastic. Almost half of them have been sold. After exploring the 7th and 8th caves, we should be able to collect all the resources. Ahem. There is a private chat message in the lower right corner. Is there a special transaction? Wang Hao was delighted and quickly clicked the flashing icon. No. The message came from Lin Xiaoxiao from the same district. What do you mean by the message you sent? Explain it clearly. Don't let me look down on you. The message? Oh, I see. How should I put it? From the tone, it seems that the person coming is not friendly. After thinking for a while, Wang Hao typed, don't think too much. It's just a friendly reminder. Some girls are not suitable. With your intelligence, you will slowly understand. Sent. After a while, there was another reply. Haha. I don't care. By the way, seeing that you are using animal blood to purchase patterns and copper ingots, you must have saved a lot of good things. Right. I have a good thing. Do you want to exchange it? Good stuff? Perhaps. This is the purpose of her private message. What is it? This is it. Arrow Tower forging diagram. Arrow Tower. Wang Hao was startled and stood up from the beach chair. This thing is a good thing. Is it from a treasure chest? How to exchange it? Wang Hao admitted that he was tempted. You must have a lot of beast blood? I want 1,000 milliliters. Deal. Seeing the ellipsis said by the other party, Wang Hao realized that he was a little too eager. Moreover, in the cave world, 1 L of beast blood is not a small amount. Converted into stone. Almost more than 300 units of stone. In exchange for a forging pattern. The price is a bit sky high. Will the other party find out the problem and raise the price? Let's test the waters first. Sorry. I misread it. I thought it was 100 milliliters. Humph. Bad guy. You misread it? Don't fool me. Everyone knows the value of special patterns. Unless they are in urgent need of food and clean water. Most people won't sell it. 1,000 is a bit too high. Playing hard to get. Right? I'm a genius. I know this routine. It's really too high. How about 300 milliliters? I'll give you a fair price. Don't give me that. 300 milliliters is fine. But I want to add a condition. What are the conditions? Tell me. Wang Hao was ready to bargain. In the future, when I need the Arrow Tower, you have to make it for me. No handling fee. Making it for me? It seems. Okay. By the way, this Lin Xiaoxiao is smart enough. In this way, she also learned the pattern and got an extra 300 milliliters of beast blood. The key is he so trustworthy? Is it okay? Give me a word. A grown man. Lin Xiaoxiao sent a message to urge. Then agreed to it. Wang Hao quickly replied in the chat box and finalized the deal. Deal. Ding. If you have sent more than 10 private messages to Lin Xiaoxiao, your friendship level is 10. And you can add her as a friend. Friends can team up to explore together. And you can go in and out together, which will increase your gains by 10%. Note, in the cave world, friends are just a code name, and they are not necessarily trustworthy. Add a friend? That's right. Chu Tingmei once said. Should I agree? Okay. Let's trade. Lin Xiaoxiao sent a trade request. Then, another system message appeared. Ding. Lin Xiaoxiao applied to add you as a friend. Do you agree to the request? Wang Hao was stunned. Then, he smiled with relief. A little girl is so straightforward. Why should I be so cautious? It makes me look stingy. Agree. Add. Then, I took 300 milliliters of beast blood and put it in the trading item box. Lin Xiaoxiao put a blue pattern and clicked to confirm. Confirm again. Ding. Arrow Tower forging diagram +1. Okay. The transaction is completed. I'm going to kill monsters. I hope we can have a happy cooperation. I have never met her. But the image of the cool girl jumps into my mind. The transaction went so smoothly that Wang Hao couldn't help but wonder if he was at a disadvantage. Happy cooperation. After replying, close the chat box. Pick up the blue book just traded. Ding. Arrow Tower forging diagram is detected for study. Do you agree to use it? Agree. The book disappears. Go directly to the skill interface. Click Forging. Arrow Tower, wood 0/5. Iron ingot 0/2. Leather 0 to 1. Kerosene 0 out of 2. The materials are very ordinary. But the quantity is a little more. For your own safety, it is worth building. Click Arrow Tower. Arrow Tower, wood 578/5. Iron ingot 164/2. Leather 17/1. Kerosene 132/2. Ding. The forging requirements of the Arrow Tower are met. Please enter the production quantity. Enter 4. Primary castle. There is a bulge. Okay. Arrow Tower. A castle defense device that can fire 5 arrows every 10 seconds with high accuracy and a range of up to 20 meters. 50 arrows are standard. And the firing requires the command of the castle owner. Just looking at the introduction. It's very good. Under Wang Hao's guidance. For towering arrow towers appeared at the 4 corners outside the castle. Now that the arrow towers have been installed, let's test their power. The 7th cave. Choose a powerful guy. Wang Hao stood up from the beach chair and kicked the pet lying next to him. Stone. Get up and work. After saying that, he walked out of the castle first. The castle was retracted. Concentrate your consciousness and see through. Left side. Inside the light red ripples, there is a foggy island. The waters around the island are dark green, and no boats or suspension bridges can be seen. Ding! A foggy island has been found, and it can be explored. To get there, you must first have a sturdy boat. Boat. No. Pass. In front. Nothing. To the right. Inside the green ripples, there is a muddy swamp. The swamp I saw this time is worse than the one I encountered on the first day, and there is no place to stand on the edge. There are no leeches either. Ding! A muddy swamp has been found, and it can be swum across. Special tools are required, and releasing lust cannot solve the problem at all. Above, in the deep green ripples, a tall gazelle is running on the grass, with blood-red eyes and a pair of sharp horns on its head shining coldly. Ding! A mutant blood gazelle is found, which can be hunted. Underground, in the light yellow ripples. Unlike other caves, the light here is a bit dim. In front of an abandoned mine, 5 gray-black humanoid creatures are tinkering with a mine cart. Ding! A dog-headed scout is found. The short dog-headed people are best at mining, so be careful of their throwing weapons. Kobolds? There is also this biological race in the cave world. In a certain large-scale online game, they are the favorite of players to bully noobs. Not only is it easy to gain experience, but it can also explode precious linen. Just choose it. The number of monsters is moderate and the difficulty is not high, so it is just right to use them to test the power of the arrow tower. Wang Hao was excited, took out the engineer shovel, and dug on the spot. Chapter 57, Chasing the Scout Leader. Inside the 7th cave, it was dusk and extremely quiet. The abandoned mine was located in the middle, and the dark passage extended downwards, with no idea where the end was. The entrance of the cave. 5 dog-headed scouts, with hunched backs and short candles on their heads, gathered around a dilapidated mine cart, barking non-stop. It seemed that they were arguing about something. Bang! 1 man and 1 pet fell to the ground, raising gray dust. This sudden movement immediately alerted them, and they looked in the direction of the sound. A small castle vaguely appeared in the dust. Or, it is a scaled castle model. In front of the main gate of the castle, there is a horizontal barricade, which looks lonely and strange. Behind the barricade, a casually dressed human stands with a stick, and next to him, there is a young gray rock snake. The dog-headed scouts were stunned, and then barked more happily. A tall dog-headed man, who should be the leader of this scout team, suddenly raised the mace in his hand and pointed it in the direction of the castle. Woof woof woof. The other scouts immediately rushed to the castle, for pairs of bright red eyes jumping in the twilight. The mouse's tail swung left and right, and the mace was whistling. The little leader followed closely behind. This scout team rushed towards the castle with a roar, vowing to kill the sudden invaders. 5-2. They will win. In front of the half-open iron gate, looking at the running dog-headed scouts, Wang Hao set up the iron fire gun and waited quietly. A hint of expectation appeared at the corner of his mouth. Closer. Closer. When these dog-headed men approached the 10-meter range, Wang Hao resolutely pulled the trigger 3 times and ordered at the same time. Front row arrow tower. Concentrate on shooting. 10 wooden arrows whistled out, gathered in a row in the air, and shot at 5 targets. Swish. 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 Bang. 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 Arrows whistled. Gunshots. At this moment, hot weapons and cold weapons attacked in coordination, heading straight for a common target. The 4 kobolds charging in front had no time to react, and the arrows penetrated their bodies and nailed them to the ground. After kicking their legs 2 or 3 times, they stopped moving. Ding! Killed 4 kobold scouts. Loot can be picked up. The little leader, who was slightly behind, was hit on the shoulder by the iron bullet and rolled to the side. Woof woof. When he saw that things were not going well, he turned around and ran. This is the characteristic of kobolds. The place where they fled was the abandoned mine. Well done. Sure to. Chase. Wang Hao slapped his thigh excitedly, directly retracted the castle base behind him, and chased out with the iron fire gun. The little snake took a step ahead and crawled the fastest. When passing by the dog-headed corpses, Wang Hao quickly bent down and touched one of them. Decompose? No movement. Wait. I just mentioned pick up. Not the common decompose. Perhaps the humanoid monster is special? With a try-and-see mentality, Wang Hao changed the command. Pick up. The dog-headed corpse disappeared. Haha. A new acquisition mode has appeared. Similar to the touch the corpse in online games. Wang Hao did not delay, and quickly touched the other 3 corpses. Pick up 3 dog-headed corpses. A total of loot obtained: 3 glutinous rice balls, 3 iron ingots, and 3 kerosene. Then, all the bodies disappeared. There was also a mine cart. Touch. Decompose. Outside the mine, nothing was left out. At this time, the little snake had already chased the scout leader into the mine, and the darkness was swallowing them. Chase after him. If you lose him, it will be troublesome. Wang Hao chased after him with the iron fire gun, bent down, and also got into the mine. Very fast. Agility attribute also adds to running speed. I have 10 points of agility. If I run at full speed, my speed will definitely not be worse than Bolt. In the mine, the passage is 3 meters wide. The light is very dim, and the inclined passage twists and turns, extending downwards continuously. Fortunately, the dog-headed man is holding a half candle to illuminate the front, and the darkness is also dispelled a lot. Above and on both sides, rocks and loess were mixed together, and sometimes supporting wooden boards could be seen. Underfoot, there was an abandoned rail, and occasionally small pieces of discarded ore could be seen. The distance was shortening. The sound of running footsteps was particularly clear in the silent mine. After chasing for about 5 or 6 minutes, Wang Hao had caught up with his pet, and was closer to the injured dog-headed man. About 3 or 4 meters. Sure to move aside. The little snake immediately moved 1 meter away, and crawled along the edge of the passage. Wang Hao picked up the iron fire gun, and fired a shot at the swaying candle in front of him. Bang! Dust immediately fell from the top of the mine, and the dog-headed man who was fleeing staggered, and the burning candle fell to the ground. The barking became even more miserable. He struggled to continue running, but his speed slowed down a lot. He couldn't run away at all. The little snake rushed forward, and when its tail twitched on the ground, its body actually flew into the air, and shot towards the target not far away. Bang! The staggering dog-headed man was knocked to the ground, rolled twice along the passage, and fell into the bend. The candlelight flickered, as if it was about to go out. Good job, Wang Hao shouted, holding the iron fire gun, and hurriedly followed. Turning the corner, in front of him, a wide space appeared. That was the end of the mine. It was also an operation room. Broken ore was thrown around, and there were 3 miners' hose thrown in the corner, and the wooden handles had long been rotten. 2 mining lamps were vaguely visible on the top of the cave. After just a quick glance, Wang Hao continued to rush towards the position of the small leader of the dog-headed men. At this moment, the small leader was seriously injured, with blood oozing from his shoulders and head. But he was still crawling forward. The target was the simple portal supported by 3 logs. It was not clear inside the portal. Wang Hao picked up the iron fire gun, ready to send him off for the last time. At this moment, the small leader of the dog-headed men suddenly threw out a mace, and hit Wang Hao with his bulging backpack. Wang Hao dodged to the side, and avoided the sneak attack. When he turned around again, half of the body of the seriously injured dog-headed man had already entered the portal. Without the candle lighting, the mine cave immediately became dark. Bang! The muskets rang again. At the moment when the flames burst out, Wang Hao also saw the scene inside the simple portal clearly. Gray film. Border barrier. The iron bullet shot out hit the target's back, pushing his body to disappear completely. Ding! The Cobalt Scout leader has been killed. You need to cross the barrier to pick up the spoils. Cross the barrier? Nick! Even though he cursed, Wang Hao quickly lit a bonfire. The operation room suddenly became bright. The little snake also crawled over from the cave wall on one side, tilted his head, and looked at the gray film of the barrier, and was a little eager to try. Sure to. Wait a minute. Be alert. Wang Hao quickly collected the mace, and the miner's pick and disassembled them together. There was also a backpack thrown away, which was stuffed with 2 pieces of iron ore, a piece of candle, and a piece of parchment. Collect. Candle? Camp map? What is this? Chapter 58 Scout Leader Sharon. Siege War. Inside the mine. Cobalt candle. Item. The most important thing for the kobolds. Placed on the head. It can temporarily disguise as a kobold. Lasting 20 minutes. Mine camp map. Item. A map given by the kobold leader to his subordinate scouts, ordering them to go out and find new mines and improve them. After reading the introduction information, Wang Hao became more interested. Put the candle aside first. Take out the map and unfold it. This parchment map actually depicts the terrain of the nearby caves. Some are rough. Some are detailed. For example, the current cave. The map has a vivid mine sign marked on it. And there is a parked mine cart next to it. The ink is very fresh. As if it was just drawn. Around this cave, the 5 circles are blank, indicating that it has not been explored. Go down. It is also a mine sign. Go down further. It is a conspicuous red 5-pointed star. And there are 3 dog-headed people next to it. The pattern is vivid. And the candle above the head also outlines a few thin lines, symbolizing light. Continue to go down. It actually draws an animal skull and a small house with a box. Apart from these 3, the others are much more sloppy. There are grass, birds, and beasts. Wang Hao concentrated his consciousness and looked at the gray film in front of him. In the orange-yellow ripples, a larger-scale mine occupied the entire picture, and the sky was very dim. Outside the mine, there is a row of wooden houses. 17 or 18 short kobolds are coming in and out, pushing mine carts to transport ore. Yes, it is a mine. This map is really not drawn randomly. Wait! In the image, in front of the largest wooden house, a short and fat kobold is shouting loudly. His eyes are red and his expression is angry. At his feet, there is a dead kobold lying on the ground. It is the one who just escaped. In addition, there are 2 people dressed as scouts, standing by with their hands hanging down. The body should be dragged over by them. The busy kobold miners around seem to have heard the shouting, and they all put down their work and gathered towards this wooden house. Ding! A mine cave that is about to be exhausted is found. A group of dog-headed miners are stationed here. Their strength should not be underestimated, especially their leader, Kalen. At this time, the ripple image disappears. Wang Hao subconsciously touches his chin. What are they doing? Are they summoning their subordinates to come and cause trouble for him? That short and fat guy should be the leader Kalen. Concentrate again. And the image appears again. Sure enough, under the call of the suspected leader Kalen, the dog-headed people near the mine cave gathered together, waving their miners' picks and maces. And the crowd was excited. There were also a few scattered people running out of the mine cave. Above their heads, the flames of each candle flickered, as if they were having a candlelight party. Then, Karen returned to the wooden house behind him. When he reappeared, he had a large metal wrench in his right hand. It's confirmed. They are here to seek revenge on me. Wang Hao was not afraid at all, but found it very interesting. It's very challenging. Sure too. How about we have a siege? Hiss. Sure too spitted out his snake tongue and continued to tilt his head. Okay. It seems you agree. Wang Hao laughed and walked quickly towards the simple door supported by logs. The little snake followed. When they reached the gray film, only half a meter away, Wang Hao took out the engineer's shovel. However, he did not rush in. Instead, he touched the log with his left hand, tapped the right cave wall with the engineer's shovel, and quickly issued an order. Decompose. Rumble. Without the support of wooden boards and rocks, the entire mine shook violently and collapsed. In a few minutes, this place will become a real ruin. It's time to go. Wang Hao raised his hand and sent the engineer's shovel into the gray film. Whoosh! 1 person and 1 pet disappeared in the operation room. In the 8th cave, the leader, Karen, led 26 dog-headed men and marched towards a mud wall. The noisy barking made the whole cave seem lively. When there were still 60 or 70 meters away from the mud wall, 2 figures, 1 tall and 1 short, suddenly appeared. Then, a small castle suddenly appeared in the middle. The castle was nearly 20 meters long and wide, which shortened the distance between them. The dog-headed people stopped immediately and looked ahead in confusion. The scout leader came back from the dead, so he naturally wouldn't tell what he saw and heard in the last cave. On the other side, Wang Hao summoned the castle base and immediately trotted all the way around to the front of the castle. After running to the chevaux de frise, the iron fire gun was placed on the crossbar. For safety, 2 javelins and a copper-sheathed dagger were also placed beside him. Forget about the blue ice crescent sword. I haven't practiced it yet, so it's not very easy to use. Sure too. Don't take the initiative to attack. You go left and I go right. Block the 2 gaps. The so-called gap refers to the passage on both sides of the chevaux de frise. Hiss. After getting confirmation, Wang Hao took out the worn backpack and threw it directly on a sharp wooden stick protruding from the chevaux de frise. Then, he raised his left arm arrogantly. With his palm facing up, he hooked his middle finger towards the opposite side. Come on, dog-headed man. Perhaps he recognized the backpack. Perhaps he understood the meaning of the gesture. Chief Kalen jumped up and his ugly face suddenly turned red. And he raised the metal wrench high above his head. He swung it down angrily. Woof woof woof. This should be the order to attack. But Wang Hao heard it as the barking of a puppy. 27 dog-headed men rushed towards the castle like a tide, barking continuously. Come together. That's the effect we want. Wang Hao was very satisfied with the active cooperation of the attacking party. Get closer. The little snake tensed its body, showed its fangs early, and was eager to try in the passage on the left. In a blink of an eye, a group of dog-headed men had rushed to 20 meters away. 5 of them were scouts, throwing their own maces. This was not difficult for them. Wang Hao dodged the 4 maces by turning sideways twice in a row. The remaining mace, the little snake shrank its neck and easily dodged. 15 meters. 12 meters. 10 meters. Now! Arrow towers in front and back rose. Fire without distinction. An order was given. The arrow towers at the 4 corners of the castle creaked immediately, and the bowstrings were as tight as full moons. 20 wooden arrows were shot out immediately. Not in a row. Not in a pattern. Just randomly selecting a target. Puff! 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 The arrows hit the target. 11 dog-headed men fell down immediately. Some were hit by 1 arrow. Some were hit by 2 arrows. And 1 unlucky guy was hit by 3 arrows. The ones following closely behind could not dodge at all, and tripped 5 more. The remaining 11, regardless of their companions falling, continued to bark and rush forward. A pair of eyes were red. 7 meters. 6 meters? At this moment, Wang Hao was extremely calm. The arrow tower could only fire 1 round every 10 seconds, so he would deal with the rest. He held the iron fire gun steadily. Continuous bursts of fire. The iron fire gun still had 10 firing opportunities. At such a close distance, there was no need to aim deliberately. Who dared to rush forward and just fired a shot? The flying iron bullets doubled their lethality at close range. Bang bang bang. 8 consecutive shots, and 7 more dog-headed men fell. Wang Hao had no time to count the enemy's casualties. The system message on the right side of the field of vision kept scrolling up. Chapter 59, the leader died. And the harvest was rich. 8 more dog-headed men rushed forward. 3 in front. 5 in the back. There was a distance of 10 meters between the 2 groups. The little snake flicked its long tail and attracted 2 scout guards. One of them was knocked out by the head of Jinbi Rock, and the crisp sound of broken bones could be heard clearly. The remaining dog-headed man was hit hard by the mace, hitting its snake body, and stone chips flew everywhere. The stone took advantage of the situation and directly entangled the dog-headed man. Tighten it. There was another sound of broken bones. In fact, the dog-headed men were not strong in single-soldier combat, and they relied on group fights. To deal with 1 or 2, the stone could handle it by itself. Wang Hao was facing the scout leader, Karen. The distance between the 2 was still 2 meters and 4 or 5. Karen barked angrily, kicked his legs vigorously, and jumped off the ground with his short and strong body. He raised the metal wrench held in both hands above his head and smashed it down at the target. Wang Hao took a look, tilted the iron fire gun without hesitation, and fired a shot at the air. Bang! A ball of fire rushed out of the muzzle, and instantly condensed into ice chips in the air, covering Karen's body. Kakaka! The ice chips spread rapidly, and turned into a layer of frost in an instant. This triggered the freezing effect of the fire gun. Good. Save the last shot. Wang Hao released the trigger, handed the fire gun to his left hand, and flipped his right wrist to take out the dagger. The dagger had already been unsheathed. He rushed forward and closed the distance. He dodged the wrench's attack and pulled his right arm back suddenly. Swish! The withdrawn dagger pierced into Karen's back, dragging his half-stiff body to smash the chevaux de frise. Puff! The protruding sharp wood penetrated through. Karen's body was nailed to the chevaux de frise, and he let out an extremely miserable wail. There was only one wail, followed by a weak twitch. Ding! The Cobalt Scout leader Karen has been killed, and the spoils can be picked up. Okay. There are 5 more. Wang Hao retracted the dagger, looked at the pet stone that was sure of victory, and pointed his gun at the 5 kobolds, who were still rushing forward. Bang! A shot was fired. Another fell to the ground. Without looking at the result, Wang Hao threw down the empty iron fire gun and grabbed a javelin. He threw it with all his strength. At a distance of 10 meters, the javelin was also a nightmare for harvesting lives. Puff! The javelin pierced through the head of a dog-headed man, nailing him on the way to charge. There are 3 more. The little snake jumped out like lightning and pounced on the nearest dog-headed miner. It opened its mouth and bit the target's shoulder. The fangs penetrated the body and shook its head desperately. There are 2 more. This time, they stopped charging. With a howl of fear, he turned around and ran towards the direction of the mine. The dog-headed man is good at ganging up. Once the number of their own side is less than that of the opponent, the cowardice in their bones will force them to flee. Wang Hao had no intention of letting them go. He reached out and grabbed the second javelin and chased after them. He chased them for 5 or 6 meters and threw the javelin with his right arm. Puff! Hit the target. The slowest running dog-headed man was nailed to the ground again. There's another one. Wang Hao quickly took out the dagger, pinched the handle, and swung it forward. Swish! The dagger pierced the target's back and pierced the backpack on his back. The dog-headed miner struggled twice, then fell to the ground, unable to move. Total annihilation. Perfect. The little snake crawled over from behind, rubbed its head against the trouser leg of its owner, raised its tail, and pointed to the vicinity of the chevaux de frise, hissing and spitting out its tongue. Wang Hao turned his head. The 3 dog-headed men that Shirtu had dealt with were already dead. Shirtu, you did a good job. Go and deal with the remaining ones who are still alive. Hiss. The little snake immediately moved and crawled forward. Wang Hao walked to the side of the castle. It would be faster to clean up the battlefield by dividing the troops into 2 groups. Regardless of other things, the leader Kalen would definitely not let him down. Walked to the chevaux de frise. Kalen hung on the sharp wood, his head lowered, his eyes wide open and dull, and the metal wrench also fell to the ground. Wang Hao bent down to pick it up. This wrench looked like the one that the owner of the car repair shop often used. Nothing surprising about it. Karen's wrench, tool. A very ordinary iron wrench. Karen was originally a lousy mechanic. Because he pleased the ogre chief, he was specially asked to take charge of the scout team and be responsible for external mining and exploration tasks. Sure enough, nothing surprising. Wang Hao weighed it and returned it to the ring. It will be useful in the future, and it cannot be decomposed for the time being. Ding, metal wrench +1. There may be more surprises when dealing with Karen's body. Karen's body is still dripping with blood. The blood dripped down the 2 thin legs onto the chevaux de frise, gradually dyeing a section of wood red. Wang Hao changed direction and touched Karen's shoulder, which was relatively clean. Pick up. Resources. Basically twice as much as ordinary kobolds. In addition to resources, there is also a token. Karen's body disappeared. Wang Hao took out the token. Camp Pass token, a special item. This is a token given by the kobold chief. With it, you can pass the kobold headquarters and even meet the chief himself. Kobold chief? This is the 2nd time such a thing has been mentioned. And it is definitely not aimless. In the jargon of the online game industry, there must be a hidden plot, combined with the camp map obtained earlier. Wang Hao looked at the ground under his feet and seemed to understand something. Clean up the battlefield first, and then decide whether to go deeper. After all, the next cave is the 9th cave, which is the kind that goes but never returns. Next, Wang Hao quickly cleaned up the battlefield, taking back the javelin, dagger and other items. In the distance, the little snake faithfully whipped the tail on the head of every dog-headed man, whether dead or alive. The heads were broken like watermelons, and occasionally there was a scream. Wang Hao's hands did not stop, and he was diligently picking up the corpses and bags. About half an hour passed. In the cave, there was no more corpse, and they all disappeared cleanly. 27 dog-headed men harvested 27 pieces of spoils. A total of 27 glutinous rice balls, 22 iron ingots, and 27 kerosene. These are secondary. In that row of wooden houses, Wang Hao found some useful daily necessities. A watering can for watering flowers, a square table for 4 people to sit around, and 2 armchairs. He was reluctant to disassemble these 3 things and put them all in the castle. The rest were all converted into resources. Except for the exhausted mine. Nothing else was left. A total of 185 wood, 82 stone, 29 iron ingots, 18 glutinous rice balls, and 2 copper ingots. A cave can have such a harvest. Any survivor would feel that pie in the sky has fallen. Super big pie. Wang Hao felt a little dizzy. That was a happy dizziness. The arrow tower played a big role in annihilating the kobolds. If there is no arrow tower, he could only hide in the castle and fight a protracted battle. Or use the fearless eye mask. Anyway, I won. Wang Hao waved his fist and cheered for himself. Next, repair and replenish. I need another iron fire gun. I also need 2 traps. Try to protect the castle as solid as a rock. It will definitely be used in the next excavation. You don't need to choose front, back, left, or right, because you can only go down. This series of tasks with a continuous plot is definitely not to be missed. Chapter 60 Intermediate Castle. Preparations before departure. Thinking of the castle, Wang Hao decided to go back. With so many stones harvested, the upgrade requirements should be met. Push open the iron door with both hands. At a glance, you can see there is a floating gray button in front of the wall at the end of the first floor. As expected. Moreover, the green words on the button are particularly eye-catching. Upgrade. Yes, I didn't see it wrong. The building resources in stock not only triggered the conditions for the castle upgrade, but also just met them. Wang Hao walked forward quickly. Ding, 1,000 units of stone, 200 units of wood, 100 units of iron ingots, and 20 units of copper ingots are detected, which can be used to upgrade the current castle base. Do you want to upgrade? The resources needed for the upgrade have indeed increased 10 times, which is consistent with what I guessed. In addition, there are 20 more copper ingots. Fortunately, I really have them. He tilted his head and glanced at the building resources on the right. The stone stock is 1,006. Slightly exceeded. The wood stock is 776. Far exceeded. The iron ingot stock is 221. More than enough. The copper ingot stock is 31. Slightly more than enough. In this case, let's upgrade. Wang Hao made a prompt decision and directly issued the upgrade order. Ding, stone 1,000. With 200. Iron ingot 100. Copper ingot 20. Ding, castle is upgrading. This time, it should be an intermediate castle. Will there be new functions? A familiar tremor appeared under my feet. Transparent ripples appeared inside the castle, like flexible ropes wrapped around the surroundings, and drilled out of the iron gate and extended outside the castle. The second floor was the same. The ripples climbed along the wall and gathered above the dome, and some of them even penetrated the iron window. Buzz! The huge castle instantly expanded outward by twice. The field of vision suddenly became wide. The 2 open iron doors pushed out 16 meters, and had a little dark red color. The primary castle is 16 meters long and wide. Now, it is 32 meters. The area is 1,024 square meters, 3 times larger than before. If the original castle was considered a large duplex apartment, then now, it is a villa. The first floor, which was originally a bit crowded, suddenly became empty, and the various resources piled up seemed thin. Let's go and have a look outside. Wang Hao trotted towards the iron gate. When he got near the iron gate, he found that there were rows of hemispherical protrusions on the outside of the iron gate, like copper nails inlaid on the door panel. In front of the iron gate, there was also a pair of white jade lions, guarding majestically on both sides. Hiss! The stone guarding the snake saliva grass outside also discovered the abnormality of the castle, and quickly swam to the feet of the owner. Wang Hao ran another 20 or 30 meters further away, turned around and looked around. The appearance of the castle was even more quaint. The arrowed towers at the 4 corners were twice as high, embracing the spherical dome in the center. The dome was light blue, and the pointed iron pillars looked like lightning rods installed in modern buildings. Intermediate castle, an unknown technological product. Upgradable. A functional building with its own ring space, capable of storing excavated resources, and a must-have small base for people in the cave world. Ding! The intermediate castle has added a workshop, which can automatically manufacture some large and complex machinery or quench, renovate, and repair old items. In addition, the castle has added trenches, rolling logs, drawbridges and other defensive facilities. which require corresponding production drawings. Intermediate castle. It's really an intermediate castle. And there's a workshop. In the creation of nature, the existence of the workshop was mentioned. And now we can finally see the real thing. In addition to these, the length of the flower field outside the castle has doubled compared to before. Enough to plant all the apple seeds. Where is the workshop? Wang Hao looked around. Outside the castle. There is none. Then it must be inside the castle. Wang Hao ran back to the castle and searched on the first floor. Found it. The target is quite hidden. Just to the left corner of the iron gate, facing the little snake's territory. It's a low workbench. The workbench is made of rock, with a square black hole on the front. At first glance, it looks like a stove in a farmer's house in the old world. Walk forward. On the workbench, there are two rough tools, a hammer and an anvil. How to use this? Ding! To use the workshop, you need to place the corresponding materials and items. Some high-quality equipment or instruments require corresponding drawings. Currently, they only have the functions of quenching, refurbishing and repairing. So that's what happened. Wang Hao temporarily stopped thinking about this and called up the system panel. Turn to the forging sub-item. Click trap. Trap, wood 576/4. Iron ingot 121/3. Copper ingot 11/1. Kerosene 131 out of 2. All the materials are enough. So let's get 2. Enter 2. 2 large animal traps appeared at my feet. The jagged clips were put together, and the trigger plate was as big as a baby's head. A wrist-thick iron chain was tied to the clip pin. At the end of the long iron chain, a 1-meter-long iron hook was anchored. The iron hook was used to fix the animal trap to prevent the captured prey from escaping. With this size, even an elephant would break its thick legs if it stepped on it, let alone ordinary jackals, tigers and leopards. It must be very difficult to move the animal trap. Fortunately, I don't have to do it myself. Walk to the barricade. Wang Hao moved his mind, and a trap floated in the air and appeared at the right passage. Take the engineer shovel and dig a shallow pit 10 centimeters deep. Adjust the angle and put it down. Open the trap. After trying to say the command, the tightly closed clip opened immediately, and the trigger plate and pin buckle were automatically arranged. Then, carefully spread a layer of loose soil. The trap is set. As for the other trap, it will not be too late to place it when needed. There must be a passage in and out. Looking at the little snake's curious appearance, Wang Hao said sternly, "Sure too. We will go from the left in the future." Hiss. After giving the instructions, Wang Hao clicked on the barricade. Because the castle was upgraded, the passage opposite the gate was expanded a lot. One barricade was a bit thin, so another one had to be added. This time, he planned to make a solid one. Click the second line. Chevaux de frise, iron ingot 115/5. Ding, meet the forging requirements of iron chevaux de frise. Please enter the production quantity. Enter 1. Make. A chevaux de frise with a metallic glow was placed on the left by Wang Hao, leaving a 1-meter wide aisle. This aisle is reserved for normal entry and exit. Make the empty solid, and the solid empty. In this way, the old wooden chevaux de frise can be used to the greatest extent. Next, we have to make an iron fire gun. This kind of hot weapon plays a huge role in exploring caves. This time, change another spirit attribute. First, disassemble the scrapped ice spear. Ding, iron ingot +1. Then click on iron fire gun, and at the same time take out a common level fire attribute spirit and throw it into the item frame. Ignore the system prompt message. Confirm directly. A brand new iron fire gun appears. This time, the enchantment effect is added. Wang Hao looked over with expectation. Chapter 61. A lone warrior breaks into the camp. Burn after hitting the target. There is a 20% chance of a blazing flame that cannot be extinguished by water. Burn? The effect is good, but the spoils are a bit uncertain. Right? There is no point in thinking so much. Wang Hao decided to dig. The gravy rice is very filling. Just add a little water. Take 100 milliliters of water and drink it all. Although he decided to dig down, Wang Hao was still a little curious about other directions. Concentrate your mind and see through them one by one. The other 4 directions are all shrouded in thick fog. It seems that God wants him to do it in one go. Let's go into the mine. Wang Hao put away the castle and walked towards the exhausted mine with his pet. Referring to the previous cave, There should be a barrier at the end of the mine, and the last resources can be collected along the way. This mine is still dark. Fortunately, I have a torch to illuminate. The setting of the cave world is very strange. Most of them are infinitely bright. But there are a few exceptions, in order to fit the characteristics of the environment. For example, the mine. Perhaps this is to show the rationality of the dog-headed man carrying candles. Half an hour later, one person and one pet came to the end of the mine. To be safe, see through it again. Underground, in the orange-yellow ripples, a camp occupies the entire cave. The camp is heavily guarded, brightly lit, and dog-headed guards patrol from time to time. The outer walls of the camp were all made of simple logs, with circles of barbed wire wrapped between the logs. Every few steps, there was a protruding lookout post. In the camp, nearly 20 wooden houses were distributed in a ring, and passages cut through them. In the middle of the camp, a tall wooden house stood, standing out from the crowd. There were the most guards here, like the moon surrounded by stars. Wang Hao pursed his lips. If the dog-headed men there were added together, there would probably be 70 or 80 of them. If they broke in directly, they would be exhausted. Wang Hao retracted his penetrating gaze and looked at the gray membrane of the barrier under his feet. He didn't want to repeat the routine of rushing in and shooting with the castle like last time. Whether it can be done or not, let's not discuss it. If he still attacks and rushes so hard, these two things will be a bit of a waste. Wang Hao took out the dog-headed candle and the pass token, and went over the details in his mind before putting the candle on his head. Use it. As soon as the candle was placed firmly, the dark wick was immediately lit. At the same time, his appearance and body shape were also undergoing significant changes. His mouth stretched out, his body hunched down, and even an ugly rat tail grew between his crotch. The image of a dog-headed man, the little snake following behind him, was immediately startled. The rock tail stood up, and the scarlet snake tongue spit wildly, showing a posture of attacking. Sure too. It's me. Go back to the castle first. I'll let you out later. But you must recognize my appearance. The reason why the pet stayed here until now is to let it remember its appearance, so that it won't forget its relatives. The little snake looked up and down in confusion, but still didn't believe it until it saw the azure dragon ring, nodding his head, indicating that he understood. Wang Hao stretched out his skinny right hand and touched the snake head that came closer. Swoosh! The little snake disappeared beside him. The cobalt candle also has a time limit, so he didn't delay here. He grabbed the engineer shovel and tapped the stone wall of the mine. Decompose? The harvested resources are not much, and the exhausted mine is not called for nothing. The mine, which lost its support, shook violently in an instant. Wang Hao calmly picked up the engineer shovel and stabbed it in the middle of the gray film. In the 9th cave, when Wang Hao got used to the light in front of him, he found himself standing on a wooden platform. Behind him was a wide wooden door. Inside the wooden door was gray soil with faint traces of ripples. Just as Wang Hao was about to reach out to touch it, a sharp dog barked nearby. Strangely, he could understand it. Which part? Who asked you to come back? The one who spoke was a tall dog-headed guard. Tall is relative to Wang Hao's current size. It turns out, candles can also serve as a translation. Wang Hao turned around, no longer paying attention to the earth wall behind him, raised the pass token in his left hand, and waved it in front of the guard's eyes. He didn't say anything, because he was afraid of being exposed. This behavior, in the eyes of the guard, can be described by an idiom. He is arrogant. You bastard. Isn't it just following the order of Kalen? Why are you so arrogant? Go ahead. The chief has told you to go in directly. Here it is expressed as a series of barking. The two sounds fell into his ears, which was particularly funny. Seeing the guard cursing, Wang Hao simply acted arrogant and walked towards the platform with his head held high. There was no need to point the way. The chief's position was clear at a glance. Walking down the steps of the platform, a straight street leads directly to the gate of the camp and the tall wooden house in the middle of the camp. Along the way, there are patrolling dog-headed guards. Wang Hao held up the pass token and walked forward with a swagger, which seemed to show off. Bah! A dog relying on his power. The voice of the guard came from the platform behind him. Indignant, there were more than one people who thought so. The passing guard showed contempt, but still made way for him to walk through the city. In fact, Wang Hao was wronged. He just didn't want to be exposed. he asked again and again. And he kept silent, which would always arouse suspicion. Show off if you want. I'm happy to do it. Walked 50 meters and approached the camp gate. The lookouts on both sides. The guards responsible for checking the tokens symbolically crossed their weapons and lowered the high suspension bridge. Inside the camp, walking nearly 100 meters along the street, Wang Hao finally stopped in front of the tall wooden house. This wooden house in the middle is made of complete logs, without any thin wooden boards, and it looks extremely solid. In front of the gate, 2 tall and strong guards stood, carrying the maces on their shoulders. Very imposing. Wang Hao shook the token in his hand, and at the same time put away his chest, showing a humble expression for the first time. After stepping onto the 5 steps, he nodded and bowed repeatedly. Still didn't speak. Really can't say anything. What a dog barks is the most embarrassing. Go in. Karen is so bold that he actually set a mute here. Dog barking. Yeah. Leave him alone. Dog barking. The 2 guards waved their hands with a sneer. Too lazy to bother with the mute in front of them. Wang Hao nodded repeatedly. If he could see his expression, he would be too flattering at this moment. He stepped onto another step, took 2 steps forward, and stretched out his hand to push open the closed wooden door. Inside the house, the light was sufficient, at least much brighter than outside. Wang Hao walked in carefully and closed the door casually. Next, it's time to try your luck. A wooden table. A dog-headed man in mail, leaning over and pointing at the map on the table, with a thoughtful expression on his face. Under his protruding black nose, 2 white beards hang down, making him look even older. This is the dog-headed chief. Ding, the dog-headed chief Naka is found. Naka is the leader of this group of dog-headed people. He is highly respected and deeply loved by his tribe. Hearing the door open, Naka casually pointed at the wooden table and motioned the visitor to come forward. Wang Hao had the same idea. He put away the pass token, took out the camp map, walked forward, placed the parchment roll vertically in the middle, and unfolded it bit by bit. From beginning to end, he didn't speak. Chapter 62. Kill the chieftain and blow up the camp. Did Kalen ask you to deliver the map? Barking. Chief Naka stared at the gradually unfolding parchment map without raising his head. He knew this map. It was Kalen who gave it to his trusted subordinate and asked him to explore the mines outside. Huh? Why don't you say anything? Barking. Naka raised his head curiously and was about to take a look at the appearance of the tribesman in front of him, when a cold light flashed on the wooden table. At this moment, the parchment map had been unfolded. The dagger was revealed. A sharp dagger, with a piercing cold light, stabbed into Naka's chest. What was going on? Chief Naka was stunned, but he still instinctively stepped back to stay away from the sneak attack. Wang Hao was not willing to miss the good opportunity in front of him. He quickly swept his left hand over his head, and the dog-headed candle immediately fell to the ground. His short body returned to normal in the blink of an eye. His outstretched right arm grew long, directly shortening the distance with Naka. Puff! The mail armor Naka was wearing could not stop the sharp copper-sheathed dagger, and was directly pierced through the chest. Woof woof woof. Without the candle's real-time translation, Wang Hao could not understand the other party's words at all, and just jumped up high. With a swish, the sharp edge of the dagger immediately cut through the flesh and blood, and a big gut was made. Woof woof. Woof woof woof. Naka barked shrilly and fell backwards on his back. Bang! The skinny body hit the ground. Wang Hao did not see the system message. He propped up the wooden table with his left arm, quickly turned to the other side of the wooden table, raised his dagger, and stabbed the fallen body. Until, ding, the dog-headed chieftain Naka has been killed, and the loot can be picked up. Good. The little boss was finally killed. Wang Hao quickly picked up the loot. Then, he half knelt on the ground, took out the iron fire gun and placed it on the wooden table, aiming at the door of the wooden house. The noise of the fight in the house still attracted the attention of the guards outside the door. Clang! The wooden door was knocked open, and 2 dog-headed guards rushed in one after another with maces. Unfortunately, what awaited them was the sound of the iron musket. Bang! The first guard, who rushed in, was hit in the head and exploded into 7 or 8 pieces. Bang! The second guard was lucky. A burst of iron bullets triggered the burning effect, and he instantly became a fireman, stumbling down the steps of the wooden house. In the camp, there were wooden buildings everywhere, and the crazy running fireman was a moving source of danger. Soon, 2 more houses were ignited. The fire gradually spread, waiting for the enemy to tire. Good. Wang Hao changed his mind and even summoned his pet snake, ready to fight out of the wooden house. When he reached the open area, he could release the castle. With the castle, the tactics of encircling a point and attacking reinforcements are half successful. The tactics are perfect. Just then, a fierce bell suddenly rang outside the wooden house, as if someone had rung the iron bell. Ding! The death of Chief Naka and his guards caused chaos in the camp, and the dog-headed people fled in panic. The survivors can take advantage of the victory to chase and kill them. Fleeing in panic? Wang Hao was stunned, and he suspected that the script was wrong. He shouted to the little snake beside him, and hurriedly ran out of the door with the iron fire gun. It's true. The guards who were patrolling in an orderly manner just now are now in chaos. Everyone ran away with their heads in their hands, and their mouths were still barking with fear, rushed out of the camp and ran to the earth wall. The weapons in his hands became temporary digging tools, and earth holes appeared on the wall. It was not just the guards who ran away. The kobold miners and servants ran faster. They were already on the outskirts of the camp, and were good at digging holes. When Wang Hao looked far away, they had disappeared. There were 3 more kobolds, who chose to escape from the high platform passage. The figure flashed and disappeared into the earth wall. Wang Hao was stunned in place, not knowing whether to chase. Logically speaking, they were all small fry, and it would definitely not be worth running around like this. But if he chased, who should he chase? He was stunned for 3 or 5 seconds. Sure to. Do it freely. Chase as many as you can. As soon as Wang Hao finished speaking, the little snake rushed to the right. Over there, 2 guards were climbing down the lookout post. If they were faster, they could have a sip of soup. Wang Hao chose the left side. He had to harvest as much spoils as possible before the fire could not be saved, and the wood for building houses could not be wasted. 20 minutes passed. There was no more kobolds in the huge camp. There was no corpse. Nearly 1/3 of the camp houses disappeared, and 3 piles of ashes and a charred corpse were particularly eye-catching. Hiss! The little snake returned disappointed. At the end of its tail, it was dragging a dog-headed man's body. The limestone snake was good at digging holes, but unfortunately it could not pass through the barrier set up in the cave, and could only watch its prey escape. It crawled to the side of its master, and the snake's tail loosened. The dog-headed man's body fell to the ground. Wang Hao forced a smile and leaned over to touch it. The body disappeared. Up to now, he had collected a total of 5 dog-headed men's spoils, in addition to the wood he had saved from the house. A total of 26 wood, 6 iron ingots, 7 kerosene, and 4 glutinous rice balls. In terms of harvest, it was far behind the previous cave. Fortunately, there was still a lot of wood in the camp. Next, Wang Hao started to get busy again. Another 10 minutes passed. The kobold camp no longer existed, leaving only a lone copper treasure chest. This copper treasure chest was dropped when Wang Hao decomposed the tall wooden house. As the mansion of Chief Naka, it is not surprising to see a treasure chest. There was no other gain in the wooden house. Camp map, kobold candle, camp pass token. These 3 items, because they have completed their mission, can no longer be found. The rest are some low wooden tables and chairs, and the chief's leather clothes and leather pants, which he does not even look at, so he simply decomposed them. This time, Wang Hao obtained the following resources. Wood 56, iron ingot 2, leather 3. I hope this copper treasure chest will bring some surprises. During this period, he also figured it out. The appearance of 3 quest items in the first 2 caves to pave the way proves the existence of the setting of blowing the camp. This setting is probably to reduce the difficulty. Otherwise, with 70 or 80 kobolds rushing in, it would really be a difficult team dungeon. Unless the survivors are absolutely sure that they can attack this heavily guarded headquarters head-on. Wang Hao rubbed his hands, blew a breath into his palms, and prepared to open the copper treasure chest in front of him. Just now, there is no danger inside. Bend down and raise both arms. The heavy box lid opens. The pattern for making caltrops? Yes. Miner's hat? Director Zum might like it. There are purified water and biscuits, so it's worth opening this treasure chest. Chapter 63 Naka's Diary. Null Hog. Inside the 9th cave. Empty. Who would have thought that half an hour ago, a medium-sized camp was built here? a place where dog-headed people gathered and lived. Wang Hao was very interested in the spoils of war. Whether it was the pattern in the treasure chest, or the special items dropped by Chief Naka. Naka's gold pocket watch? It has a name prefix, so it should have a special use. At least it can be a collection. Put it away first. Naka's diary? This old guy still has the habit of writing a diary. A diary is not just a simple record of the daily necessities of life. Nor is it a hysterical way to vent emotions. Writing a diary is more about confession. Treat a thin piece of paper and a cold pen as the object of your confession. Happiness, anger, sorrow, love, hate, separation and separation. Everything flows out of the pen tip and flows on the snow-white paper. In addition, writing a diary requires extreme self-discipline. Chief Naka. Is this old dog-headed man such a delicate and self-disciplined person? Inside the castle, Wang Hao lay comfortably on the beach chair, weighing the sheepskin-covered diary in his hand, his heart full of doubts and curiosity. Naka's diary. As a chief, Naka has many secrets that cannot be told. In order to facilitate writing, he also sneak into the school opened by humans and learn the basic human language. A secret that cannot be told. Take a look. Although peeking at a diary is an extremely immoral act, he twisted the thick cover and turned to the first page. Here, for words were written crookedly. Don't look at what is inappropriate. If Wang Hao hadn't been good at writing cursive connected writing, he would have almost failed to recognize this extremely sloppy text. Many people would write similar words on the title page of their diaries. For example, it is a virtue to stay still. For example, peeping at the whole family will kill you. For example, violating the privacy of others will result in legal liability. I hope you will stop and turn back. Oh, don't look at what is inappropriate is also a common saying. Wang Hao curled his lips and turned to the next page skillfully. The text was still crooked and ugly. June 1st. The 7th year of the dog calendar. Don't go to the underground cave. My little brother was bitten to death. That's it. You call this a diary? Next page. March 4th. The 13th year of the dog calendar. No matter how I persuaded him. My elder brother insisted on going underground and was bitten to death by the jackals. Wang Hao doubted his eyes a little and turned the pages faster. April 8th. The 16th year of the dog calendar. Dad refused to believe in evil and had to go to Trouble Hog. Then, I became the chief. July 3rd. The 30th year of the dog calendar. After 14 years of preparation, I sent 3 elites to sneak into the underground. But they were still killed by the devil. What I gained and what I lost. October 28th. Year 60 of the dog calendar. Karen said he has a way to deal with Hog. As long as he finds the blue ice crescent sword. And he has a clue. I believe him. Then, nothing more. Is this a diary? Even an annual diary has more content than this. 60 years. And only 5 pages? Wang Hao couldn't believe it. And turned several pages back. Blank. All blank. Uncle Naka. You are kidding. If you have the time to write a diary, you might as well smoke, drink, and perm your hair. At least you can live a carefree life. Throwing the book aside, Wang Hao lay on his back and closed his eyes, his temples throbbing, as if he was suppressing the unhappiness in his heart. Finally, I got something to entertain myself. But it turned out to be a fake. What a bummer. Beside me, the little snake glanced at its owner in a strange way. In order not to disturb its owner's rest, it tactfully crawled a little further away, with its snake eyes fixed on the castle gate. This was what Wang Hao had ordered. The castle was bigger than before, and it was a bit out of reach to guard the corner. While crawling away, the little snake suddenly stagnated, tilted its head, and looked at the location where the round barrels were stacked. And its scarlet snake tongue spat wildly, with a string of saliva dripping from the corners of its mouth. After a while, Wang Hao suddenly opened his eyes. No! Just now! Naka's diary seemed to be telling a coherent history. Knoll. Blue ice crescent sword. Karen. Hog. Yes. Knoll Hog. Wang Hao jumped up from the beach chair and rushed out of the castle. He focused his mind and looked down. In the crimson ripples, there was a lush forest with mottled light, as if there was a scorching sun hanging high in the sky. In the woods, there was a winding forest path. On the path, a lonely figure was walking. Ding, Knoll Hog is found. You can team up to kill him. If you don't have the suppression of the level, the strong strength, and the support of your teammates, Hog will be the nightmare of the survivors. It's really him, the legendary trumpet killer. At this time, Wang Hao remembered the camp map again. Although the parchment map disappeared, he still remembered clearly. In the cave at the bottom, in addition to a skull symbol, there was also a house with a treasure chest. Where is the house? Found it. In the middle of the path where Hog walked, there was a simple thatched house similar to an inn. There were no walls on all four sides, and a silver treasure chest was placed in the middle. Silver treasure chest. Wang Hao's eyes were a little straight. This was the second time he saw a silver treasure chest, and the last harvest was still fresh in his memory. I really want to get it. To be precise, I will definitely get it. Since entering the ninth cave, Wang Hao can only choose to pass the test. In other words, this hog must be killed. The ripples are deep red. So what? I have a mid-level castle, arrow towers, chevaux de frise, iron muskets and other means. Why should I be afraid of him? The key point is that Naka's diary just now mentioned a key piece of information. The blue ice crescent sword is very likely to restrain Hog. So, Wang Hao immediately returned to the castle and picked up the rusty crescent sword from the corner. Don't worry about the rust. The workshop may be able to help. Go to the workbench in the corner and put the sword on it. Ding! It is detected that the weapon needs to be refurbished and polished. The refurbishment time is 30 minutes. Do you want to refurbish it? Ding! Due to the influence of heavenly work, the renovation time can be reduced to 15 minutes. 15 minutes? It's a short time. Why ask? Renovation. On the workbench, the blue ice crescent sword was placed on the anvil by itself. The hammer seemed to be pulled by a mysterious force. First lifted 3 feet high, and then smashed down rapidly. Clang! Sparks flew. Crisp and pleasant. The rust on the sword seemed to fade a little. It seems to be effective. The hammer was raised again and smashed down again. Clang! Wang Hao did not stare at the renovation process, but walked to the place where the log barrels were piled, ready to get some water to quench his thirst. Why is the stone here? What is it looking at? At this moment, his pet was resting its snake head on the edge of the barrel, staring blankly. Sure too. What are you looking at? Hearing the owner's question, the little snake immediately flapped its head and shook off the saliva hanging from the corner of its mouth. However, its pair of snake eyes were still staring at the barrel cover in front of it. With an extremely eager look, Wang Hao stepped forward and saw that Shirtu was looking at the 2 snake-eyed gems. Why are you looking at it? Do you want it? This casual question was immediately responded to. The snake nodded its head vigorously and hissed in agreement. At the same time, another stream of saliva flowed out from the corner of its mouth. Chapter 64 Stone is eager to show off. Ask for snake-eye gems? These 2 gems come from the big gray rock snake. Could it be that Stone smelled the scent of his relatives? Hey, I must be overthinking. Look at the greedy look of the other party. It is clear that he wants to eat 2 gems. What is delicious? Suddenly, Wang Hao remembered the pet introduction he had read before. Could it be? In order to verify his guess, he focused his attention on the little snake. Stone pet. A gray rock snake that has been hatched after recognizing its owner. It can evolve, and the evolution conditions are unknown. It inherits all the advantages of the gray rock snake, and has a high degree of obedience, and has the talent of moving mountains. Can it evolve? Could it be related to evolution? Tick! A drop of saliva fell to the ground. This slight movement made Wang Hao make a decision. Since Shirtu is greedy for this thing, he should give it to him generously. After all, it has helped him a lot. Shirtu, perform well in the next game, and these 2 gems will be your reward. Wang Hao patted the snake's head and made a promise. As for why, he didn't give it directly. In the past, there were always similar plots when playing games and watching online dramas. When the beast pet is advanced, it will fall into a deep sleep or digest for a period of time. Nothing can go wrong now. The little snake was very grateful for the generosity of the owner. Moreover, it couldn't wait. Hiss! The stone flicked its tail and quickly ran out of the castle. It crawled 3 meters away and dug directly on the ground. In a blink of an eye, a straight up and down passage took shape. So active. Wang Hao glanced at the workbench that was still hammering, took out a small bottle of water and drank it, and hurriedly followed out. The little snake was still digging hard. The depth of the passage exceeded 30 meters, and there was only a small dot in the sky above. Wang Hao stood aside holding the engineer's shovel, and was somewhat unable to help. The stone was very excited and must do it himself. The owner's words of good performance made it work extra hard. Poof! The gray film appeared. The stone immediately turned its head and looked at its master excitedly, hissing and urging. If it hadn't been incapable, it would have rushed into the next cave by itself. You are so active. Wang Hao waved his hand to let his pet make a little space, and stabbed the gray film with a shovel. Inside the 10th cave, the edge of the woods, a man and a pet fell on the grass, and the soft grass cushioned most of the impact. The light here is not bad. At least, it is better than the gloomy and mottled in the woods. Wang Hao patted the broken grass stuck on his trouser legs and stood up with the engineer's shovel. This place is at the edge of the woods and the end of the forest path, which is just right for placing an intermediate castle. When Hog comes over for patrol, he can have a good sniper battle. The plan is perfect. Unfortunately, he overlooked one thing. Shirtu was eager to make a contribution, so he shook off the grass on his head and rushed out along the path with a whoosh. The target, of course, was Hog, the jackal who was still at the other end of the path. He hissed and whistled while charging. This style was very much like the shouting and provocation of a warrior charging. The rock-like snake body frequently rubbed against the hard road surface, blowing up a cloud of dust and making a rumbling sound. In the quiet woods, this movement was very clear. In the distance, a tall figure was walking, holding a wooden-handled axe in his hand, wearing sophisticated armor and equipment, and 2 rows of cracked teeth gave people the impression of a fake smile. Don't be fooled by his fake smile. This is a real elite monster. And he has a terrifying name. Hog the Knoll. He didn't know why he was here. The familiar elwyn forest was gone, leaving only a small forest and an illusory order to guard the treasure chest under the thatched pavilion. Life has always been peaceful and boring. Hog patrolled the path aimlessly, reminiscing about the few times that outsiders invaded. The invaders were all weak dog-headed people. He even finished the job hastily before he had time to warm up. Hiss. Rumble. A clear sound suddenly sounded in the woods, which made him feel refreshed. Turning around and looking far away, a slender gray rock snake was roaring and rushing over. With an excited look, there are new invaders? Kill! This time, we must play longer. Hog's mouth corners raised, and his fake smile became brighter. He raised the sharp axe in his hand and rushed over with a howl. Soon, a snake and a jackal met in the middle of the path, less than 10 meters away from the thatched pavilion. Hiss! The snake's tail was swung out first, and it hit the target fiercely. The sharp axe immediately went forward, resolutely and fearlessly. Swish! Rock fragments splashed, and a string of sparks flew. The fierce battle kicked off. Looking at the passionate fighting scene in front of him, Wang Hao felt his throat dry. Too violent. In the previous fights with opponents, his pet mainly used snake tails to entangle and fangs to pierce. How should I put it? The moves were more literary. Now, it is completely fighting violence with violence. The little snake kept bombarding Hog with its rock snake body, and frequently used its snake head to hit the opponent's armor and fake smile head. It was hard to tell whether it was injured or not. The dust was flying in the field. The gravel was splashing, and the crisp sound of ping-pong never stopped. However, there was one thing. Wang Hao could see that the little snake was still not as good as the jackal Hog. One used all his strength. The other was at ease, and even glanced at himself distractedly. No! I have to help. Wang Hao immediately raised his right arm, activated the Azure Dragon Ring, and released the castle base. The narrow path could not accommodate this giant, even if it was not presented in a 1-to-1 ratio. Boom! Crack! The big trees on both sides of the path fell to the sides, and pits appeared one after another on the ground. The small thatched pavilion was also implicated and squeezed in front of the castle, including the silver treasure chest. Tap, tap, tap. Wang Hao quickly bypassed the chevaux de frise, raised his foot, and sent the silver treasure chest back to the castle. There is no time to open the treasure chest for the time being, so let's deal with Hog first. Sure to. Come back quickly. Don't block me from shooting. After raising his hand to greet, Wang Hao took out the iron fire gun and aimed forward. Front. The little snake's movement paused. Obviously, it heard the call of its master. Although it was reluctant, it still swung its tail and took advantage of the impact of the axe to quickly swim towards the castle. Hog certainly didn't want to let his opponent leave. The sudden appearance of the castle did surprise him, but it didn't scare him. The wooden handle axe was raised high, and his feet kicked the ground, dragging a brown afterimage, rushing towards the escaping little snake. The speed was so fast, like a chain of lightning. In the blink of an eye, he caught up with the little snake and chopped down with the axe again. Oh my god! This is so cool! It's almost as good as the warrior's charge skill. Wang Hao would not let him succeed, and immediately pulled the trigger. Get down! Bang! A ball of fire burst out of the muzzle. The retreating little snake rolled on the ground very cooperatively, revealing Hog behind him. Iron bullets shot out. Hog quickly took back the axe and placed it horizontally in front of him. Ding ding ding! Most of the iron bullets hit the wide axe face, and a few hit the armor. Of course, it was not without effect. Hog paused for a moment, and looked at Wang Hao fiercely with a pair of scarlet eyes. Wang Hao was not afraid, and bent his index finger, and pulled the trigger again. Bang! This shot successfully shifted the target. Feeling mocked, Hog immediately raised the axe and swung it in front of him, while striding forward. Faster! Chapter 65 Strong Beating. Hog died. Iron fire guns have always been invincible against ordinary cave creatures, and Wang Hao has tasted enough sweetness. But against the well-equipped Jackal Hog, it is still a little bit worse. In the final analysis, this kind of hot weapon is very simple and primitive. Even worse than the hunter's homemade hunting rifle. Ding ding ding. A bunch of iron bullets were blocked by the sharp axe. Even if some of them slipped through the net, they were blocked by the solid armor. In the blink of an eye, Hog killed in front of the chevaux de frise. Wang Hao didn't want to be a live target, so he immediately took out the unused animal trap and threw it directly into the entrance passage without any concealment. Sure too. You are responsible for guerrilla warfare. Don't fight head-on. After giving the order, he stepped back 4 or 5 steps and approached the half-open iron gate. If something goes wrong, he can retreat to the castle at any time. After hearing the order and seeing that the passage was blocked, the little snake immediately understood the master's intention. No longer retreating. Rather, it raised its tail and harassed and whipped Hog from behind. This tactic was not used for the first time. Wang Hao was not idle either. He squatted down and pulled the trigger at Hog's legs. The opponent had no leg armor, which was the weakest part of the defense. It didn't matter if the target was smaller. As long as it was hit, it would be enough to make the opponent drink a pot. Bang! Hog quickly jumped up, dodged the iron bullet, and swept the sharp axe at the barricades blocking the road. Ding! 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 The sharp axe blade hit the iron barricade, splashing a series of sparks. Hog grinned and shook his wrist, and immediately rushed to the passage on the side. It seems that he intends to bypass the barricade. The trap is so conspicuous that anyone who is not blind can see it clearly. Hog jumped up and wanted to jump directly over it. Wang Hao certainly would not watch it, and he picked up the iron fire gun and fired another shot. Still shooting at the legs, the little snake swung its tail and smashed down vertically, with the attack from the front and the back. Hog was forced to land hastily, waving the sharp axe to sweep away most of the iron bullets, and then throwing the sharp axe to the ground. Snap! The trap closed quickly, and the sharp sawtooth clamp clamped the sharp axe tightly. Without the threat of the trap, Hog stepped on the ground, swept his right arm across the ground, grabbed the axe handle, and pulled up the trap. Ta-ta-ta! If this side can't get through, there's the other side. Hog used brute force to drag the trap and ran to the other side of the passage. He didn't have time to deal with the chevaux de frise. The empty passage was the best choice. Wang Hao's face changed, and he hurried to the other side with a panicked look. His speed was obviously not as fast as Hog's. Of course, this was all acting. The little snake looked at its owner in confusion, and then looked at the blank ground on the other side of the passage. It seemed to understand something, and its crawling speed slowed down. Hog looked at the gap in front of him, and glimpsed the helplessness of his opponent. He bared his teeth and growled, and ran faster. His body had just bypassed the barricade, and before he could distract himself and pry open the iron clamp holding the axe, there was another crisp sound under his feet. Snap! The ground raised a piece of yellow soil, and 2 sharp serrated clamps jumped out from the ground and clamped Hog's right ankle directly. At the same time, there was a crackling sound of bones breaking. Ouch! Hog jumped up in pain. He jumped only 1 meter high, and was pulled down by an iron chain, falling to the ground. Good opportunity. Wang Hao's eyes lit up, and he immediately sped up, raised the musket, and aimed at the open bloody mouth. The little snake responsible for the harassment also saw an opportunity, and its tail bounced on the ground, hitting the target's back with its hard rock head. To say that this hog is worthy of being an elite monster. Seeing that he was ambushed and attacked from both sides, Hog's eyes flashed with blood, and he simply raised the heavy axe and chopped directly at his trapped right foot. Snap! The right foot was cut off at the ankle. Then, he threw away the inconvenient axe, curled up his body and rolled on the ground, and rushed directly to Wang Hao, who was holding a gun. Bang! Bang! The attacks of the little snake and the fire gun were all in vain. Seeing Hog open his mouth and pounce on him, Wang Hao was not in a hurry, and pushed his hands forward, and the iron fire gun was blocked horizontally to the opponent's bloody mouth. At the same time, a dagger with a sheath grabbed his right hand and rushed forward. Laugh. The dagger passed on the armor. A clear scratch appears on the armor. The thin part of the edge was immediately cut off a piece of metal. Defense TM thick. Wang Hao cursed, and took advantage of Hog's opportunity to bite the iron fire, leaping back, flashing into the castle door. It seems that the castle must be used. It really doesn't work. You can only wear a fearless eye mask and have a game with the other party. Wang Haodong was ready to close the iron door, and Yu Guang at the corner of his eyes just glanced at the movement of the workshop. The knocking hammer stopped suddenly, and the light blue light on the iron avic was large, as if a round of curved moon rose in the corner of the castle. Ding! Blue ice crescent sword has been successfully refurbished. Crescent sword has been successfully refurbished. Great! Wang Hao was overjoyed. With a thought, the blue ice crescent sword appeared in his hand. In the diary of the kobold chieftain Naka, this antique sword was mentioned, and it was said that it could restrain Hog. This is definitely not groundless. In the cave world, since a series of tasks have been set, it means that it is true. Clang! Wang Hao drew the sword out of the sheath. The sword body is as cool as water, and the azure color flows on the surface, which seems to contain some kind of magic. The chill is pressing, even more than the copper sheath dagger. Give it a try. Anyway, I still have a trump card in my hand. Outside the iron gate, a howl suddenly came. Then, his pet roared, with a hint of pain in it. Bang! An iron door was knocked open. Hog, who was hopping on one foot, was swinging the iron fire gun as if it were an iron rod. Opposite him, the little snake swung its tail and collided with the iron rod, blocking the open iron door. The rock tail was half broken, and the tip of the tail was broken. Obviously, the stone was blocking Hog from entering. Hog's eyes were red, and he swung his weapon down again. Stone! Get out of the way! Wang Hao held the blue ice crescent sword in his hand, and in one step, he circled in front of the little snake and swept his right arm. A cloud of light blue mist suddenly emerged from the sword, and the mist quickly condensed in the air. In the blink of an eye, an arc-shaped moon blade was generated, spinning and rushing forward. As soon as the moon blade appeared, the angry Hog's arrogance stagnated, and his body trembled involuntarily. It was as if he had seen the most terrifying thing in his life. At this moment, the rotating moon blade approached. The hard armor seemed to be non-existent, and was directly penetrated by the moon blade. Howl. Hog let out a miserable howl, and his tall body quickly fell down, curled up into a ball, and kept rolling on the ground. Moreover, it was shrinking inch by inch. It was said that it was slow, but it was actually very fast. In the blink of an eye, Hog's body shrank by half and rushed out directly from the armor. Ding! Hog is in a weak state, and the survivors can take the opportunity to kill him. Wang Hao was not polite, and shook his left arm. The copper sheath dagger shot out directly and pierced the head of the small Hog. After twitching a few times, he could no longer move. Ding! The jackal Hog has been killed, and the loot can be picked up. Ding! Trigger the hidden plot of the weakness of the jackal, and you can get the key to the silver treasure chest. Hidden plot. Wang Hao was a little confused. Chapter 66. These are all good stuff. It's not hard to understand the meaning. According to the subtext of the system god, if I don't trigger the pre-task, I won't get the silver key. If that's the case, even if I kill Hog by force in the end, I may not be able to open the silver treasure chest. How insidious. There is a saying that is true that routines are everywhere. Ignore these. Harvest the spoils first. Wang Hao squatted down, put away the iron fire gun that fell to the ground, and touched Hog's body again. On the ground, Hog's body and armor disappeared together, leaving only a series of deep footprints. The spoils don't look much, but the last three are all good stuff, especially the excellent quality spirit. Oh, there is one more. Hiss. The little snake dragged the heavy trap over and pointed at the axe on it with its injured tail. Hog's axe, weapon. The weapon used by the Null Hog, with excellent sharpness and durability, and an additional attribute of sturdy. Sturdy, not easy to wear, curling, and can withstand the damage of ordinary weapons. After reading the system introduction of the weapon, Wang Hao sent it back to the castle. I am definitely not used to using weapons like axes. Keep it for now. Maybe I can exchange it with other survivors for something useful. In addition to axes, this forest is also a great resource. I dare not say anything else. But hundreds of units of wood will not be lost. Go around the barricade. Wang Hao found that Hog's chopped off leg was missing. Probably disappeared with the body. Walk to a fallen tree. Holding the crescent sword, tap the trunk. Ding! The current grove can be decomposed into 115 wood and 10 grass seeds. Do you want to decompose? Just these two? After hesitating for a moment, he finally did not choose to decompose. Let's deal with it tomorrow. We have to let them play a role today. Next, Wang Hao was not idle. He replaced the crescent sword in his hand with an engineer shovel and started digging a pit at the edge of the woods. Not too much. 5 is enough. Put a wooden bowl in the pit. Cover it with plastic wrap. Shovel soil and press the corners. These processes are already familiar. After half an hour of hard work, 5 sunlight distiller were set up. Using the humid environment of the forest, a lot of clean water can be collected. After doing this, Wang Hao returned to his castle with his pet snake. Before returning, he buried 2 traps and carefully camouflaged them. Closed the iron door and put down the door bar. The digging times for the day are used up, and the rest should be enjoyed by the nightlife. Of course, the reward of the stone cannot be forgotten. He threw 2 snake-eye gems directly into the snake's mouth. Whether to swallow it raw or chew it carefully, it's up to it. Oh! There is also a silver treasure chest to open. Wang Hao glanced at the silver treasure chest by the wall and moved it next to the sleeping bag. Sitting on a beach chair and counting treasures, it feels pretty good. Lock silver treasure chest, a container for storing items and resources, which requires a corresponding key to open. Forcible destruction will leave you with nothing. Treasure chests are risky, so be careful when opening them. It's really a locked treasure chest. I didn't really notice it at first. Wang Hao stopped in front of the sleeping bag, picked up a silver key, and inserted it into the keyhole of the silver treasure chest. Now, he enjoys this feeling more and more. Turn it gently. Click. There is a pleasant crisp sound from the keyhole. Open the box. After a ritualistic prayer, Wang Hao opened the lid of the box. Canned hair tail. Not bad. The taste will improve later. Pepper. It should be a seasoning. I saw my mother use it several times before. 2 patterns. Within my expectations. Deodorant socks. It seems to be somewhat useful. There is another one. Wang Hao's eyes widened immediately, and he rubbed them in disbelief. Water collection basin. Is it a thing that automatically collects clean water? If it is true, I don't have to make an inefficient distiller every day in the future. Take a look. 4 patterns, all neatly stacked against the wall. Wang Hao called them all over and read them from top to bottom. Iron caltrop forging diagram. I'll learn it first. Miner's hat forging diagram. I'll contact Director Zeng later to see if he wants it. Deodorant socks textile diagram. I've learned it. The last one, of course, is the most anticipated water gathering basin refining diagram. The orange-yellow cover is different at first glance. Focus. Ding! This is a diagram for making a water gathering basin. Excellent quality. After glancing at the system message, Wang Hao chose to study without hesitation. Don't read the others. Just read this one. Wang Hao called out the system panel. Quickly flipped to the skills column, and clicked forging. There are 3 lines flashing green. Iron caltrops, iron ingot 0/2, kerosene 0 to 1, deodorant socks, hemp ball 0/2, water gathering basin, stone 0/2, copper ingot 0/4, silver ingot 0/4, gold ingot 0/1, gold essence 0 out of 1, Ignore the caltrops and deodorizing socks for now. The materials needed for the water collecting basin. Wang Hao couldn't help but take a deep breath. The orange-yellow pattern is indeed extraordinary. The materials required are awesome enough. The gold ingot alone is enough to make people despair. But I have it. At this moment, Wang Hao wished that there was someone beside him to share this joy with him. It's better to share happiness with others than to enjoy it alone. Click on Water Collecting Basin. Water Collecting Basin, Stone 127/2. Copper ingot 24 fourths. Silver ingot 10 fourths. Gold ingot 1/1. Gold essence 2:1. Ding, meet the refining requirements of the water collecting basin. Add lucky charms or attribute essences to increase additional attributes or skills. Gold ingots are unique, so there is no need to choose the quantity. As for adding items, I have to use even rare things like gold ingots. So why care about lucky charms and attribute essences? Wang Hao simply dragged a lucky charm and put it in the item frame behind. Confirm to refine. In the corner, a strange tower-shaped object appeared. How to describe it? It's like the 7 treasures Ling Long Tower held by Li Tianwang in the mythological drama, shining with golden light. Under the tower base, there is a stone lotus basin with a pad raised by 1 meter. The oval bottom of the basin is penetrated by a silver tube as thick as a little finger. What a personality! Look at how the system message describes it. Lucky Water Basin, a super magical device that can condense water inside and outside the castle and continuously produce clean water resources. Added additional attribute Lucky. Lucky output plus 20% plus 10%. Ding, due to the bonus of heavenly work, the water output is increased by an additional 10%. Note, a bucket or other water container needs to be placed at the water outlet. The water output is closely related to the environment of the cave. After this explanation, Wang Hao roughly understood what was going on. The silver tube running through the bottom of the basin is the water outlet. Try the effect first. Wang Hao took an empty wooden barrel, pried open the top lid with a dagger, and placed it under the lotus stone basin. The rest is to wait. Chapter 67 Master Wu's Bargaining Chips. What should I eat for dinner? After thinking for a while, Wang Hao decided to keep it simple. For the staple food, cook some porridge. For the side dishes, try the canned hairtail. After the meal, eat an apple as a dessert. Yes, it was decided happily. After the decision, Wang Hao immediately got busy. The casserole and spoon that had been used for the gravy rice were rinsed briefly, and the wastewater was stored in a wooden barrel to be used for watering the flower fields tomorrow. Pour in 1 L of clean water. Add 2 taels 100 g of ponjin rice. Cover the casserole lid, and use the spoon to leave a gap to prevent it from boiling. Finally, light a bonfire and set up the casserole. The rest is about half an hour of waiting. During this period, of course, it is the daily water group to watch everyone chat. It can not only understand the dynamics of the world, but also kill time. Open chat. Click world as usual. Before Wang Hao checked the chat box, he found that there was a private message flashing in the lower right corner. To be precise, it was a historical message. The default rule of the system is that after closing the panel, any private message will not be notified, so as not to disturb the survivor's cave survival. It can also be understood. Distraction at a critical moment is definitely a fatal blow. Who could it be? There are 15 folded messages, and it is estimated that more than half of them are harassment messages. Click to open. The first one is from old acquaintance Wang Daolong. If he is really a dog that can't change its nature, I will definitely drag him down this time. Wang Daolong, Brother Hao. Thank you for your help. Today's luck is not bad. You must accept this thing. Just consider it as my little gift. At the end of the message, there is also an item icon. Not asking for money? He really has changed his temper. Wang Hao really doesn't care about the other party's little gift. Well, at most he is a little curious. Click the icon casually. Ding, successfully received the attachment. Ding, B-tail sting +2. Is it a B-tail sting? It seems that Wang Daolong has stirred up a hornet's nest today. It happens to be useful to me. Then, accept it reluctantly. By the way, I still have a venom extractor that I haven't made yet. I will make it later. In the past, I was reluctant to give up the resources. Now, the castle base has built a lot of defense facilities, which can add a little power to them. Of course, you have to respond politely after taking the other party's things. Click the reply box and enter. How can I be so embarrassed? If you have similar things in the future, you can trade with me. Send. Then look at other messages. Open 6 messages in a row, all of which are some friendship messages. Wang Hao chooses to ignore them. In the cave world, the trick of pen pals is most likely a scam. The name is to relieve loneliness, but the real purpose is to ask for resources. If you want to be lively, you can hang out in the regional channel. The 8th one is from Qin Yujiang in the Niu district. Friends, leave a way out for everything, so that we can meet in the future. Your selling price is always lower than everyone else's, which is a bit too unfair. This person is annoying. I sell some things myself. Why does he always come to make decisions? He really thinks he is a garlic. Ignore him. Then read the next one. For consecutive messages. Another friend message. Wang Hao found a pattern. Those who propose friendship are all some names that can evoke imagination. For example, Mu Wanrong, Zhao Yanwu, Wang Xika. In the absence of meeting, a good name is very likely to attract a fool. The content of the messages is also varied. Some pretend to be innocent, some are provocative, and some pretend to be a queen. Wang Hao was too lazy to care, so he simply called up the chat settings and entered making friends into the list of blocked words, which at least reduced more than half of the boring messages. There is definitely an effect. The 3 in the upper right corner of the icon disappeared directly, and 2 harassing messages were reduced. The last one clicked. It was Lin Xiaoxiao. You who are making money, quickly send the formula materials of the arrow tower. I found a good way to fix the bug. The arrow tower is definitely a group brushing weapon. I will teach you later. It's hard to make money. This guy really remembered this. The bug was probably the trick I used before. It really worked. What I promised before, I must fulfill. Wang Hao found the materials for the arrow tower on the forging page and sent the link directly. Finally, I have to add one more sentence. Mr. Lin, I have a small request. Don't shout it's hard to make money next time. I have a name. This is the principal. The other side replied quickly. Probably just taking a break. I know. It's hard to make money. Okay. It seems that she didn't listen. Wang Hao shook his head and closed the chat box. At this time, another message popped up. It was Wang Daoang who replied. Brother Hao, are you done? My friend asked me to ask you something. Are you available now? Seeing the other party say this, Wang Hao was a little uncomfortable. All along, Wang Daoang had given him the impression of being an out-and-out rogue, just like a gangster who collected protection fees in the B society. Now, being so polite always felt a bit out of place. Influenced by preconceived notions, he even suspected that the matter he was about to ask was another unreasonable act. Tell me about it. He didn't agree, but just gave the other party a chance. The message was replied quickly. I know a big guy. When he opened a treasure chest today, he was bitten on the finger by a mutant 5-step snake. Now his whole arm has turned black. Brother Hao, do you have any detoxification methods? Detoxification? Wang Hao was stunned. As for the materials, he did have them. But why should he help a strange big brother? Besides, Wang Daoang came to him directly. It was definitely not a matter of luck. Wang Hao suddenly remembered that he had collected several herbs in the World Channel yesterday. Could it be that at that time? Asked. How did you know? Don't beat around the bush. Get to the point. Brother Hao, you shouted in the world yesterday. When I was a child, I learned to collect herbs from my grandfather for 2 years. I know that those herbs have the effect of detoxification and clearing heat. Brother Hao, Uncle Wu is a very loyal person, and he has goods on hand. You can name your price. Ding, if you have sent more than 10 private messages to Wang Daoang, your friendship level is 10, and you can add him as a friend. Friends can team up to explore together, and you can go in and out together, which will increase your harvest by 10%. Wang Hao chose to ignore the system message that popped up in front of him, and frowned. It seems that in the future, when acquiring anything, there will be some interference items. It's okay once or twice, but after a long time, it's inevitable that someone with ulterior motives will guess the purpose and then think about you. Especially some trump cards. I met 3 survivors in 3 days, and there will definitely be more in the future. While calculating in my mind, I replied in the chat box. I don't want to care whether you are loyal or not. I have the formula, and I can also make a pill of the finished medicine. This is something I can keep to save my life. Mr. Wu, how do you plan to exchange it? In fact, he can make 2 pills. This is why he decided to let it go. The fact that he has the antidote may not only be guessed by Wang Daolong, but it is not the time to use it. Since I can't hide it, I might as well be generous. It's not bad to make money by ability. This time, Wang Daolong replied a little slower, probably asking for instructions or communicating. Mr. Wu just said that the 2 patterns from the treasure chest will be given to you, and an additional high-quality fire attribute spirit, frying pan forging diagram, canoe manufacturing diagram. If you have other requirements, just let me know. Full of sincerity. Chapter 68 Swallowing Blood Essence Again. Raise the price again? No. This Master Wu is an open-minded person. The value he offers is definitely more than a detoxification pill. When it comes to saving lives, the detoxification pill is a priceless treasure. But being too greedy will make the other party unhappy. And there will be no more love for saving you in the future. Not worth it. Let's stop here. Daolong, tell Master Wu that the price is very fair, and we are ready to trade. Okay. Wait a minute. Wang Daolong replied quickly. I also want to make a detoxification pill while taking this opportunity. Wang Hao clicked on skills and found detoxification pill in the consumption interface. Click. Detoxification pill. Snake saliva grass August 1st. Lichen 4/1. Brown licorice 5 halves. Honeysuckle 4/1. Beetail needle 5 out of 1. Ding. Satisfy the refining requirements of the detoxification pill. Please enter the production quantity. Enter 1. Detoxification pill. Pill type. Made from various precious herbs. It can eradicate most toxins in the cave world and exempt from toxin attacks for 1 day. Looking at the introduction of the detoxification pill, Wang Hao couldn't help but sigh at the strength of the pill. It is strong enough to dissolve most toxins. And now it can also be immune to toxins for a certain period of time. It is worthy of the blue quality. At that time, it was exchanged for 700 milliliters of clean water, which was really not a loss at all. A black pill was suspended in front of my eyes. The surface of the pill was still a little psychedelic, and the refreshing fragrance was wafting. At this moment, an icon flashed in the lower right corner of the system panel. Ahem. Ahem. There were 2 messages. Click them both. One was from Wang Daolong. Brother Hao. Master Wu should send a private message. His name is Wu Dao, and he is now in the Tiger Zone. Another one. Wu Dao, Brother Wang Hao. I am the person who introduced me to Daolong. Can we trade? Thank you. Speaking very politely. Sure. Master Wu will help me in the future. After replying to the message, Wang Hao took the initiative to send a trade request and put the detoxification pill in the item frame. Wu Dao, Brother Wang Hao. I will repay you for saving my life in the future. Very Jianghu atmosphere. Wang Hao replied with a handshake emoticon. Close the chat box. At this time, Wang Daolong sent another message. Brother Hao, can I add you as a friend? In the future, I will help you keep an eye out for some special patterns and so on. Obviously, the other party received the add friend prompt message. He did not apply directly, but took the initiative to ask. He gave people the feeling of being very disciplined, and was completely different from his previous domineering. Wang Hao thought about it, and replied to the other party, okay. The other party has a wide range of connections, and has been in the underworld. Asking him to help keep an eye on the situation is like having an extra pair of eyes. After some operations, in the friend column on the right side of the chat interface, there is another row of blue names. In 1 day, 2 more friends were added. Good harvest. Wang Hao picked up 2 dark green drawings and simply flipped through them. Drawings? I have learned them all. As the command was issued, 2 more rows of green words appeared in the forging interface. Frying pan, wood 0/1. Iron ingot 0/2. Kerosene 0 to 1. Canoe, wood 0 to 4. Iron ingot 0/1. Glutinous rice ball 0/1. Frying pan is a kitchen utensil, which can definitely be used for frying meat. As for the canoe, with it, you can try to choose an island when exploring the cave. Build it when you need it. Check the acquisition situation. Although the castle upgrade was not used, it did not affect the storage. Click trade. On the acquisition interface, the 3 acquisition messages turned green, indicating that the acquisition was completed. Click one by one. The total amount of beast blood decreased by 3L. And now the inventory is only 1850 milliliters, which is half a barrel less. However, it doesn't matter. This kind of thing can be accumulated at any time. The stone that was almost used up was also replenished in time. Wang Hao glanced at the mechanical alarm clock. About 20 minutes had passed. The casserole made a gurgling sound, and the unique aroma of white rice porridge was spreading. We have to wait for a while. There is one more thing to deal with after killing hog. Null blood essence. This is a good thing to enhance strength. Don't miss it. His mind changed. A dark red round bead appeared in the palm of his hand, and a brown filament in the bead kept swimming, full of vitality. Null blood essence, a one-time consumable. After the survivor takes it, it can enhance the strength attribute, and the own strength will be permanently increased by 1. Increased strength? That's the best. Strength is the source of fighting. Wang Hao pinched the blood essence with expectation and brought it close to his mouth. Ding! It is detected that the null blood essence can be taken. Do you want to swallow it? Swallow. With a whoosh, the fist-sized ball went straight into his mouth, slipped through his throat, and spread to his limbs. His whole body felt warm, as if he had drunk a cup of hot milk. Wang Hao subconsciously clenched his fists and moved his ankles. There was a crackling sound. It seemed that his strength had indeed increased. On the system panel, he clicked on attributes. The attribute values were very good, with additional bonuses for physique, strength, and agility. Except for wisdom. The attribute of wisdom felt very illusory. At least, Wang Hao felt that he was quite smart. After taking the blood essence, what else was left to do? Yes, the workshop could not be left idle. Is there anything that could be renovated and repaired? Wang Hao scanned the castle, and finally his eyes fell on the sleeve quiver. The 2 short arrows were still there, but he didn't know if they could be restored. He had tried before. The sleeve quiver was a whole piece, perfectly fitted, and there was no button or mechanism to open it. It would be a pity to disassemble it directly. So he threw them in the castle. Now that he had a workshop, he had to give it a try. Wang Hao jumped up from the beach chair, picked up the 2 things, and trotted to the corner where the workshop was. The sleeve quiver and the short arrows were both placed on the anvil. Ding! It was detected that the sleeve quiver needed to be repaired. The repair time is 20 minutes. Do you want to repair it? After the repair is successful, the number of times the sleeve arrow can be used will be restored to 2. Ding! Due to the influence of heavenly work, the repair time can be reduced to 10 minutes. Can it be used twice? That's fine. It's better than disassembling it. Repair. As soon as the command was issued, the hammer placed aside floated in the air and began to work again. What else is there to do? Wang Hao walked back slowly, flipping open the suspended system panel as he walked. Chapter 69, the 4th day. Starting from being a gardener. Well, in order to eat the canned hairtail fish conveniently later, we need to prepare a pair of chopsticks. Even if it is a simple chopstick, the spoon is definitely not convenient. This problem is easy to solve. When passing by the wood pile, Wang Hao took out the copper sheath dagger and cut 2 square wooden strips from the edge of a wooden board. Scrape off the burrs of the wooden strips, and then simply process them to make them rounder, and a pair of wooden chopsticks is done. This kind of roughly processed wooden chopsticks is definitely not as good as bamboo chopsticks, and they will be contaminated with odor after using them several times. However, it is okay for temporary use. The porridge in the casserole is almost cooked. Wang Hao took a can of hairtail fish and an apple and walked to the sleeping bag and sat down. He brought the casserole with his sleeves padded and opened the tin lid of the can. Of course, he had to open the region channel. Dinner officially began. The little snake didn't come to join in the fun this time, but curled up in a far corner, motionless. It was probably digesting the snake-eye gem. In the region channel, the fun was still going on. The number in the upper right corner, 8902. After being busy for most of the day, many survivors would choose this period to rest, unless food and water were scarce. Even if they were barely surviving, they were still alive. Brotherly upstairs. You just said that you killed a desert fox today. Could you give me a piece of meat? I'll trade it with you for stone. Don't be funny. Why would I need rotten stones? I can't eat or drink, so upgrading the castle is secondary. Our goal is to survive first. Yes, Brotherly is right. We are all ordinary people, and we can't compare to powerful bosses. The castle is enough for sleeping, and then use stone slabs and wooden boards to block the door, so you don't have to worry about safety. Good idea. Why didn't I think of it? Haha. I dug up a bottle of expired Budweiser beer. Just use it as water. Are you jealous? The above is shameless. Nakedly showing off. If you have the ability, learn from Brother How and share the good things with everyone. I'm happy to. I'll piss you off. What does expired beer taste like? It must be better than animal blood. Right? Let's satisfy our cravings from afar. Watching everyone clamoring together. Wang Hao's dinner was particularly pleasant. The canned hairtail tasted good, and the spicy taste was suitable for eating with rice. The fish bones could be swallowed after chewing a few more times, and the nutrition was not reduced at all. Soon, he cleaned up the porridge. It was so refreshing. Wang Hao burped and picked up the apple on the sleeping bag. Day 4. That is. Cave calendar, January 4th. Year 1. Wang Hao woke up naturally, opened his sleeping bag and crawled out, stretched his body and moved his neck. Then, he picked up the sweatpants on the copper treasure chest and put them on. Just as he was about to put on his shoes barefoot, Wang Hao suddenly stopped. I almost forgot that I can make anti-odor socks. I'll put on a pair. At least my feet won't rub anymore. Call out the system panel and go directly to the line of anti-odor socks. Click. Anti-odor socks. Mod 93 of 2. Ding. Meet the manufacturing requirements of anti-odor socks. Please enter the production quantity. First, 3 pairs. Alternately wear. If they are broken, just disassemble them directly. And you can also recycle some resources. Enter 3. Manufacture. Anti-odor socks. Clothing category. Thin socks woven with special technology. Dry and breathable. Conducive to sweating. 3 pairs of gray socks appeared on the sleeping bag. Wang Hao picked up a pair at random. Quickly put them on his feet. And then put on his shoes. After putting on his shoes, he pushed the ground twice. It was much more comfortable than yesterday. And I couldn't feel the friction at all. The quality of life has improved again. Washed and brushed his teeth. And drank half a bottle 200 milliliters of clean water. Let's take a look at the effect of the water collection basin first. Wang Hao walked to the corner. Not bad. The bucket under the water collection basin was more than half full. Almost 3L. 3L of clean water is enough for an adult to consume in a day. There is also a simple distiller outside. Wang Hao moved all the clean water to the collection point, and then carried the dirty water bucket to the iron gate. Lift the door bar and open the iron door. Squeak. The iron door opens. In the right corner, the little snake is still coiled up, as if it is sleeping soundly. Wang Hao glanced at it curiously. Big lazy bug. It's time to get up. Hearing the call, the little snake slightly raised its head, hissed in response, and buried it in its body again. Is this guy really evolving? Focus and check its status. Ding! Stone Pet is digesting the energy of the snake eye gem. Remaining time, 6 hours, 26 minutes and 33 seconds. Note, the owner can force the pet to wake up, and the energy obtained will be halved. Oh, that's what happened. Of course, Wang Hao would not be forced to wake up. Scratched his head, and walked out of the castle. Outside the castle, it is still the gloomy and dim woods. And the crooked big trees are still there. Except for trees. Not angry. Wang Hao put the dirty bucket next to the flower field and began to run busy. Just take the morning running exercise. After 10 minutes busy, the wooden bowl and plastic wrap will be retracted. And at the same time get 200 milliliters of water. Chatting is better than nothing. In the future, there is no need to use this clumsy method. However, this method can be promoted in a small scale. Just like Lin Xiaoxiao. It is both human and can be sold by the way. And it is beneficial to earn some benefits. Next, it should be harvested. A new day. Starting from being a gardener. The herbs are lush and green. And it is time to harvest them. Especially the 2 snake saliva plants. After Shidu's special care, they are no longer withered and thin. And their growth is very pleasing. Collect. Half of the 8 snake saliva plants belong to Shirtu. And Wang Hao will not change his mind on this point. Plant 2 second-generation seeds casually and continue to look at other herbs. 1 brown licorice. 1 honeysuckle. 2 hemostatic plants. And 1 lichen. These are all second-generation plants. The yield will be halved. And the seeds cannot be harvested. Wang Hao didn't care and collected them one by one. The flower field must not be empty. And it must be used effectively. Wang Hao controlled his mind. Took the second-generation musk seeds. And planted them. There were only 2 second-generation snake saliva grasses and one second-generation musk in a long row of flower fields. It was a bit sparse. In the future, I have to collect more herbal seeds. He picked up the dirty water bucket and poured the water into the flower fields. He also took a unit of bone meal and sprinkled it around. There was not much dirty water. Barely 500 milliliters. He washed the pot, washed his face, and brushed his teeth twice. Wang Hao tried to reduce water use as much as possible. He couldn't waste it now. Let's go and look at the apple tree. 8 apple trees grew on the other side, with tall branches and lush leaves. How long will it take to harvest? Staring at one of the trees, a system message appeared. Ding, this is an apple tree. It needs hard watering and fertilization to bear fruit. Estimated harvest time, 11 hours and 28 minutes. It will take about 11.5 hours. When the number of digging times today is exhausted, apples should be harvested. Worth looking forward to. After the castle was upgraded, the flower field on the side of the apple tree doubled in size. Wang Hao accumulated 24 apple seeds, but he did not plant them blindly. Now, he is not sure about the yield and taste of the apples, so he will wait until he harvests them once. There is still one more thing to do at the beginning of each day. Chapter 70 Strange Extractor. Inventory check. Yes, inventory check. Daily inventory check is conducive to the rational formulation of excavation plans, and it can also make the body and mind happy. Wang Hao walked along the right side. His eyes swept over each pile of resources, and nodded with satisfaction from time to time. After counting the inventory resources, it is time to prepare to dig a hole. Before digging a hole, you have to make one more thing. This thing can indirectly enhance your strength. Since the transaction of the detoxification pill was completed last night, Wang Hao had this idea. Poison is also a deadly weapon. Open the skills column and find the venom extractor in forging. Click. Venom extractor. Iron ingot 304/1. Copper ingot 20/1. Silver ingot 6/1. Leather 21/1. Ding. Meet the manufacturing requirements of the venom extractor. Please enter the production quantity. Enter 1. Manufacturing. A strange funnel-shaped device immediately appeared in front of Wang Hao. A long-necked leather funnel, a thin silver rod, and a copper beaker. The three things are connected in series through an iron bracket, which looks very much like the filter 3P set often seen in chemistry experiments. Of course, if there is an alcohol lamp, it will be more vivid. Is this the venom extractor? Is it true or not? Wang Hao doubted its authenticity. Under his control, the newly made venom extractor was placed on the left side of the first floor of the castle. How to use this? There should be a hint or operating instructions. Venom extractor, instrument. It is said to be an experimental instrument made by ancient alchemists. It was originally used to refine anesthetics, mercury sand and other materials. It was later brought to the Western world by navigators, and was deeply loved by light wizards and dark witches. Note: any item containing toxic ingredients can be put into the leather funnel. After 2 hours, the venom essence can be condensed. Note that the venom must be stored in a porcelain bottle to reduce contact. Do not take it orally. Sure enough, there is a hint. However, this hint is a bit silly. Who the hell takes venom for fun? Why do you need a reminder? Complaining aside, Wang Hao took 4 mandrake leaves from the air and put them all in the funnel. The venom can be condensed in 2 hours. Of course, we have to try the effect. After the mandrake leaves were put in, the silver stick began to move slowly, pushing the leaves to rotate in the leather funnel. The speed was neither fast nor slow, and it was very rhythmic. This device does not require power, and is very magical. If you look more carefully, you will find, on the surface of the leather funnel, some mysterious lines and symbols are drawn, like some ancient talismans or spells, and like unknown technology. Okay, the venom extractor is done. Have a simple breakfast, take your equipment, and start a new day. Just eat those 3 egg yolk pies. The small bread with sugar is the best for breakfast, and the energy recharging effect is great. 10 minutes later, breakfast is done. Wang Hao took the sleeve quiver from the workbench, tied it to his left arm, and then pulled up his long sleeves to cover it before walking out of the castle base. Reclaim the castle. Walk to a big tree and reach out to touch the trunk. Decompose. This lush forest disappeared immediately. Grass seeds, as the name suggests, are used to grow grass, mostly for beautification. Looking at the empty cave, Wang Hao decided to leave a little memory for it. He walked to the nearest earth wall, picked up the engineer's shovel, and started digging directly. He dug about 1 meter long, dug a shallow pit below, squatted on the spot facing the outside, and took out 4 toilet paper from the ring. People eat grains, so why not? After solving the 3 urgent needs, Wang Hao felt comfortable all over, and his steps were much lighter. Release the lust and completely bury the shallow hole. In this way, it can be regarded as a contribution to environmental protection. Walk a little further. Turn your back to the lust pile, and concentrate. Left side. In the green ripples, a bicycle with a missing front wheel was abandoned in the middle. The bicycle is dark blue, and a few letters can be vaguely seen on the surface of the lower tube of the frame. BL*** GOGO. 2 letters in the middle are too worn to be recognized. Ding, abandoned shared bicycles are found, and a small amount of resources can be recycled. Protecting the environment is everyone's responsibility. Shared bicycles. Wang Hao couldn't help but feel disgusted. On Blue Star, there was once a sharing trend, and everything had to be added with the word sharing to attract attention. For example, shared power banks, shared cars, shared apartments, shared sofas. What's more, there are shared boyfriends and girlfriends. As a result, the wind blows the eggshells. The money goes away, and the people are happy. And only a few can laugh to the end. Until now, I still have 99 yuan of deposit to be refunded. And it seems that I have to wait in line for more than 1 million people. I have gone off topic. Let's move on to the next one. In front, in the yellow ripples, 2 red snakes are entangled together, rolling and playing outside the cave. Ding, 2 red snakes are found, which can be killed. It should be playing. There is no biting between them, and the movements are very intimate. Without the stone around, the ripples of 2 ordinary red snakes will appear yellow. However, Wang Hao is confident that he can deal with it. On the right side, there is nothing, only yellow soil. Underground, in the green ripples, there is a sick orange tree. The oranges hanging between the branches and leaves are very small, and each one is dark green. At first glance, you will feel sour in your mouth. Ding, found a green-orange tree. Can harvest a small amount of fruit. Sour oranges. Well, also a resource. Wang Hao swallowed his saliva and turned to look behind him. Move 3 meters away, making way for the yellow earth pile to avoid seeing things that should not be seen. Behind, in the light yellow ripples, a platform that looks like a chessboard was laid in the cave, and 9 chess pieces were placed on the platform. No, it's not a chessboard, but a 9-square grid. Then, the system message verified this answer. Ding, found a 9-square grid test. Pass the test to get spoils. 9-square grid test. The cave world is really getting more and more interesting. Just choose it. Wang Hao made the choice very happily. Chapter 71. I know the 9-square game. 9-square. Wang Hao has almost played the 9-square game on his phone. So this is a free point question. He took another closer look. There are no cave creatures in the image, so the difficulty lies in the 9-square itself. This is the first one of the day, and the light yellow color is acceptable, since the decision has been made. Let's dig. Stay 3 meters away from the mound. Swing the engineer's shovel, and stab the earth wall in front of you. A shovel of lust was sent into the Qinglong ring. Ding, lust +1. After digging 39 times, a familiar barrier gray membrane appeared in front of him. Ding, survivors, please pay attention. There is a boundary barrier in front of you. If you dig again, you will directly enter the next cave, and the existing passage will be closed immediately. Confirm the ripple image again, including the various tools you prepared. No problem. Enter! With a shovel of the engineer. The scene in front of him changed immediately. In a relatively small cave, the 9 meter by 9 meter stone platform occupies more than 90% of the space. At this moment, Wang Hao is only 1 step away from the edge of the stone platform. He looked around first to make sure there was no hidden danger, and then he looked at the front with a relaxed look. On the stone platform, there are 4 straight lines connecting horizontally and vertically, forming the most basic 9-square grid. In each square, there is a round chess piece with a height of 30 centimeters and a radius of 50 centimeters. And a number is engraved on the chess piece. 1 to 9. Arranged in order. 9-square grid, a mathematical game, originated from the river chart and Luoshu, has always been considered the source of Blue Star culture. and is praised by later generations as the cosmic magic cube. Ding, jump on top of 2 chess pieces to move the corresponding chess pieces. And finally make the sum of the numbers in each row, column, and 2 diagonals 15. Note that you only have 1 chance. Once the arrangement is wrong, the entire cave will be locked for 10 days, and all transactions will be invalid. The rules are very simple and familiar. After reading the system message, Wang Hao immediately took action. 24 is the shoulder. 68 is the foot. 9 on top and 1 on bottom. 3 on the left and 7 on the right. 5 in the center. In simple terms, it is 4923578116, which he can recite by heart. The only difficulty is the distance of the jump. If the jump is too big, the long jump ability of a normal person cannot meet the requirement. The shortest horizontal center distance between the 9 chess pieces in front of him is 3 meters, and the shortest diagonal center distance is 4.2 meters. Ignoring the diameter of the chess piece, the horizontal and diagonal distances are 2 meters and 3.2 meters respectively, which is quite difficult. Of course, for Wang Hao, this is not a problem. The bonus of agility is not for nothing. With a little running start, it is not difficult to cover a distance of 4 or 5 meters. Wang Hao jumped directly onto the number 1, and then jumped to the number 4 with all his strength. The first step was completed. The second step was 3-2. The third step was 1-3. The 7th step was 7-1. It was just 7 simple steps to complete the operation. It was done. As soon as the stone chess piece jumped off, the entire platform began to tremble slightly. Rumble. The huge stone platform split from the middle, and a narrow passage appeared in front of Wang Hao. The only chess piece, number 5, which had never moved, rose half a meter, and a brand new iron treasure chest appeared. There is a crooked metal stick in front of the treasure chest. This is the mechanism. I have seen similar devices when I was breaking through the maze before. Wang Hao was very cautious about this. Compared with the light yellow color of the ripples, the difficulty shown at present always feels a little bit worse. Concentrate your mind and look at the passage and iron treasure chest under your feet. This look really made him find the problem. The passage is safe, and there are no traps in the exposed luss. The iron treasure chest that can be raised has a chaotic interior, and the ripples are dark green. There is no need to ask. It must be a treasure chest monster. Here, Wang Hao had to marvel at the cruelty of the cave world. According to normal people's thinking, the 9-square grid in the cave has been cracked, and there should be no other dangers. Such carelessness would certainly cost him a terrible price, from injury to death. How insidious. 4 or 5 meters away, Wang Hao gave a thumbs up to chess piece number 5. Of course, it was an inverted thumbs up. If he hadn't been careful enough and had the ability to see through things, he might have been tricked. Wang Hao took out a javelin from his ring, aimed it slightly, and threw it directly at the iron treasure chest in front of him. Ding! The javelin pierced the iron treasure chest. Under the impact of the javelin, the iron treasure chest immediately rolled back twice. In this case, the treasure chest monster could no longer hide, and roared in pain, opening the tightly closed lid. Those were 2 rows of jagged teeth. There was a pair of scarlet eyes on the lid of the box. Squeak! While roaring, it rolled and stopped. Then it jumped and rushed along the narrow passage. Wang Hao was prepared and immediately took out the iron fire gun and fired 2 shots at the passage in front of him. The treasure chest monster rushing forward was a living target in the passage, with no room for dodging. Bang! The first shot hit the target, and the red light in the monster's eyes was immediately extinguished. Bang! The second shot simply smashed the sharp teeth of the treasure chest monster. The body of the treasure chest monster hovered in the air, and then, in a parabola, fell in the opposite direction. Poolyaloo. After rolling several times, it hit the edge of the passage on the right. Ding! The treasure chest monster has been killed, and the loot can be picked up. Is it finally game over this time? Wang Hao walked forward and kicked over the broken iron treasure chests one by one. The lid of the box fell apart, and some scattered items were scattered in the passage. There was food, purified water, patterns, and a monocular telescope. It was really dead. It was simply unfair that he didn't die like this. Wang Hao bent his knees and squatted, picking up the loot on the ground one by one, and his left hand holding the iron fire gun was still pulling the trigger. The treasure chest on the ground was too broken. Even the system couldn't bear to look at it, and no longer put it directly into the ring. Disassemble it. There is no use keeping it. Compared with the normal decomposition of the treasure chest, there is one less unit. Wang Hao didn't care about it, and stood up and walked to the chest piece number 5. He stretched out his right arm, grabbed the end of the metal stick, and pressed down hard. Kaka! After 2 crisp sounds, the stone platform that was divided into 2 pieces trembled again. I guess it's okay. He released his right hand from the stick, and placed it on the edge of chest piece number 5, saying softly, "Decompose?" Boom! The stone platform that almost covered the entire cave, along with the chest pieces and metal sticks in front of it, disappeared directly beside him. 10 seconds later, the dust in the cave settled. The first excavation of the day was completed in this way. Wang Hao spit out the dirt on his lips and prepared to see through the next cave. Just at this time, a faint conversation suddenly came from the earth wall in front of him. Someone. Chapter 72. I have a lollipop. You have a javelin. Wang Hao was shocked. He quickly ran to the left, took out the engineer shovel with one hand, and quickly dug 5 times in the earth wall, and a simple pit appeared. Time was a bit rushed, but he still took out something from the ring and threw it out with all his strength. Then he got into the pit, raised the iron fire gun in his left hand, and released 2.5 units of lust. As for whether the outside could be restored, there was no time to care. In the narrow space, Wang Hao gently pulled out the iron fire gun, and a thin hole appeared. Carefully put his eyes over, just in time to see the scene of the cave outside. Hiding outside the pit. That is, in the first cave, the earth wall where the conversation came from suddenly broke a gap, and 2 figures appeared almost shoulder to shoulder. Then, the gap disappeared behind them. 2 male survivors appeared. Both of them looked very haggard, as if they had stayed up all night for several consecutive nights. One tall and one short, about 30 years old. The 2 were still wearing hospital gowns, but both feet were wearing a pair of brand new cross slippers. After appearing in the cave, they looked around vigilantly. Then, the short man scratched his head in confusion. Boss, your map is useless. Right? Where is the 9 palaces stone platform? Second brother, stop talking nonsense. There should be no problem with the 4 caves we just dug. Let's look for them again. The tall man immediately retorted. Yes. The map that the boss got can't be wrong. Hee hee. The short man smiled flatteringly, immediately grabbed the engineer shovel with both hands, and moved forward to the center of the cave. After walking 4 or 5 steps, he suddenly bent down and picked up a pink ball. Boss, look what I found. A lollipop. While shouting, he peeled off the outer wrapping paper. Hey, it's still a licked lollipop. The short man seemed to have discovered a new world. He put it into his mouth without any disgust and sucked it. Wang Hao, who was hiding in the dark, was stunned. Is that what was thrown just now? But this shorty is disgusting enough. Also, what about the map they just mentioned? Is it similar to the parchment map we got yesterday? Apart from Wang Hao's suspicion, there was another change outside. The tall man walked towards his companions holding a javelin, his expression a little solemn. Second brother, it seems that someone got there before us, and left in a hurry. After saying that, he shook the discovery javelin in his hand. The short man immediately came over and stretched out his hand to take the javelin, but was dodged by the other party. Is this a javelin? Boss, this thing is quite long. Let me try it. Ahem. Don't be so stingy. Second brother. Humph. Don't forget our rules. Except for building resources. Whoever picks it up owns it. The tall man turned his wrist, and the javelin disappeared from his hand. Evidently, he put it into the ring. Afterwards, another piece of blue paper appeared in the tall man's left hand, and he took a closer look. We worked so hard to stay up all night, and dug 4 caves in total. If we dig this one, this map will be useless. The iron treasure chest is hard to find. It's really unlucky. Yeah, boss. But then again, this cave hasn't left us empty-handed. I have a lollipop. You have a javelin. We can each take what we want. Wait. Second brother. What did you say just now? Ah? Is it I have a lollipop? You have a javelin? No. The previous one. This cave didn't leave us empty-handed. Yes. That's the one. If a survivor emptied the place, there's no need to leave a few things behind. They're not useless garbage. Second brother. Look for her. Maybe she's still there. Boss, you're awesome. You just throw away the licked lollipop. It looks like she's a woman. If you find her, according to the old rules, you take it once and I take it once. The short man laughed obscenely, with a drooling mouth. In just a few words, the two men figured out the suspicious link and became excited. In the dark, Wang Hao's heart skipped a beat. It seems that he can't escape. Originally, he tried to avoid contact with other survivors with the mentality of less trouble than more trouble. Of course, it was not because of fear. In this apocalyptic environment, life was difficult in the early stage. Therefore, it is the best way to improve your own strength. Only when your strength is strengthened can you have the capital to survive. Only when your strength is strengthened can you have the right to speak in future alliances or struggles. Who dares to guarantee that the other party can be trusted when contacting strangers too early? Either you are worried or you are calculated by others. This kind of life is better than keeping yourself safe. Just now, when Wang Hao heard someone talking, the first thing he thought of was, of course, to avoid them. In order to prevent the other party from staying too long, he decided to sacrifice some resources. Who would have thought that the tall man got a map from somewhere and knew that there was a 9-pallet stone platform here? In this way, the lost javelin and the deliberately abandoned resources became superfluous. As long as you are not stupid, you can guess it. And the two people outside are obviously not good people. A lot can be heard from the last sentence. Through the hole, Wang Hao has discovered that the tall man outside is walking towards this side. Frowning, holding the engineer's shovel in his hand tightly, and his steps are getting slower and slower. Obviously, the other party discovered the abnormality of the pit. Now, there are only two ways in front of Wang Hao. Either turn around and dig a passage, enter the next cave as quickly as possible, and then turn away. Or, just start. Wang Hao thought for a moment, and made the most favorable and correct decision. The iron fire gun was gently placed flat, and the muzzle was directly facing outward. The dagger was also taken out and pressed on the palm of the left hand. At the same time, squinting to observe outside the hole. Yes, he chose the second way. If he fled in a hurry, these two guys would most likely chase him and bite him to death. It was a joke to expect the other party to show mercy when he could say such vulgar words as woman, and you once and I once. Outside the pit, the tall man has walked to the earth wall. 1 meter further, he can touch the loess. The earth wall in front of him is indeed a little different. Compared with the surrounding area, there is a circle of gap looming, and there is also a handful of loess left on the ground. Oh, there is also a small ventilation hole. Friend, I just saw you. Come out automatically. Friend, we have no ill intentions. There are many resources in this cave. We have extra water and biscuits. Do you want to exchange? Absolutely fair trade. The tall man spoke with a pleasant face and waved behind him. The short man heard the movement here and immediately trotted over here, with the engineer shovel on his shoulder and the lollipop stick in his mouth shaking constantly. There was still no movement in the earth wall. The tall man looked back at his companion and pointed to the other side of the suspected gap. The short man nodded and changed direction slightly. The two cooperated very well, obviously intending to attack from both sides. The tall man turned around, slowly raised the engineer's shovel, and was about to take a step forward. Friend, my name is Du Haidao. You? A dull movement suddenly sounded in the earth wall. Bang! Chapter 73. 3 people walking together. One of them must be my corpse. A large pile of yellow earth splashed. The iron bullet that was ejected and drilled out from the diffused dust hit the root of the tall man's left leg. To be honest, it was the root of Du Haidao's left leg. Ouch. CNM. Du Haidao fell on his back, and a stream of blood instantly penetrated his outer pants and continued to spread around. At the same time, the earth wall shattered. A black and white figure jumped out directly and quickly jumped to the position where the short man was standing. Puff! The sharp dagger pierced the target's lower abdomen and was quickly pulled out. The figure flashed in the dust, passed through the encirclement of the two people, and stood behind them. Don't move. If you don't want to die, don't look back. Wang Hao quickly retracted his dagger, picked up the iron fire gun, pointed it at the short man who wanted to turn around, and coldly reminded him he would feel more at ease only if the two men lost their ability to resist. However, he miscalculated this time. This shout did not work. Du Haidao, who fell to the ground, swung the engineer's shovel following the sound. and the sharp steel mouth slashed towards Wang Hao's ankle. The short man, who was also injured, roared, swung the engineer shovel with both arms, and rotated 90 degrees on the spot. And the steel mouth slashed towards Wang Hao's waist and abdomen. The two attacked up and down, as if they had practiced many times. Gambling with life. The two of them are gambling with their lives. They are betting that the other party will not fight to the death. It can be seen from this that these two people are out-and-out desperate criminals. Wang Hao does not want to go crazy with them. After all, the advantage is on his side. Even if he can stop one side, he can't avoid the other side. In this case, he can only retreat as much as possible. Retreating will not delay him from pulling the trigger. Bang! The fire flashed at the muzzle of the gun, and the iron bullet shot out rapidly. Because the body retreated and the center of gravity was deviated, the accuracy of this shot was extremely poor, and the splashing iron bullet brushed the short man's arm, leaving a little flesh wound. Damn! Go to hell! The short man was furious, raised the engineer shovel high, and rushed forward. The wound on his lower abdomen and the wound on his arm could not scare him. On the contrary, Du Haidao, who took the opportunity to climb up, subconsciously hugged his head when the second shot sounded, and did not continue to follow up. To deal with such a reckless person, Wang Hao would naturally not be soft-hearted. He balanced his body a little, and pulled the trigger continuously. Bang bang. The two shots were aimed at the chest of the short man, and the target was very obvious. But the next movement was somewhat beyond Wang Hao's expectations. The flesh and blood body actually made a series of ding-ding crisp sounds. The short man grinned and chopped down fiercely with the engineer shovel. Wang Hao had no time to think about the reason. The sharp steel mouth was right in front of him. He could only raise the iron fire gun with his right hand and let it block the falling shovel. At the same time, he raised his left shoulder and suddenly curled up his middle finger. Swish! A sleeve arrow shot out like lightning and shot towards the opponent's head. Puff! This short sleeve arrow pierced directly into the short man's forehead. Most of it went in. At this time, the engineer shovel that was chopped down collided with the iron fire gun, and the gun body tilted under the huge force. The steel mouth of the iron shovel slid down along Wang Hao's arm. Even with the silver scale soft armor, the pain of scraping the bone made him groan in pain. Fortunately, the stamina was not enough. The short man opened his eyes wide. His eyes were full of unwillingness and disbelief. He fell on his back and died immediately. The lollipop he was holding also rolled to the ground, and the surface of the small pink ball was full of blood. Ding! A survivor has been killed. You can pick up the other party's identity ring and other items. Looking at the flashing system message, Wang Hao stood there in a daze, looking at a loss. Or rather, he was frightened by the scene in front of him. In the cave world, he had killed ordinary beasts, mutant beasts and humanoids more than once, and he thought he had blood on his hands. But now, seeing a living human die in front of him, and he killed it himself, the panic in his heart made him confused. In the final analysis, he is just an ordinary person. Before coming here, he was still a good young man who played and enjoyed life all day. If everything went smoothly, he might find a good job in the future and live a struggling life of 996 or 007. Killing people? I dare not even think about it. Letting Chu Tingmei go, more or less, has this reason. Man is good at birth. Before the crisis came, Wang Hao thought about making himself cold-blooded. However, knowing is easier than doing. On the side, the death of the short man really scared Du Haitao. Of course, he was not afraid. After hanging around on the streets for a long time, wounding and getting injured are commonplace, and he even participated in murder. Therefore, the dead Wang Erge recognized him as the boss. Therefore, after being injured, he could still bite his teeth and fight back, bravely and fiercely. He was shocked, but more surprised by the opponent's skills and the weirdness of the weapon. Iron fire gun. This thing he had seen similar. He had also played with it. This thing, which is older than a hunting rifle, lacks accuracy and power. As long as the distance is shortened, its practicality is immediately reduced. The most important point is, how can this backward firearm fire continuously? He dared to fight desperately just now because he believed that the other party was bluffing. But who would have thought that in addition to the iron fire gun and dagger that fired continuously, the other party also hid a sharp hidden weapon? Miscalculated? After Wang Erge died, Du Haitao really didn't dare to move. After waiting for half a minute, there was still no movement on the other side. Du Haidao quietly loosened his arms that were holding his head and glanced forward. Seeing Wang Hao's stunned look, he immediately understood that the well-dressed young man in front of him was a novice and had never killed anyone before. Now, he must be frightened. With this judgment, Du Haitao immediately had a different idea. He slowly raised his bent knee, and then slowly lowered his right hand to grab the engineer shovel beside his leg. To be fair, Wang Hao is not a novice. Once he is used to seeing blood, even if it is the first time to kill someone, he can bear it better than ordinary people. Just like butchers, this kind of people slaughter livestock all year round, and they have a natural indifference to life in their bones. Once they are forced into a hurry, they kill people more efficiently than anyone else. Wang Hao had killed quite a few cave creatures. This was his first time killing someone, and he was indeed confused and a little overwhelmed. But that didn't mean he was completely scared. After Du Haidao made a small move, Wang Hao's eyes suddenly became cold, and he raised his iron fire gun suddenly, aiming at the target's right shoulder, and fired a shot. Bang! Blood splattered, and Du Haidao's right shoulder was immediately turned outward. During this period, there was also a painful groan and sporadic ding-ding crisp sounds. It was also his bad luck, as this shot actually triggered the burning effect, and a raging flame immediately ignited, and the fire quickly spread to his whole body. A wail followed, and Du Haidao rolled desperately on the ground. Unfortunately, rolling had no effect. The flame spread all over his body at a very fast speed, just like his clothes were soaked with fuel oil. Wow! This is not the result I want. I still have many doubts, and I need this person to help answer them. Wang Hao quickly raised his right arm and gave an order to the Qinglong ring, release 6 units of lus. That's right. He planned to use soil to put out the fire. The precious clean water resources must not be used. Burning is known as water cannot put out. The only way to work around it is to use this trick. About 3 cubic meters of lus directly pressed on Du Haidao's body, and the rolling action stopped immediately, leaving only a head exposed. Is the fire out? Chapter 74. Are there other superpowers? Has the fire been put out? Of course. Without space to burn, without conditions to burn, and with a short time, wisps of black smoke came out of the pores of the lus, becoming increasingly fainter. For ordinary flames to burn, 3 conditions must be met: combustibles, combustion aids, and ignition sources. This is common sense, and most people know it. As long as suffocation and isolation can be achieved, no matter how big the flame is, it will not be able to turn the world upside down. Lust can do this. Du Haidao's wailing weakened a lot and finally stopped. At this moment, his face was blackened. His eyebrows and hair were also scorched. His eyes were weakly open, and his lips kept trembling. The feeling of being burned by flames is definitely not pleasant. Even a tough guy with a strong will can't resist this inhuman torture. Even if this torture lasts less than a minute, the covering lust can't stop the smell of burning from escaping, which is disgusting. Wang Hao walked over, switched the iron fire gun to his left hand, shook his still painful right arm, and then put the iron fire gun directly on Du Haidao's forehead. He is very familiar with this action. Du Haidao. Right? I just saved your life. Don't you plan to say something? Wang Hao admitted that he was taking advantage of someone's misfortune. Du Haidao moved his shoulders with difficulty, letting the lust on his chest roll down, relieving the stuffiness in his chest. You don't plan to let me go, right? The voice was very weak, like a candle in the wind. Wang Hao was stunned when he heard the words, and couldn't help but look at the other person. Then, he sneered in a low voice. You should understand your situation, right? You have severe burns all over your body. An infection is inevitable. Unless, now there are first-class medical equipment and anti-infection drugs. I just repaid you with kindness, and I was very loving not to let you burn to death. The words were very clear and sincere. Of course, if the burns had nothing to do with him, it would be more convincing. Du Haidao was silent for a while, and then he straightened his neck and stared at the face high up. His appearance was very handsome and clean, like a young student living on campus, who had never been destroyed and tempered by society. What do you want to know? It's done. Give me a quick answer. It's very simple. There are 3 small questions. Wang Hao raised 3 fingers on his right hand, and then put away the middle finger. First, where did the map come from? Second, how many people did you kill before coming here? He put away his ring finger. Third, what is the reason for the murder? He put away his little finger and clenched it into an empty fist. The first question was naturally the focus of Wang Hao's attention. The remaining two questions were just pure curiosity, and also to convince his heart not to appear guilty and regretful. Du Haidao was silent for a moment again, and suddenly sighed. The map was given by Brother E. He came to me the next day and said he would give me a blueprint every day to ensure the safety of 5 excavations, provided I handed over half of the harvest. As soon as he said this, Wang Hao felt his heart beat rapidly several times, and he couldn't help but take a breath. What the hell? This is too unbelievable. Sending a blueprint every day and ensuring the safety and reliability of 5 excavations is simply cheating. It's even better than my perspective ability. My perspective can't help others. Brother E? What's his number? How did he know your location and the details of the surrounding caves? Wang Hao asked anxiously. Haha. There are more than 3 questions. Du Haidao teased. Forget it. I won't live long anyway. Just treat it as a good thing. The number of the first brother is Dragon 0001. So he is called First Brother. Dragon 0001? That's right. You can find the answers to the other 2 questions in my ring. As for how to get them, it depends on you, your ability. Du Haidao's voice became lower and lower, and a mysterious smile overflowed from the corner of his mouth. Swish. The yellow soil covering his body suddenly trembled violently twice, and a charred arm emerged and grabbed Wang Hao's ankle. Because he was trying his best, the speed of his arm was not slow. Bang! Wang Hao pulled the trigger subconsciously. Half of the head was blown to pieces under the muzzle of the gun, and red and white things splashed around. Ding! A survivor has been killed, and the other party's identity ring and other items can be picked up. Until then, Wang Hao discovered, the corner of Du Haidao's mouth still had that weird smile on the remaining half of his head. The smile was a bit creepy. In the cave, the 3 people who had just fought to death, in the blink of an eye, only one was left. Haha. What a 3 people walking together. There must be my body. The answers to the other 2 questions. This guy seems to be deliberately keeping us in suspense. Wang Hao muttered as he bent down. Du Haidao stretched out his right arm with the identity ring. The azure dragon ring in front of him was very strange. It did not change at all under the burning flames, and the number on it was clearly visible. Dragon 9999. This number, is it a coincidence? After squatting on the ground and observing for a while, Wang Hao could not see anything else unusual, so he simply put his right hand closer. He was unwilling to touch the charred and oily stump. Ding! Found other identity rings. Do you want to empty the items in them? Each one has few resources, and there is nothing else worth seeing except the hand-drawn blueprint. The rings disappeared at the same time. Wang Hao took out his engineer shovel, dug twice beside the mound, and hooked the shovel tip in the soil. Ding! Engineer shovel +1. All the spoils that can be taken away must be stored away. There should be more. Raise the engineer shovel again, and carefully pick up the charred clothes on Du Haidao's chest. Under the clothes, there is a thin layer of gray metal sheet tied to his body by several thin ropes. This metal sheet looks a bit like a disassembled iron cabinet door, hidden under the loose hospital gown. If you don't pay attention, you really can't see it. It's true. No wonder he can defend against the bullets of the iron fire gun. It turns out that he is wearing this equipment because of the obstruction of his vision. His first shot hit Du Haidao's left leg, which was a lucky shot. There must be something exactly the same on the short man. Touch the metal sheet gently, and it will make a hissing sound. Ding! Found a discarded iron sheet. Decompose it to get 1 iron ingot. Do you want to decompose it? Of course. Decompose it. The dead can't use it. Ding! Iron ingot +1. After dealing with this, Wang Hao stood up and walked to the body of the short man. The process is similar to the previous one. Take the ring off the air. Decompose the iron sheet. Take away the engineer's shovel. And of course, collect the hidden arrow. The number on the ring is Dragon 9394. And there is no pattern. This guy should be a henchman. And the resources in the ring are pitifully few, including the decomposition of the iron sheet. The following resources are obtained in total: 10 units of wood, 5 units of stone, 1 unit of iron ingot, 200 milliliters of clean water, 2 packs of compressed biscuits, and 2 wooden bowls. In addition to these, there was also a pack of unpacked small umbrellas. which were sticky and pungent. Wang Hao threw it out with a look of disgust, and then released the yellow soil stored in the ring to completely bury the two bodies. It was a small matter that was convenient and had nothing to do with his position. After doing this, Wang Hao called out the system panel and prepared to look for news about Brother Yi. Of course, he also had to check the 3 hand-drawn blueprints. Chapter 75 Irresistible Temptation. Open the chat column. Wang Hao looked to the right, ready to search for the number in the search box. There are 2 private messages. Click on the first one. It's from Lin Xiaoxiao. It's a rare fortune. I've sent you the materials. Please send the arrow tower to me as soon as it's done. This is all my belongings. Don't think of cutting it. Along with the message, there were indeed some materials. 10 units of wood, 4 units of iron ingots, 2 pieces of leather, and 4 units of kerosene. Just enough to build 2 arrow towers. No more. No less. If you say this is all Lin Xishi's belongings, no one will believe it. Arrow towers are used on primary castles, and the resources required to upgrade to a primary city are much more than this. Deduction? With his current wealth, he really doesn't care about this little thing. Of course, you have to fulfill your promise to others. Wang Hao called up the forging interface, made 2 arrow towers, and then threw them into the item box of the chat interface. Entered the 3 words "You're welcome," and click send. There is another message. Who could it be? Click it. When he saw the other party's name and number clearly, his pupils shrank. Speak of the devil. The devil will appear. The one who sent the message was the mysterious brother one. Name, Wan Tianyi. Number, Long 0001. The content of the message was also very shocking. It turned out to be the boss of Ritian. Du Haidao's death was really not unjust. You should have seen his map. Right? Are you interested in cooperating with me? The other party actually knew his identity, and was sure that Du Haidao's death was related to him. It was simply unimaginable. Wang Hao immediately took out the iron-fired gun and checked along the outer edge of the cave. There was no abnormality. To prevent any eventuality, he immediately took the engineer shovel and came to the earth wall where Du Haitao and the others had entered before, and started digging quickly. After digging 76 times, he encountered the barrier gray film, directly pierced in. This cave had already been cleaned up quite cleanly, and there were no resources left. Arriving here, Wang Hao called out the castle base. He walked in and put down the door bar. He felt safer in his own castle. The chat box had not been closed. Wang Hao looked at the private message again, thought for a moment, and solemnly typed a reply. What are you talking about? Who is Du Haidao? I don't understand. Click send. This move was deliberately pretending to be confused. In the dark, he could only test the other party in this way. At the same time, Wang Hao used his mind to activate the ring, took out 3 hand-drawn maps, and spread them on the ground. No contact throughout the process. Hand-drawn map. This is a map drawn by the survivors, and its authenticity needs to be verified. The paper used to make the map should have been cut from a brand new engineering drawing. One side is blue. The other side is white. The hand-drawn map is on the white side. The map was drawn very sloppily, and the pencil lines were very faint. The patterns on it are relatively abstract, and some of them have explanatory text written next to them. Treasure chest, pure water, monster, stone, wood. As long as you have been to elementary school, you can understand the meaning of the map. In the upper right corner of each of the 3 drawings, there is a clear number marked. 1, 2, 3. Because the marking was very strong, the number scratches were very deep. Wang Hao looked through the 3 maps one by one, and finally stopped at the map number 3. One of the patterns was very familiar, with the 4 small characters 9 palaces stone platform written next to it. If I guessed correctly, this was the map corresponding to the 4th day. The strange thing was that, in the 3 maps, the route was very straight, with only 4 directions marked, and no above or below ground. Ding ding ding. Wang Hao ran up to the 2nd floor and peered out through one of the fenced iron windows. Left, nothing. In front, in the light yellow ripples, a giant green python was lying under a big tree, guarding a snake saliva grass beside it. Right, in the green ripples, a goddess statue was tilted in the ruins, and the torch held high had been broken. Behind, no need to look, that was the 9 palaces stone platform. Bang, bang, bang. Wang Hao ran downstairs and compared it with the hand-drawn map. It was true. If that was the case, it would be terrifying. Can Wan Tianyi really see other caves? And caves far away? Also, how did he know me just now? Even if I could see through, I couldn't even see my name. Wang Hao felt his throat dry. So he stood up and went to get some water to moisten his mouth, because he moved a little too much. The breeze from the airflow turned one map over. Huh? Wait. There are words on the back. Squat down again. And he turned over the other two maps with a dagger. The next day, Yaij suddenly contacted me, and I was scared. The map is really useful. Damn. It's amazing. It's worth handing over half of the resources. I met Wang Ergu and convinced him. He will be my follower in the future. Kill the man. He's really poor. Only has a bag of biscuits. Ergu. This guy. Wants to eat meat. QTMB. On the third day, I picked up 2 pieces of iron sheets. I didn't let Ergu decompose them. It would be great to use them as armor. I suddenly thought of the chastity armor. Before staying up late, I met a woman named Chu Tingmei. Hee. It's really exciting. Loot everything. There's nothing. Yaij will definitely guess if I did anything. So I'd better be honest. On the 4th day, I have to stay up late again, in order to prevent others from digging away resources. I can only wait for the digging times to refresh. Brother E said that the map he gave is a real-time scene corresponding to 0 point. The earlier the digging, the more accurate it is. I picked up a bottle of poison and smeared it on the map paper. Only I can touch it after taking the antidote. It is valid for 3 days. It's cool. I didn't expect that Du Haidao is also a diary maniac. I simply recorded the major events that happened in my daily life. No wonder he said that there was an answer in the ring. But, poison. This guy is really insidious and cunning. Now, Wang Hao finally understood the meaning of Du Haidao's strange smile before his death. A dog can't change its eating habits. And it deserves to die. He stood up, took 200 milliliters of water, and drank it all in one gulp. Wang Hao calmed down a little, and called up the system panel again. In the lower right corner, an icon was flashing. It was probably the number 1. He took a deep breath, and clicked it directly. Wan Tianyi, Boss Ritian. Don't rush to deny it. First of all, I can tell you clearly that I have no ill will towards you. And I don't care who kills Du Haidao. Don't you want to hear about my cooperation content? Cooperation content? The other party doesn't seem to be turning against each other, and is still emphasizing cooperation. Wang Hao looked back at the closed iron door, and decided to have a chat with the other party, and find out the bottom. What is the content of the cooperation? How to cooperate? Simple. Every day after 10 o'clock, I will give you a hand-drawn map. The map covers the details of the previous 5 excavations, allowing you to seek benefits and avoid harm, and then obtain the maximum benefits. Really? Why should I believe you? The map I drew is in Du Haidao's ring. Aren't you curious at all? You can try it. With your current strength, you won't suffer any loss. Wan Tianyi persuaded on the other side. My strength is very weak now. Big brother Ritian. This is boring. Frequent trading of beast blood can explain a lot of problems. As long as you agree to cooperate, the division can be discussed. You get 60%, and I get 40%. How about it? It's sincere enough. Right? The benefits are 40% and 60%, compared to 50% and 50%. Wan Tianyi did make concessions. If Wang Hao didn't have the ability to see through, he would definitely be moved. Chapter 76 Pig-Faced Bats Attack. The other party is very sincere. Wang Hao feels that he should also show some sincerity. Otherwise, the talks will fail, and there will be no way out. Brother, I like to sleep in, and I hate staying up late. I will definitely not wake up at 10 o'clock. I just want to ask how to determine the time in the cave world. This time, the other side did not reply immediately. After waiting for 4 or 5 minutes, the message came. Brother, how about this? I will give you an electronic watch with the time set, just as my gift. Let's cooperate a few times first. Maybe you will like the feeling of controlling the world. Then, a transaction window popped up. On the other side was a children's watch, which was very cute. Wang Hao had no reason to refuse, and agreed to the transaction. Ding, transaction successful. Ding, Little Genius Children's Watch +1. After the transaction was successful, he immediately took out his mechanical alarm clock and adjusted the time according to the children's watch. Now, it is 9:46:32. Okay. Time correction is complete. Wang Hao wound up the alarm clock 7 or 8 times with satisfaction before placing it at his feet. Then, put the children's watch into the transaction item box and click to confirm. Brother, I just thought about it again. The map you drew only has 4 directions. In other words, except for the first 4 choices. The rest are 3 choices. The choice is too narrow. I'd like to climb up step by step. And I don't want to stay up late and hurt my body. Send. He doesn't even care about an electronic watch. After all this talk, the main idea is that we are not suitable. This wave of operations has not received a response for a long time. Well, about 10 minutes. The other side just received a message. And it showed transaction successful. What's the point of digging up? Don't think about returning to the ground. There is no way to survive there. Besides, aren't 3 options enough? Big brother Retian, don't you think about it? Don't think about it. Wang Hao was suddenly very happy. QNM. Wang Hao. Let's wait and see. Looking at this exasperated reply, Wang Hao felt even happier. Closed the private chat window. And the previous concerns disappeared. Through the chat just now, you can guess some truths. The ability of the other party is not bullish. And he was worried that he was a little superfluous at first. And he scared himself at all. First of all, the other party can detect the details of the caves around a survivor. But it is limited to 5 caves. Like a circular plane with a radius of 5. Secondly, the other party cannot detect the 2 directions of the upper and lower directions. Otherwise, it will not compromise softly. Thirdly, the other party can confirm the number of the survivors and know the other party's name. But it is not an unknown prophet or 1,000 miles. Otherwise, you can run away when you see your school's pair of alarm clocks. And you don't have to continue grinding your mouth with yourself. Finally, and most importantly, the other party insisted on sending the map at 10 o'clock. Which means that his ability is limited in time. With so many shortcomings, what's there to be afraid of? Wang Hao even suspected that Wan Tiany's ability was limited in number of times. His final exasperation was clearly a sign of impatience. If he could cast a net everywhere, he wouldn't care so much. As for Wan Tiany's harsh words, he was really not afraid. However, with Du Haidao and his gang doing this, the second excavation opportunity was wasted. Running to this cave is to prevent the other party's pursuit. Forget it. Continue to the 3rd cave. Wang Hao stood up and glanced at the blueprint on the ground from the corner of his eye. Queue up for extraction. No matter what venom you get. It's a resource. Walk out of the iron gate and turn around to take back the castle. Holding the engineer shovel. Walk to the edge of the cave. Just now, I have already looked in 3 directions. And the upper and lower parts are still not visible. Focus your attention and look down. Underground. In the light yellow ripples, a huge bat creature hangs upside down on the top of the cave. And the dim light shrouds the surroundings. Ding! A mutant beast pig-faced bat is found, which can be killed. Be careful. The bat is not a lone ranger. And there may be companions around. Above, in the dark green ripples, there is a dusty Gobi desert. It should be a sandstorm. Indistinctly, a broken stone wall can be seen. Ding! Gobi ruins are found, which can be explored to obtain resources. Gobi ruins? Forget it. I hate sandstorms the most. I get a mouthful of sand no matter what I do. Choose the pig-faced bat. Wang Hao, who had been frightened a little, urgently needed a hearty fight to vent his anger. He picked up the engineer shovel and dug down immediately. In the 3rd cave, accustomed to being bright everywhere, Wang Hao felt somewhat uncomfortable when he suddenly came to a dark environment. His movements were very light, and he did not disturb the pig-faced bat that was resting upside down. Pig-faced bat, a wild beast. There are ancient records. There are flying squirrels at night. And their faces are like pigs. This type of mutant bat likes to eat human blood. Hides during the day and comes out at night. And often poses a fatal threat to hikers or night hunters. The pig-faced bat had its eyes tightly closed, and a pair of fleshy wings wrapped around its body, with only the protruding wing bones visible. Wang Hao leaned against the earth wall and took out a short bow and a feathered short arrow from his ring. This bow and arrow was sponsored by Chu Tingmei, and it was just right to practice with it today. The iron fire gun was easy to use, but the noise was too loud when it was fired. Didn't the system message also say that the pig-faced bat might have a companion? So it's always right to be careful. Bend the bow and put the arrow on it. Aim. Such a big target. And with the basic skills of shooting, it should be easy to shoot. Hold your breath and keep your arm stable. Then, the index and middle fingers of your right hand suddenly loosened. Whoosh. A slight sound of breaking through the air sounded in the dim night. Puff. Squeak. The upside-down pig-faced bat suddenly loosened its claws holding the cave ceiling and screamed and struggled in the air. Even so, it fell quickly, until it fell to the ground. Wang Hao clearly saw that the feather's short arrow shot really hit the target and pierced its abdomen. The short bow is not bad, and there will be one more weapon in the future. While sighing in his heart, he changed to a copper-sheathed dagger. Next, it's time to make up a knife. Squeak! Squeak! In the dim cave, there was a noisy movement suddenly, as if something was gathering. What else could it be? Pig-faced bats. More than one. In the dim light, 3 black shadows rushed over here, and the shrill cries followed them. Wang Hao did not panic. He quickly squatted down against the earth wall and lit a bonfire on the ground. Ding, wood 3. Kerosene 1. The blazing flames immediately dispelled the darkness around him, and his face was full of enthusiasm. The upturned corners of his mouth seemed to show the most sincere respect to the visitor. The visitor is a guest. The attacking pig-faced bats are the guests in Wang Hao's eyes. Bats are messengers of darkness. In order to avoid the light, they always choose to hide during the day and come out at night, even deep in the dark cave. Now, the suddenly lit bonfire made the 3 pig-faced bats feel at a loss, and there was a brief confusion. The flesh wings flapped desperately, and the shrill cry paused. This is the opportunity Wang Hao wanted. He kicked the earth wall behind him with his right foot, and rushed forward with his whole body, like a swift black panther. Chapter 77, Going down the well to harvest clean water. Wang Hao's body jumped high. The sharp dagger reflected a cold and sharp edge in the air, and there was a whistle that broke through the air. The nearest pig-faced bat seemed to hear the whistle, and its ears trembled quickly, flapped a pair of fleshy wings, opened its pointed mouth, and pounced forward to bite. 2 yellow fangs, wrapped in the breath of death. It's a pity that it was himself who died. The dagger stabbed into the mouth, and then the sharp blade rotated, cutting off half of the pig's face. A sharp sound, and one less was heard. Ding, the pig-faced bat has been killed, and the spoils can be obtained by decomposing the corpse. The other 2 bats reacted quickly and pounced on Wang Hao following the sound. One on the left and one on the right, with their fangs exposed. At this moment, Wang Hao was surprisingly excited. Excitement does not mean he was not calm. Seeing that he was being attacked from both sides, he suddenly spread his arms and swept the 2 pig-faced bats with the momentum of his falling body. At first glance, I thought they were delivered to the door automatically. Is that really the case? Definitely not. The pig-faced bat's fangs hit the open arms directly, and before it could bite, it was knocked away by the rapid force. Crashed to the ground. Puff! The skinny body of the pig-faced bat fell directly to the ground. One of them shook its head and flapped its fleshy wings to take off, but was stabbed into the body by a dagger. The dagger slashed vertically, splitting the body in half, and it died completely. Ding, the pig-faced bat has been killed. You can get trophies by decomposing the body. There are only 1 left of the 3 pig-faced bats. At this moment, it has struggled to fly back into the air, baring its fangs and preparing to pounce on Wang Hao, who stood up. Wang Hao suddenly flipped his left wrist, and the blue ice crescent sword chopped wildly in the air, scaring the pig-faced bat away. He stood up, took 2 steps back, and leaned against the earth wall again. Real combat is indeed the best way to train. Now, when 3 mutant bats attack him, he doesn't need his pet to intervene. Squeak! The last pig-faced bat, not caring about the death of his companion, pounced on him again fiercely. This time, Wang Hao behaved very kindly. He blocked the crescent sword in front of his chest and threw the dagger forward. Puff! The dagger hit the round nose of the bat. Ding! The pig-faced bat has been killed. The corpse can be decomposed to obtain the spoils. The battle is over. Wang Hao took a long breath, bent down to pick up a burning wood, and walked forward slowly and cautiously. The spoils of the 4 pig-faced bats must be collected in time. Otherwise, the blood of the beast will be lost in vain. After a busy time, Wang Hao returned to the campfire, threw the wood in his hand into the fire, and sat down against the earth wall. There was no danger in the 3rd cave. He was sure of this. The harvest was not bad. 12 units of beast meat, 800 milliliters of beast blood, 4 units of leather, 4 units of bone meal, and 4 earth attribute spirits. The quality was ordinary, but quite satisfactory. In addition to decomposing the corpse, some scattered building resources were also found. 16 units of stone, 2 units of iron ingots. These resources came from the bat nest in the distance. The pig-faced bats that were first seen may have been responsible for sentry duty. Wang Hao found that if there was no stone to hold back, dealing with 3 mutant beasts would be the current limit. No doubt. It still needs practice. If you use the iron fire gun, it will be another matter. Moreover, the iron fire gun will also have a ceiling, holding a 9-pound iron thing. It is definitely not possible to move and jump smoothly. The pros and cons are all up to you. After resting for 10 minutes, Wang Hao decided to continue. It is dark and cold here, and it is not very comfortable to stay. Even if the castle is released, it will not improve much. Concentrate your mind. Left, in the green ripples, there is endless darkness, which is darker than the current cave. No resources or treasure chests can be seen. Ding, darkness rarely appears in the cave world, but you have to learn to adapt to it. In front, nothing. Right, in the green ripples, a large well is located in the middle of the cave. Bluestone well curb, wooden barrel tied with rope, half-rotten windlass. Next to it, there is a wooden ladle. Ding, a well that has been in disrepair for a long time has been found, and a medium amount of resources can be obtained. Underground, the dark green ripples are shrouded in darkness again. Unlike the left side, there are obviously beasts living in the cave, as evidenced by a pair of silver-gray vertical pupils. Ding, darkness rarely appears in the cave world, but you have to learn to adapt to it. Behind, the green ripples are still dark. Ding, darkness rarely appears in the cave world, but you have to learn to adapt to it. Interesting. Darkness appeared 3 times in a row in 5 directions, regardless of whether it is dangerous or not. Is it a bit of a coincidence? Or is this round going to be a dark theme? Do you want to join in the fun? After pondering for a while, Wang Hao decided to choose the right side. The medium amount resources should not be missed. If you are really destined to be with darkness, you will encounter them again next time you dig. He supported the ground and stood up. He walked to the right with the engineer's shovel. He came to the earth wall and started digging. In the 4th cave, the well is older than it looks. The medium amount resources do not refer to the stones that make up the well fence, nor do they refer to a few rotten woods, but the clear well water retained in the well. There is not much well water, and it looks like only a shallow layer. In middle school, Wang Hao's physics and chemistry scores were good, so of course he knew that this was an illusion of vision. The shallowness of the water is related to the refraction of light. He picked up the wooden barrel beside him and pulled a thick hemp rope on it. The rope was still strong and not rotten. The iron block hanging on the handle of the barrel was rusty. Wang Hao knew that without the iron block to press the weight, it would be difficult for the bucket to get water from the well. The windlass above the well mouth must be unusable, and the wooden handle has been broken into 2 pieces. Fortunately, he only planned to test the depth of the well water. He slowly lowered the bucket along the wall of the well and loosened the hemp rope a little bit. About 5 meters down, the bottom of the wooden barrel touched the water surface. Then, the bucket tilted and fell. The water in the well was really not deep, barely covering half of the bucket. It's good that it's not deep. Wang Hao didn't disassemble the well fence directly because he was worried that the well water would be lost underground. After confirming the depth, he didn't waste any more time. He grabbed the hemp rope with both hands and wrapped it around the well fence twice, making a knot. Then, he grabbed the other end of the hemp rope and jumped into the well in front of him. He used leverage once in the middle and finally stepped firmly on the bucket. He bent down and reached out to touch the well water. Ding! I found clear well water, which can be converted into 521 L of clean water. Do you want to collect it? 521 liters? So much, according to the nature of the system. Shouldn't it deduct a lot? There was a precedent last time. Could it be related to the difficulty of obtaining water resources? Last time, it was a muddy swamp. This time, it was clean water that can be drunk directly. Is this considered a forced explanation? Wang Hao, overjoyed, did not argue with him and directly issued an order. Collect. No matter what. It's safe to put it in the bag. As the order came out, the clear well water in front of him immediately turned into a water dragon and drilled into the Qinglong ring on his right hand. Ding, clean water plus 521L. The number of existing water buckets is insufficient. Some clean water exists in the form of water balls, temporarily stored for 12 hours. Be sure to add more containers in time. Chapter 78. Someone is targeting me. Save for now 521 liters of clean water. And there are still 10 empty wooden barrels left in the castle. So at least 94 barrels need to be made. There is enough wood resources. But it always feels a bit wasteful. It would be nice to have a large water tank. This thought flashed through Wang Hao's mind. Let's put this aside for now. After collecting the clean water, only a piece of bluestone full of cracks was left at the bottom of the well, which was integrated with the well wall. Wang Hao checked around to make sure there was nothing missing. Then he grabbed the thick hemp rope and quickly climbed out of the well. The rest should be dismantled. Except for the bucket. Everything else was converted into resources. This old bucket has a capacity of about 18 liters, which is much larger than the one I made myself. It must be convenient to use. After the well fence and the windlass were disassembled, a depression immediately appeared on the ground. Wang Hao released all the lusts and filled the dark depression in front of him, and then summoned the castle base. After the 4 caves were excavated, it was time to take a break every day. He took out the mechanical alarm clock and glanced at the official time. 10:46. Oh! Of course it was morning. It was reasonable to prepare lunch. Walk into the castle. Put down the door bar. Wang Hao picked up the casserole on the ground and started to wash rice and add water. Busy with today's main meal. Or eat gravy rice. It was delicious yesterday. This time, let's change the taste a little bit and add some chili powder to make it more suitable for eating with rice. The rice is still 200 g. In case the stone comes to eat the rice, the beast meat is still 1 unit. Cut into small cubes. You can put less salt. Too much will affect the spicy taste. Add a little more water. The soft rice will be more flavorful. Just put 400 milliliters. Bonfire. A pile. Wang Hao was busy and enjoyed himself, and couldn't help humming a folk song from his hometown. I'll send you to the outside of the small town. I have something to say. Although it's all ready. The food was almost ready, and he ran to the workshop again, took off the sleeve quiver box, and put the recovered sleeve quiver in. Let's take a look at the extraction of venom. The extractor in the corner has stopped working. In the leather funnel, the mandrake leaves have disappeared. At the bottom of the copper beaker, there is a layer of transparent juice. This juice is very little. Only a thin layer. Broken heart. Special item. The venom extracted from the mandrake leaves. After the target is poisoned, the venom quickly spreads to the abdomen, and the intestines are pierced and rotten after about half an hour. The time of toxin onset is related to the constitution of the poisoned person, and the detoxification pill can be used to detoxify. The name sounds quite intimidating. To store the venom, of course, you have to use a porcelain bottle. This, we have. Wang Hao admired his luck a little. When he passed the 9-square grid, one of the trophies happened to be the porcelain medicine bottle manufacturing diagram. There is another one. Fireproof blanket textile diagram. Wang Hao took 2 diagrams and studied them directly. Called up the system panel and turned to the forging interface. Click on a line of green words. Porcelain medicine bottle, Lus 0 of 1. Stone 419/1. Kerosene 308/1. Wood 850/3 note. 3 finished products can be obtained each time you make it. The materials of the recipe used Lus for the first time, which is unprecedented. For this reason, Wang Hao even ran out of the castle once and got a unit of Lus. Make. 3 small porcelain medicine bottles magically appeared in front of him. Wang Hao picked up one and placed it next to the copper beaker. Then he put the venom into the bottle through his mind, ensuring no contact throughout the process. He already had a preliminary plan on how to use the venom. At least he could use some on the hidden arrows and traps. The extractor, of course, could not be idle. The second wave of extraction was Du Haitao's poison blueprint. The operation was completed. There was nothing else to do. So Wang Hao prepared to lie down and rest for half an hour, and send a message on the world channel. He called up the system panel and opened the chat column. The default homepage was the world channel. After 4 days of survival, the survivors became more rational, and the speeches on the world channel became more formulaic, or in other words, more meaningful. Only 1 or 2 tenths of them were boasters and slackers. The rest were all trading information, forming gangs or searching for people over thousands of miles. Familiar names and numbers. Wang Hao also saw one. And it was an old friend who met on a narrow road. Qin Yujiang, everyone. Let me tell you a little inside information. And also promote the Nyochi Chongtian alliance. After my friend and I compared and analyzed, the difficulty of the cave world showed an increasing trend. That is, the difficulty is increasing day by day. Even if you do nothing. Of course, the increase is not very obvious. So you can pay attention to it. Shwedeli, yes. I can prove what the leader said. According to my guess, the person behind the scenes of the cave world may want everyone to become stronger gradually and improve their ability to survive in harsh environments. Therefore, it is particularly important to survive in groups. Also, the deposit resources and get clean water that appeared 2 days ago is a dangerous illegal fundraising. So don't be fooled. Han Haochen, Qin Yujiang. Keep your dog under control. You are maliciously slandering. We are all in the same district. Do we need to tear each other down? I say that your Nyochi Chongtian alliance is a liar. Are you happy? Chen Qiuxing, if you three have a dispute, it's best to go back to your district and argue. Don't dominate the screen. Have you noticed that the boss of our district, Ritian, is a Loki rich man? I'm really curious about how he can get so much beast blood and meat. Maybe it's a powerful killing weapon. Li Guodong, dear friends, who has extra earth attribute spirits? I'll exchange the pattern. And also sell 2 men's t-shirts. XXL size. Only in exchange for clean water resources. Zhang Danian, I would like to remind everyone not to trade resources with Chu Tingmei. The bitch. Her number is Dragon 5438. She is the best at harming her companions. And she is shameless and mean. She is already a rat in the Dragon District. I will swipe her every day in the future. Please don't be surprised. Zhou Jiafu, following up on what Chen Qiuxing said above. I suspect that Boss Ritian has a treasure that can automatically weaken the cave creatures. If everyone gets it, they will definitely counterattack and reach the top. Kong Minmin, really? I really want to see Brother Hao's treasure. It must be very useful. The content of the chat is very broad. Wang Hao, who was peeping at the screen, learned a lot of inside stories. Enough to ensure that he would not take detours. The entanglement between Zhang Danian and Chu Tingmei is still in the second half. It seems that Chu Yaojing is lucky enough to survive. These are all secondary. Chen Qiuxing, Zhou Jiafu. The two of them sang the same tune, calling it envy. But actually they have ulterior motives. Wang Hao's eyes turned cold. In his mind, Wan Tianyi, the Loki big brother, suddenly appeared. Wait and see? Perhaps. This is his way of waiting and seeing. It's not suspicion, but a man's unique intuition. The other party seems to have no intention. But in fact, he is mobilizing the public's emotions, making him a hot commodity in the Dragon District, and then guiding others to target him. The more fragrant the commodity, the more greed it can arouse in everyone's hearts. Wang Hao did not defend himself, and he resisted not speaking at this time, but just silently peeped at the screen. But that Li Guodong. You can chat privately. Chapter 79 Stupid Ghost-Faced Spider. Contact Li Guodong. Nothing to do with t-shirts. Click on the other party's name number. Pull out a separate chat window. And ask a concise question. What pattern? Brother Hao. Do you have spirit? Oh! Look at my brain. It's this. The oil barrel forging diagram. Which is a container specifically for storing gasoline. That's what the system says. Li Guodong was very anxious. This is useless. It's not worth exchanging for spirit. Is there anything else? In fact, Wang Hao really wanted it. In the cave world, kerosene is set as a solid fuel, not measured in ml. From this perspective, oil barrels are useless. But who stipulated that oil barrels can only be used to store oil? Say that deliberately. It's nothing more than bargaining. Brother Hao, I guess you don't like the others. Oh, t-shirts and folding beds? I learned these 2 patterns. I can make them for you. Li Guodong quickly added. Folding bed? Wang Hao immediately became interested. The pattern plus a folding bed. I won't make it for you. Brother Hao. Forging a folding bed requires 3 units of iron ingots and 1 unit of hemp balls. I still need 1 unit of iron ingot. Can you make some concessions? Then I will provide 1 unit of iron ingot. And you must give me the pattern first. Okay. Thank you. Brother Hao. The two quickly reached an agreement. Wang Hao asked for the pattern in advance to prevent the other party from changing his mind. Ordinary spirits were not precious to him. But Li Guodong cared so much that he had to be on guard. 10 minutes later, the transaction between the two was completed. It was still a good deal to exchange a pattern and a folding bed for a spirit of ordinary quality. Ding! The oil drum forging diagram is detected to be learned. Do you want to use it? Use it. Oil drum, iron ingot 325/3. A very simple pattern. Only one material is iron ingot. Ding! Meet the forging requirements of the oil drum. Please enter the production quantity. Enter 3. 3 iron oil drums appeared by the wall. Oil barrel, a container for storing fuel in the old world, with a capacity of 200 L. Now, there is enough space for storing clean water. After solving the problem of storing clean water, it is time to enjoy a delicious lunch. The World Channel will speak. Wait a little longer. Gravy rice is really delicious. If a person encounters something he likes to eat, he will not feel tired even if he eats it for 10 days in a row. I still remember that I was obsessed with the 3 fresh rice bowl for a while. And I ate it almost for half a month until the hospital physical examination found that I had high blood lipids. So I was forced to stop. Now, gravy rice has this trend again. After lunch, Wang Hao decided to take a 1-hour lunch break, and the system panel let him open. I opened the folding bed and leaned against the wall, spread out the sleeping bag, and set the alarm. I lay down and closed my eyes. As the saying goes, if you eat well, you will sleep well. When I opened my eyes again, it was an hour later. I turned off the alarm. I glanced at the World Channel, but there was no news that interested me. I opened the chat history, and the two people had not made trouble in the recent period. Click on the chat box and enter a paragraph of text. Buy silver ingots, gold ingots, gems, patterns and herbal seeds, and exchange them with clean water or animal blood. I also released OEM information, limited to sleeping bags, deodorant socks, size 42 hiking shoes, and sweatpants. Processing fee 50% of the materials. Interested parties please contact me. Send. The acquisition in the front is the highlight. No matter how lucky a person is, it is impossible to collect all the rare resources. We don't lack clean water. Let's work together. The OEM in the back is a part-time job to earn some resources. The items for OEM are all dispensable daily necessities, not involving weapons and hard goods. There is one more thing. Find Director Zeng in the private chat record and directly send the link of miner hat forging diagram. No need to introduce more. The other party will reply naturally if willing. No need to read the chat message. Get ready to get up and work. In the cave world, you can't be lazy and slack. Get up. Go to the workshop to retrieve the sleeve quiver, and take a look at the snake pet that is still digesting the gem. Walk out of the castle. Start the 5th excavation. Turn your back to the earthen wall you came from and concentrate your mind. Left. Nothing. Front. In the green ripples, 2 half-new black trash cans lean against the wall. One marked recyclable, and the other marked non-recyclable. Above the trash cans, there is a red cloth banner hanging. Everyone has a responsibility to protect the environment. The eye-catching slogan is quite memorable. Ding! A small amount of resources has been found, which can be picked up. Of course, you can also move it back to the trash can and treat it as your own private property. Right. In the light yellow ripples, an ugly big spider is wandering around and making a web. In the middle of the web is a white pupa, which is constantly squirming. Ding! A ghost-faced spider was found, which can be hunted. The mutant ghost-faced spider is quite difficult to deal with. You need to be agile to face it. Above, in the dark green ripples, a wooden treasure chest was tilted in the sand, and a bag of compressed biscuits was thrown in front of the treasure chest. Ding! A small amount of food and a wooden treasure chest were found, which can be picked up. Wooden treasure chest? This is not a wooden treasure chest. It is 100% a treasure chest monster, and the color of the ripples is proof. Underground, in the green ripples, a waste tire was discarded on the ground, and the surface of the tire was cracked. Ding! A small amount of resources were found, which can be picked up. It's an easy choice. Of course it's a challenge. Wang Hao chose the ghost-faced spider. A single mutant creature has a certain chance of harvesting blood essence, which is a shortcut to increase strength. Walk to the earth wall and swing the engineer shovel. A horizontal passage extends in front of you. In the 5th cave, as soon as Wang Hao appeared, he immediately released his castle base, because he found that the space in this cave was not large. and the location where he appeared was very close to the spider web. To deal with agile mutant creatures, you must not take chances. Especially, Wang Hao has seen several horror movies, all of which have mutant spiders as the protagonist. And the scene is absolutely bloody. Using the castle to block the position is a good choice. Hiss! 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 The ghost-faced spider that was weaving a web immediately discovered the intruder and rushed over with a strange cry. The noise of this strange cry was somewhat like that of a snake or python. Unlike the human-faced spider that lives in the wilderness, this one is now bigger than a calf. And with its 8 long and thick legs, it gives people the illusion of facing a behemoth. Ghost-faced spider, a beast, named after the red and black stripes on its body that resemble a ghost face. It is extremely poisonous and can paralyze its prey within 2 seconds. Affected by radioactive substances, its size has increased 100 times. Wang Hao did not intend to stay where he was to snipe. After leaving the castle, he immediately got into the iron gate. Then, he ran up to the 2nd floor. He looked out through the iron window in front. In just a moment, the ghost-faced spider had rushed to the front of the castle. This big guy didn't know the chevaux de frise and the trap at all, and rushed over very domineeringly. Puff! Snap! A spike of the chevaux de frise pierced the skin of the ghost-faced spider. The serrations of the trap broke one of its forelimbs. For a moment, green blood splashed everywhere. Hiss! The ghost-faced spider hissed in pain, and a ball of white silk protruded from its mouthparts, directly sticking to the top of the castle's iron gate. The white silk suddenly contracted, dragging its body and catapulting to the other side of the chevaux de frise. Then, this behemoth made a jaw-dropping move and slammed its body into the closed iron gate. You know, the iron gate of the intermediate castle is not flat, and the surface is densely covered with hemispherical protrusions, and there are rows of copper nails similar to spikes. This violent collision caused more green blood to splash. So stupid. Chapter 80 Brother. Don't go that way. When you are unlucky, even drinking cold water will cause your teeth to get stuck. This sentence is usually used to make fun of yourself, indicating that you have been unlucky recently. But now, this ghost-faced spider perfectly illustrates this point. It is so coincidental that the ghost-faced spider hit its head and thorax on the copper nail, which directly dented a large area. Hiss. The painful hiss sounded again. However, it was obviously much weaker than the last time. Moreover, the ghost-faced spider's body suddenly turned over, and a pair of forelimbs kept pulling the head and thorax. A bit like a human rubbing his head after hitting his head. Wang Hao looked down from above and saw most of the scene through the window. Is this so funny? Is this the legendary big breasts and no brains? Well, that's not right. It should be big abdomen and no brains. Where does a spider get breasts? Wang Hao wanted to laugh, but he knew it was not the right time. He took out the iron fire gun, stretched out the window, aimed at the conspicuous target, and pulled the trigger. Bang! No need for more. Just one shot. The ghost-faced spider lying on the ground struggling. The part connecting the abdomen and head and chest was broken into 2 parts, and the 8 legs shook violently for several times. And then, there was no movement. Ding! The ghost-faced spider has been killed, and the body can be decomposed to obtain trophies. That's it. Looking at the system message in front of him, Wang Hao found it unbelievable. It turned out that he had prepared several plans to deal with this spider, such as throwing kerosene in bonfires, such as stabbing with a javelin, and such as shooting with a bow. In short, it is to rely on the castle to consume the opponent's health bar. Now, it is all useless. If there is no system message, he would suspect that the spider is playing a self-torture trick. Misfortune said by heaven can still be survived. Misfortune brought by oneself cannot be survived. Wang Hao walked down the 2nd floor with emotion, put up the door bar, and opened the iron gate of the castle. On the ground, the smelly green blood flowed, which made people nauseous. The iron gate is also. The corpse of the ghost-faced spider blocked the door, almost blocking the way out. A pair of claws were in an 8-character shape, and 6 eyes, 2 large and 4 small, were staring at the front. The flower fields on both sides were safe and sound, at most stained with a little dirty blood. Such a disgusting thing. He didn't want to touch it. Maybe it was poisonous. Wang Hao took out the javelin and touched the body of the ghost-faced spider from a distance. Decompose. The big guy in front of him disappeared directly from his sight, including the ground and the green blood stained on the iron gate. There was no traditional beast meat and beast blood, but 2 more trophies with prefixes. Take out the trophies and observe them one by one. Radiated spider meat, beast meat contaminated by radiation. Cannot be eaten. Contains the power to corrode vitality. Radiated spider blood, beast blood contaminated by radiation. Cannot be eaten. Contains the power to corrode vitality. Cannot be eaten. And corrode vitality? Then what's the use of them? Fortunately, the blood essence and spider venom glands are normal. Blood essence of Ghostface Spider, a one-time consumable item. After taking it, the survivor can enhance the agility attribute and permanently increase their own agility by 1. Spider venom gland, the part where spiders store venom, which contains toxins that paralyze the central nervous system and can be used to refine medicine and extract venom. Put the venom gland away first. It will not be used for the time being. Blood essence, just eat it. Only when your strength is improved can you guarantee safety to the greatest extent. Wang Hao threw the round bead into his mouth and swallowed it directly. He was used to taking blood essence. The familiar heat flow quickly flowed through his body. 2 minutes later, the warm feeling subsided, and the magical power in the blood essence was completely digested. Now, I can increase my agility attribute by 1 point, and it will become 7 plus 4, with 11 points of agility. Why do I feel like I need to go to thief school? In the online game, I am the worst undead thief, wearing a set of rubbish purple clothes. No matter what, there are still spoils. Wang Hao stepped out of the castle, and was about to walk towards the spider web in the distance. But he found that the iron gate beside him had signs of corrosion. The corrosion marks were very obvious, as if someone had poured strong acid on it, with pits dotted everywhere, and 3 of them were nearly 1 centimeter deep. Such strong corrosion, thanks to the timely decomposition of the corpse. Otherwise, the iron gate would have become a shabby mess. Ding! Damage to the main gate of the castle is detected, and it will cost 2 iron ingots to repair it. Do you want to repair it? Weird. I remember the first time I repaired the castle. I had to go to the innermost part to do it. Now I can do it anywhere. How considerate. Of course. Repair. As soon as the command was issued, the surface of the 2 iron doors was immediately covered with a layer of green light. The flowing green light quickly gathered at the corroded parts, and those pits were filled and smoothed at a visible speed. In at most 20 seconds, the 2 iron doors were restored to their original state. The efficiency is quite good. Ding! Repair successful. Iron ingot 2. This is done. Go check the spider web. Put away the castle. Carry the javelin forward. This spider web, which looks like a tree ring, is tied at the corner where the 2 earth walls intersect. One by one, the threads are attached to the earth wall, occupying nearly a quarter of the length. In the center of the white silk web, the white pupa was still wriggling slightly. Wang Hao walked closer, raised his javelin, and touched the outermost spider web. Ding! Found a special material. Spider silk, which can be picked up. Special material. This is the first time I have seen it. Collect it. Ding! Spider silk plus 5. Spider silk, a special material produced by some mutant spiders, with unique elasticity and mechanical strength, can be used for forging. As the spider web disappeared, the skin of the white pupa was also peeled off, revealing the prey inside. This is a survivor? Wang Hao was stunned. Without the restraint of the spider web, the survivor in front of him fell from midair and fell directly to the ground. Long hair was messy and scattered on her face, and a set of hospital gowns wrapped around her body, all wrinkled. Obviously, this was a female survivor. The survivor fell to the ground and let out a slight moan. Is she going to wake up? Wang Hao took 2 steps back, clenched the javelin in his hand, and stared at the other party's every move warily. In any case, necessary precautions must be taken. The female survivor shook her head twice, slowly bent her right arm, supported her elbow on the ground, sat up sideways, paused for a moment, and raised her hand to push away her long hair. Her face was very delicate, with a little baby fat, thin eyebrows and almond eyes, although it was half blocked by mud and mucus. It was hard to hide her beauty. She shook her head and held her forehead in a daze. Opposite, Wang Hao saw that she didn't say anything, so he took the initiative to ask, "Are you okay?" This sentence had an effect. The female survivor subconsciously hugged her knees and looked up at Wang Hao. "Did you save me?" "Thank you." "You're welcome. Is there anything I can help you with?" "Did you kill the spider?" The female survivor looked around. I want to stay here alone for a while. Do you mind? As she said this, she carefully glanced at Wang Hao, and her right hand, which was hugging her knees, clenched imperceptibly. Obviously, she was on guard. Yes, I killed it. You are welcome. I am about to leave here. Wang Hao waved his hand indifferently, and walked sideways to the earth wall on the right. Of course, he kept an eye on the other party's movements. There is no trust between strangers. Move away first, then decide where to go. When he took the third step, the female survivor bit her lip and spoke again. Big brother, don't go that way.